In the Dark World, wars are frequent, tens of thousands of lords are fighting for land and resources here, but Chen Yu is different from them. While others were busy fighting wars, he was busy building dungeons to attract adventurers from other worlds to challenge him. Happy Landlord, Resident Evil, Dungeon and Fighter, Black Myth. One underground city after another sprang up from the ground. It made these inexperienced adventurers go crazy and willing to give up everything for it. Chen Yu. I'm sorry, dear adventurers, I'm temporarily closed today because my territory has been besieged. What? The adventurers were immediately angry. They descended into the Dark World one after another. There was not enough territory, so they went to grab it for Chen Yu. When the war broke out, they fought for Chen Yu. There are not enough resources, so they spend their lives to make up for the missing resources. Many years later, Chen Yu sat high on the throne of the Supreme God, looking at the empire that the adventurers had built for him, and shook his head and exclaimed, "You are causing me so much trouble." Chapter 1: Awakening to become a Dungeon Lord. In the Awakening Square, a news report scrolled on the giant LED screen. Best Dungeon of the Day: Throne of Bones Online Adventurers 2457, 888 new Lord. Survival rate: Warlord 72% versus Dungeon Lord 3%. Hot search terms: the strongest newcomer awakens the SSS level 12 winged angel and is expected to become the king of angels. Shattered memories washed over Chen Yu's mind. I stayed up late to work overtime on game programming and my head became bald. How come I woke up to this? Is this still domestic? I didn't expect that I traveled through time. Chen Yu could only be forced to accept this fact through memory. Chen Yu knew that this was the world of universal lords. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken and become a lord. Some people are gifted and awaken the military castle from birth. Some people have mediocre qualifications and cannot awaken even if they take loans, injections or take drugs. The original owner was of average talent. After selling his house to take out a loan, taking countless drugs and taking large amounts of hormones, he finally awakened successfully. Unfortunately, however, he awakened the Dungeon Lord instead of the Warlord. Unable to bear such a blow, the original owner died suddenly from excitement, and Chen Yu traveled through time as a result. After figuring out the difference between Dungeon Lords and Warlords, Chen Yu also had a headache. Simply put, Warlords only need to train soldiers to develop their territory. The Dungeon Lord has a lot more to consider, as he needs to collaborate with adventurers from other worlds. Adventurers are a special group who travel through various dungeons all year round, seek excitement and challenge difficulties. The world they live in has very scarce resources, and they can only rely on exploring in dungeons to obtain the necessities of life. The Dungeon Lord is responsible for building dungeons and then using them to kill adventurers who come to explore, in order to obtain important resources for territory development. This makes the relationship between the Dungeon Lord and the adventurers somewhat delicate. Although adventurers will not really die when they die, they have a daily limit on the number of times they can go there. If the dungeon is too difficult and they cannot get supplies, they will starve. A hungry stomach. Next time, they won't come. But if the Dungeon Lord sets up the dungeon too simply and fails to kill adventurers, then the territory will have no resources, not enough resources. Not only the dungeon cannot function, the castle will also lose its protection and be attacked by dark creatures. This has also led to the major dungeons becoming more and more competitive in order to attract adventurers to play. Not only in terms of the gameplay of the dungeons, but also in countless free activities, trying every means to attract adventurers. The result of doing this results in the new lord being completely unable to survive. This is also why the original owner was so excited when he heard the news. Selling a house for a loan resulted in the awakening of a lord category that was the most difficult to survive. In order to safely get through the novice period, you must spend a lot of money to purchase some popular dungeon agency rights from other veteran dungeon lords. However, the original owner had no money left, as he had spent all his money on Awakening.as for developing on your own. Not only is it time-consuming, but if no adventurers buy in the end, they will be attacked by the dark creatures who are eyeing them covetously outside as soon as the protection period is over. The dark creatures in the dark world won't listen to reason. Cheer up, it's time to go. A man who looked like a teacher turned around and spoke to the huge crowd. Chen Yu glanced at the boys and girls around him. They are all graduates who are about to head to the dark world like himself. The difference is that most of them awaken the talent of Warlord, only a small number of them awaken the Dungeon Lords. The Lords of the Awakening Dungeon category are all in Chen Yu's team. Compared with the other side, the gap is like the gap between top students and bottom students. The Warlords are gearing up to go to the Dark World to show their strength and expand their territory. The Dungeon Lords all hung their heads and said nothing, and only a few of them who were rich could stand up straight. Classmate, let me know about Slaughter 3. It's the sequel to Slaughter 1 and Slaughter 2. It's guaranteed to be a big hit. Do you want to sign one? A salesman walked up to me. As a result, after seeing his face clearly, the other party said, "You poor bastard, you owe our company 200,000. When are you going to pay it back? Forget it, you look like you're dying, you're definitely not coming back, it's just my bad luck, luckily I have a house to pay off the debt." The other party put away the flyer and passed by Chen Yudai in the Awakening Square. There are many such salesmen who promote popular dungeon IPs. Some dungeons are indeed interesting and can attract adventurers, some just took the opportunity to make a quick buck and run away. Either way, they all need money, Chen Yu sighed. It turned out that no matter which world he went to, he couldn't take a single step without money. I have obtained the dungeon agency rights of Tang Yuan International. It is the most popular dungeon recently, God's Punishment of Destruction. When I go to the Dark World, I will be the strongest dungeon lord in this novice area. You poor bastards, just wait to die and stop stealing my resources. In front, a rich second-generation man walked into the teleportation array with an arrogant look. He has family funding behind him and bought a top IP at the beginning, so he doesn't have to worry about the future at all. Watching him disappear, some people are jealous, some people are envious, some people gnashed their teeth in anger. Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh. All the efforts of my predecessor over the years are useless. Nowadays, to make it in life, you need power and background. Isn't it better to spend time with a rich woman than to take out a loan to become a lord? And never mind, at this point, Chen Yu still wants to give it a T or Y. As a top game designer in his previous life, he had all the popular game data in the world in his mind, so being a dungeon lord was not a career option under the organization of the school. After awakening, the graduates went to the teleportation array one by one. Chen Yu. Just when he was halfway there, a girl in sportswear and a ponytail came up to the warlord after hesitating for a moment. You don't have any agency contracts with other dungeons? Why don't you go to my territory? I'll send you the coordinates. Come here before the protection period is over. I'll protect you from now on. Licia, Chen Yu's little sister next door, and the original owner's broken memory. The two did not have much interaction. The only time Licia stood up for herself was when she was bullied as a child. Perhaps this is the reason why I want to help Chen Yu. Licia is a recognized beauty. It is said that she has awakened the Golden Holy Lion Army and is a very promising seed lord. As soon as she opened her mouth, she attracted everyone's attention. Everyone else thought that Chen Yu would definitely agree. This is also the only way out for a dungeon lord who has no money and no background. He has to give up his status as a lord and work as a servant in someone else's territory. However, what they didn't expect was that Chen Yu shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try." "Try it? Try what? Did you develop it yourself? That would be death." Licia was about to speak, at least to add a lord communication first, but Chen Yu had already stepped into the portal. Heading to the Dark World, respected dungeon lord. You have a 7-day novice protection period, during which you and your territory will not be attacked by dark creatures. Please develop your territory as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Towards the Dark World. What appeared before my eyes was a dilapidated castle, extremely simple. Outside the castle's territory, there is a huge protective shield. This is the benefit of the novice protection period, which can last for 7 days. After 7 days, the dark creatures outside will run in. At this moment, outside the protective shield, a saber-toothed tiger was lying, baring its teeth at Chen Yu. Just wait for the shield to disappear. It will rush in and have a feast. This saber-toothed tiger was at least 3 meters tall, and brought a much stronger sense of oppression than the Siberian tiger in the zoo. Its scarlet gaze made Chen Yu's scalp numb. Compared with the warlord, the dungeon lord actually has an advantage, which is that he can renew this protective shield by consuming soul crystals. Therefore, if there are enough resources, the dungeon lord will never have to worry about the threat of being attacked by dark creatures in his entire life. You can treat this place as a zoo. But soul crystals can only be obtained by killing adventurers. Some novice lords are really at a loss, so they will just create a dungeon that causes instant death to trap the first wave of adventurers, and get some soul crystals to prolong their lives. The consequence of this is that adventurers become less and less trusting of new lords. Even if they are tired of playing in the old dungeons and they can no longer get more dopamine, they are unwilling to trust the new lords. At least the survival supplies they get from the old dungeons are guaranteed to a certain extent. This behavior of killing the goose that lays the eggs indirectly made Chen Yu's start extremely difficult. Chen Yu looked into the territory. It's very empty here, with no extra buildings. There is only one door to the dungeon. This should be the first dungeon owned by the new lord? Chen Yu consciously selected it, and the information about this dungeon immediately appeared in his mind. Building, dungeon, level 1, content, None maximum number of passengers that can be accommodated, 0/20 there is nothing inside, and it needs to be built up bit by bit. Chen Yu immediately studied the construction method and operation content of the dungeon. There is no way. The original owner has too little memory in this regard. Maybe he was certain that he could become a warlord, so he studied all the content related to warlords. The method of constructing a dungeon is very complicated and requires you to use your imagination to construct it stroke by stroke. This first step is difficult for most new lords, because people can only imagine what they have seen. It takes a lot of energy to create fiction. People value the things they have painstakingly conceived and are unwilling to share them easily. Therefore, all kinds of information are kept confidential among dungeon lords. Even if the agency rights are granted, they can only be agents of dungeons, and even the images inside will not be allowed to be seen by the agent lord. This also makes everyone work behind closed doors. Even if some lords are very powerful and can independently develop good dungeon content, but there is a lack of team research, lack of a lot of basic knowledge. This means that no matter how a dungeon develops, there will never be a very high upper limit, and this gave Chen Yu an opportunity. After seeing this information, Chen Yu almost burst into laughter. What? Can't you imagine something you haven't seen? I wonder if you have ever seen a torrent of steel and a rain of missiles. Have you ever seen a spaceship traveling in space? Have you ever seen the sea of undead skeletons sweeping across Lordaeron? Have you ever seen the Monkey King standing on the clouds and taking on millions of heavenly soldiers and generals alone? Unfortunately, I have seen it all. Moreover, I am an experienced game designer, so shouldn't it be easy for me to get all the data? After understanding the construction rules of the dungeon, Chen Yu's mood suddenly became high. The reason why Chen Yu was worried before was because the underground city culture in this world has existed for hundreds of years. No matter how inferior or stupid the people here are, under the competition of life and death crisis, some popular games similar to those on Earth will always appear. Chen Yu is a new lord with no money and no resources. Even if he has a whole world in his mind and popular game content researched by countless talents, he can't compare with some veteran dungeon lords, right? But the result? People here don't actually gather together to do research or share resources. They are like those super sects in fantasy novels, who have developed some unrivaled martial arts skills but never pass them on to others, and gradually decline. Then one day, a super genius appears out of nowhere and overthrows the sect. As a result, the genius founded another sect and developed some skills, but he never passed them on to others, and the sect gradually declined. Another genius has appeared. Repeat the cycle. The same is true for dungeons. If a dungeon fails in operation and collapses, all information about it will disappear and will not be passed down at all. After all, in the dark world, communication and interaction are inherently troublesome, and coupled with the pressure of life and death crisis, this result is also due to human nature. In this way, the content of the dungeon will be solved. With just a little effort from me, the quality of the content will definitely be far superior to those of the old dungeons. Chen Yu is full of confidence. There's just one more question. How do we strike a balance with the adventurers? No matter how fun and interesting the content of a dungeon is, adventurers are here to make a living. If they can't get enough benefits, they won't be very interested in the dungeon, no matter how fun it is. In Chen Yu's opinion, this should involve a factor of clearance rate, because he vaguely remembered that there were some news reports saying that after a certain period of time, the difficulty of old dungeons would gradually decrease and the clearance rate of adventurers would increase, thereby attracting a large number of adventurers. This news is criticizing those dungeon lords who lower the difficulty of the game, because the higher the clearance rate of adventurers, the less resources the lord will get. The number of times an adventurer can participate each day is fixed, which also reduces the total amount of resources obtained by the overall dungeon lord. This is also one of the key reasons why it is becoming increasingly difficult for new lords to survive. The system has a mechanism to keep new players in the game at the beginning. After a dungeon is built, it will match a few adventurers to force them to participate. This is my only chance. If I want to build my reputation and attract more adventurers, I must capture these adventurers and have them go back to promote and advertise for me. Chen Yu pondered. I immediately started reading the part about adventurers. You won't know the result unless you see it. When I saw it, I almost laughed out loud again. What? I thought adventurers had to clear dungeons to get resources. As a result, the amount of resources they get is determined by the amount of dopamine they secrete when participating in the dungeon. That is to say, even if it is a game where they must die, as long as they feel happy, they can still get rewards. Now Chen Yu looked back at the news. Suddenly I had a new understanding. I see. Clearing a dungeon is also a form of fun and is the easiest way to secrete dopamine. That's why veteran dungeon lords lower the difficulty of their dungeons when their appeal decreases, in order to attract new members. Low. It's really too low. Sometimes the pleasure of winning or losing doesn't necessarily have to come from clearing a dungeon. Shenyu smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Chapter 3, Building the First Dungeon. There is not enough time now, and we certainly cannot design some overly complicated dungeons. You can only create some simple small scenes, preferably in a room, so that they can be built before the novice protection period expires. And this dungeon is going to be fun. It must be enough to stimulate the adventurers' dopamine. In order to attract them and make them want to play, it is best to spend the entire day here. Therefore, Shenyu thought about it and finally made a decision. In this world, the simplest, most addictive, and most attractive game is, of course, Australia x New Portugal. Oh no! Of course it's Happy Landlord. Just do it.as a national level chess and card game. Shenyu has absolute confidence in Happy Landlords and will definitely let those adventurers who have never played it experience what happiness is. Shenyu's consciousness was immediately immersed in the dungeon module of the territory. Start building this dungeon bit by bit. First. In order to prevent his attention from being distracted, Shenyu first built a house, which did not need to be too big. It only needs to be able to accommodate about 20 people. The environment must be magnificent, or at least high-end. Shenyu tried hard to recall the scene in the movie God of Gamblers and built a room according to that standard. Then there is a chess table. Finally, I got some happy coins. So far, the environment required for the Happy Landlord game is complete. Simple, but such simple content took Shenyu a whole day. The sun sets in the west. His consciousness just came out of the dungeon. I looked up at the sky. It's so late now. The adventurers should have used up their time. It's not suitable to open it now. Shenyu decided to take a rest first. The saber-toothed tiger was still outside the protective shield, and Shenyu made a face at it, then opened the system and take out some food from it. These foods need to be exchanged for soul crystals, but since it is the novice protection period now, they can be exchanged for free. Shenyu directly exchanged a large pile of meat, sat in front of the saber-toothed tiger and ate it in front of it. The saber-toothed tiger was so angry that it was drooling and spinning in circles. Soul crystals are equivalent to money in this world for a dungeon lord. As long as he has soul crystals, he can live a lifetime. While eating, Shenyu turned on the system, found a Lord chat room. The Lord chat room is divided into areas. Their area is the novice area and will not be assigned together with high-level lords. Shenyu casually looked through it and found nothing nutritious. It was nothing more than some weak lords feeling sorry for themselves and saying that they had been attacked by high-level monsters. After all, it's the first day. There is still a protection period for novices, so casualties will not occur so quickly. After eating, Shenyu found that 2 emails had been received on the system, so he opened them and took a look. I am the great demon god Avadeso. I am now sealed under the demon god mountain. If you are willing to pay, Shenyu just skipped it. The second letter was sent by Licia. Shenyu, I checked through the system terminal and got your contact number. I found that your territory is not far from me. I can definitely get here in a few days. If you can't hold on, the following long paragraph is nothing more than her protecting him in the future. Shenyu didn't want to get too involved, so he deleted it, but after a few seconds, he retrieved the email from the recycle bin. After all, if he really couldn't make it, saving his life was more important. Shenyu has absolute confidence in Happy Landlord, but there is no guarantee that the adventurer wild boars in this world cannot appreciate the finer points. With nothing to do, Shenyu returned to the castle. I lay on the somewhat cold stone bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Shenyu got up and went to the entrance of the dungeon. Do you want to start the dungeon? Start up. As Shenyu finished speaking, there was a burst of light coming from the door of the dungeon. This door is like a mirror. Standing outside the door, you can see everything inside. Follow. Shenyu saw 3 people suddenly appear in the chess and card room. Judging from their dress, they were indeed traditional adventurers. 2 men and 1 woman, only 3 people? I didn't expect that to be the minimum number. Shenyu's eyes darkened slightly. The number of new members attracted by the initial dungeon was 3 to 6. I didn't expect that I would randomly get the smallest number. Shenyu thought about this problem yesterday, so he chose landlord instead of mahjong. Seeing the confused looks on the faces of these 3 people, Shenyu thought about it and stepped into the underground city. Welcome to my dungeon. Shenyu appeared out of thin air in the middle of the chess and card room. Everyone in the castle could go into the dungeon at the start of the game and act as an NPC. Of course, Chinyu had to pay attention to the opening of the new store and visit it in person. Are you the lord of this dungeon? The girl named Bai Feifei was not surprised by Chinyu's appearance and asked, Good. Chinyu took a look and saw that a name appeared above the head of every adventurer here. Bai Feifei asked, What kind of game is this dungeon? Is it an escape room or something like that? Before Chinyu could speak, the other two male adventurers spoke up. Li Ruopo complained, Another escape room. Can you new lords try something different? I hope there won't be another monster after I get out and chop me up with a knife. Wu Yu echoed, That's right, your escape room only has so few tricks, it really makes me feel boring, add some ghost elements. Don't let me go out in vain. Li Ruopo said hurriedly, No, I don't want to experience any ghosts. It won't make me happy at all, it will only make me feel scared. Bai Feifei shook her head, Forget it, stop complaining. It's better than a maze. Be a little considerate. They don't have much time to build an interesting dungeon. Being dragged into the dungeon of a rookie lord, I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Adventurers also know some things about the dungeon lord and sometimes they become overwhelmed with sympathy, but there is no other way, they have to make a living and can't waste time in boring dungeons. Li Ruopo said impatiently, Anyway, let's get started quickly. I have to rush to the next game. I heard that there is a god of destruction punishment that is quite fun. I am just about to go and experience it. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. I heard that the underground city is hard to get a ticket. I also want to go, let's team up together. Bai Feifei raised her hand hurriedly, Add me, add me. Watching these people start discussing other dungeon contents, Chinyu was not impatient. He smiled slightly and immediately started teaching mode. Everyone, before we begin, let's learn the rules of chess and cards first. In addition, there will not be any death or scary scenes in this game, so everyone can rest assured. At the end, Chinyu took out a few happy coins and gave some to everyone. These are the initial fun coins you get for free when you enter this game. There is no charge. Once you lose all these fun coins, the dungeon will end. Chapter 4 Happy Landlord. Hearing Chinyu's words, the three adventurers were all a little bit incredulous. What did you say? There won't be any death or shocking scenes? How is this possible? If we don't die, how can you survive? Bai Feifei felt a little reluctant. After all, for them, death in the dungeon is not real death. All an adventurer needs is to be happy. Li Ruopo didn't care about that. Instead, he looked at the happy coins in his hand and confirmed again, You mean, as long as we use up all these happy coins, this dungeon will be over, right? Right. No matter what method? Li Ruopo asked again. Chinyu shook his head. It can only be done through the game, that is, the cards on the table. Of course, you can also choose to lose on purpose to speed up the consumption of the happy coins. Li Ruopo looked at the cards on the table and raised the corners of his mouth. This is easy, let's get started. He didn't want to miss the appointment time for the God of Destruction's punishment dungeon. First, let's learn the rules. Chinyu asked them to sit down, then the novice teaching mode was turned on. In the eyes of the adventurer, some novice teaching processes automatically appeared. This method was very novel. The three people, who were originally a little impatient and didn't want to learn, gradually calmed down. So that's how it is. Different combinations of cards have different effects. The cards you get each time are random. You can be a landlord or a farmer. Landlords get more, and farmers have teammates with them. Board games? That's quite interesting. After understanding, Bai Feifei couldn't help but admire, Lord Chen, you have a really good imagination. This game actually makes me feel very interesting. Wu Yu still looked disdainful. What's so fun about playing cards? I prefer fighting and killing, and doing some scary things. Li Ruopo responded, Let's finish playing first. Anyway, as long as we lose all the fun coins in our hands, we can leave this dungeon. Wu Yu nodded and said, Okay, I won't want it later. I will quickly lose all my happy coins and play God's punishment of destruction with you. 1 minute later. Wu Yu, who said he was going to lose, couldn't help but call himself the landlord when he looked at the royal bomb in his hand. 3 minutes later. Wu Yu screamed, Fuck. How come I lost my king bomb? 10 minutes later, Bai Feifei raised the corner of her mouth, The plane is over. Quick, quick, take out the happy coins. 30 minutes later. Wu Yu was reluctant to look at the last bit of happy coins in his hand. If he lost, he would leave this dungeon, but if it was half an hour ago, Wu Yu would definitely agree with it wholeheartedly. Can't wait to go to the next dungeon, but now. Wu Yu couldn't help but complain to Chen Yu, Lord, you are too stingy. Why do you only give me so few joy coins? This is not enough to lose. Li Ruopu also agreed, yes, give us a little more, this is not enough for us to play with. He simply threw the idea of divine punishment of destruction out of his mind and no longer wanted to leave. Chen Yu smiled slightly, those are free fun coins. Hear this. Wu Yu immediately perked up, does that mean we can exchange for happy coins? Chen Yu nodded. Of course, as long as you are willing to pay for the number of deaths, you can exchange it for 500 happy coins each time. 500, so much? Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise. He had only used 100 free fun coins to experience the fun. I didn't expect that I could exchange 500 happy coins for one life. Isn't this too cost-effective? When Wu Yu thought of the joy he had just experienced in the game, he realized that this dungeon would definitely bring him considerable profits when it was settled. Therefore, Wu Yu didn't hesitate at all. Krypton. I Krypton. My lord, beat me to death. Wu Yu took a direct opportunity and exchanged 500 happy coins from Chen Yu, then he sat down with a proud and confident look. Come on, keep going. 8 hours later, Bai Feifei happily stood there and danced, like a little swan who had won the battle. Ha ha ha, I have a total of 5,800 happy coins. Yay! I won this game. You two are too weak. So weak. After a burst of excitement, Bai Feifei sighed with some disappointment, it's a pity that these happy coins will be gone once we leave the dungeon. The joy coins will not disappear. Chen Yu's words. Bai Feifei's eyes lit up again, Lord, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that these happy coins will still be there? Chen Yu nodded. Yes, I specially used a save system for this dungeon. Next time you log in, I will save the amount of happy coins you have now and how many you will have next time. However, I will charge a certain storage fee. Really? Bai Feifei was extremely surprised. The save system was something she had also seen in some dungeons. However, they are all used to save equipment and attract adventurers to continue playing next time. I didn't expect that there are people who can save happy coins, Bai Feifei asked hurriedly. Then how is the storage fee calculated? Chen Yu smiled and said, the first day is free, the second day will charge 1%, the third day will charge 2%, and so on. This is a little trick of Chen Yu. In this way, adventurers can be attracted to continue to come and play. The more fun coins the adventurers have, the more reluctant they will be to stay away for a long time. Moreover, these fun coins will be used as the universal currency for all my dungeons in the future. There are definitely fun things in other dungeons, except for things you can't imagine. Really? Then I will exchange all my remaining times into happy coins and store them with you first. Bai Feifei said excitedly. Chen Yu nodded. Of course he would not refuse. In this way, he harvested 15 soul crystals, a profit far beyond his imagination. Lord, do you really have any other interesting ideas? Li Ruopu was a little skeptical. He thought that it was amazing that Chen Yu could design a dungeon like Happy Landlord. I didn't think of asking for too much, Bai Feifei said. We'll talk about other dungeons after you design them, Lord. But just playing Landlord alone has made us very happy. At least in the short term, we will definitely come here often. Wu Yu licked his lips with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. That's right, but... Lord, although this dungeon is good, the happy coins given are still too few. Can you? Chen Yu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, landlord. No, it should be called Happy Chess Dungeon. Happy Poker. The dungeon has just opened, and now there is a new member attraction. As long as you bring in one new member, you can get 500 happy coins, and if you bring in 2, you can get 1,000. If you can bring in 5 at once, you can get 5,000 happy coins. Hearing this number, the 3 adventurers opened their mouths wide in an O shape. Bai Feifei said, Lord, don't worry, I still have 2 best friends and sisters, they are all for you to play with. No, call them over to play. Li Ruopu nodded and said, this underground city is really good and worth developing. I will also go and call people over. Wu Yu was not to be outdone. And me, I also have a forum account, I will go and recruit people for you right away. But Lord, can you accommodate so many people here? Shen Yu replied, don't worry. I will divide this place into primary, intermediate and advanced fields. You just need to recruit people. The three adventurers nodded, indicating that they would definitely complete the mission. Chapter 5. The most difficult step is completed. After the three adventurers left, Shen Yu chose to close the dungeon early. In order to allow the three adventurers to experience the game perfectly, Shen Yu deliberately extended the game time, so 8 hours have passed. After such a long time, most adventurers have used up their time. So there is no point in continuing. There are 15 soul crystals in total. Today's profit is far beyond imagination. The daily maintenance cost of the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon is 1 soul crystal, and the maintenance cost of the protective shield is also 1 soul crystal. This income is enough to sustain me for several days. Of course, my goal is not to sustain it. Shen Yu looked into the distance. I didn't expect the first step to go more smoothly than I imagined. As long as I take this most difficult step, the rest will be a bright future. Now, let's expand it first. After the dungeon is closed, Shen Yu immersed himself in the dungeon and redecorated the room. For example, a big Ben was placed there to make it look more vintage. Several more tables were placed, and a distinction is made between elementary seats, intermediate seats, and advanced seats. So, we just have to wait until tomorrow to open, under the starry sky. Shen Yu took out a large amount of food from the system and continued to reward himself. The saber-toothed tiger was gone, which made Shen Yu feel a little regretful. There were no viewers watching his eating show anymore. While enjoying the food, Shen Yu opened the Lord's chat interface. By the way, I found that Zhao Hailiang had sent a message. Today I have harvested 38 soul crystals. Who says the dungeon lords have no future? As long as you have power and an excellent IP, it won't be difficult to develop. There are flatterers below. There were also people who laughed at him. Your God's Punishment Dungeon of Destruction is just a hype. You just changed the name to take advantage of the popularity of God's Punishment of Angels. It won't last long. Having a soul crystal is a big deal. In the end, you're just a dungeon lord who spends your whole life hiding in a turtle shell. When my army arrives, I will seal your turtle shell and see if you can still hold on. The last sentence made Shen Yu's eyes darken slightly. What this person said does make sense. In order to avoid this situation from happening, I need to become stronger. On the other side, the world of adventurers. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. You have obtained a total of 4 bags of instant noodles, a bottle of Coke, 3 puff buns, a hamburger. Looking at the pile of colorful and dazzlingly packaged food that appeared in front of me, Bai Feifei fell into deep thought. What's this? Instant noodles, cola, and hamburgers, are these all edible? This lord, why is his perception a little different from others? It's really weird. Isn't he a crazy lord? Bai Feifei's scalp went numb. There had been crazy lords in the past, and the cognition of those madmen was somewhat different from that of other people. There is even a madman who believes that stones are edible. So when the settlement was done, a pile of stones appeared. But Bai Feifei put her nose close to the puff bread and smelled it. A scent of milk and light milk went straight from her nasal cavity to her upper palate, and instantly reached her entire palate. Bai Feifei's stomach growled and her mouth started to water. She couldn't help but take a bite, exploding instantly the thick cream spread in her mouth. At this moment, Bai Feifei seemed to have tasted the most delicious food in the world. She, who is always gentle and elegant, couldn't help but swear. It's delicious. It's damn delicious. Even if this thing is poisonous, I will admit it. How can there be something so delicious? Bai Feifei swallowed a big puff in 2 bites, then he looked at the Coke next to him. I couldn't help but unscrew the bottle cap and drink it in one gulp. Wow, that's cool. It's so refreshing. How can there be such a strong drink? This is simply, Bai Feifei was unable to describe the feeling at the moment. Anyway, I'm happy. A joy of being outside the dungeon. I will definitely go to this dungeon again. My God, if not for anything else, the food alone is enough to attract me. Bai Feifei burped violently, then stand up. I rushed to the next room and saw that my 2 best friends had already come out of other dungeons. I hurriedly grabbed them, pointing and gesticulating at them, and started talking nonsense. Of course her 2 best friends didn't believe it. Seeing that Bai Feifei seemed a little obsessed, one of them even reached out and touched her head. Feifei, did you eat something bad? Why do you look a little silly? Yeah, where are the fun dungeons? The ones that exist are all old dungeons. It's hard for new lords to survive nowadays. There are so many to come. I really want to support those new lords, and hope that they can come up with something new, but we have to make a living, don't we? The two best friends chatted at once and started talking about other things. Bai Feifei became anxious. He opened the chocolate packaging and stuffed one into their mouths. The two best friends were a little resistant at first. As a result, after tasting the sweetness of chocolate, his eyes lit up. How can there be something so delicious? Feifei, where are you from? Tell me now, aren't we good friends? Good things should be shared. Bai Feifei crossed her arms, held her head high and said, "What's the matter? Didn't you just not believe what I said?" The two besties looked at each other and exclaimed, "Feifei, you mean, this chocolate was obtained from that underground city?" That's right. Okay, it doesn't matter whether this dungeon is fun or not. We will go with you tomorrow just for this chocolate. Yes. When the two saw that Bai Feifei still had chocolate on her body, their eyes lit up and they pounced on her, twisting and turning. The picture is a bit ugly, so it is cut here. At the same time, Wu Yu also obtained a large amount of snacks, instant noodles, and the like, which was much more than what he got from other dungeons. It can be seen that the happiness this dungeon brings him far exceeds that of other dungeons. Looking at the instructions on the instant noodles, Wu Yu tried making a bowl of the instant noodles. Weren't ready yet, but a fragrant aroma had already reached his nose, making his mouth water. Fuck, this smells too good, doesn't it? No, I have to take a picture of it and show it to the brothers on the forum. Wu Yu quickly used the system terminal to take photos and upload them. Although the adventurer's world does not have a very high civilization, but they have a system in place, like the Lord. Everyone has a system terminal. There is a forum in this terminal. As soon as I posted the photo of instant noodles, someone responded immediately. Owner, what is this? It looks a bit like noodles, and seems to be quite fragrant. It's really strange. When did such a magical item appear in the dungeon world? Chapter 6 New Adventurer. The photos Wu Yu took on the forum did not cause much stir, with only a few familiar forum friends commenting on it. After all, he is not a big anchor. I haven't posted any game guides, so I'm not very popular. However, the emergence of Happy Chess and Cards Dungeon allowed Wu Yu to find a way to increase his fame. That is to develop the strategy for Happy Landlord. He is one of the first adventurers to play in this dungeon. Even if his strategy is not as good as those written by later people, it can still be pinned to the top. By then, everyone who goes to the Happy Chess and Cards Dungeon will see the guide he wrote it the first time. The fame growth is not a quack. Think of this. Wu Yu hurriedly opened the forum and wrote a long article, discussing every card type and the combination of these cards, then to the rules of the game. Finally, it is my own understanding. I wrote 10,000 words and posted it on the forum. A link is attached at the bottom of the guide. Just click on this link and you can go directly to the Happy Chess and Cards Dungeon. Anyone who clicks on this link will be counted towards Wu Yu's number of new customers. Brother, since you said this game is so fun, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll trust you this time. After all, we've been good friends for so many years. I'll go tomorrow, too. I'll go, too. Seeing that he had already pulled 3 people, Wu Yu was very satisfied, commented below, "Brothers, believe me, it is really very fun. All your times tomorrow will disappear there, and the food you get from there is also very delicious, really. If that lord can make another game, I will lick him until he explodes." Almost at the same time, Li Ruopu was also calling people together frantically, calling all his former teammates. The upper limit for recruiting new members is 5 people. That's a full 5,000 happy coins. When I think of this number, Li Ruopu was so excited that he almost praised his good brother to the sky. The harder he blew, the more his good brother doubted him. The more he said, "Let me tell you, if it wasn't so fun and there weren't so many good rewards, you would have to accompany me this time. At least treat the brothers to a meal." That's right. Li Ruopu nodded confidently. "If it's not fun, I'll come and see you tomorrow after getting my head shaved. It's a real haircut. Don't tell lies, absolutely don't tell lies." The 3 adventurers didn't cause much waves in the tidal town where they were, for the vast world. Tide Town is just a tiny place in the adventurers' world. There are no adventurers of too high a level here. On the forum, most discussions are about the games of the old lords, such as the one that took advantage of the popularity, God's punishment of destruction. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Shen Yu arrived at the entrance to the dungeon in the castle territory early. Before opening the dungeon, he saw many application links displayed on it. By Feifei applied to enter the dungeon. Wuyu applied to enter the underground city. Li Ruopu applied to enter the underground city. Lin Xiaoxiao applied to enter the dungeon. Wu Lanlan applied to enter the underground city. Chen Yu pulled it down. There are 12 people in total. The 3 adventurers from yesterday are all here. And judging from the links that others have entered, they were all brought in by these 3 people. I didn't expect them to arrive earlier than I thought. Chen Yu agreed to enter. In an instant, 12 adventurers appeared in the happy chess and card room. Chen Yu stood in front of the entrance to the underground city, listening to the conversation between several people inside. Brother Ruopu, is this the very, very fun dungeon you mentioned? Isn't this an escape room? If this is really an escape room, that's too lame, right? Who can play in such a tiny place? Several people looked at the decoration in the chess and card room. Apart from anything else, the luxurious and magnificent decoration still surprised them a little. This big box is quite interesting. There is a pendulum inside that keeps spinning. One of the adventurers came to Big Ben and began to study it. Li Ruopu snorted, "You all look so disdainful. When we really start playing, don't use up all your chances." Wu Yu also said, "Before yesterday, I had the same idea as you, and later I just had to mortgage my underwear to the Lord here." Others laughed, some in disbelief. Is it that exaggerated? How can a small game in a room be so addictive? I've seen card games before, but they're not that fun. Bai Feifei shook her head. This is different, this is really different, let's wait for the Lord to show up. Li Ruopu rubbed his hands and said, I have brought 4 new people here this time, so I can get at least 2,000 happy coins. Lord, please show up soon. His mind was filled with the 2,000 happy coins he received as a reward for bringing in new members, and he had no room for anything else. See here, Chen Yu knew it was time for him to go in. The bad thing about this dungeon is that you can't just sit there and do nothing. You have to guide these adventurers. It seems that I have to organize a team of adventurers to explore the nearby monster village tomorrow. See if you can catch, well, recruit a few little sisters from other races to be NPCs in the dungeon. Sexy dealer, dealing cards online. It's a great idea to think about it. It will definitely attract more adventurers, thinking in my mind. Shen Yu's consciousness has already been integrated into the underground city. See Chen Yu appear. Bai Feifei ran over and stretched out her hand impatiently. Lord, I brought 2 people over here. Here's the 1,000 happy coins as promised. I have 4, 2,000. And me, I pulled 3. Shen Yu smiled and said, don't worry, the system has all the records. These are the happy coins you get as rewards for bringing in new members. After saying that, he handed the promised happy coins to them. Bai Feifei and the other 2 were excited. Having more fun coins meant they could play longer. When the dungeon is resolved, the rewards will definitely be better. Also, Chen Yu also gave her all the happy coins that Bai Feifei had left here, a total of 7,800 coins. The extra 2,000 were what she exchanged with the remaining times yesterday. Seeing so many happy coins, Wu Yu and Li Ruopu both showed envious expressions. Sister Bai, you have a huge sum of 8,800 yuan. I'm so envious, yes. Hearing these words, the other adventurers who had just arrived were a little surprised. They didn't know what there was to be envious of. After all, they didn't know what these happy coins meant. Faced their questions, Bai Feifei and the other 2 smiled in tacit understanding without saying anything. Chen Yu gave 100 happy coins to each of the remaining adventurers, then start the novice teaching mode 1 by 1. At this moment, Chen Yu once again determined to go out and explore. Otherwise, when the scale becomes larger in the future, he would be busy enough just being an NPC. Since these adventurers were brought by Bai Feifei and his 2 companions, the 3 of them were also very enthusiastic in helping and teaching them. Not long after, the official game began in the happy chess and card room, and the 12 people quickly divided into 4 teams and sat down. A few minutes later. At Bai Feifei's table, one of her close friends let out a wail. Chapter 7. Preparing to expand the map. Wu Lanlan wanted to cry but had no tears. I lost even though I played 3 twos. Isn't this too outrageous? Bai Feifei raised her head with a proud look on her face. This all requires skills. You are still young and need more practice. With a huge sum of 8,800 yuan, she is simply a dominant force in this chess and card room. When calling the landlord, he tripled the amount even more, showing no fear at all. Of this also caused her 2 sisters to lose very quickly, and they lost all 100 happy coins in just half an hour. Wu Lanlan was unwilling to leave like this. She hadn't had enough fun yet. Sister Bai, look, we are best sisters. Why don't you lend us some happy coins and play some more? Bai Fei laughed evilly. What do you want to borrow? Go sell your bodies. The Lord is waiting for you to sell your bodies. Wu Lanlan covered her clothes, turned her head to look at Xinyu, and asked weakly, how much at a time? Xinyu was silent for a long time. One entry opportunity, exchange for 500 happy coins. All right. Bai Fei's two sisters endured the pain and exchanged 500 happy coins each, then returned to Bai Fei, gritting their teeth. Little girl, look, we are going to teach you a lesson today. The three girls fought again, and the battle was in full swing. These 12 adventurers never expected this point. One day, they will have such a fierce battle in a small house. This is much more fun than fighting monsters. Someone lost all his points in one go, and still wanted to continue playing with red eyes. When he heard that Chenyu was having a new member attraction event, he immediately left the dungeon temporarily. Not long after, he actually pulled 2 people in, got 1,000 happy coins as promised, and immediately joined the battle again. The 2 people who had just come in were probably seeing this kind of scene for the first time, and they stood there in a dazed. It was Chenyu who went over and performed some novice teaching tasks on them before they understood how to play. Some adventurers were tired from playing and stood up temporarily. These 2 people filled in. Not long after, the 2 new adventurers were also addicted and devoted themselves to studying chess and cards. This board game is so special. It's fun. It's so fun. It's really fun. I didn't feel anything when I watched it, but after I sat down to play it, I realized that this dungeon is really addictive. For 2s, ha, let's see who of you can afford it. Wang Jia, you little brat, do you want me to teach you a lesson? I wonder if I can get the chocolate when the settlement is made tonight? I tried it yesterday and it was so delicious that I couldn't stop eating it. That's because you haven't tried instant noodles. That's the real delicacy. It's more fun when there are more people. Today is more exciting than yesterday when there were only 3 of us. There are too many variables. Yeah, I think we'll definitely get more food and supplies when we settle today. I don't know what other good things the Lord has here. What we ate yesterday was really delicious. The Happy Chess and Cards dungeon is extremely lively. After the adventurer got too excited about the game, he stood up and played his cards with great vigor, as if he was determined to fight to the death. Some adventurers who had accumulated a certain amount of adventure coins began to form a group with Bai Fei and sat in the intermediate field. More happy coins are consumed here. It's also more exciting. Bai Fei even lost 2,000 happy coins in one go, and she was so heartbroken that she jumped up and down. The time lasted until evening. The adventurers reluctantly left the chess and card room. Xinyu sat at the table in the chess and card room, looking at the empty room, his heart filled with joy. Today's profit is higher than expected. I originally thought there would be only 12 people, but they brought in 5 more. In total, we got 76 soul crystals. It's a great harvest. It's really a great harvest. Not everyone uses up their times here, but most adventurers still choose to exchange the remaining times for happy coins. Although the happy coins are circulating among these adventurers and the total amount has not changed, it does not prevent them from wanting to have more happy coins after they get excited. Combining yesterday's soul crystals and the ones I consumed daily, I now have a total of 90 soul crystals, enough for me to organize an adventure team. Xinyu opened the system terminal, found the option for the adventurers team inside, select later, the adventurers exclusive interface appears. To organize an adventurer team, we must first build an adventurer tavern. Fortunately, a level 1 tavern does not require soul crystals. Building, Adventurer's Tavern, Level 1, Function, the initial adventurer building can accommodate 20 adventurer spirits. When the adventurer spirits are used, the number of soul crystals consumed will be determined by the level and quality of the spirits. If the use time exceeds 24 hours, additional soul crystals need to be injected before it can continue to be used. Current Adventurer's Spirit, ordinary level times 20. This is equivalent to a contract. The Adventurer's Spirit belongs to the Lord, but it can only be activated when an adventurer from another world possesses it. Each summoning requires the consumption of a certain amount of soul crystals in order to summon the adventurer from another world onto the Adventurer's Spirit. It is equivalent to the Lord having 20 puppets but no souls, and needs to call a group of free workers over. However, these people who work for free cannot really do so. They need certain rewards to attract them, because the duration of exploration missions is 1 day. Every time adventurers are summoned, it means that they have no time to carefully calculate their usage of the day's times and can only use them recklessly. Therefore, if there is no certain reward to attract, most adventurers are unwilling to work for free. They still have to make a living. And these rewards, it generally refers to some extra benefits that the Lord's Dungeon gives to these adventurers, such as powerful equipment, or some other title. Adventurers will only be willing to come and help the Lord if the rewards are attractive enough, but there is a problem with this. That is, after these adventurers obtain powerful equipment and titles, they can easily clear the Lord's Dungeon, and may even bring newbies with them. In this way, if this exploration does not yield enough benefits, then this Lord is at a loss. However, this problem is not a problem for Chen Yu. After all, his current dungeon does not require equipment and titles, only happy coins, but having only happy coins is definitely not enough to attract people. Chen Yu thought about it. Something like this was written after the task. Mission: expand the map. Task content: explore the forest north of the castle. While conducting a large-scale exploration, find and recruit aliens. Requirements: beautiful, female, or male if not available, to join the castle. All members will be rewarded with 300 happy coins for this mission, and the top 5 adventurers on the counting board will be rewarded with an additional 100 contribution points. Task duration: 1 day. Number of people on the mission: 20. Chen Yu hoped to complete it in one go, so he directly marked 20 people in the contribution point row. He made a special note to explain the role of the contribution points, then it was released. Chapter 8, Dasha City That Never Sleeps. Chen Yu finally took a look at the information about his territory. I found out that the castle has not been named yet, I just gave it a name, Dasha City That Never Sleeps. Castle, Dasha City That Never Sleeps, Level 1, Lord, Chen Yu. Citizens, none. Building, Adventurer's Tavern, Level 1, Dungeon 1/10, Happy Chess and Cards, Level 1, Daily Maintenance Cost of Protective Shield, Soul Crystal ×1, currently in the Novice Protection Period, no additional consumption is required. Novice Protection Period countdown, 3 days, 21 hours, 52 minutes. The dungeon is like a server. There is a limit on the number of people that can enter. If there are too many people, it will be full and you won't be able to squeeze in. Currently, the first level dungeon can only accommodate 20 people. It seems that we need to get a few more servers. To build a new dungeon, 100 soul crystals are required. A lord's territory can only build a maximum of 10 dungeons. However, if the castle is upgraded, the dungeon can also be upgraded, and the capacity will be expanded. Chen Yu learned about the rules of building construction. He estimated that by tomorrow he would have enough resources to build a second dungeon. Adventurer's World. Bai Feifei exited the copy and looked at a small bag of rice and a spicy hot pot set that appeared out of thin air in front of her, and fell into deep thought again. I know this rice. It only needs to be cooked. It is a very good storage material. It can be sold for a lot of money at the market. But what is this? Bai Feifei studied it carefully. There were some operating instructions written on the hot pot base, which were easy to understand. Behind him, Lin Xiaoxiao and Wu Lanlan also rushed over from the next room. Both of them were in high spirits, holding a large pile of food, including snacks and the like. Fei, look. That's a lot of food. It's really too much. Not only do we not have to go hungry, but we can also exchange the leftover food for money. With so much food, my parents don't have to work so hard and don't have to worry about going hungry. It's great. Wu Lanlan couldn't help shedding tears as she spoke. In the world of adventurers, they don't just have to worry about whether they have enough to eat today or whether they will get hungry. In this world, the most difficult problem is actually the issue of retirement, because when they reach a certain age, they will lose their system terminals and return to the countryside, but because the resources in this world are too scarce. Land allocation is also limited, even if all resources were given to middle-aged and elderly people for labor and retirement, hunger would still occur. Therefore, how much money they can save when they are young determines whether they will suffer when they are old. This is also the reason why, even if the adventurers currently eat well and sleep well, they will continue to look for dungeons that can stimulate their emotions instead of taking care of new lords. Because adventurers also have to solve the problem of retirement. So, at the end of the day, you will only make a profit if you get food that exceeds your daily consumption. However, there are too few dungeons with surpluses, and most of them are still unable to provide that much dopamine secretion. At best, they can only meet the needs of the day, and you may even go hungry occasionally. That's why Wu Lanlan would only cry with excitement when she got so much food. The food she got today was enough to last her for several days. Not only do you not have to go hungry, but you can also share the food with your parents. If I could have such income every day, then she can not only support a family, but she doesn't even have to worry about her own retirement. Fei Fei, it's all thanks to you that you led me to find such an interesting dungeon. Bai Fei said with a smile, we are good girlfriends. We must share good things together. And the one who should be thanked is not me, but Lord Chen. Lin Xiaoxiao also said, that's true. If the dungeon he built hadn't been so fun, we wouldn't have gotten so many magical and delicious foods. Wu Lanlan nodded heavily, yes, from now on, I will be Lord Chen's most loyal fan. I will protect him and allow him to have enough time to create a more interesting dungeon. Yes, let's form a fan club with the three of us. Bai Fei suggested. Lin Xiaoxiao also said, sure, although the three of us can't do much, but we can still be cheerleaders, and at least we can bring some popularity to Lord Chen. Bai Fei and the other two all looked pretty good, but they had been busy making a living and had no time or energy to run a forum. But now it's different. The three of them took a shower and put on makeup, then started a live broadcast on the Adventurer Forum. What's the name of the fan club? Bai Fei thought about it, opened the information of Chen Yu's territory, and after seeing the name of Daxia City that never sleeps, she immediately made a decision. Then enter Daxia Fan Club. The count registration. Bai Fei and the other two first shot a few dance videos to carry out all-round promotion for Daxia City that never sleeps, and then started the live broadcast. For adventurers who have played dungeons for a whole day, watching beautiful women's live broadcasts at night is a very relaxing way to relieve their mood. Therefore, as soon as Bai Fei and other two posted the video, someone noticed it. Daxia Fan Club? What kind of underground city fan club is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Which old dungeon is promoting again? What kind of subject is this? The three girls are so pretty. It's a pity that they don't use their legs to ride a tricycle. No matter what the subject is, just look at the legs first. Miss, look at your legs. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly reached several hundred. However, most of them just come here to have fun and watch the anchors, and no one cares what Bai Fei and the others are promoting. This is normal. Bai Fei and the other two are not even small anchors at the moment, and they don't do anything borderline. They just dance and sing normally to liven up the atmosphere, so if 2 or 3 of the hundreds of people can switch to play, it's considered pretty good. And these adventurers who go to the dungeon through the live broadcast room will be recorded in Bai Fei and her team's list of new members during the live broadcast. Bai Fei and the others also saw the task information sent by Chen Yufa and directly published it in the live broadcast room. Those of you who want to team up with the anchor, you must come to participate in the mission of Daxia Never Sleeping City tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The other side. Wu Yu wrote his strategy experience on the forum overnight. The content is no longer nonsense. Instead, we try to maintain an objective tone as much as possible and conduct a comprehensive evaluation of Happy Chess and Cards Dungeon. Among the 3 forum friends who went with him today, there was one who was at a very high level, and he spoke up to agree with them. The credibility of this article has been greatly improved. What the OP said is so interesting, I will go and see it tomorrow. It's ridiculous that we can get several days' worth of food at a time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. This feeling only occurs when certain popular dungeons first appear. I am a professional counterfeiter. I will go and expose counterfeits for you to see tomorrow. Chapter 9. The Adventurers team sets out the number of people viewing Wu Yu's strategy article has increased from a few yesterday to dozens today. There has been quite a bit of growth. In fact, it was also thanks to his friend of a higher level. The growth in the number of people is naturally not as great as that in Bai Fei and her colleagues' live broadcast room. After all, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon is just a small, unknown dungeon. Look at the legs, or look at a bunch of boring data. I believe the old perverts have made the decision in their hearts. Under the Wu Yu forum, most of the comments are from a few of his friends. What several people are complaining about now is the map expansion mission that Chen Yu just released. To be honest, Lord Chen is a bit too stingy. That's right. Only 300 happy coins for one trip. Isn't that too little? I want more. And what the hell is this contribution point? Wu Yu replied, actually, that can't be said. Although I only gave you 300 happy coins, Lord Chen's dungeon is a little different from others. Other people's dungeons require time to play, but in Lord Chen's dungeon, you can just spend your life, and you can use up all your chances for the day in just 1 minute. So it's equivalent to 2,800 happy coins. It seems to make sense, but why does it feel like something is wrong? Oh, by the way, look at the contribution point. What does it mean? I don't understand. Wuyu took a quick look. Can contribution points be exchanged for title value? Can the title value increase the starry sky level? At the star and moon levels, you can get a reward chest from a designated dungeon every day. If you log in every day during the week, you can get a bigger weekly reward chest. Wuyu clicked again to learn more. Currently there is only one dungeon here, and that is the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon, Starry Sky level 1, daily reward of 100 joy coins and weekly reward of 500 joy coins. Starry Sky level 2, daily reward of 300 joy coins and weekly reward of 1500 joy coins. The following are the dazzling Starry Sky rewards, and if the Starry Sky level is high, there will be special prompts when entering the dungeon, the kind that is announced to the whole server, and the name above the head will change color to noble gold. As your Starry Sky rank increases, the handling fee for depositing happy coins will also be reduced. Not only that, when you reach the 3rd Starry Sky rank, the deposited happy coins will even generate interest. Look at these rewards. Wuyu and others suddenly became alert. Fuck, a server-wide announcement, a golden name, this person must be a big shot if he goes in. If Lord Chen really makes it big in the future, then this Starry Sky title will definitely be very awesome. The tasks at this stage are still simple, and it will definitely be difficult to obtain this Starry Sky title in the future. Although the things that the Starry Sky title gives us have not yet been fully realized, there is still hope for the future. Anyway, I can convert tomorrow's times into happy coins and save them up in advance, so I will definitely go tomorrow. I want to go, too. I want to get my Starry Sky Lordship to level 3 as soon as possible. If other popular dungeons are opened in the future, I will be a veteran. Lord Chen has a promising future and is worth our investment. Wuyu and others made their decisions. Compared to Wuyu's forum career, Li Ruopu also started the live broadcast route. Of course, he is not just doing live streaming. After all, no one will watch you even if you try to skirt the rules. He walked away a food broadcast, because Li Ruopu realized that the food he got from Chunyu was something he had never seen before. If we start a food broadcast, there will definitely be traffic. Really not long after the live broadcast started, a few viewers appeared. For an anchor who has no fame and no good looks, it is already very good to be able to retain a few viewers at the beginning. He decided to pursue this course, while increasing his own fame. He also promoted Chunyu's dungeon and did some new customer acquisition tasks. My dear family, look at this instant noodle. Wow, it is really fragrant and chewy. It feels really good when you eat it. And this cake, oh haha, I know how to eat it. How do I describe its taste? I think it has a very dense texture, and it mainly has a light milky flavor. Link? Family, the link is below. Just click on it and you will be able to go to Lord Chen's dungeon. Sit a little in the middle? Oh, okay. Li Ruopu, Bai Feifei, and Wuyu all gradually started their careers because of Chenyu, and on Chenyu's side, because of the efforts of these 3 people, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon was fully booked the next day. Through the link, Chenyu knew that the main reason was the 3 adventurers who came to his dungeon for the first time. Therefore, Chenyu specially marked these 3 people and opened a VIP channel for them. No matter how long the queue is, these 3 adventurers will be able to squeeze in first. Got this message by Feifei and the others were all extremely excited. Seeing the reservation quota for the next day, Chenyu was already thinking about how to arrange these empty dungeons in the territory. A time quickly came to the next day. Chenyu first used the Adventurers Tavern to summon all the adventurers who had made appointments to apply for missions. Inside the tavern, 20 adventurer spirits glow. By Feifei, Wuyu and others walked out one by one and looked at the dilapidated castle in front of them. Chenyu was standing not far away. Welcome to my castle, adventurers. Bai Feifei said in surprise. Lord Chen, is this your castle? Why does it look a bit shabby? Chenyu smiled helplessly. There is no way. We are still too poor. The territory needs development and population. It all depends on how the battle goes today. Wuyu said, don't worry, Lord Chen, we will search carefully to see if there are any intelligent races in the north. Thank you, everyone. To thank all the adventurers for their help, your times today will be exchanged for happy coins at a multiple of twice. What do you think? Shenyu asked. In fact, he has the final say on how many happy coins he has. It's just a string of data. However, it fell into the eyes of adventurers. Shenyu's action turned out to be extremely kind and his conscience was very good, because these 20 adventurers are basically the same group of people who came to play the game yesterday, and only 3 of them came for Bai Feifei and Lin Xiaoxiao's looks. Since they are pursuing a girl, at this moment, these 3 people certainly appear generous. Therefore, before the dungeon opened, Shenyu had already harvested 100 soul crystals. It's higher than his earnings yesterday. This made Shenyu secretly happy. After briefly explaining the mission, the team of adventurers set off in a mighty manner. The dark world is huge. It was divided into countless areas by the gods. Shenyu is in the novice area. The monsters here are not particularly strong. They are basically beasts of no level and no quality. The adventurer's spirit that Bai Feifei and the others brought with them was only level 1 and of ordinary quality, which was considered pretty good. Therefore, as long as your luck is not too bad, it is very easy to explore the entire forest. Chapter 10 Happy Chess. Second line. After watching the adventurers leave, Shenyu turned around and opened the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. The number of reservations reached more than 20. Unfortunately, the current dungeon capacity is limited to 20 players, and you can only enter the rest after you have finished playing the previous ones and exited. But fortunately, Shenyu just got a full 100 soul crystals. A new dungeon can be built. Logically speaking, rebuilding a dungeon would take a very long time, but because Shenyu only planned to replicate the previous dungeon, and he had the template, the replication was just a matter of a moment. Do you want to build a dungeon? Level 1, yes. As soon as Shenyu finished speaking, an underground city suddenly appeared in front of him, then his consciousness was immersed, and an identical dungeon was replicated in an instant. This is equivalent to another server. Shenyu named the first dungeon Happy Chess and Cards, Line 1, and this one is called Happy Chess and Cards, Line 2. Later he combined the 2 dungeon servers and expanded the room. After completing these, Shenyu immediately let all the adventurers in. There were still 70 soul crystals left. He was just waiting to slaughter some soul crystals from these fat sheep. No, adventurers today. Happy Chess and Cards in the underground city. Is it finally open? This is the fun dungeon the anchor mentioned. Hey, is there a streamer for this game? So how did you get here, buddy? No one should watch this kind of newbie dungeon, right? My friend recommended it to me. He played it yesterday and thought it was really fun, so he asked me to come along. Oh, and he also seemed to be helping the lord of this dungeon expand the map. This is a novice lord, and he can actually motivate people to do missions? It seems that this dungeon is not simple. The first line and second line rooms were connected, and more than 20 people squeezed into an expanded large room, chatting away. Shenyu then appeared among them. Once again, I went through the most troublesome novice tutorial. He now only hopes that the adventurer team can bring back a few little sisters from other races this time. Teach it carefully, you can then go to work as a bunny girl. While Shenyu was teaching the newly arrived adventurers one by one, on the other side, the adventurer team also encountered their first opponent. They are 7 giant forest wolves. These giant forest wolves are stronger than ordinary wild beasts, reaching the level of normal level. The combat capability is pretty good. After all, some weak beasts can't even reach the normal level. Of course, adventurers are not bad either. The dungeons they face most often are combat dungeons. So, in terms of combat skills, no need to worry at all. Seeing the 7 giant forest wolves, the adventurers did not retreat in fear. Instead, they picked up sticks, iron bars, and swords and rushed forward. There was a lot of crackling noises. Just kill 4 giant forest wolves. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other 3 immediately ran away, dragging their seriously injured bodies. Too weak, I haven't exerted my full strength yet. Wu Yu waved his fist. His favorite thing is the combat dungeon, and his combat skills are very strong. Okay, stop chasing. Let's see if we can get anything first. Li Ruopu was the first to search for the body. In the end, he really found a magic crystal. It's actually a first-level magic crystal. Bai Feifei said in surprise, these magic crystals are very rare. I heard that it takes several dark creatures to explode one magic crystal. Our adventurer spirits need to be upgraded, and that all depends on magic crystals. Take it back to the Lord, maybe he will reward us with some more joy coins. Everyone nodded. The magic crystal is of no use to them, although it is used to upgrade adventurer's spirit. Adventurer's spirit belongs to the dungeon lord. Adventurers only have the right to use, not the right to own. Every time they were summoned, Shenyu would decide which adventurer's spirit they would use, and then changed their professional form based on this spirit. If Chenyu did not make any special distribution, they could grab them themselves when they were summoned. All in all, this is a pretty useful gadget for dungeon lords. Bai Feifei and the others decided to keep them and bring back more if they had the chance. Since they had decided to help Daxia City that never sleeps and became its fans, they would definitely consider its interests in every way. While a few people were still studying the magic crystal, several arrows suddenly flew over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, an adventurer was accidentally shot to death by a sneak attack. Enemy attack. They actually have bows and arrows. They must be an intelligent race. Great, where are they? The grass. They are all in the grass. The adventurer quickly found the location where the arrow came from. They rushed over in a huge crowd. The attackers in the bushes probably didn't expect that these adventurers would be so fearless and brave. When they saw the adventurers rushing towards them, they were so scared that they ran away. Everyone only saw a few greenskins jumping out. A few goblins? How can it be such an intelligent creature? I hate goblins the most. I heard that they plunder young foreign women everywhere and reproduce for them. They are such a disgusting race. Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and said, "Kill them and destroy their nest." A group of adventurers rushed forward with all their might. 3 or 4 goblins were killed with just a few slashes. The remaining one ran too fast, and everyone hurried to follow him. Don't let him get away. It's okay to let him run first. We can just see where his lair is. I remember that a dungeon lord can occupy the territories of other intelligent creatures and expand their territory. How about we take this opportunity to destroy a territory and bring it back? Okay, go ahead, brothers. The adventurers became more and more excited. After all, for them, coming to the dark world is just like going to a dungeon to play games. The only pity is that completing tasks in the dark world will not result in any real-world rewards. Otherwise, for these adventurers, the dark world is much more interesting than many dungeons. Everyone followed the goblins' escape route, originally thinking that they could follow the clues and find the goblin's lair. Unexpectedly, this goblin actually ran into a goblin army. That's weird. What are they doing? This goblin army seems to be attacking a village. There are quite a lot of people, more than 30 goblins. There's a goblin that's quite big among them. He should be the goblin leader, right? Everyone saw the escaped goblin running to the goblin leader, mumbling something. It should be a complaint. The little goblin couldn't afford to play, but he still complained. Chapter 11 Recruiting Half-Elf Girls. There are too many people on the other side. Should we kill them? What's there to be afraid of? Is there anything for us adventurers to be afraid of? That's right. We have played all kinds of dungeons. Why should we be afraid of a few goblins? Just kill them. And it seems they are attacking someone else's village, and there are armed forces in that village fighting back. Wu said excitedly, "That's perfect, let's do a joint attack from inside and outside." After saying that, he rushed out with a stick. Seeing Wu rushing out so recklessly, the other adventurers had no choice but to rush out as well. Suddenly, 19 adventurers rushed out, which obviously scared the goblin army, and they let out a lot of strange noises. I guess it took some time to react. The adventurer team rushed in instantly and fought with the confused goblins. These goblins are all dwarfs. Although they have green skin and bared teeth, they are still too weak compared to the orcs. Their general grade is only ordinary grade, and among ordinary grade troops, it is difficult to find those weaker than them. Therefore, these more than 30 goblins were instantly defeated when faced with the attack of 20 adventurers. After the goblin soldiers were almost wiped out, the excellent goblin leader was instantly besieged by adventurers facing the excited adventurers. Although the goblin leader was more powerful, he could not withstand the fact that these adventurers were too timid. Poke this way and that way. He was not given any chance to face the enemy head-on. Poke him in the ass. Poke him in the ass. Yes, yes, yes. He turns very slowly, and it's hard to defend against his asshole. Use a stick to poke it. I'll do it, I'll do it. My stick is sharper. You guys attract his attention. With the alliance of adventurers, the goblin leader, who had great fighting power, was stabbed to death by sticks one by one. The goblin leader could never understand until his death why there were such dirty tactics in the world inside the village. The 2 soldiers who were defending the village hard were shocked when they saw reinforcements coming. Knowing that the village was saved, he rushed out with a knife in hand. With the combined efforts of both sides, the goblin army was quickly defeated. Only 3 or 2 goblins escaped back, and even the goblin leader was killed by Wu Yu's stick. Several adventurers began to search for the body. They found several more magic crystals, and also found a high-quality magic crystal from the goblin leader. Oh, it's grown big. When Leader Chen saw this excellent magic crystal, he must have been smiling from ear to ear. He will definitely give us some happy coins as a reward now. Several people were discussing. The village that was rescued also sent 2 people to negotiate with them. The people in this village look a bit like humans, but the ears are pointy. Elf? Wu Yu asked in surprise. It shouldn't be. How can elves be so weak? Even if they are weak, it is impossible for them to be suppressed by a few goblins. Bai Feifei shook her head. They should be half-elves, hybrids of humans and elves, and they are abandoned by both sides. Li Ruopu said, let's listen to what they say first. 2 half-elf representatives approached. One of them looked older and should be the elder here, or the village chief. After they came closer, they said gurgle. It's a lot of noise. The adventurers were completely confused and couldn't understand what was being said. It seems there is a language barrier. Li Ruopu scratched his head. What should I do? Bai Feifei thought about it and took out a recruitment order from her arms. In the dark world, language is not necessary, but you must recognize the system stuff. As expected, the 2 half-elves immediately understood something after seeing the recruitment order. After the 2 of them communicated for a while, they made a gesture and asked the adventurers to follow in. Then he called out all the people in his village and indicated that the adventurers could choose. However, the 2 half-elf warriors who were capable of fighting were not among those selected. The adventurers guessed that this should be the only fighting force in the village and should be kept to defend the village. As for the others, they are all old, weak, women and children. Not only do they have no fighting power, they also consume food. The half-elf elder probably wishes someone could feed them. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Lord Qin doesn't care about combat power. He even specifically asked for beautiful girls. What do you think of these 2? The men's eyes for selecting beauties were always surprisingly consistent, and they soon found 2 skinny and petite half-elf girls in the crowd. They look malnourished, but if they were dressed up properly, they would definitely be beautiful. In order to prevent the 2 girls from getting scared, Bai Feifei went over alone and pointed to the recruitment order in her hand. The 2 half-elf girls were still a little scared. Huddled behind their mothers, however, after the half-elf elder said a few words, the 2 girls hesitated and chose to accept the recruitment order. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited 2 subjects, half-elves, no level, no quality. Xinyu was sitting outside the castle basking in the sun when this line of words suddenly appeared on his system panel. He knew that the adventurers had succeeded and actually recruited 2 alien races. Seeing the 3 words half-elf, Xinyu was very satisfied. After all, he was going to show his face in the dungeon, so as long as he was not an ugly monster, it would be fine. Xinyu sat quietly, waiting for the return of the adventurer team. About 10 minutes later, the adventurer team appeared outside the protective shield of the castle. Because they were worried about any accidents on the way, they sent the 2 girls back first. The adventurers knew that they could be resurrected if they died, but once the half-elf girl died, she would be gone forever. After sending the half-elf girl there, the adventurer team left again. They wanted to continue searching the forest. After entering the castle, Xinyu looked at the 2 half-elf girls and nodded with satisfaction. These 2 half-elf girls are quite pretty, with a kind of mixed-race beauty. They are perfect as NPCs in Happy Chess and Cards. What are your names? Because they signed the recruitment order, the 2 half-elf girls quickly learned Xinyu's language. In reply to the Lord, my name is Lina and her name is Effie. The 2 half-elf girls were still a little restrained. However, when he realized that the Lord in front of him was not so difficult to get along with, he gradually relaxed. Xinyu looked at their skinny appearance and realized that there was no surplus food in the village and they were suffering from malnutrition all year round. Xinyu immediately exchanged 2 extremely rich meals from the system. Warning: the food you have exchanged has exceeded the limit for novice lords. The excess needs to be purchased with soul crystals. Buy. Your broken system is so stingy. Xinyu complained, with a wave of his hand, and after consuming a little soul crystal, a bowl of food instantly filled the ground. Eat, it's all yours. Xinyu said. Hearing these words, Lina and Effie's eyes widened instantly, and they blinked their blue eyes at Xinyu. It seems a little unbelievable. My lord, are these all for us? Hearing Lina's somewhat frightened tone, Xinyu couldn't help but shake his head. What a poor girl. Eat, it's all yours. You've come to my castle, and as long as you work hard, there will be plenty of food. Hearing this, Lena's eyes instantly filled with tears, and the two of them hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. The two of them have signed a lifelong contract. From now on, they are the people of the castle and can never betray. Chapter 12 Bunny Girl My Lord. The two girls who were eating voraciously had no resistance to the delicious food. However, when they were halfway through their meal, Lena suddenly said cautiously, Lord, can I take these foods back to my mother? Faye also said weakly, I also want to take it back, so that we can eat less in the future. Look at how pitiful they both look. Shen Yu did not refuse and said without hesitation, of course, it's okay for you to take everything back, but the dark world is very dangerous. It's not safe for you two to go back by yourselves. I'll let the adventurers go there later. After all, it's a waste of resources and labor, and it would be a waste if not used. The half-elf tribe is near his castle. He could try to win them over with food first, and then slowly recruit them when he becomes stronger. I can still afford the soul crystals of these foods, and using them to exchange for some loyal subjects is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Shen Yu sent a message to the adventurer team, let them send a few small teams back first. Not long after, Li Ruopo came back with a few people. How is it going? Have you found any trace of the goblin tribe? Shen Yu asked this question the first time he came back. Li Ruopo shook his head. Those guys are too cunning. The forest to the north is also quite large. We still need time to search. Shen Yu nodded, okay, there's no rush. After saying that, he exchanged a large amount of food from the system, mixed it with the leftovers of the two girls, and said to Li Ruopo, well, you guys should help deliver these foods to the half-elf tribe first. This can be considered an extra task. Thank you for the hard work. Seeing Shen Yu being so polite, Li Ruopo said with a smile, what's the big deal? Those half-elves are really miserable. I really want to help them. After a brief conversation, Li Ruopo took his men to take the food away. Lena and Effie looked at Shen Yu with grateful eyes. They were already very grateful that they could send a little bit of food back. As a result, Shen Yu also exchanged a large amount of additional food, which all needed to be purchased with soul crystals. Such behavior made them feel extremely grateful. My lord, we will work hard. No matter what you want us to do, we are willing to do it. Lena expressed her loyalty. The meaning of her words actually covers all aspects. Lena had also heard that some lords had strange hobbies and specifically collected beauties from all races just to satisfy those hobbies. Therefore, she mistakenly thought that Shen Yu was the same. Otherwise, why would a lord, especially a new lord, waste precious resources to recruit two girls who have no fighting ability? The food consumed by the people in the territory and the soul crystals consumed for the daily maintenance of the territory's protective shield will increase as the number of people in the territory increases. Those are all very important resources, and are generally used by combat-capable arms to expand territory. Alina didn't know anything else, but this was clear to her. The intelligent races in the Dark World had some knowledge about the system since they were born. What Lena didn't expect was that not only did Shen Yu not impatiently pull them into the castle, he also did not sit aside and look them up and down. Instead, I talked to them about their future work in the castle, and the work is extremely simple, just hosting adventurers. Not only is the work content simple, there is abundant food every day and an extremely safe place to live, which is much better than living in the half-elf tribe, where one lives in fear and worry about being kidnapped by goblins all the time. This place is simply paradise. My lord, is this all we have to do every day? Lena still found it a little unbelievable. After living in the Dark World for a long time, it is very satisfying to have a full meal after a hard day's work, but after listening to the Lord's description, the work here is not only not tiring, but also seems to be very simple. Isn't this tiring enough? Now it was Shen Yu's turn to be shocked. Happy Chess and Cards. The dungeon is open for 12 hours a day. Staying in it for such a long time, in Shen Yu's opinion, is already a bit of oppression on the labor force. Originally, Shen Yu was thinking about whether to have a two-shift system, but looking at the looks of the two little girls, it seemed that I was a little too kind. My lord, please let us do more. Yes, lord, please let us prove our worth. The two half-elf girls said cautiously. Everyone likes a leisurely day, but life since childhood has taught Lena and her friends that only by having a certain value can they avoid being abandoned. Therefore, They want to demonstrate their value as much as possible in this world where force is supreme. Chenyu was speechless for a moment. Finally, he said, if you think the working hours are not enough, you can drive as late as you want, but I guess there won't be many adventurers at night. Most adventurers like to go out to work during the day, and it has become a habit. They only have 5 admissions per day. A whole day is enough time to waste, so most dungeons are open for only 12 hours. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Chenyu felt that the 2 little girls were too formal, as if they were afraid that he would not want them anymore. Okay, doing the job well is more important than anything else. There are new adventurers coming in right now. Come with me and I'll take you to get familiar with the working environment. After saying, Chenyu took Lena and the other person into the underground city of Happy Chess and Cards because the first and second lines have interoperable data. Therefore, no matter which dungeon you enter from, you will appear in that large room. A flash of light passed by when entering. Chenyu specially designed a set of clothes for the 2 half-elf girls. Therefore, when they appeared in the game, the clothes of the 2 half-elf girls had been changed into exclusive bunny girl suits. The half-elf girl with waist-length silver hair was wrapped in a matte black velvet bodysuit and her pointed ears were adorned with mithril earrings. They wore bunny ears on their heads. Between the over-the-knee fishnet stockings and the patent leather high heels, the snow-white skin is faintly visible. Of course, it is second only to showing the calves, which are covered tightly, and the main purpose is just to fit the occasion. A serious game, no skirting the line. As soon as the 2 bunny girls appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Fuck. Look guys, a half-elf girl. She's really beautiful. This outfit is also very beautiful. The bunny style is cute and a bit charming at the same time. TSK, Lord Chen is actually good at designing clothes. I thought he could only design games. Can anyone make the same clothes? I want to wear them for my girlfriend. Wake up, your girlfriend is about to leak. Chapter 13, the third server, Happy Chess and Cards. There are now nearly 30 adventurers in the dungeon, and they all gave extremely gentlemanly comments on the bunny girl's costume. It means wanting to watch and loving to watch. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. To prevent anyone from touching Lena and the others, Chenyu directly set the combat power data of Lena and Effie very high. It has reached the level where it can kill adventurers instantly. Of course, this data is only available in the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon, and it will disappear once you leave the dungeon. Then Chenyu made a rule that anyone who fought or caused trouble in Happy Chess and Cards, Lena and the others had the power to kill them directly, expel them and confiscate all their happy coins. With this rule in place, adventurers playing here will surely not do anything out of line, even if there are 1 or 2 troublemakers. After being taught a lesson, they can serve as examples to deter other adventurers. With ill intentions, this is much better than the real world. In the real world, one has to hire a team of bodyguards to maintain order at the scene, but here, Chenyu only needs 2 girls to handle all problems. Whether it is responsible for the novice tutorial, you also need to exchange for happy coins. Or it is to manage order on site. Both Lena and Effie got the hang of it quickly. They also memorized everything Chenyu taught them in a small notebook, planning to review it again in the evening. Seeing how studious and serious they were, Chenyu nodded with satisfaction. Really capable. With these 2 girls around, he can be a hands-off boss and even sleep in, without having to get up early in the morning to open the dungeon. In my spare time, Lena also made a suggestion. That is to get some drinks and sell them to adventurers to recover some of the joy coins. This little suggestion made Chenyu's eyes light up. Although adventurers will not feel full when eating food from the dungeon or the dark world, this is because their consciousness has traveled through time and their true bodies are still in their own world. But no matter what, you can still feel the taste. After these adventurers get addicted to the game, they will instinctively want to find something to eat. Chenyu can provide this service. Then collect a certain amount of joy coins. It also plays the role of recycling happy coins. Originally, Chenyu was considering using some other dungeons to consume the happy coins, but he didn't have the energy to do it now. It's not bad to be able to make some small things in advance and carry out a wave of consumption. A steady stream of water goes a long way. If this continues for a long time, you should be able to accumulate and recover a lot of happy coins. After making a decision, Chenyu quickly set up a bar, restaurant and lounge area on the edge of the underground city. The bar sells a variety of desserts, and can also mix cocktails and drinks, all of which are made based on Chenyu's memories from his previous life. Chenyu deliberately made the dish look more upscale, always adhere to the principle of having a large plate, fewer dishes, and putting some grass in the empty space. The selling price is as low as 888 happy coins, waiting for you to come and spend. No, Mr. Who doesn't like 888. After finishing all this, Chenyu assigned some work to the Two half-elf girls. He appointed Lena as the director of the dungeon, responsible for the operation of the entire dungeon. She needs to manage novice teaching, happy coin exchange, etc. Effie is mainly responsible for managing the restaurant and trading with adventurers. Of course, when she is free, she can also assist Lena in her work. After arranging all this, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon finally became a dungeon that can operate on its own. When Shenyu finished arranging all these, 2 or 3 more adventurers came to the dungeon. They must have been recommended by their friends and relatives through the new member recruitment mission. After all, at present, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon can only rely on new user activities to have a certain amount of traffic. In order to earn some fun coins for taking on new tasks, many adventurers, after losing all their money, started to target their friends. Try to attract more people and get more happy coins. Of course, not everyone will become addicted to Happy Landlord after coming in. Some adventurers just took a look and left. Some adventurers played for a while with the attitude of, since they were here, they might as well give it a try, and then left after losing all their free adventure coins. However, based on the proportion, the majority of them remain. Such a retention rate is already comparable to that of many popular games, which shows that Happy Chess and Cards dungeon is still very good in their minds. The number of people in the dungeon is about to reach the upper limit of 40. Shenyu retreated, prepare to create another Happy Chess and Cards. Third line. Do you want to build a dungeon? Level 1, yes. During this half day, Shenyu already had enough soul crystals on hand, so there was no pressure to build another dungeon this time. It is also a 100% replica. After merging the 3 servers and replicating the environment inside, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon instantly expanded a lot. The adventurers playing inside soon noticed this. Oh, Lord Chen has added another dungeon. Is this the second expansion? It's already amazing for a new lord to expand once in just 4 days, but I didn't expect to expand it again. Sure enough, we were ripped off. Damn it, I spent my entire day here. This dungeon is too addictive. Yeah, I just came to take a look, but I couldn't leave. It was really too much. I win and lose happy coins quickly. When the odds are high and the winning or losing is decided by one hand, my heart is really pounding. You're right. Now I don't dare to exchange too many happy coins at one time, nor do I dare to go to the intermediate field to play, for fear that some guy will double the happy coins crazily and cheat all my happy coins away. Yeah, even though the loss wasn't real money, I could redeem 2,500 happy coins every day if I came here, but it still hurts. The main thing is that I'm afraid of losing everything and having nothing to play with. The adventurers were talking to each other. The entire Happy Chess and Cards dungeon is filled with a cheerful atmosphere. This situation, is not found in any dungeon. Most dungeons are unable to handle the relationship between adventurers, and are afraid that old adventurers will lead new adventurers, affecting the clearance rate. It's better to just choose to create standalone content so that adventurers will never meet each other in their lifetime, but in this way, the game content becomes too fixed. No matter how fun the dungeon is, without the fun of interaction, you will lose interest after playing it a few times. Coupled with the impact of the strategy group, standalone dungeons soon fell out of favor. As for team-type dungeons, most lords design the team size to be between 2 and 4 people, only there won't be too many copies of the game, because the more people there are, the more complicated it is, and it is easy to make mistakes in data. In addition, it is difficult for adventurers to organize enough people to enter the dungeon at the same time. Therefore, a scene like this with 40 people in the same frame is really rare. It is precisely because of this that the dungeon of Happy Chess makes them feel novel and addicted. Any game is more fun the more people there are. It's so lively. I've never seen such a lively dungeon before. I'll recommend it to my friends when I get home and earn some bonus for bringing in new members. Ah, that's a full 5,000 joy coins. I want it so much, but where can I find 5 people? It would be great if my parents and grandparents could still play. It's really addictive and fun. Even a professional counterfeiter like me can't spot the fakes. I'll go to the Adventurers Guild when I get home tonight and get all my companions over. It won't be that easy with just 5 of us. Tomorrow I'll be counting the happy coins until my hands cramp. Chapter 14 Half-Elf Village Happy Chess and Cards. After today, the dungeon has gradually become popular. In this era of dungeon monopoly, it is already very good if the daily active users of new lords, including some low-level lords, can reach more than a dozen people. This value can ensure one's own survival while allowing the territory to have a certain amount of development space so that it will not be unable to survive. As a newcomer, Chenyu's daily income from the territory reached an Astonishing 200 in just 4 days. This number is already very high. Even some new lords who have purchased super IPs cannot do it. The fastest time a new lord in history to build 3 dungeons took him 6 days, and that was a long time ago. It was the golden age when the world of dungeons and adventurers was just beginning to be connected. 100 schools of thought contend with each other, creating a grand occasion. Unfortunately, lords with abundant resources will be immortal, while lords without resources will disappear in repeated battles. Eventually it evolved into the current situation, where dungeon lords in almost every area are purchasing agency rights to popular dungeons in order to bully their peers. For example, Zhao Hailiang's divine punishment of destruction. Chen Yu often saw him in the chat channel, and he was very active. At this moment, he is active in the chat channel. You don't even have money, how can you be a dungeon lord? Find a warlord to rely on as soon as possible. Adventurers in Tide Town will sooner or later become my loyal fans. The reputation of my Yongla dungeon will grow bigger and bigger, and the reputation of Tide Town will also spread. From now on, the name of my Yongla underground city will be spread all over Chaoshi City. What, you still want to work hard? Ha, it takes a lot of effort. Is it this big? The entire area chat room was filled with Zhao Hailiang's nagging voice. The main reason is that the warlords are too busy. In terms of leisure time, the dungeon lords are more idle. A warlord couldn't help but said, "Why are you so arrogant as a dungeon lord? When I get up, I will beat you first." Facing the threat, Zhao Hailiang showed no fear at all. Don't pretend to be so arrogant. Don't forget that the dungeon lord is number 1 in terms of economy. If you dare to target me, I will support your opponent and let him beat you in a minute. This sentence is also true. In the dark world, the warlord has military power, so his war capabilities must be relatively strong, but war costs money. On economic strength, you have to be a dungeon lord, especially a popular dungeon lord, who has an economy that even a warlord can't imagine. Chen Yu was not interested in watching their verbal battle anymore, closed the chat room. The reason why he clicked in was actually to see what the daily turnover of Dungeon Lord, which had purchased the popular IP, was at this stage. Zhao Hailiang actually said this: his daily income has reached 105. This number is indeed quite high. According to the death rate of the game, the death rate of a popular IP like this should be 80%, so Zhao Hailiang received adventurers about 132 times in total today. If you look at it this way, it's not that great, right? Chen Yu shook his head and no longer considered Zhao Hailiang as an opponent. However, the turnover rate of God of Destruction is quite high. Zhao Hailiang currently has at most 2 dungeons in operation, but can receive 132 adventurers in one day. Unlike Chen Yu's Happy Chess and Cards dungeon, after those adventurers came, they basically played eagerly from morning to night. Of course, Chen Yu couldn't possibly chase the adventurers away, as chasing away guests was a big taboo, and although these adventurers play for a whole day, they are willing to spend time, so one person coming in is equivalent to 5 coming in. At the same time, the mortality rate is as high as 100%, and you will get soul crystals 100%. This alone is something that no other dungeon can do. Chen Yu had calculated before that he had earned 225 soul crystals throughout the day. Add to that the 100 given by the adventurer team, and the daily turnover reached 325. With a threefold advantage, it crushed Zhao Hailiang, who spent a lot of money to buy the big IP. Also, Happy Chess and Cards, the dungeon has obviously not yet made any progress. After these people go back today, they will definitely bring in new people, and I guess it will be full again tomorrow. Evening, Chen Yu sat at the gate of the castle, counting the soul crystals in his backpack, with a smile on his face. Excluding infrastructure and daily food consumption, I still have 170 soul crystals in my hand, which can build another 4 lines of Happy Chess and Cards. This way, tomorrow the dungeon will be able to accommodate 80 people at the same time. I hope these 40-odd adventurers today can give me some help and promote me more. At this time, there was no one left in the dungeon. By this point, all the adventurers were exhausted. They have an unwritten rule, which is that they must get a good rest at night and vent all the negative emotions during this time period, so that they can face the dungeon in a better state during the day, because if you are too tired or in a bad mood, it will be difficult to feel happy when you challenge the dungeon the next day. Seeing that the room was empty, 2 half-elf girls were still on duty inside. Chen Yu couldn't bear it, so he called them out. "My lord!" The 2 half-elf girls shouted crisply back in the castle. They changed back into their original clothes. Look at that thin appearance. Chen Yu directly prepared a large table of delicious food. "We have made a good profit today. Eat more. Eat more. Only when you are fat and white can you attract more adventurers. Chen Yu's words made the two half-elf girls blush. He responded weakly, "Yes, my lord." Seeing the two wolfing down their food, Chen Yu suddenly asked, "By the way, are there any other girls like you in your tribe? I can still take them in." Happy Chess and Cards. It is impossible for the dungeon to have only one way to play, Happy Landlord, because it would be easy to get bored. Since Chen Yu called it Happy Chess and Cards, he must be planning to replicate all the chess and card games from his previous life, but there are still not enough people now. For example, Texas Hold'em requires someone to deal the cards, so Chen Yu wants to wait until there are enough people before updating the version and adding new gameplay. It should be noted that monsters can be created in dungeons, but the reason why dungeon monsters are not used here is because the virtual monsters created in dungeons are all aggressive. Therefore, this kind of guiding NPC still has to be played by people in the castle. After Lena swallowed the meat in her mouth, she responded, "No, sir, we are just a small village. Due to the oppression of the goblins over the years, the population has decreased a lot. Everyone has migrated to a large village more than 10 kilometers away." Chapter 15 Goblin Kingdom. Hearing Lena mention the larger half-elf village, Chen Yu's expression changed. "You mean, there is a relatively large half-elf village more than 10 kilometers away?" Lena nodded, "Yes. But I heard that it's not peaceful over there either. This area is under the control of the Goblin Kingdom, and many intelligent races have a hard life." Chen Yu didn't quite understand. "Aren't goblins a very weak race? Why are you being bullied by them?" Lena said bitterly, "Although goblins are weak, they can reproduce. They have a large population. We are no match for them at all." Understood. Chen Yu kept this matter in mind. It seemed that his first target would be the Goblin Kingdom. By conquering this Goblin Kingdom, you can gain a large amount of territory and open more underground cities. While later the adventurer team returned with a lot of stuff on them, it seemed they had a good harvest this time. There were only a dozen of them left, probably because there were casualties during the battle, but it doesn't matter. The dead adventurers will return to the adventurer world and the rewards will still be paid out. The adventurer's spirit will also reappear in the tavern, just spend more soul crystals to revive it. Lord, look. Bai Feifei picked up a bag like she was presenting a treasure and placed it in front of Chen Yu. Chen Yu took a look and found that it was a bag of magic crystals. "Wow, so many. How many monsters did you kill?" "We can't remember, but we killed all the dark creatures we saw. We also found the goblin tribe, but it's getting dark now. We need to rest." Bai Feifei said regretfully. Adventurers attach great importance to rest. They will not work overtime and they will sleep when it is time to sleep. Then I will announce the task of conquering the goblin tribe tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work today. Asa Thank you for completing the task beyond expectations. I will give you rewards according to the activity value ranked by the system. The highest one will get 1,000 happy coins and 200 contribution points. When the system summons a group of adventurers, there will be a separate counting board. The amount of effort and activity of each adventurer during this period will be converted into a numerical value for ranking. This is also to prevent some people from working without putting in any effort. The tiered rewards can give adventurers more motivation. Although the original plan was to give 300 joy coins to each person and then 100 contribution points to the top few people who contributed the most, today's harvest clearly exceeded expectations. The adventurers have done a lot, so it is reasonable to give them a little more. Chen Yu took a look at the rankings and unexpectedly discovered that Bai Feifei was ranked first. Behind them are Wu Yu and Li Ruopu. Unexpectedly, these three adventurers randomly selected by the system would care so much about his territory, especially when Chen Yu found out that Bai Feifei had also formed a Daxia fan club. He was extremely surprised. After the rewards were distributed, the adventurer team did not stay for long and left soon. They hurried back to rest and sleep. Chen Yu booked a mission with them to capture the Goblin tribe tomorrow, and explained that it was a short-term mission with a deadline of only 4 hours. Now that we know the location, we estimate that we can capture it in 4 hours. Although the adventurers were surprised by this, they were still happy to come because the short-term missions meant that after they completed the missions and returned, they still had time to use up the number of times they went into the dungeon. But the one who suffered the most was the dungeon lord, because the soul crystals are actually consumed. It is equivalent to spending 1 day's salary to hire half a day's work, but it doesn't matter. What Chen Yu cares about is the development of the territory. The reputation of Daxia City that never sleeps will gradually become known. By then, the more underground cities that can be built, the more money he will make. There is no need to worry about these small losses. After the adventurer team left, the huge castle became a little deserted again, but today, with the addition of 2 half-elf girls, Lena and Effie, there is some popularity too. Now we have 4 dungeons, which are enough for now, and I don't need to take care of them. In my free time, I have to build some other dungeons. Shenyu pondered in his heart. In his mind, there is a blueprint for a dungeon empire. Happy chess and cards. The dungeon is where this empire produces currency, allowing every adventurer who comes into play to directly use up their times and get 2,500 happy coins. But when the number of happy coins reaches a certain level, problems will arise. For example, some people have hundreds of thousands of happy coins in their hands. If they are in the same chess and card room, everyone will feel that it is meaningless to exchange the 2,500 happy coins for the daily number of times. The game loses its fun. Once the game loses its fun, adventurers won't be able to earn food and will stop coming. Therefore, Shenyu needs to make these happy coins have other values, so that happy coins can run through his entire dungeon empire and become a circulating virtual currency. Happy coins can be produced here and consumed in other places. For example, some popular online games, they are all very Krypton Gold. Shenyu asked the adventurers to spend happy coins, so that the value of happy coins would be stabilized. But what game should I choose next? Shenyu was a little distressed. There were many popular games in the previous life, and any one of them could attract the appetite of adventurers, but if you want to make a big production, it will take a lot of time and energy. The new dungeon must be a combat type, so that it can be used in the future, whether it is to brush the monster encyclopedia or to let the contracted adventurers go to the dungeon to comprehend skills. Shenyu pondered for a long time. Finally, I chose a topic that I liked very much in my previous life, Resident Evil. On the one hand, Resident Evil is a doomsday theme that takes place in a modern setting, and this alone is enough to attract those adventurers who have never seen the world. Then, the virus evolution in Resident Evil is more diverse, so it will be easier for contracted adventurers to comprehend the skill book and the success rate will be higher. Next is the Resident Evil monster encyclopedia, which is quite dark. During the battle, the adventurer team can transform and scare the opponent. The last and most insignificant reason is that compared to other dungeons, Resident Evil is easier to make. At least it's easier to do in the early stages. Shenyu did not plan to follow the plot of the game, but planned to use the plot of the movie Resident Evil as the beginning of the novice mode. As for the Research Institute base, Shenyu had designed one himself when he was a game designer before, so it was relatively easy for him to make an underground research base similar to the honeycomb base. The zombies inside can be stereotyped and copied and pasted to fill the entire laboratory. In this way, the most basic novice mode is completed. As for the other modes later, Shenyu can update and improve them slowly. Chapter 16 Fully Upgrading Adventurer's Spirit. Once you have made a decision, just take action. Although there are no soul crystals to build new dungeons at the moment, it is still no problem to build the content in advance and store it in the system. Shenyu's consciousness was instantly immersed in the system. First, a basic model of an underground beehive base was built, and then the details were added. He remembered that the hive was connected to the outside world through an underground train. So he first built a train track following the train to the interior of the hive. It is now time to build the specific scene. In terms of scene design, cold-toned metal structures are the main focus. This combination of closed space and high-tech facilities can create a depressing apocalyptic atmosphere. The structure inside the hive is composed of multi-story laboratories, data control centers and narrow corridors. All areas are fully controlled by the supercomputer Red Queen. Here Shenyu created an event trigger to simulate artificial intelligence. And there are also liquor cultivation chambers and deadly laser channels. A blueprint of the laser channel must be left to prevent adventurers from not understanding it and rushing in to get sliced. Shenyu didn't know how long it took him to make it. While trying to replicate the scene from Resident Evil 1 in his mind, he had forgotten the time and was immersed in a state of concentration. Wait until consciousness exits the system. It was already late at night. Let's work on it tomorrow. At this rate, the design will be completed the day after tomorrow. Since he already has a blueprint in his mind, Shenyu's construction efficiency is much higher than that of other dungeon lords. I almost forgot, it's time to release the task now. Shenyu opened the system again and selected the Adventurer interface. Task release. Mission: capture the Goblin Tribe. Task content: capture the Goblin Tribe in the Northern Forest. After the capture, you will be rewarded with 500 happy coins. The top 5 on the counting board will be rewarded with 100 contribution points. Task duration: 4 hours. Number of people on the mission: 20. Although we have made an appointment with the adventurers before, there is no guarantee that some of them will not come, so we will issue another task to make up for the missing number of people. There are still some adventurers willing to take on this kind of short-term mission. Compared with exploration missions with a deadline of 1 day, short-term missions with clear goals are equivalent to doing a side job after completing the main daily job. After issuing these tasks, Chen Yu opened the interface of the Adventurer's Tavern again. The reason why he was so sure that it would only take 4 hours was because of the magic crystals brought back by the Adventurer team today. These magic crystals are enough to upgrade all the spirits in the Adventurer's Tavern. The novice period has not yet ended, and the level of monsters in this area is generally not high. Most of them are level 1. Therefore, after upgrading the Adventurer's Spirit, it will definitely be much easier to capture the Goblin Tribe. 2 Magic crystals of the same level can increase the level by 1 level. A high-quality magic crystal can improve the quality of the Adventurer's Spirit. Chen Yu took a look at the current Adventurer's Spirit. Army type, Adventurer Spirit race, none quality, ordinary. Level 1 Comprehensive Combat Power Index, 3 Attack, Defense, Agile, Constitution. Introduction. This is the medium that adventurers from another world need to rely on when they travel through time. The Adventurer's Spirit does not have specific data on attack, defense, agility and physical fitness, but only a comprehensive combat power index. The adventurer can decide the data by himself when he travels through. It's a bit like playing face pinching in a game. You can tweak the data yourself. All Chen Yu needs to do is to improve the level and quality of the Adventurer's Spirit. Do you want to consume 2 level 1 common magic crystals to upgrade? Yes. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, an Adventurer's Spirit suddenly glowed. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your Adventurer's Spirit has been upgraded to level 2, and your combat power index has reached 6 points. Did it double? This way, when we capture the Goblin Tribe tomorrow, our efficiency will be greatly improved. Chen Yu upgraded all of his Adventurer Spirits to level 2, and even got a few extra magic crystals in the end. These magic crystals will be put into the backpack for now. They can be used after the Adventurer's Tavern expands in the future. After upgrading the level, Chen Yu opened the quality upgrade interface. He took out the high-quality magic crystal given to him by the Goblin Leader. Item, Magic Crystal Level 1 Quality, Excellent Grade. The Goblin Chieftain's grade is the lowest among the excellent grades, only half a star, but no matter what, it is of excellent grade. Chen Yu chose an Adventurer's Essence to use, and the quality upgrade interface suddenly emitted a shining luster. Congratulations. The quality of the Adventurer's Spirit has been improved, and the current quality is ordinary level. Army type, Adventurer Spirit race, none quality, ordinary level, level 2 Comprehensive Combat Power Index, 16 Attack, Defense, Agile, Constitution. Introduction. This is the medium that adventurers from another world need to rely on when they travel through time. Has the combat power increased so much all of a sudden? Chen Yu was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the improvement in grade could bring such a great increase in combat power. I don't know how the Goblin Leader died. It's night. It's already late. After finishing all this, Chen Yu felt sleepy and went back to the house to rest. What he didn't expect was that the 2 half-elf girls had already cleaned the room very cleanly and it was no longer as messy as before. It's a pity that there are no sheets or bedding. It's still a stone bed. It seems like I have to build a textile factory. Unfortunately, I don't have the blueprints. Let's see if I can get something from the Goblin Tribe tomorrow. The development of the castle will take a long time. The next day, the 2 half-elf girls got up early to activate the dungeon. What they didn't expect was that after a night of fermentation, the number of reservations suddenly exploded again, reaching 108. And this number is still increasing. Lena and Effie quickly opened the door and let the adventurers in. Happy chess and cards. 80 people suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and the city reached full capacity. There are still many people who have made reservations outside, but due to the load problem of the dungeon, they can only enter after the people inside have finished playing and left. But any adventurer who has played it knows it well. Leave? How is that possible? Once you go in, you basically stay there all day. Where is the mention of leaving? Therefore, the adventurers who failed to squeeze in were all anxiously waiting outside. Fuck, oh fuck, why is it full? If I had known, I would have gotten up earlier. There were only about 40 people yesterday. Why are there so many today? It's all your fault for promoting Lord Chen so hard that I can't even squeeze in. What should I do? Should I go play those boring dungeons? No, I've just started to experience the fun of playing chess. Wait a little longer.
As long as Lord Chen makes money, he will definitely open a new line.
Everyone, continue to make reservations to put some pressure on Lord Chen.
Okay, then I'll wait till death.
Chapter 1700 player game on the same screen compared to the adventurers who came in without an appointment and were running around anxiously outside. Happy Chess and Cards. The dungeon has become extremely lively at this moment. There were a total of 80 people in the same frame, and the scene scared even the adventurers themselves. It was really too lively. I didn't quite believe them yesterday, but when I saw them today, this scene was even more outrageous than what they said.
Who said it wasn't? I thought it was the female anchor who was bragging yesterday.
If it weren't for the recent dungeon wasteland, where there really is no place to make money, I wouldn't have thought of clicking in. There are too few good dungeons now, and the dungeons on foreign servers all rely on randomness.
How much time is wasted just refreshing dungeons every day?
That's right. I spent 3 hours yesterday to finally get the popular Angel's Punishment. I played it for a while and it was really fun. Unfortunately, it's a game sold by an agent and I can't get it on the official server.
It's normal that I can't get a spot.
For a popular game like this, it's fully booked every day. There aren't enough local people to play it, so there's no room for any spots. For a town like ours, Tide Town, we can only play the fake god of destruction punishment. But even for that dungeon, it's hard to get a number every day. Several adventurers huddled together and couldn't help but complain. Compared to these confused new adventurers who don't know what to do, the veterans have already sat down. There were 3 people at a table and the game had already started. Most of the new adventurers come with their friends, so they are not in a hurry to go through the novice mode, but just watch from the side. This is a way for them to raise their own happiness level and experience the fun of the game first. In the end, I was really itching to try it out, so I went to Lena to learn the novice mode again, received an initial capital of 100 happy coins, and started to fall into it. Not long after, the newcomers, who were originally a little reserved, instantly became friends with the big guys and were treated like fat sheep to be slaughtered by the old players. The atmosphere quickly became hot and lively. Adventurer dies, Soul Crystal +1. Adventurer dies, Soul Crystal +1. Adventurer dies, Soul Crystal +1. Chenyu was still half asleep and half awake when the system began to make a sound of soul crystals arriving. When he got up and looked, the remaining soul crystals in his account had reached 151.
Is this so powerful?
Chenyu knew that he could no longer sleep and now I have to get up and get busy with today's work. The first step, of course, is to create the 5 lines of Happy Chess and Cards. As Chenyu arrived in the territory, a new underground city and trance emerged from the ground. Happy Chess 5 lines, start. As soon as this news came out, the adventurers who were waiting outside were shocked. It's open.
The 5th dungeon. I told you that Lord Chen would definitely open a new dungeon when he made money.
Brothers, let's go. Go ahead, give Lord Chen some more soul crystals so that he can continue to open more.
Otherwise, where will we have enough fun?
The top 20 adventurers who made reservations enthusiastically logged into the 5th line of the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. Suddenly, 20 more people appeared in the dungeon. The number increases. Lena and the other girl immediately became busy and couldn't stop.
They couldn't stop at all.
Administrator, give me another 500 happy coins to buy me a life.
No, just give me 3 lives. I want to go to the intermediate field and have some fun. Give me 5 lives and 2,500 happy coins.
I'll multiply it several times and show you what it means to get rich overnight.
Ha ha ha, I earned 1,800 happy coins in one go. Administrator, I want that 888 set meal. Yes, the one with champagne. I want to celebrate.
Lena and Effie were very busy. Fortunately, Chenyu added the flash skill to both of them when setting the code. So when she heard someone wanted to buy a champagne set, Effie quickly returned to the bar and quickly brought out the champagne set.
Hello, the charge is 888 happy coins. Welcome to visit next time. I wish you a happy game.
Chenyu stood at the entrance of the dungeon, looking at the seemingly messy but actually orderly situation inside, and nodded with satisfaction. These 2 little girls are really good. However, we still have to recruit people as soon as possible. If we continue like this, we will not have enough capable people sooner or later. I don't know if there are other alien tribes nearby. Taking his eyes away from the dungeon, Chenyu opened the Adventurer's Tavern. Open the mission call. Do you want to consume 40 soul crystals to summon? Because the adventurer spirits have all been upgraded to level 2. Therefore, the number of soul crystals consumed by summoning reaches 40. This made Shenyu feel a pain in his flesh, but no matter how painful it is, we cannot save a penny on the money we should spend. Call. The words fell. In an instant, 20 rays of light fell from the sky and landed on the spirits of the adventurers in the tavern. The light on the adventurer's spirit changed and emitted colorful colors. It was the adventurer who came from another world and was adjusting his attributes. Not long after, Shenyu heard voices coming from the adventurer's tavern. Wow, I'm actually a 4-star adventurer spirit. My combat power has skyrocketed instantly. After Wu Yu came out of the adventurer's tavern, he used the iron rod in his hand to swing out a shock wave, which is a skill of the warrior. When the adventurer's spirit reaches 3 stars, you will get a skill point, which Wu Yu used to learn the most basic warrior skills. The next time you log in, the adventurer's spirit will be reset, so how to add points each time is up to the adventurer himself, and you can do it in whatever way is convenient. After leaving the territory. Wu Yu excitedly used several more shock waves, one of which even broke a large rock. He was so excited that he quickly pulled an adventurer next to him and said, "Brother, do you think I'm awesome?" "Ha, I won't watch it." Bai Feifei rolled her eyes at them and said, "Hurry up and leave. We only have 4 hours. After 4 hours, we will be sent back by the system. If we fail to complete the mission, it will be a huge disgrace." Li Ruopo nodded. "That's right. Lord Shen summoned us here, but it cost him 40 soul crystals. I don't want to go back and tell him that we can't even defeat a goblin tribe." Hear these words. Wu Yu also put away his playful mood and adjusted his mindset. Everyone immediately rushed to the location of the goblin tribe discovered yesterday. Among the 20 people today, nearly half have changed their faces, and some of them can't wait to play the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. Some people originally came for the Bai Feifei sisters, but when they found out they were not that easy to win over, they decisively cut their losses. However, although these people who came later had never been seen before, their fighting capabilities seem to be much stronger, especially the girl walking at the end. Her extraordinariness can be seen from her movements alone. The heroic appearance made by Feifei, who was also a girl. Look at him a few more times. Chapter 18. Black Rose Strategy Group. In the vast primeval forest, a team of 20 adventurers was speeding through the woods. The fallen leaves were drifting and were stepped on by boots, and the morning mist wrapped in the fragrance of the leaves penetrated into the nose. "There's something happening in front of us on the left." The adventurer walking in front noticed a rustling sound in the grass and suddenly growled. Everyone just reacted. The bushes 10 meters away exploded, and a 3-meter-tall violent bear man stood up. The shiny fur was majestic and a violent aura rushed towards the adventurer team. "It's a 3-star, level 2 raging bear. Be careful, it seems very angry." The adventurers ahead immediately became alert. The violent bear had half a broken spear stuck in its right eye and half a goblin's corpse hanging on its left paw, obviously having been attacked by goblins before. Therefore, it was extremely angry, and when it met the adventurer team, it thought they were enemies and launched a crazy attack. At the front, an adventurer had already drawn his sword. "Brothers, do it. Look at me, it's my turn to take action." Wu Yu excitedly waved his long stick and was about to rush forward to unleash the power of the 4-star spirit. Unexpectedly, a slender figure rushed forward first. It turned out to be the girl who had been walking behind the team. She was seen swinging her sword. The sword blade swung in his hand, creating a series of sword flowers. Roar. The raging bear roared, and its ferocious momentum was enough to scare many people. However, facing this huge monster, the girl showed no fear at all, and when it was about to approach, her figure suddenly moved. The sword flashed, cut the throat of the raging bear cleanly and neatly, killed with one blow. The scene shocked the adventurers behind and they couldn't help but shout awesome. The girl's combat power index is only 6 points, while the violent bear's is 12 points, which is exactly twice as much. Even though this angry bear had been attacked by goblins before and its fighting power had been reduced, they thought they could not kill it with one strike so quickly and efficiently. Everyone, including Wu Yu, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This is so cool. Clean and neat, without any drag. Isn't this young lady from the Raiders group?" The adventurers exclaimed. Hearing the exclamations of the adventurers around her, the girl's face remained calm, as if she was often faced with such praise without any ripples. After easily killing a violent angry bear of the ordinary grade, Li Ruopu also appeared and proudly pointed at the girl who killed the angry bear. "See? This is my sister, Li Ruoshu. She is a member of the Tide Town Adventurer Guild and the Black Rose Strategy Group. She is an expert who has received 3 gold medals." Upon hearing this, the adventurers were visibly shocked.
Wow, you really are from the strategy team. The Black Rose strategy team? Is that the super powerful team that developed the strategy for God of Destruction's punishment in just 2 days? It's really amazing. I said, such skills must not be possessed by ordinary people. I heard that their team is made up of girls, and they are all very strong. So far, there has been no dungeon they cannot conquer. Black Rose strategy team. Bai Feifei's eyes were also filled with shock. No wonder she is so strong. I didn't expect that she is Li Ruopu's sister. The Black Rose strategy group is well known in Titletown, and all the members of the group are girls, so Bai Feifei is also one of their admirers. In the world of adventurers, there is no distinction between realms and levels. After all, once you enter a dungeon, everything must be done according to the settings and rules of the dungeon. However, although there is no difference in realm levels, there are still huge differences in skills, operations, and IQ among adventurers. A powerful adventurer can clear a dungeon with just the initial equipment, and a useless adventurer, even if given the best equipment, will be beaten to death by the final boss. That's the gap. Therefore, in the world of adventurers, there are still differences in strength among adventurers, especially those who serve in the strategy group of the Adventurers Guild, all of whom are the best among adventurers. Li Ruoshu had just finished the strategy guide for Hammer of Destruction these 2 days, and she was bored today, so she accompanied her brother for a walk. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even Li Ruopu would rarely see her. There was a member of the strategy group in the team, and everyone's interest was even higher this time. Attacking the Goblin tribe will be much easier. The adventurer team seemed to have found a backbone. Originally, everyone had their own ideas, but now everyone listened to Li Ruoshu's command. As a member of the Raiders team, he is qualified to be their captain. The Goblin tribe is not far away. It took less than half an hour for everyone to set out and arrive. There are still 3.5 hours left, and the battle must be completed within this period. Bai Feifei said. Don't worry, with my sister here, there is no task that cannot be accomplished. Li Ruopu smiled indifferently. Li Ruoshu glanced at him and ignored him. His eyes fell on the Goblin tribe's defense tower. This is a primitive tribe. The city wall was built with wooden fences, which were very high and difficult to climb over in broad daylight. There are 2 watchtowers at the entrance, with a few goblins standing guard there. The door is closed at this moment. If we rush over like this, the enemy may not come out to fight us head-on, but may retreat into the tribe. Li Ruoshu frowned. If it turns into a siege, it might become a bit troublesome. The key is that we don't have any siege weapons. Bai Feifei said. How about using fire attack? Wu Yu suggested. Bai Feifei rolled her eyes at him and said, come on, this is a primeval forest. How big a fire would you need to start? If it really starts burning, it won't just burn this area, even Lord Chen's castle will be burned down. What should I do then? If I had known earlier when choosing a weapon, I would have chosen a sledgehammer. Wu Yu said in annoyance. There are many options when customizing basic weapons, but he is usually used to using an iron rod. If it were a big hammer, its siege capability would indeed be stronger. This time, the adventurer in charge of reconnaissance also came down from the tree and reported to everyone. I have found out that there are quite a few defensive forces in the Goblin tribe, probably about 40 to 50 people, including 2 elite-level goblins, who should be their leaders. The adventurer's name is Chi Maosong. He is best at climbing trees and particularly likes to do this kind of reconnaissance work. I didn't expect there would be so many people. Everyone finally looked at Li Ruoshu. At this time, they were more inclined to the opinions of the strategy team. Li Ruoshu hesitated for a moment and said, since their door is closed now, let's find a way to get them to open it. Bai Feifei asked, Sister Ruoshu, do you have any ideas? Li Ruoshu replied, didn't we kill a violent bear earlier? Judging from the marks on the bear's body, it must have just been attacked by goblins, so I think we can bring the bear's body here, and then have someone pretend to be the giant bear to lure the goblins out to check it out. Chapter 19, Resident Evil Territory. Let someone be the bear. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that this idea was a bit too outrageous. That bear is at least 3 meters tall, and I don't know how much it weighs. It's very difficult to hold it up and pretend it's walking normally. Wu Yu also said, yes, that person must be tall enough and his body must be strengthened. Is there such a person among us? After saying not, he noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. Why are you looking at me? 10 minutes later, a violent and angry bear appeared and wandered at the entrance of the Goblin tribe.
Although it tried its best to hide in the grass, its big butt sticking out of the grass was still seen by the sharp-eyed goblin sentinels. An arrow shot over, only a cry of "Ach" was heard from the bushes, and the violent and angry bear that was attacked was about to run into the woods. On the watchtower, a few goblins muttered something to the people below, and then the goblins below opened the door, and more than a dozen goblins rushed out with swords, sticks, and clubs. The goblins rushed to the back of the raging bear, thinking about where to get the food for tonight. The result was unexpected to the furious bear, whom they regarded as prey, directly lifted up its bare skin, revealing its strong tendon muscles. "Hey, baby!" Wuyu turned around and smiled, then swung out a shock wave with the stick in his hand. Under the attack of shock wave, more than a dozen goblins were beaten back one after another, and all of them suffered injuries to varying degrees. The first level shockwave damage is still not enough, but as a group attack skill, this move has reduced the combat effectiveness of the goblin troops. Follow again. Hunting time. Wuyu rushed over with a stick in his hand. Nearly 20 adventurers rushed out from the bushes nearby, and several of them surrounded the goblin troops. The remaining dozen or so took the opportunity to rush into the gate of the goblin tribe. The battle is about to begin. The goblin was still a little confused and had no idea what was happening, so Li Ruoshu's sword chopped off his head. Gilgarugulu, Baga. Two goblin leaders rushed over, roaring in an unknown language. Li Ruoshu raised his sword and went forward. Arrows flew behind him. There are also a few adventurers who are good at bows and arrows, especially Chi Maosong, who was in charge of reconnaissance in front. His archery skills surprised Li Ruoshu. With their help, the two goblin bosses were not enough to fight, and in the end, only 3 or 4 adventurers were killed before they died in the northwest. The battle lasted less than an hour. This goblin tribe has fallen into the hands of adventurers. These damn goblins. Bai Feifei went to check the slave area immediately and found it was empty, with only the bones of unknown creatures left on the ground. There must have been a wave of migration here, otherwise there wouldn't be only these goblins. Chi Maosong came to this conclusion after some investigation. Can you find the direction they moved? Li Ruoshu asked. After some investigation, Chi Maosong finally set his sights on the direction further north. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be 3 degrees north by east. There are traces of a lot of movements there. The slaves of this tribe should have been transferred there as well. Li Ruopu gritted his teeth and said, "What a pity, we don't have time, otherwise we would definitely chase them and kill these dirty goblins." Adventurers all hate goblins extremely, just like they feel when they see rats or cockroaches, and they want to kill them with one knife. Forget it. There will be time later. Let's finish this task first. Bai Feifei came to the tent in the center and took out a gem emitting colorful light from it. Then he came to Li Ruoshu. "Sister Ruoshu, this is the Guardian Stone. Once you use it, the goblin tribe will be conquered. Now it's up to you to complete this mission." Li Ruoshu nodded and did not refuse. "Take the Guardian Stone." A system prompt instantly appeared beside Chen Yu's ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully occupied the goblin tribe. You already own the goblin tribe. The Guardian Stone is taking effect. Do you want to consume the Soul Crystal to activate the Guardian Stone? The current goblin tribe level is LV1. It takes 100 Soul Crystals to open the Guardian Stone, and 1 Soul Crystal is needed for daily maintenance. The amount of Soul Crystals consumed will increase as the number of people in the territory increases. Hear this tip, Xinyu chose to open it without hesitation. Although he felt a little sorry for losing the 100 soul crystals, he didn't want anyone to occupy the territory he had conquered with great difficulty. With the Guardian Stone, the territory will be invincible, which is much more cost-effective than recruiting a team of guards. The only drawback is that the Guardian Stone is only effective within the territory and will not expand outward. Xinyu opened the system panel. In the information about the goblin tribe also appeared. The system issues a prompt, change your name. Xinyu thought about it for a moment and then changed his name. Territory, Biohazard Base City, Level 1, Lord, Xinyu citizens, none buildings, 2 fertile fields, dilapidated warehouse dungeon 0/2, none daily maintenance cost of protective shield. Soul Crystal times 1. Shenyu's thoughts can be seen from the changed name. He planned to have the main city specialize in running happy chess and cards. Betting on the future. Then, in other territories that have been conquered, other types of dungeons will be operated. To be honest, this goblin tribe is quite poor. The only buildings they have are a warehouse and 2 fertile fields. Good farmland is a special kind of building, or resource. It can be used to grow plants, and whether it is the growth cycle or other aspects, it will be stronger than growing them on ordinary land. The most common ones are used to grow food. A piece of good farmland can feed about 10 subjects, saving food consumption, which is also a disguised additional income.
It seems we have to recruit people early.
While the adventurer team had not disappeared yet, Chen Yu immediately used the remaining soul crystals to build a portal. A portal needs to be built between each of the two territories. After activation, you can consume a little soul crystal for instant teleportation. After building the portal, Chen Yu called Effie out and asked her to go to the Resident Evil territory and return to the half-elf village with the adventurers. Recruit everyone in the half-elf village into the Resident Evil territory. The half-elf village has only a dozen people. With 2 pieces of good farmland, it wouldn't be too much of a burden to feed a half-elf village, and there could even be a little surplus. Hearing the news, Effie was overjoyed and rushed into the portal. Chapter 20. Well-known city exploration anchor asks for benefits. Some adventurers sent Effie back to the half-elf village. Some adventurers chose to return to the real world directly. Chen Yu glanced at the counting board. This time the top 3 became Li Ruoshu, Wu Yu, and Qi Maosong. 2 of them were names I had never seen before. This surprised Chen Yu a little. I secretly took note of these 2 people.
Since this is a siege mission, not the previous exploration mission. As Girls, by Feifei, Lin Xiaoxiao and others were not even in the top 5, and even Li Ruopu only ranked 6th in the end. Chen Yu distributed the rewards to everyone as agreed. Then, an additional 100 joy coins were given to the people who escorted Effie to the half-elf village, although not much, but few for the adventurers. It was quite a happy thing, after all. It was just a matter of convenience. It can also improve Lord Chen's favorability. My lord, while waiting for Effie, by Feifei, and other adventurers to return, Lena's call suddenly came from the dungeon. What's wrong?
Chen Yu didn't take the time to watch it because he was busy building the Resident Evil dungeon, so he replied in his consciousness. Lena received the response and immediately replied, My lord, there is an adventurer who claims to be a well-known city exploration anchor who wants to see you. He said he has some business and wants to talk to you. A well-known city exploration anchor. Hearing this title, Chen Yu was still a little confused. Through the original owner's memory, I know that this is probably a similar profession to some store explorers in my previous life, who specialize in going into some dungeons to experience things and then write about the experience process, tell everyone which ones to avoid, which dungeon to try. Only, what does this have to do with business? You explore yours and I explore mine. This place is different from the previous life. The coins from the Lord's world cannot be transferred to the adventurer's world. With doubt in his heart, Chen Yu came out of the constructed Resident Evil and entered the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. It wasn't until Lena whispered something in her ear that Chen Yu realized what was going on. My lord, this guy just lost 2,000 happy coins in one go.
Chen Yu nodded. I understand, you go and get busy first.
Lena leaves. The adventurer who claimed to be a city explorer saw Chen Yu appear out of thin air, straightened his clothes and walked over arrogantly.
Are you the lord of this dungeon? Chen Yu had a smile on his face. Yes, what can I do for you?
The other party said, You may not know me, after all, you have no connection with my world.
Here, I solemnly introduce myself. He coughed lightly and said, My name is Wu Yong. I am a well-known anchor who explores the city.
I have a fan team of several thousand people and I am also well known in Xiaoxi town. At the same time, I am also, seeing that the other party was about to talk about a long title, Chen Yu waved his hand to interrupt. I already know, just tell me what you want to do. Wu Yong raised his head and said seriously, It is like this, Lord Chen, I plan to promote your dungeon. You also know my influence.
As a new lord, if you have a big anchor like me to promote your dungeon, it will definitely attract a lot of customers, right? Publicize for me. Chen Yu thought about it and smiled slightly. I guess there must be certain conditions, right?
Wu Yong responded, Of course, but for Lord Chen, it's just a matter of moving his hands.
Just say it directly. Chen Yu was too lazy to argue with him anymore. Okay, I'll just say it straight then.
Wu Yong said calmly, My fans are willing to follow me through countless dungeons because of my reputation and believe that I can bring them certain benefits. So, I hope Lord Chen can give me a discount. All my fans who come to redeem happy coins will get double the exchange rate. In addition, if I come to do a live broadcast event, I can be exempted from all my happy coin consumption. In this way, not only will my live broadcast effect be better, but your dungeon will also be able to attract more adventurers.
This is a win-win situation. After hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't bear to listen any longer. Wait, what do you mean your fans can exchange at double the rate? If you come here, you will be exempted from all the happy coin consumption? What are you going to do with the other adventurers here?
Wu Yong smiled slightly. Of course they exchanged as usual. After all, my fans need others to highlight their sense of superiority.
Chen Yu's face darkened. Your fans' sense of superiority is exchanged for my economic system.
Sir, are you kidding me?
Feeling the dissatisfaction in Chen Yu's tone, Wu Yong frowned and said, "What do you mean by an economic system?
Your happy coins are just virtual things after all.
They are passed from one hand to the other among adventurers.
As the number of adventurers increases, the happy coins will continue to depreciate. Over time, let alone exchanging 1,000 at a time, even 2,000 is too little for me. I am now trying to attract a lot of popularity for you, so that you can make enough money at once before the happy coin depreciates, so please don't be shameless."
Wu Yong thought what he said made sense. After all, in his eyes, there was only one dungeon in this territory. If things continue to develop in this way, what he said might indeed happen, but Chen Yu knew very well that his happy coins were not something that would depreciate infinitely, but it will become more valuable. His economic system will never collapse, it will. Seeing that this guy who claimed to be a well-known city exploration anchor was getting more and more outrageous, Chen Yu didn't want to bother with him anymore. The progress of the Resident Evil dungeon has reached a critical moment, and he has no time to waste here. "Sir, whether my fun coins will depreciate is not up to you, and I don't want to make any deals with you. If you want to continue playing, I'm happy to do that, but if you want to cause trouble, I'll kick you out and you won't be able to enter for life. That's all I have to say. Please do as you please." After leaving the last sentence, Chen Yu disappeared in the underground city of Happy Chess and Cards. Wu Yong looked at the place where Chen Yu disappeared, his face gloomy, and he felt extremely angry that he has been a city exploration anchor for so many years. Since he has thousands of fans, he is always well treated by the lords in every dungeon he goes to. They were afraid of neglecting him and not promoting him for them. This time, Wu Yong felt that the requests he made were relatively small, just a few happy coins. I am those dungeons back then, which one was not top-notch equipment, it's just a string of data. This lord actually held it up. Hateful. When I get home at night I'll post something to mess with him. Chapter 21 Recruiting Half-Elves. Let's not talk about what happens on Wu Yong's side. When Chen Yu regained consciousness and returned to the castle, Effie happened to come back as well. At the same time, he brought back a bag of magic crystals, as well as some animal skins, herbs, magical substances and the like looted from the goblin tribe. Herbs and magical substances require buildings such as alchemy institutes and potion laboratories to be used. Chen Yu put them into his backpack and stored them for the time being. As for these animal skins, Effie excitedly said that she and Lena could knit a mattress and blanket for Chen Yu at night so that he wouldn't feel hard when sleeping. This made Chen Yu quite satisfied. After all, he had been sleeping on such a hard stone slab for the past few days and his back and waist were a little sore. Although there are no textile factories, it is impossible to produce high-quality animal leather products, but as long as it works, it's fine. Chen Yu estimated that only in the Goblin Kingdom would there be buildings such as textile factories and blacksmith shops. For small tribes like those outside, it is considered good to have 1 or 2 pieces of good farmland. For example, the half-elf village has really nothing in it, and there is only one dungeon that can be built. Chen Yu had no desire to occupy it at all. He planned to leave it there first and get it back when there were more soul crystals. The people from the 12 half-elf villages have all moved to the Resident Evil territory and have begun to cultivate fertile fields. The goblins had already planted crops before, so the first batch of food would be ready in about 2 days. By then, not only can we feed these 12 half-elves, but there will also be enough food for 8 people to be stored in the warehouse. For Chen Yu's kindness, the half-elf village expressed its immense gratitude and was willing to serve Chen Yu forever. So far, Chen Yu already has 14 half-elf leaders under his command. 2 of them are Lena and Effie. There are also 2 level 1 half-elf swordsmen, whose quality reaches ordinary level. A half-elf elder who was responsible for managing the Resident Evil territory. The other 9 people with labor force were responsible for cultivating fertile fields. In their spare time, they would go outside under the protection of swordsmen to collect some berries and hunt some small animals. Without the threat of this goblin tribe, the half-elf's survival crisis was much smaller. At the same time, I learned from the half-elf elder that there is a village of rabbit-eared people to the east. This village was also severely invaded by the goblin tribe before. I wonder how it is now. Hear the news. Chen Yu asked 2 half-elf swordsmen to go out and investigate the situation. Although the dark world is dangerous, without the goblins in this generation, the risk factor is not that high.
There are only some wild beasts. These two half-elf swordsmen were quite powerful, even stronger than adventurers, so they had no fear at all when faced with this simple task. Moreover, they have already realized that since they have chosen to join the Lord's territory, it is worth it even if it means sacrificing their lives. The two half-elf swordsmen were ready to set off, but before leaving, Chen Yu stopped them temporarily. I chose to consume 4 magic crystals and upgraded them. In addition, 2 magic crystals were dropped from the goblin leader this time. You know what, the drop rate is quite high. Chen Yu also used these 2 excellent magic crystals on the half-elf swordsmen to improve the quality. After all, they are now the permanent troops of the territory, so we should increase their combat power as much as possible. The adventurer can live on his own after death. If they both die, they will be gone. The half-elf swordsmen are named Eli and Herrera, and they are both Effie's brothers. After this wave of improvement, the quality of Eli and Herrera has reached ordinary grade. The level has also reached level 2. And the comprehensive combat power index has reached 20 points. With such high combat power, there is hardly any danger in this primeval forest. Feeling their own strength improve, Eli and Herrera's eyes were filled with joy. They all knelt down in the direction of the great Xia city that never sleeps to express their gratitude. Although Chen Yu is not in the Resident Evil territory, it is now his own territory. He can see the entire picture of the area from the system interface. In response to this, Chen Yu told them that they did not need to be so restrained and that the most important thing was to go and carry out the mission immediately. After the 2 half-elf swordsmen set off, Chen Yu's consciousness also returned to its original place. The first thing Effie did when she came back was to enter the dungeon and get busy with work. Chen Yu took a look at the dungeon interface. By Feifei applies to enter the dungeon, Li Ruoshu applied to enter the underground city, Shi Maosong applied to enter the underground city. The adventurers who had come to participate in the mission were now waiting outside to enter. Happy Chess and Cards. The dungeon has become increasingly popular, and the capacity of 100 people cannot accommodate it, and there are still more than 20 people queuing outside. You can't make enough money. You can't make enough money at all. Chen Yu looked at the only 105 soul crystals in his hand with heartache. You can only choose Happy Chess 6 lines. Start. In addition, the adventurers in the 5th tier are not expected to generate much profit today. However, the 20 people who came in from the 6th line were basically loyal users who came to participate in the mission before. These 100 soul crystals are definitely a profit. Therefore, this will not affect the launch of the Resident Evil dungeon tomorrow morning. Now the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon has produced a lot of happy coins. Adventurers redeem happy coins, plus new player rewards, novice startup funds, and task rewards. The number is expected to reach 600,000. This number is already dangerous. The method of consuming happy coins must be introduced as soon as possible to reassure the adventurers. Think of this. Chen Yu's consciousness immediately immersed himself in the system again. The scene layout and underlying logic are almost done. Now it's time to arrange the zombies. For zombies, Chen Yu still has a lot of impressions in his mind, because there are so many topics of this kind. Movies and TV series include Resident Evil, Dawn of the Dead, Train to Busan, The Walking Dead, and even Sweet Home. The games are also numerous. Resident Evil, Left 4 Dead, After Tomorrow, etc. When it comes to material, there isn't much to it, things like Tyrant, Licker, Tank, Witch, Smoker, etc. But since it is a novice mode, it certainly can't be too difficult, and the threshold of adventurers must be raised little by little. Therefore, in the novice mode, Chen Yu only planned to use the model in Resident Evil 1, using ordinary zombies as enemies and the Licker as the ultimate boss. In terms of technology, Chen Yu plans to let the Red Queen give the adventurers a small shock. Let these guys who have seen the world welcome the baptism of future technology in advance. Chapter 22. Bubble Dungeon. Time passed quickly, and the remaining half-day quickly disappeared in JOY. Li Ruopo quit the game reluctantly. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. You have received a total of a bag of snail noodles, a bottle of Sprite, 7 pieces of hand-torn bread, and a large self-heating hot pot. Faced with these strange foods, Li Ruopo was no longer surprised. I'm already thinking about how much I'm going to eat during the live broadcast tonight. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Li Ruoshu walked in with his long legs, holding a whole bucket of Happy Family bucket in his hands. Is this the delicacy you were talking about? Why does it look a little weird? But it smells really good. Li Ruoshu did not say the last sentence. She was holding back her impulse all the way. The aroma of fried chicken hit her nostrils, making this cold girl swallow her saliva countless times. Just out of caution, Li Ruoshu didn't eat. Instead, she carried her over and looked for her brother. Poison his younger brother first. This is self-cultivation as a sister. Li Ruopu saw that his sister couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and said with a smile,
Sis, if you don't want to eat it, give it to me. I have been thinking about this burger since I tried it last time. Hamburger. Lee Ruoshu swallowed. After doing ideological work for a long time, he picked up a piece of fried chicken and stuffed it into Lee Ruopo's mouth. Try it quickly to see if it's poisonous? Lee Ruoshu said impatiently. Lee Ruopo gnawed a piece of spicy wing until only bones were left in a few bites, then pinched his throat and said, Sister, you can't eat it. It's really poisonous. Lee Ruopo stretched out his hand to grab it. This is full of poison, I will help you get rid of it. Understood. Lee Ruoshu dodged by turning sideways, then he elegantly picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the aroma of fried chicken mixed with the chicken juice that burst out when she bit into it filled her mouth. Lee Ruoshu's eyes widened instantly, as if he had tasted the most delicious food in the world. How can there be something so delicious? Lee Ruoshu said nothing, finished a piece of fried chicken, and then picked up the hamburger and took a bite. Then came the second piece of fried chicken. Can't stop. I can't stop at all. Lee Ruopo stood aside and swallowed his saliva. Looking at his sister's expression, he knew that she had also completely fallen into Lord Chen's food trap. How is it, sister? Lee Ruopo said with a smile, Brother, I didn't lie to you, the food that Lord Chen got is really delicious. Not only does it have a variety of varieties, but each one is delicious. Lee Ruoshu finished a bucket in no time, then he sucked his finger, wiped it clean and said elegantly, It's okay, but a happy landlord alone is not enough to keep a woman like me who is as strong as an eagle. Lee Ruopo recommended Chen Yu to Lee Ruoshu just to ask her if she wanted to become Chen Yu's contracted adventurer, because he felt that Chen Yu would definitely not stop here in the future. With the help of Lee Ruoshu, the development of the territory would definitely be smoother. The most important thing is that his sister is greedy, and Chen Yu can have all kinds of delicious food. Based on these points, anyway, Lee Ruoshu has not chosen a contract partner yet, and Lee Ruopo thinks this is a very suitable opportunity. It is a win-win situation for both parties. After sucking his fingers, Lee Ruoshu glanced at the pile of food on Lee Ruopo's desk. He quickly grabbed a bottle of Coke and left the room. Fuck. Just as Lee Ruopo reacted, the person disappeared. Seeing this, he smiled helplessly. However, he knew that Lee Ruoshu's heart had been captured by the various delicacies that he had received from Lord Chen. Now all that's left is for Lord Chen to come up with a decent combat dungeon. Lee Ruoshu was a combat-oriented person after all. Although dungeons are interesting, card games still cannot keep her. An adventurer's cabin. A man with a gloomy face sat at a table. He summoned a virtual system in his hand and was typing frantically. Avoid lightning. The foam dungeon looks gorgeous on the surface, but it will break into pieces with one hit. Brothers, today the blogger will show you how to avoid a bubble dungeon. What is a bubble dungeon? As the name suggests, it looks very nice, but in fact it is like a bubble that will break if touched. The famous city exploration anchor has posted again. Leave your name before it goes viral. Every post that useless streamer posts is great. The dungeons he posts are really good. It's so much fun to play in them. Hey, why is it a lightning protection sticker this time? The useless anchor has very few lightning avoidance stickers. It seems that there is really something wrong with this dungeon, otherwise the anchor wouldn't have used lightning avoidance stickers. Look at the support from the fans below. Wu Yong nodded with satisfaction. Continue typing. The dungeon I want to avoid today was seen by a female anchor named by Feifei yesterday. It is called Happy Chess in Cards, and it plays a chess and card game. What's fun about board games? There's no need for the anchor to avoid this. I don't even know how to play this. Board games are just two people sitting there, using the cards in their hands to decide who will live and who will die. What's the point of that? I played it once before, and it really grossed me out. I feel relieved to see that everyone has such a sense of prevention. But this board game has a new trick. It uses something called Happy Coin as the currency in circulation, making adventurers mistakenly believe that this Happy Coin is very valuable. But in fact, I can tell you responsibly that this Happy Coin is worthless. It is not even as good as the materials that can be used to buy equipment in other dungeons. It has no consumption value at all. It is precisely this kind of fake and useless currency that the Dungeon Lord requires us adventurers to exchange for our lives. Wu Yong wrote more than 10,000 words, so I won't copy and paste them here. His choice of words became more and more tricky, and he began to deliberately mislead the adventurers. In his description, Shen Yu became a person with sinister intentions, and the happy coin would be worthless in the end, and at this stage, everyone who is happy coins.I in the end everyone will become a clown.to do so as to consume the adventurer's happiness in advance. Once the happy coin scam is exposed, these adventurers will feel deep pain and will no longer be able to get happiness from the dungeon. Wu Yong became more and more excited as he spoke. His fans were gradually aroused by him. Let's go and get an explanation from that female anchor. Spray her to death. They actually helped others like this and poisoned their own compatriots. They didn't care about their dignity at all just to be famous. It's so shameless. Chapter 23, Happy Coin Exchange Disturbance. Fans of Wu Yong on the forum were outraged. They asked for Bai Feifei's live broadcast link and rushed into the live broadcast room one by one. This way Bai Feifei and the other two were still singing live. There are many more people today than yesterday, so we also worked hard to introduce the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon and carried out a wave of publicity, but the next second, the number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing. Suddenly it increased by nearly 50%. This made Bai Feifei and others a little confused, and they were wondering which big boss was pushing the flow for them. The result was unexpected. The new people who had just come and started scolding them, Bai Feifei and the others were so stunned by the scolding. Wu Lanlan couldn't stand being wronged, so she started crying after being scolded like that. Bai Feifei couldn't bear it. He directly confronted these trolls, and he could attack hundreds of keyboard warriors by himself without losing the upper hand. During this quarrel, she also figured out that the point the other party was holding onto was that the happy coins were useless, and that Dasha City that never sleeps was defrauding the adventurer community. This Bai Feifei also got drunk. It is a vow that the happy coin will soon have a new use, as Lord Chen promised himself. If anyone feels that the happy coins are useless, they can bring them to her and exchange them for cash at a certain ratio. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately disconnected the connection to the live broadcast room. After calming down, Bai Feifei realized that she might have gotten into big trouble. Live broadcasts all have addresses and real name systems. Titletown is neither small nor big. It is very easy for those adventurers to find us.as expected. Half an hour later, someone knocked on the door. Hello, is this the host Bai Feifei's residence? I'm here to exchange for happy coins. Open the door quickly. I heard the door slam. Bai Feifei and the other two's faces suddenly darkened. Are you there? Don't make big promises to me and then pretend to be dead here. That's right, aren't you guys awesome? Don't you think the happy coins must have value? Then why don't you take them back? I can sell them at a low price, 1 to 10, how about that? One time for 500 happy coins, it's like I'm exchanging a steamed bun for one time with you. You shouldn't be so unwilling, right? I won 5,000 today. I didn't expect that. Not only did I earn a lot of food from the dungeon, but I could also exchange it for real money. That's really cool. Is the anchor here? Stop pretending to be dead, okay? If you don't have the guts, come out and apologize. Since you're a girl, we won't bother with you. Yeah, we're not the type to bully girls. Just come out and apologize, and don't help that lord to cheat people in the future. To be honest, when I heard that the happy coins were meaningless, I felt unhappy. It's actually not that bad, just treat it as a casual game for 2 days. Listening to the shouting and discussions outside. Wu Lanlan said with some fear, Feifei, what should we do? Why don't we just go out and apologize? Lin Xiaoxiao had a bad temper and said angrily, apologize? What are you apologizing for? We didn't do anything wrong. Didn't they have fun in Happy Chess today? They think we are easy to bully, right? After saying that, she was about to rush out to argue. Stop. Bai Feifei called out to Lin Xiaoxiao, her eyes slightly gloomy, as if she had made a decision. Since they said they want to exchange for happy coins, then we'll do it. Didn't they say it's 1 to 10? I can afford it. Feifei, that's the money you saved with great difficulty. You should save it for your old age. Judging from the flow of people over the past 3 days, Wu Lanlan didn't know exactly how many happy coins there were, nor did she know how many people would bring them to exchange, but there are definitely 100,000. If this were to be changed, Bai Feifei's savings of all these years would definitely be gone. However, Bai Feifei had made up her mind. I'm not afraid of him. I'll take a gamble. According to what Lord Chen said, the joy coin runs through all his dungeons.
So as long as Lord Chen can rise, the value of the Joy Coin will definitely rise as well. Of this, Wu Lanlan still wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that what Bai Feifei said made sense, since the three of them have identified themselves as members of the Dixia fan club. If even they do not recognize the value of the happy coins, who else will? Therefore. Wu Lanlan, who was always weak, stood up and said, "Add me in. I will also take out all my savings in exchange with them." "And me, when have we three sisters not always been together?" Bai Feifei looked at the two of them and smiled happily. 10 seconds later, the door is open. The news that Bai Feifei was buying back happy coins at a ratio of 1:10 began to spread gradually. Although the dungeon has been closed, as long as the adventurer's system is turned on, certain operation logs can still be retained. When the first transaction began, the diligent Lena had already seen the happy coin transfer application in the operation log.at. First she didn't take it seriously, but when the number gradually increased, and when I saw that these happy coins finally went to Bai Feifei, only then did Lena realize that something was wrong. However, Chen Yu was busy building the underground city at this time, and Lena did not dare to disturb him. She could only watch the scene anxiously, feeling a little at a loss. The news of virtual currency transactions spread very quickly, not only because adventurers were more concerned about the value of happy coins, but also because Wu Yong was behind the scenes fanning the flames. Wu Yong stood in the distance, watching the adventurers complete transactions with Bai Feifei one by one, exchanging virtual happy coins for real gold and silver, with a sneer on his lips. "You three little girls are quite courageous. It won't be long before you regret it. Do you really think that the crappy happy coin has any value? For a new lord to create a hid dungeon is already pretty good. Do you think he can continue to create many hid dungeons? How innocent and cute." Wu Yong continued to secretly fan the flames, trying to let all players who had happy coins know the news. When all the happy coins finally flow into Bai Feifei's hands, and she makes a few posts to accuse a certain lord of inaction, the so-called Great Xia city that never sleeps will never be able to recover, and news travels fast indeed. Die in the blink of an eye. Bai Feifei and the other two had collected 200,000 happy coins to IT accounts for 30% of the total amount issued in the past few days. However, that's all. What Wu Yong didn't expect was that the big guys who actually owned the happy coins did not come out to exchange them, especially those people who were the first to come into contact with the dungeon of happy chess and cards. When they saw this news, they completely sneered. Wu Yu even posted a message, saying that if anyone wanted to exchange happy coins at a ratio of 1:10, they could come to him, and he also wanted to collect them. Chapter 24 Biochemical Activation. I don't know how long this farce of exchanging happy coins lasted before it ended. After such a commotion, the final owners of happy coins are only those people who support Shenyu and some scattered small households. When Shenyu came out of the system consciousness, he was also stunned when he saw this scene in the operation log. After pondering for a long time, Shenyu could probably guess what happened. I just think that too many happy coins are being distributed. Lena, from tomorrow on, we will stop the happy coin reward for bringing in new members. Change it to bringing in one person and getting one free game of Resident Evil. In addition, the live broadcast permission for Resident Evil is enabled, allowing all adventurers to start the dungeon live broadcast when they enter the dungeon. Shenyu immediately made two decisions. Here, Shenyu used two small settings that were rarely used by other lords. Point 1 is the free dungeon. Can dungeons be played for free by adventurers? Sure. As long as the dungeon lord can accept that he has no benefits, but the reality is dungeon lords also need to make a living, so it is impossible for them to allow adventurers to play and conquer their dungeons for free. Therefore, free dungeons have never existed since ancient times. This is probably the first precedent set by Shenyu. Of course, he actually made a small setting to restrict access. That means every time you enter, you will need to consume 200 happy coins. No fun coins, no entry. These 200 happy coins are just an appetizer. There will be some other things coming out later, all of which require happy coins to consume. In other words, if you have enough happy coins, you can play Resident Evil unlimitedly, get unlimited dungeon rewards, and experience unlimited happiness. Under normal circumstances, it is equivalent to exchanging one life for 2.5 times, which is definitely something a conscientious lord would do. Ordinary lords would hope that adventurers would die as soon as they entered and contribute all their soul crystals. How could they let adventurers play for free? After all, since ancient times, the income of any dungeon will gradually decrease as the number of visits increases. What dungeon lord would be willing to shorten his own lifespan to please adventurers? That's not all. Shenyu also started the live broadcast mode. Live streaming is a taboo for all lords, because once the live broadcast screen appears and is uploaded, countless strategy groups will stare at your video and conduct dungeon Strategies. A good strategy team doesn't even need to play in person, they can complete the strategy just by watching the video. In this way, it will definitely greatly reduce the lifespan of the dungeon. Any normal lord would not do this, although live streaming does have the potential to increase the dungeon's popularity and make it known to most people, but according to common sense, dungeons that are supposed to be popular will become popular. Those that are not popular will not become popular even through live streaming, and will instead shorten their lifespan. Whether it is a free dungeon or starting a live broadcast, it is the stupidest behavior among all dungeon lords. Shenyu is better and use 2 at a time. If other dungeon lords knew about this, they would definitely laugh at me. However, Shenyu did not feel worried at all, because he believes tomorrow Resident Evil will definitely set the whole audience off and instantly make the reputation of Dashia City that never sleeps rise. Perhaps the Resident Evil will eventually be cracked, which will greatly reduce its lifespan. But there is more than just one model and one game in Shenyu's mind. With this fame, no matter what you do in the future, everything will be extremely smooth. I'm so tired, I'm finally done. In the system interface, Shenyu selected the goblin camp that he had captured earlier and started to build it in the dungeon column. Do you want to spend 100 soul crystals to build the dungeon? First level, yes. An underground city immediately rose from the ground. This startled the half-elf elder who had just gotten up in the night. Since then, everything is ready. Shenyu took a look at his backpack and found that there were only 12 soul crystals left, as if he had returned to the time before liberation. However, after taking a look at his current territory, Shenyu was extremely satisfied. His development was probably far beyond that of other dungeon lords of the same period. Castle, Dashia City that never sleeps, Level 1, Lord, Shenyu subjects, Half-Elf X2 buildings, Adventurer's Tavern, Level 1, Portal Dungeon June 10th, Happy Chess Lines 1 to 6, Level 1, Daily Maintenance Cost of Dungeon, Soul Crystal times 6 Daily Maintenance Cost of Protective Shield, Soul Crystal times 3. Currently in the Novice Protection Period, no additional consumption is required. Novice Protection Period. Countdown, 1 day 20 hours 38 minutes, Territory, Biohazard Base City, Level 1, Lord, Shenyu Citizens, Half-Elf X10, Half-Elf Swordsman, Level 2/Normal, X2 Buildings, 2 Fertile Fields, Dilapidated Warehouse, Portal Dungeon January 2nd, Resident Evil, Level 1, Daily Maintenance Cost of Dungeon, Soul Crystal times 1 Daily Maintenance Cost of Protective Shield, Soul Crystal times 14. After finally confirming the contents of the dungeon, Shenyu went back to his room and went to sleep peacefully. Today I had animal skin as a mattress and had a rare good sleep. The next day. As soon as the sky was getting light, Shenyu climbed out of bed and directly started the Resident Evil dungeon, then continued sleeping. Therefore, when the adventurers who wanted to go to the dungeon of Happy Chess and Cards opened the interface of Dashia City that never sleeps, they saw Resident Evil pinned to the top of the first line. What? There really is a new dungeon, Resident Evil? That name sounds interesting. What type is it? What is biochemical? I'll go take a look first. The adventurer was just about to click in. The result is a prompt. The current number of people in the dungeon is 0/20. You can enter. Do you want to consume 200 happy coins to enter? Not enough fun coins, unable to enter. In the Resident Evil Dungeon channel chat room, some player messages immediately appeared. What's going on? I've tried several times but I'm still not allowed to enter this dungeon? I have to spend fun coins to enter, but I exchanged all the fun coins yesterday. Oh my god, what kind of a trick is this? What the hell is this? A dungeon that can only be played with fun coins. But judging from what he said, it means that you can play it 2.5 times per time? No wonder no one is going in now. They exchanged their happy coins for money yesterday. I guess no one has happy coins. Happy Chess and Cards is not open. There is no place to exchange happy coins if they want to. That's incredible. How can you do business like this? You think we just want to have fun? Some adventurers also expressed shock. What? Happy coins can be exchanged for money? I fell asleep yesterday. Did I miss something? Never mind. I don't have many happy coins anyway. It's just enough to play with this thing. After saying Resident Evil, the capacity of the dungeon becomes January 20th. Chapter 25, First experience with Resident Evil. The train roared when the adventurer by Xiao Bai appeared in the dungeon. What appeared before his eyes was a carriage he had never seen before. The names of these items automatically appeared in by Xiao Bai's sight. So he knew this was the carriage. We also know that this train is about to go to the place where the mission is to be carried out. At this moment, a line of words appeared in his sight. Whether to start the full live broadcast. What? There's even a live broadcast of the entire process. What's wrong with this dungeon lord? Not only does he have to use fun coins to play the game, but he even broadcasts the entire process live. Doesn't he know that this will make him die faster? Or, is he so confident in the content of his game? Bai Xiaobai curled his lips and smiled. Okay, since you were so confident, I will show you the live broadcast so that everyone can see what it means to complete a game with one life. Bai Xiaobai said this and immediately started the live broadcast. Outside world. Resident Evil in the dungeon channel. Suddenly a live broadcast message appeared. Bai Xiaobai is not a professional anchor, nor does he have a forum account, so his live broadcast content appears in the exclusive channel of the dungeon. Outside, the adventurers were still discussing the matter, believing that the move by the great Xia city that never sleeps was just a way to attract attention, trying to use this method to bundle the happy coins and get an appreciation, but they think this is a ridiculous way to do it, because your dungeon must have strong strength. If it is not strong enough, it will just be a joke. I really want to go in and see what's inside. It's not another chess and card game, with nesting dolls within nesting dolls, one set within another. If it really is a chess game, it would be hilarious. It's a pity that I don't have any happy coins. I exchanged all my happy coins for money for steamed buns yesterday. Brother, you are very foresight. According to the useless anchor's speculation, the happy coin is just a boring trick. Didn't you see that there are fewer people today? Yesterday it was still fully booked. Today, there are only 80 or so reservations left for the Happy Chess Dungeon. Those who don't know the truth will always be led away. The same goes for adventurers. They still believe that it is the right thing to do to exchange the happy coins for steamed buns. Hey, look at this. Why did the live broadcast link appear? It was sent by the adventurer named Bai Xiaobai in there. Damn, there's actually a live broadcast in this dungeon. This is really an eye-opener. Let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look. This dungeon lord is really brave. Isn't he afraid that the strategy team will directly break into his dungeon? Ha ha ha, I just happen to know a member of the strategy team, so I can ask him to come over and take a look. Everyone clicked on the live broadcast link with laughter. This time, Bai Xiaobai has completed the novice guidance and learned the most basic principles of firearms. The novice guide is only available on the train. After completing the novice guide, the next time you enter the dungeon, you will start directly from the main film. This is the place where Bai Xiaobai is now. Umbrella Corporation, inside the hive. Where is this place? It's very strange. I've never seen this kind of decoration before. It looks quite high-end, but why does this environment feel a bit depressing? What is Bai Xiaobai holding in his hand? A pistol. It's a very strange weapon. I've never seen it before. Brother Xiaobai, please use it for a while and show it to us. Inside, Bai Xiaobai could see the people outside talking. He responded directly, what are you looking at? This gun can only fire 6 bullets. I'm showing you what I use. Brother Xiaobai, look behind you. When Bai Xiaobai saw the prompt, he turned around and was shocked. Suddenly, a female corpse emerged from the closed laboratory filled with water at the back and headed towards him. However, the female corpse did not make any other movements, and remained motionless, as if she were a dead person. Call. Bai Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, then he said nonchalantly, isn't it just a corpse? Look how surprised you are. We adventurers rarely see this kind of thing. Is this a horror dungeon? If it was just a horror dungeon, it would be boring. Only a small number of people like the thriller element. Although he was frightened at the beginning, considering that it was a live broadcast, Bai Xiaobai pretended to be nonchalant and continued walking forward. When you opened the next door, he also saw a person inside who looked like a normal person but moved strangely. He was wearing a white research coat and was hitting an iron can. What's going on here? Is it an NPC? Or is it some kind of monster? This guy looks really weird. I feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, many lords don't know that what adventurers are really afraid of are not those ugly monsters, but those things that are similar to humans but somewhat abnormal. These are the things that are most likely to cause panic in people. By Xiao Bai's heart started pounding when he saw that weird guy with twisted joints, but since I was broadcasting live, I still plucked up the courage to go in. The result is the next second, the person seemed to have heard some noise and looked over in an extremely strange posture. His eyes were red and his skin was cracked. Zombies. These two words immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. The strange zombie in white clothes didn't give them much time to react and rushed towards them with fangs and claws bare to fuck. In desperation, Bai Xiaobai fired several rounds from the pistol in his hand. The bullet hit the zombie, and it staggered and fell. Dead? He should be dead. Wait, holy shit, why is it still moving? What no one expected was that after being attacked so many times, this zombie was still able to crawl and wanted to pounce on Bai Xiaobai. Although the zombies move slowly, Bai Xiaobai can dodge it easily, but this strange scene still made his heart pound. Head. Someone suddenly said this in the chat channel. He's a member of the Raiders team. If someone really called the members of the strategy team here, then this can't be passed casually. See this line of words. Bai Xiaobai's expression also brightened up. Raise the pistol and aim at the zombie's head. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded and he lay motionless on the ground. I see. Their brains are their fatal weakness. That's easy. These zombies move so slowly. I can kill them with just an axe. That's right, this is too weak. Lord Chen, you have the nerve to put a monster like this in here. It's worse than a goblin. Chapter 26, Strategy Team takes action after killing the first monster. Resident Evil in the dungeon, the adventurers burst into laughter. I thought it was such a powerful monster, but it turned out to be like this. One shot to the head is enough. Isn't this game very easy to complete? Sure, let him be awesome. They actually dared to start a live broadcast of the dungeon. Isn't this forcing the members of the strategy group to come over and declaring war on all strategy groups? The strategy team is worthy of being the strategy team. They spotted the monster's weakness at first sight. Face compliments. The member of the strategy team was so embarrassed that he kept saying thank you. Thank you. It didn't take long before it happened. Bai Xiaobai's exclamation was heard during the live broadcast. Fuck, why are there so many? The adventurers looked over quickly. I saw that the room instantly attracted countless zombies because of Bai Xiaobai's few shots. Dozens of them had surrounded Bai Xiaobai from front to back and were slowly approaching him. How do we fight this? Seeing so many monsters surrounding him, Bai Xiaobai felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He hurriedly picked up the pistol and fired. .2 clear sounds. Bai Xiaobai knew that the pistol in his hand was out of bullets. You don't come over here. Finally, he screamed. Game over. Bai Xiaobai, still feeling frightened, retreated from the Resident Evil dungeon. Settlement in progress. Congratulations, this time you won. A box of hot and sour noodles, a box of wafer biscuits. Bai Xiaobai looked at the food that appeared in front of him, while being frightened, show a touch of excitement. So many. That's more than I usually get from playing a dungeon crawler. I thought it was just a garbage dungeon, but it turned out to be so interesting. This is just my first experience, but it makes me feel so special. What will it be like later? Bai Xiaobai felt a little excited. It suddenly occurred to him, this dungeon's still a free dungeon. It only costs 200 happy coins to enter, unlimited number of times. If that's the case, if you have 10,000 happy coins, can't you enter 50 times? Unfortunately, I only have more than 200 happy coins, which are left over from yesterday's fun. Etc. Didn't someone exchange it at a ratio of 1 to 10 yesterday? Damn it, Bai Xiaobai immediately logged back into the dungeon interface. This time, someone had already tagged him in the channel. Brother Xiaobai, how are you? How was your experience in this dungeon? It looks quite interesting from the outside. Although it's a shooting game, it doesn't use traditional bows and arrows, but some kind of firearms. It's quite innovative. Many adventurers have already expressed interest. I want to ask Bai Xiaobai about his experience after playing the game. This Bai Xiaobai didn't want to answer at all. I only posted this sentence in the chat channel. 1 to 5, unlimited collection of happy coins, some can be sent to private messages. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the chat channel exploded instantly. What's going on? Why is Brother Xiaobai also collecting his happy coins? Is this dungeon so fun? It makes me a little itchy, and I want to go in and play for a while. At this time, another adventurer entered the game. This adventurer has fully absorbed by Xiao Bai's experience and has realized that to defeat zombies, one must attack the head. So after opening the door, when he saw the zombie rushing towards him, he decisively raised his hand and shot it in the head, extremely precise.
That's beautiful shooting. It's handsome, this is. You know what, this weapon is quite interesting.
I don't know where Lord Chen came up with this idea.
It makes me want to try my hand at it, too.
The discussion outside has just ended. After the zombie was killed, the gunshot immediately attracted more zombies nearby, same as by Xiao Bai's. Dozens of zombies surrounded him in an instant. This adventurer was quite amazing. He fought and retreated at the same time, and in the end he actually managed to retreat, close the door.
It's finally safe.
Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the closed, water-filled laboratory on the left was suddenly opened, and the dirty and turbid water flowed out. The zombies soaking in it seemed to come alive, mixed with the turbid water, and walked towards the adventurer with their fangs and claws bared. Click, the pistol is out of bullets. The adventurer could only sit there and watch the zombie, which was soaked in water, bite him. Game over. After these two waves, everyone in the game channel
was completely aroused. It seems really interesting. I feel a little itchy.
But it seems to be quite difficult to clear the game.
I still don't know what the main quest is. When will the Happy Poker Dungeon open?
I want to go in and exchange some happy coins to experience it. At this time, the person in the strategy group also sent a message. I roughly know how to pass this section.
Is there anyone who can sponsor me 200 happy coins?
The great god is about to take action.
I have some happy coins here. I only have over 100 of them. I will give them all to you.
I still have dozens here, which will be just enough to make up for it, said another person. The raiders are willing to take action. Many adventurers are happy to join in. After all, watching the masters play games is a kind of happiness. The leader of the strategy group quickly collected enough fun coins and chose to enter the game. Welcome to the Resident Evil dungeon. After the simple novice mode, the members of the strategy team were already holding their pistols and slowly approached the door. His movements were very light. It didn't attract the zombie's attention at all. He walked around behind him on timid steps. Finally, he took out a small knife he had picked up nearby and stabbed it into the zombie's head. A dull sound. The zombies fell slowly. It didn't make much noise. The surrounding zombies were not attracted by the sound, so the scene of being surrounded
by dozens of zombies did not appear. So that's it. The pistol is a trap.
It is indeed a highly lethal weapon, but it is also too loud and could easily attract zombies. In the end, we still have to rely on close combat. It seems that these zombies are sensitive to sound.
As long as we move gently, we won't alarm them.
The adventurers quickly came to their conclusion. After killing the zombie, the members of the strategy team tiptoed to the next door, opened the door, slowly got in, then he turned around and locked the door tightly. Seeing his behavior, an adventurer outside asked in confusion, "Boss, why did you lock yourself in here without leaving any way out?" After locking the door, the members of the strategy team said solemnly, "You may not have seen that there are things in those incubators." Chapter 27, Resident Evil 2 is full incubation chamber. What incubator? Everyone in the chat room then remembered that the box that the zombies hit at the beginning was the incubator mentioned by the leader of the strategy group.
What's in the incubator? Looking at the serious expression on the boss's face, the things inside must be extraordinary, right?
The members of the strategy team shook their heads. I don't know what's inside, but it's bigger than normal zombies and looks very dangerous. It seems to be frozen in ice, but that ice is melting now. I'm afraid it won't be long before those monsters wake up from inside. Someone in the chat room suddenly realized something.
I see. No wonder the boss locked the door.
He was afraid those monsters would come out.
This should be Lord Chen's backup plan.
He wants these monsters to hunt us down. As expected of a big boss, he saw through this trick right away. Really found out. The members of the strategy team were a little unsure, but the door was welded shut, so we had no choice but to keep moving forward. During this time period, Happy Chest, the dungeon is also officially opened. See here, countless adventurers exclaimed.
Fuck, he finally opened the door. Quick, give me 2,500 happy coins.
I want to go to this new dungeon and try out some saltiness.
Change me 500 first. I don't even know if it's fun or not. I lost so much money. If I had known that I would not have sold the few hundred yesterday, how come it worked today? Many adventurers flocked into the dungeon of Happy Chess and Cards and exchanged with Lena.at. This point, Chen Yu did not impose any restrictions. After all, he wanted to open a business, and earning soul crystals was the key. Not long after, the adventurers who exchanged their happy coins instantly filled up Resident Evil. A bunch of people started playing in it, and 20 live broadcasts were started at the same time. The adventurers were dazzled by the sight. The advantage of Resident Evil is that the adventurers in it die relatively quickly. Once an adventurer tries to slack off, the Red Queen will drive the zombies closer. Therefore, just an hour after the doors were opened, the adventurers inside had already changed 1 or 2 rounds, and without exception, all these adventurers died. The one who persisted the longest was the member of the strategy group, but now, he has reached the end. Because standing in front of him was a zombie dog with its skin peeled off and its head split in half. There was only 1 bullet left in the gun in his hand. Don't come over here. Bang, the shot did not kill the zombie dog, but instead it forced it in front of it and bit it. Game over. The server has been open for more than an hour, and no adventurer has even managed to survive the level with zombie dogs, let alone complete it. Originally speaking, adventurers would not want to play a game like this with a 100% mortality rate a second time. But since Resident Evil is a game that consumes fun coins to enter, and the fun and feedback you get from it is quite a lot, therefore, all adventurers hope to take this opportunity to get more food rewards. Here, they also settled a score. The food rewards you get from playing Resident Evil once are almost enough for a full meal. If the happy coins are exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 10, it is equivalent to 500 happy coins for 1 steamed bun. If it was before today, no one would think there was anything wrong with exchanging 500 happy coins for steamed buns, but when the joy coins were bundled with Resident Evil, 500 joy coins were equivalent to 2 full meals. That's the calculation. The adventurers who took the happy coins to exchange with by Feifei yesterday immediately regretted it so much, especially those who have a lot of happy coins. I regret it so much, because they have seen in the game channel that someone is buying happy coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. 0.1-to-1. In just one night, the value of the happy coin actually increased tenfold. This is what that shitty anchor said, that happy coins have no value. The adventurers who exchanged the happy coins were immediately dissatisfied and started to go to Wu Yong's account forum to ask for an explanation. In fact, this situation occurs. The bigger reason is that the Resident Evil dungeon can only be entered with fun coins. In this way, after adventurers have used up their daily quota, they can use their happy coins to continue to gain additional benefits in the Resident Evil dungeon. Therefore, as long as the single profit is greater than the profit from purchasing happy coins, then it is a profit. Looking at the outrageous ratio in the game's exclusive channel, the adventurers who sold a large number of happy coins looked as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly, and under Wu Yong's account. A bunch of trolls are on the way, launched a crazy attack. Wu Yong was so scared that he quickly shut down the system. He even left his house, fearing that someone would find him. Wu Yong, who was hiding, was extremely angry. Fuck, isn't this too coincidental? Just yesterday I said it was useless, but today I was given a new dungeon, the kind that can only be entered with fun coins. Damn, are you trying to mess with me on purpose? Wu Yong even thought that this was something Chen Yu did specifically to target him. Wu Yong was so angry that he didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He just thought that Chen Yu was deliberately ruining his reputation. Don't you think your dungeon is awesome? You actually dare to turn on the live broadcast mode. Wu Yong's eyes flickered as he opened the exclusive channel of the Resident Evil dungeon and began to ponder. It just so happens that I know someone from the strategy group. I'll call them over now and watch me destroy you in just one day. Wu Yong said viciously. This way, the Resident Evil channel is already full, and I don't know how many people have queued up to make reservations. In order to play the Resident Evil dungeon, these adventurers not only collected a large number of happy coins online, but also went to Happy Chess and Cards to exchange happy coins for the game. Therefore, in just 2 hours, Chen Yu already had 200 soul crystals in his hands. The adventurers are no longer satisfied with just a single line version of Resident Evil. Chen Yu simply spent 100 soul crystals and opened a second line of Resident Evil. Second line out, the pressure on the originally crowded Resident Evil frontline was immediately relieved. Finally, a new server is launched. Evil Lord, take my flying kick. Watch me clear this dungeon for the first time. The adventurers were ready to go, rushed into the dungeon and started the game. Since the game time of Resident Evil is not too long, adventurers in the queue will soon get their turn after waiting for a while. Bai Feifei and others who had just woken up were also stunned when they saw this scene. Wu Lanlan said in disbelief, Feifei, we got rich when we woke up? Yesterday we received 200,000 happy coins at a 10-to-10 ratio, and today it has increased tenfold? Chapter 28 Happy Coins Soar. We exchanged happy coins all night last night and almost used up all the assets of 3 people, although they have a certain degree of confidence in Chenyu, but who knows what the future will be like, so this night, the 3 of them were all a little nervous. It was impossible to say that they were not worried. After all, this was their retirement money, which they had saved for many years with great effort. In the world of adventurers, saving money is inherently difficult. What you get from the dungeon every day is rarely a surplus. Most of them live frugally, saved bit by bit. The result was unexpected. There's no need to even wait until later. As soon as Bai Feifei and the other 2 woke up, their assets had increased tenfold. What is the concept? It's like making money for nothing for decades. Suddenly, they jumped from poverty to moderate prosperity, and brought them all this. It's not just their own courage, but also the presence of Chenyu. I didn't expect Lord Chen to be so powerful. When we woke up, we became wealthy women. Lin Xiaoxiao said excitedly, now the retirement problem is solved directly. I can lie down and play games every day. That's right. Wu Lanlan also said, all this is thanks to Lord Chen. Of course, Feifei's courage is also the key. Without Feifei's persistence yesterday, we would not have the courage to hoard the happy coins. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, yes, so are we going to sell it? The current price is 1-to-1, so we can make a lot of money if we sell it. Because at this time many people have already found them on the system and expressed their desire to purchase happy coins at a 1:1 price, because at this moment there is no demand for happy coins outside, and only a few people have a large number of happy coins. If you don't buy them, you can only exchange them based on the number of times a day, but even though the price has been open to 1:1, we still haven't seen a large number of happy coin transactions, and if there are any, it's only a very small part, which can't satisfy the market at all. Bai Feifei shook her head. You can see for yourselves. I don't want to sell it anyway. If Lord Chen builds more and more dungeons, the value of the happy coin will also increase. I think 1:1 is not the upper limit. 1:1 is not the upper limit. Can the happy coin be more valuable than our real money? Lin Xiaoxiao was a little shocked. If this is true, Lord Chen has become a printing factory. The amount of happy coins he prints out can directly affect the amount of money in the real world. There is still a little difference. Bai Feifei replied, it depends on Lord Chen's control over the economy. If he distributes happy coins indiscriminately, it will cause a rapid depreciation. But if he controls it and only allows each person to exchange 2,500 per day, coupled with the effects of other dungeons, the value of happy coins will rise rapidly. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Feifei, you're right. There's no rush to sell them anyway. I can't finish all the food I get from Lord Chen every day. I even sent a lot back to my parents. I'll keep these happy coins for now. Those guys must be regretting it so much yesterday. When I think of the arrogant looks on those people's faces when they came here yesterday to exchange for happy coins, the 3 of them wanted to laugh. Okay, don't think about these things. I think Lord Chen must have an idea in his mind. Since he has bound the Resident Evil dungeon with the happy coin, he must have made a decision. Lord Chen is so courageous, we just need to follow his footsteps. After that, Bai Feifei added, there are still tasks to be completed. I just took a look at the Starry Sky rank. I am now Starry Sky 1, which can be exchanged for a special gift pack for Resident Evil. I looked at the things in the gift package, and they were things that no one else could buy with money. Lin Xiaoxiao and the other 2 showed envy after hearing this. Feifei, you have already reached Starry Sky 1. Although the 2 of us have contribution points, we are still a little short. Bai Feifei consoled him, it's okay. Lord Chen will send out more quests anyway, and we as a fan club will also receive preferential treatment. Anyway, let's go play the dungeon first. I can't wait to experience what's in the gift pack. After saying that, Bai Feifei returned to her room and sat down on a rattan chair. Log in, since Chenyu opened a VIP channel for her, while others had to queue up bitterly, Bai Feifei was directly ranked first. With such a squeeze, the adventurers at the back didn't know what was happening. Is there a bug? Why is there one person missing from my queue? It happens all the time. Maybe it's just a delay, or you saw it wrong. Oh.
The chat channel is still in progress. Bai Feifei has logged in, and her live broadcast screen also unfolds as she logs in. It's that female anchor. Beauty itself attracts people's attention. What's more, he is the leader of the Dasha fan club and a celebrity who bought 200,000 happy coins overnight yesterday. At least since last night. In this tidal town, Bai Feifei's name and deeds are still known to many people. So as soon as she landed, someone exclaimed, and she immediately attracted a lot of people's attention.
Strange, what is that on her head? Is it a title? Starry Sky Noble 1, enjoy VIP membership. Damn, this should be the only person with a title this whole morning, right?
She is indeed the leader of the fan club of the great summer city that never sleeps.
Could she be the concubine of that lord?
Over the past few hundred years, there have been several cases of love between adventurers and dungeon lords. First, you have to become a contracted adventurer, only then can you stay in the territory permanently, but becoming a contracted adventurer is risky.
If the territory is destroyed, they may also lose their lives. I know about this Starry Sky title. You get contribution points by completing tasks.
When the contribution points reach a certain level, you will have the Starry Sky title.
How do you know? Because I've been there once, but unfortunately I didn't get any contribution points.
The adventurer explained helplessly. I heard that Star Knights can receive daily rewards such as happy coins, and there are also some special benefits.
This Resident Evil may have some.
This person just finished speaking in the live broadcast. The pistol in Bai Feifei's hand, which had completed the novice task, had turned into a golden Desert Eagle. Looks very cool. The effect is full. This Desert Eagle can fire 10 rounds, and each round is a large caliber. As the first zombie approached, Bai Feifei shot its entire head apart with one shot, without even having to aim. This scene had an extremely huge impact on the eyes of everyone who had watched countless videos of adventurers.
In jail all morning. Fuck, that's awesome. Isn't this gun so cool? It's cheating. This must be cheating, giving away artifacts right at the start, right? Everyone was extremely envious at the moment.
After all, owning such a large caliber pistol, apart from anything else, the sense of vanity alone would be greatly satisfied, not to mention such a huge improvement in power. Chapter 29. The privileged class is so privileged. However, although Bai Feifei's weapon was powerful, it was indeed too weak for her. The Desert Eagle fired a shot, which directly alarmed the zombies nearby. In an instant, more than 20 zombies rushed over and pounced on her with their fangs and claws. Bai Feifei fought and retreated at the same time. After a few bullets from the Desert Eagle, it killed a lot of zombies. Then she took out a magazine from her body and reloaded it with bullets. Seeing this scene, the entire chat channel was filled with crazy typing. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why are there still magazines? It turns out that even if the bullets are used up, you can still refill them.
I've learned something new.
This magazine does exist. Just now, when I saw the leader of the strategy team searching the area, he found a magazine. But I never thought there would be someone who originally had the magazine.
Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Evil Lord, how can you pamper your fans like this?
If Chen Yu saw this last sentence, he would definitely say, "Don't slander me, I haven't spoiled her yet. Everything Bai Feifei has is the result of her hard work over the past few days. The more you do for yourself, the more you will get." In Chen Yu's opinion, this is what you should get. The magazine filled. The zombie just walked up to him. Bai Feifei raised the pistol in her hand again and shot at the dozen or so zombies left in front of her. Every shot hits the head, some even have two in a row. It is unprecedented for one person to kill more than 20 zombies throughout the entire morning. This is the advantage of a privileged user. Chen Yu also planned to use this opportunity to promote his own contribution point system. This way, more people would respond when he issued tasks in the future. Later on, he will launch a Krypton Gold system to further promote the consumption of happy coins. After killing these zombies, Bai Feifei reloaded the bullets again. This was the last magazine. The items in the privilege gift package are a limited edition Golden Desert Eagle and 2 magazines. With this advantage, Bai Feifei easily killed a large number of zombies and prepared to go deeper again. But at this moment, the glass laboratory exploded with a bang, and the zombies inside poured out. He launched a crazy attack on her. Bai Feifei couldn't fight against dozens of zombies alone, and finally died on the spot. He had all the top-notch weapons, but he hadn't even walked out of the first door. This scene made everyone laugh, but at the same time, they couldn't help but realize that the Resident Evil dungeon might not be easy to clear with just equipment, but also requires other skills. This time,
the strategy group became everyone's expectation. Has the Raiders not shown up yet? No, the one coming up now is, why is she here again? Didn't she go to the queue? Why is she in front of us all of a sudden? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Bai Feifei die and leave the stage? How come I don't have to queue up now and can enter the dungeon again? What kind of privileged class is this, exercising privilege like this? The adventurers were furious, but there is no use being angry. Those who need to queue still have to queue. The person who makes the rules is Chen Yu. At the beginning, Chen Yu only opened such a VIP channel for 3 people, namely Bai Feifei, Wu Yu and Li Ruopu. These 3 people gave Chen Yu great help in the early days of the dungeon. This kind of contribution is unmatched by others. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied the other adventurers were, there was nothing they could do unless they don't want to play anymore. But the Resident Evil dungeon opened that morning, and its popularity spread throughout the entire Titletown. Don't want to play? How is that possible? Therefore, you still have to queue up, and at most you can just complain a few words. And just at this moment, everyone suddenly realized something else. Yesterday, how many happy coins did she have yesterday? About 200,000. Fuck, so she can play from morning till night as long as she wants, and keep getting rewards from this dungeon until she gets bored and has no interest in it anymore? It's like this. After hearing this, the adventurers took a deep breath and were extremely envious. At this stage, adventurers have all heard about how much rewards Resident Evil can get and how much dopamine it can secrete. Otherwise, the value of happy coin cannot be hyped up to a 1-to-1 level. Bai Feifei has 200,000 happy coins. After using them up every day, she can still play the Resident Evil dungeon unlimitedly and earn a lot of food. Is this direct financial freedom? Countless adventurers were envious, yet extremely regretful at the same time. Why didn't they stock up some last night? Even if it was just a few tens of thousands, it would have been fine. Li Ruopu and his sister Li Ruoshu naturally came as well to take advantage of the craze caused by Resident Evil. Li Ruoshu originally liked exciting and interesting dungeons, and he showed great excitement when he saw the live broadcast of Resident Evil. The queue started immediately. In the queue, there are 86 people in front of you. Li Ruoshu was speechless for a while. Li Ruopu smiled at her and said, "Sis, I'll leave first." After saying that, Li Ruopu directly cut in line and took the first place. Queuing up, there are 87 people ahead of you. The message suddenly appeared in front of Li Ruoshu. Li Ruoshu was speechless. I didn't expect that I got stuck at the first step after coming here with great enthusiasm. I could only watch others play from outside. Hateful, be patient for now, let's see if it's fun. Not if it's fun, I'll definitely try being a contracted adventurer. Li Ruoshu said to himself. As the adventurers with the closest relationship with the territory, contracted adventurers can play in various dungeons at will, and because he has descended into the dark world in his true form, he is provided with food and shelter, so he does not need to worry about starving to death in the future. He only needs to worry about whether the territory develops smoothly. If the territory continues to exist, they can even live forever with the dungeon lord. Although ordinary adventurer spirit summons can simulate the adventurer's appearance, its essence is actually the spirit, not the adventurer's real body. To put it simply, it's a condom. I didn't bring any. There is always a little difference after putting on a layer of skin. While Li Ruoshu was waiting in line, he could only watch other people's live broadcasts in his spare time. Here, she saw a familiar figure. Wu Qingxiu. Li Ruoshu raised his eyebrows. How come Chang Su, the second in command of the strategy team, is here so soon? The Chang Su strategy group is also a well-known strategy group in Titletown. However, in order to protect the reputation of their strategy group, the people in this strategy group are usually very cautious and will not take action easily. Once they take action, it will be a fatal kill. Really, Wu Qingxiu already knows the weakness of Resident Evil? Chapter 30 Laser Channel. Li Ruoshu clicked in to watch Wu Qingxiu's live broadcast. At this time, he had already entered the territory of the zombie dogs, probably because he had made some observations in advance. Wu Qingxiu accurately predicted the location where the first zombie dog would appear and shot it in the head, killing it with a single shot, but this shot alarmed 2 zombie dogs, which surrounded them. When facing the siege of zombie dogs, Wu Qingxiu remained very calm and retreated behind the cover. At this time, the zombie dog let out a low growl and gathered strength to move backwards. Wu Qingxiu immediately seized the opportunity, first fired a shot, and then slid away, while killing a zombie dog in seconds. He also successfully evacuated the scene. This move made many adventurers in the chat channel exclaim and count 666. In the channel. Wu Yong, who had been silent for a long time, jumped out and said, "I told you, this dungeon is not that difficult. The monster spawning routes are fixed.
Once the strategy team comes, they can crack it in minutes.
These 3 zombie dogs should be the strongest monsters here. Once they are dead, what else can stop us? You are really foolish to think that a broken dungeon can increase the value of the happy coins. The happy coins are only valuable for a few days. When the large army passes through the dungeon easily, they will still be useless. The existence of the strategy group is actually a bit subtle. On the one hand, adventurers need to harvest resources in the dungeon to their own pleasure, therefore, exploring the map step by step and growing is the source of happiness, but the difficulty of dungeons is generally very high. There are always some adventurers who can't pass the level, which makes them feel itchy and uncomfortable. The strategy group was created for this group of adventurers, and with the emergence of the strategy group, novice adventurers can easily pass the level, so other lords began to increase the difficulty. This leads to a vicious cycle. This makes it difficult to find dungeons on the market that ordinary adventurers can complete without a strategy. Adventurers want the ultimate joy of clearing a dungeon, but are also afraid that after clearing it, they won't be interested in playing the dungeon again next time. People are so conflicted, but no matter what, as long as the strategy appears, it was inevitable that the dungeon would be destroyed. This is the biggest drawback of single-player dungeons. Wu Yong wanted to use this method to quickly make Qinyu's dungeon meaningless, but in fact, Qinyu had never thought about how long a novice mode would trouble the adventurers, otherwise he would not have started the live broadcast mode. The most interesting part of Resident Evil is when the entire city is used as a map. But just beat a few zombie dogs and you thought you had cleared the level. This was really too much of an understatement towards the novice mode that Qinyu had spent a day setting up. When Wu Qingshu came to the laser channel, he was immediately attracted by the high-tech equipment in front of him. When the first laser beam appeared, No1 expected that this seemingly simple mechanism with no lethality could easily cut Wu Qingshu in half. Game over. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What the hell is this laser channel? Aren't there just zombies? Why is there a laser channel? What is this enemy? I can't even see any trace of the enemy. Are we trying to avoid these traps? That's too difficult. The adventurers began to complain. The zombies were already difficult enough, and if they added micromanagement, no adventurer would be able to pass the level. With Wu Qingshu's experience in clearing the previous levels, the strategies for the previous areas are now available. For example, the first zombie must be killed by physical means without alarming a large number of zombies, and then quickly follow the S route to the next door. For example, the locations of the zombies in the next few rooms and how to avoid them. For example, before a zombie dog launches an attack, it will let out a low growl and then retreat to accumulate strength. As long as you grasp this attack momentum, killing it is not difficult. With these strategies, the adventurers soon arrived at the laser barrier. First one, second one laser. The attack methods of these lasers are also fixed. Many people can pass through the first 2 lasers, but it is difficult to pass through all the lasers continuously. It's almost impossible for a normal person to do it, and just at this moment, everyone discovered that this laser channel was not a must. In fact, their escape route was not in the laser channel at all. In their task list, the main task was to escape, and the side task of shutting down the Red Queen system was through the laser channel. This setting makes the adventurer's eyes light up. So that's how it is. The main quest is for ordinary adventurers, and the side quests are for adventurers who challenge higher difficulties. This setting is quite good. Even if I have finished the game, I will still think about coming back and trying it out when I remember that I have not completed a side quest. Lord Chen is quite thoughtful. But this mechanism is really too difficult. Let's talk about it next time. Let's just clear it first. This is also what most adventurers think: get the first pass of the game first, but when they bypassed the laser channel and found the map drawing, the door behind them that they had closed made loud banging noises. It seemed like it only took a few hits before the door was smashed open. Before I could even take a closer look at the blueprint, I saw a terrifying monster rushing towards me. This monster has no skin, its muscles are exposed, and its brain is exposed. Its eyes have degenerated, but its limbs are extremely strong, and it has claws on its hands, which allow it to climb walls. It moves swiftly and has a ferocious appearance. At the same time, one of its tongues is extremely sharp, and almost all adventurers die from its tongue. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Is it the monster in the cultivation chamber mentioned earlier? Of course they are. I didn't expect them to come so quickly even though the door was sealed. The liquor. How horrible. So if we want to escape successfully, we have to seize every moment. Once these monsters are thawed from the training, we will be dead. Yes, with the current weapons we have, we are no match for them. The adventurers were talking about it. The newly emerged monsters have undoubtedly pushed the popularity of the Resident Evil dungeon to a peak again. This monster has a unique shape. A ferocious and terrifying appearance. It greatly stimulated the hearts of adventurers, and just at this moment, Li Ruwashu also logged in successfully and started her novice training firearms. It's a new type of weapon. Li Ruwashu got the hang of it very quickly and came out of the tutorial mode very quickly. Li Ruwashu also had some understanding of the movements of these zombies. So, act cleanly and efficiently. Of the time spent from killing the first zombie to encountering the zombie dog was the shortest among all adventurers. This is enough to prove her strength. However, when he arrived at the laser channel, Li Ruwashu stopped. Start searching the nearby rooms. Chapter 31 Black Rose's Ace. Li Ruwashu's actions attracted the attention of many adventurers from outside. I saw that she didn't seize the time to escape, but instead stopped to search 2 rooms full of zombies. The adventurers couldn't help but worry for her. What no one expected was, Li Ruwashu actually searched for a blueprint about a laser channel in a room. Sure enough, there is such a thing. Li Ruwashu's eyes lit up with joy and he began to read it carefully. This is a blind spot. At this stage, everyone is thinking about how to leave as quickly as possible and will not stop to search the next door, because their target is no longer in the laser channel. Therefore, Li Ruwashu became the first adventurer to search for the laser blueprints. The laser channel diagram describes the sequence and style of all lasers, which is also a setting given by Chenyu to reduce the difficulty. Otherwise, if these adventurers were really asked to connect to the computer terminal to crack the password, it would be difficult for them. After all, there are no computers in their world. Looking at the laser drawing, Li Ruwashu wrote it down quickly without any hesitation, then stopped in front of the laser channel. Why doesn't she leave? Seeing Li Ruwashu motionless, the adventurers couldn't help but ask questions. Hurry up, the lickers are coming soon. There are so many incubators, and who knows how many lickers are inside. She wouldn't want to fight alone, would she? Boss, I admit that your operation is amazing, but the liquor is really too strong. Let's get a first pass as soon as possible so that everyone can worship it. Yeah, the game hasn't been completed yet, so I can do the side quest later. At this time, some people also recognized Li Ruwashu and exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, I didn't notice it before. I was just admiring his looks, but now I realize, isn't this Li Ruwashu, the super ace of the Black Rose Raiders team? What? So she is Li Ruwashu, the dungeon's strongest fighting queen. Li Ruwashu? Tisk. I heard that she almost cleared the God of Destruction punishment alone 2 days ago. She is a super powerful person. I didn't expect that the real person turned out to be such a cool and beautiful queen. This leg, suck, look, the liquor is coming. Following the live broadcast, I saw an extremely swift liquor appear in the camera. No, not just one, but there are more than a dozen liquors. He probably sensed Li Ruwashu's presence. All the liquors in the incubator came over here, their long and sharp tongues flying in their mouths, easily cutting the blind zombies on the road in half so fast. Why hasn't Li Ruwashu made any movement yet? What does she want to do? Could it be that someone had already guessed what she was thinking? At the same time, Li Ruwashu finally moved, retreated, and jumped into the laser channel. Run quickly to the end of the passage. A dozen lickers followed, and like maggots, the laser channel suddenly shut down. Follow closely. First laser, 3 seconds later, jump. Li Ruwashu memorized the order of the lasers. With a beautiful jump in the air, he not only dodged the laser shooting, but also dodged the long tongue attacks of several lickers. A sizzle, the laser flashed across instantly. After the first wave, 5 lickers froze in place, and then they were instantly split in half, facing the death of a companion. The other 10 lickers didn't care at all. They were already emotionless zombies that only knew how to kill and eat. Second laser, lean over. Li Ruwashu rolled over and avoided the laser that passed over his head. This laser directly cut off the tongues of several lickers and killed 3 lickers at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the lickers were killed or injured. This scene made countless adventurers outside feel excited and overwhelmed with emotion. 666. As expected of the Black Rose's trump card, he's really strong. His agility is second to none. So cool and beautiful, these moves are really a work of art. Following the flash of the 4th and 5th lasers, Li Ruwashu not only avoided the attacks of the lickers without any injury, but also killed almost all of them with the help of these lasers. Now there is only
the last one left. This last one is going to be a bit tricky though, because Li Ruoshu remembered that after the last laser, the only safe area was the corner of the wall when entering the passage. And over there. That's where the last licker is. Li Ruoshu stared at the licker intently. Without any fear on his face, the figure moved immediately, rushed towards the licker. The licker also rushed over. The tongue came flying first, but Li Ruoshu dodged by leaning sideways and at the same time made a beautiful sliding tackle, passing by the side of the licker. The licker was about to turn around and chase. As a result, the laser net shot through it and cut it into hundreds of small pieces. When Li Ruoshu slid to the door, he immediately stood up and even stuck to the corner, the laser net. In her pupils continued to expand and expand. In a flash, it was already in front of us. Sizzle. Li Ruoshu stared at the laser net without blinking, until it stopped and finally disappeared. Seeing that he was unharmed, Li Ruoshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was a close call. If it gets bigger, it will get hurt. Li Ruoshu quietly lowered his head and glanced at him, feeling somewhat relieved and a little ashamed. Ding ding ding. The last laser net ends and the laser channel opens. Seeing that the door at the end was open, Li Ruoshu stepped in without any hesitation. After entering, a virtual 3D portrait appeared in front of Li Ruoshu. She looks like a little girl. When the adventurers from outside saw this, they were so excited that they were speechless. Is this the Red Queen? She's actually a little girl. It's really too strong. Is this the true strength of the Black Rose Ace? Compared to Li Ruoshu, Wu Qingxiu from Changshu's strategy team is simply weak. Long live the Black Rose is the best. While praising Li Ruoshu, some adventurers also set their sights on the Red Queen and were amazed at her. The setting of the Red Queen really shocked me. Artificial intelligence? What kind of amazing creation is this? I really don't know what's wrong with Lord Chen's brain. He can actually design such a dungeon. Whether it's the gameplay of the dungeon or the appearance of the monsters, it's really amazing. I have a feeling that the zombie theme will be very popular. If other lords knew about this zombie theme, they would definitely imitate it. Yes. Lord Chen is still too radical. Publishing such an idea is equivalent to giving all the materials to other dungeon lords. But this is also a good thing for us. At least in the future, we can play in countless zombie-themed dungeons. Chapter 32 Complete the game. Not to mention what the outside world thinks of it. Li Ruoshu was a little surprised to see the Red Queen appear in front of him, but he quickly regained his composure, walked straight to the area marked as the center console. The Red Queen also tried to issue a warning: if you shut me down, the zombie virus will flood the city, and then, you won't be able to survive. Li Ruoshu tilted his head and smiled. This is exactly the effect I want. Immediately he cut off the core above a sizzle. As the energy core was taken out, the power supply of the entire Hive laboratory was cut off. In an instant, the surroundings fell into extreme darkness. Congratulations on completing the side quest. You will be rewarded with a rare equipment tactical backpack, which contains countless useful gadgets, including a flashlight for lighting. Li Ruoshu heard the prompt. He immediately opened the tactical backpack that appeared out of thin air in his hand and searched for it. Sure enough, he took out a flashlight. This tactical backpack will appear at the beginning of each game. It not only contains various small items, but also can store some items. It is equivalent to a backpack. This is the Easter egg placed by Qingyu. Any adventurer who successfully shuts down the Red Queen's power can get one of these equipment. It will help you to challenge the more difficult levels later. Because of the existence of this equipment, even if the adventurer chooses to complete the main line directly, when facing other difficult levels in the end, he will choose to return to the novice mode and challenge them. This greatly increases the adventurer's desire for challenge. As expected, after Li Ruoshu demonstrated the function of the tactical backpack, the adventurers from outside were excited. What a wicked lord! He actually placed such important equipment in such a difficult place. Challenging the laser channel, who can do this? Fortunately, we don't have to go through the laser channel under the siege of a dozen lickers like Li Ruoshu did. If we memorize it by rote, it should be possible. I think it's very risky. I have to challenge it many times at least. I have saved the section in the laser channel just now. I will take it back and study it carefully. Researching what? Researching lasers or researching legs? Some people also joked, but it must be said that this part of Lee Ruoshu has become a masterpiece and has become the object of imitation for countless members of the strategy group. It has also become an insurmountable mountain. Looking at the countless people in the chat channel praising and admiring Lee Ruoshu, Wu Chengshu's face looked extremely ugly. They are also one of the famous strategy groups of Titletown. Both are trump cards. The result is such a huge gap. After this battle, Chang Su's strategy team is likely to become a laughingstock. It would have been fine if it weren't for Lee Ruoshu's top-notch operation. If it failed, it would have been a failure, but now, when Lee Ruoshu made this move, Wu Chengshu was far inferior to her. The worst thing is that the time period between their challenges was not very long. This also means, whenever someone mentions this scene in the future, they will use him as a background to highlight how powerful Lee Ruoshu is. When I think of this, Wu Chengshu's face became extremely gloomy. When he thought about how it was Wu Yong who invited him and said how simple this dungeon was, and that he could use the opportunity of the live broadcast to promote the reputation of Chang Su's strategy team, Wu Chengshu felt angry. Is simple. Wu Chengshu didn't know whether it was simple or not. He just knew that he was afraid he wouldn't have the face to go back and face his big brother. Damn it, it's so embarrassing. Wu Yong would send private messages from time to time, which made Wu Chengshu so angry that he blocked him directly and prepared to have an offline fight with him. Li Ruoshu is here. The Red Queen's power supply was cut off, causing the entire underground hive to fall into darkness, but with tactical flashlights as lighting tools, there was no major problem with lighting. Although this will make it more difficult to face zombies, Lee Ruoshu is not an ordinary adventurer, and this little difficulty is not worth mentioning to her. Without those liquors, no one in this underground hive laboratory can stop her. Not long after, Li Ruoshu boarded the train and headed for the outside world, completing the entire novice mission. Settlement in progress. You have successfully completed the novice mode. The honor list has been updated, and you are currently ranked first on the honor list. The first place on the honor list will receive the limited time skin Crimson King, 1000 happy coins every week, a server-wide reminder when entering the Resident Evil dungeon, and the title of Crimson King. Settlement completed. You have obtained the following in this dungeon: barbecue set, 7 puff buns, 1 hamburger. Lee Ruoshu regained consciousness and returned to reality. Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food on the table, I opened my mouth wide. Why are there so many? The profit from this challenge is almost the same as my usual 20 or 30 challenges. Resident Evil. What an interesting dungeon. Lee Ruoshu's eyes were still fascinated, and it was obvious that this time, she had almost been captured by the combat dungeon created by Chinyu. Being able to get so much food at one time is enough to prove how happy she felt during this period, especially when I was in the laser channel. My adrenaline surged to an unbelievable level. Stimulate. It's really exciting. Li Ruoshu hadn't experienced such an exciting feeling for a long time, which made her extremely excited, and she hasn't been able to calm down yet. Did it take half an hour? Lee Ruoshu fell into deep thought when he saw his name on the honor roll and the time behind it. Now she is the only one on the list, because up to now, Lee Ruoshu is the only one who has completed the novice mode. The novice mode alone is enough to trap most adventurers, let alone completing it perfectly, but for this number. Li Ruoshu was still not satisfied. It can be even faster. I've memorized the laser's blueprint. The only problem is how to make the liquors thaw faster. I need to get them out earlier so I can achieve higher scores. After the customs clearance, surpassing their previous records has become the only pleasure for top players. To be perfect, that's what all the top raiders think. Li Ruoshu chose to queue again. Seeing the appearance of the honor roll, all the adventurers who were paying attention to the Resident Evil dungeon were shocked. Li Ruoshu's clearance. This undoubtedly pushed the popularity of the Resident Evil dungeon to a certain level again. Time continues to this day. Basically, there are guides for dealing with all monsters. Even if ordinary adventurers cannot perform advanced operations like Lee Ruoshu, they still have a chance to pass the level. After people got used to the fighting style in the dungeon, they started to complete it one after another. The second person to complete the game was the member of the strategy group that appeared first. However, even he did not pass the game perfectly. He just finished the novice mode according to the normal process. Didn't challenge the side quests. After all, he also knew that while turning off the Red Queen's power, he also had to avoid being killed by a dozen lickers and complete the game under such extreme conditions. It's really difficult. Chapter 33: Taking over the Rabbit-Eared Village. No one will be able to replicate Lee Ruoshu's operation, at least for a long time in the future. Unless another strategy group's ace appears, they will deliberately replicate it, but each strategy group also has its own pride, and deliberately imitating others will only damage its own reputation and brand. Therefore, Lee Ruoshu will probably dominate the perfect clearance honor list alone for a long time when her video of completing the game was leaked. The Resident Evil dungeon attracted more and more people, pushing the popularity of the game to its peak and becoming known to the entire Tide Town. By the afternoon, both Resident Evil dungeons were packed. The number of appointments has reached over 500. Can't squeeze in. There's no way to squeeze in. To this, Shinyu didn't even think about opening a third line. On the one hand, there is no territory. On the other hand, Resident Evil itself was a game he created to attract adventurers. If he really wanted to make money, he had to go with a Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. Due to the popularity of the Resident Evil dungeon. As a result, the Happy Chess dungeon naturally became popular as well. The line was also packed, and it was difficult for people outside to squeeze in, which forced Shinyu to create several lines without stopping. In the entire territory, all 10 buildable dungeons were turned into Happy Chess and Cards dungeons by him. At this point, the novice period had just ended, and Shinyu already had a full team, a dungeon that could accommodate 200 people. The entire underground city was extremely lively, and one could imagine the scene of 200 people appearing in the same frame. This also made Lena and Effie gradually overwhelmed. After a few hours, their heads were buzzing, but it's okay. At this time, two half-elf swordsmen who went to investigate the rabbit-eared village brought back good news. That is, after hearing that the goblin tribe was destroyed by Shinyu, the rabbit-eared people's village was very happy, expressed their willingness to surrender, and offered the village's guardian stone. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied the rabbit-eared village. You already own the rabbit-ear village, and the guardian stone is taking effect. Do you want to consume the soul crystal to activate the guardian stone? The current level of the rabbit ear village is LV1. It takes 100 soul crystals to open the guardian stone. There are currently 35 residents in the rabbit ear village. Daily maintenance requires 35 soul crystals. The amount of soul crystals consumed will increase as the number of people in the territory increases. Hear this tip: Shinyu chose to open it without hesitation. Since you have chosen to surrender, Shinyu has the responsibility to protect their personal safety. Currently, the rabbit-eared village is dwindling in population, without even a single fighter. In order to protect the girls in the village from being captured by goblins, all the fighters have sacrificed their lives. Among the only 35 rabbit-eared people left, 20 are ordinary laborers, and 15 are rabbit-eared girls who have just reached adulthood. Shinyu left the 20 laborers in the village to continue working and growing food to feed themselves. The remaining 15 rabbit-eared girls were summoned to the castle by Shinyu and went to the dungeon to be bunny girls. This bunny girl is much purer than Lena and Effie, with natural bunny ears and a pair of blurry eyes that have a charming effect. As soon as it appeared, it confused the 200 adventurers in the dungeon. In order to distinguish between ordinary bunny girls and the two administrators, Lena and Effie, Shinyu changed the clothes of the two half-elf girls into professional OL outfits with black stockings and hip-hugging clothes. This made them more suitable for the identities of dungeon supervisors. So far, Shinyu's mind, no, the dungeon of Happy Chess and Cards has taken shape. Then the next step is to upgrade the gameplay. Shinyu's consciousness was immediately immersed in the system and he began to update the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. First, the first step, just add a few new gameplays, for example, Texas Hold'em. With more than a dozen bunny girls, we don't have to worry about manpower at all. We can be sexy dealers and deal cards online. Shinyu replaced the 10 chess and card tables with larger tables. These 10 large tables are where people play Texas Hold'em. But as the most famous chess and card game, Shinyu is still very confident in Texas Hold'em. Texas Hold'em not only has a low lower limit, but also a high upper limit. It can satisfy the gaming psychology of adventurers at all stages. After setting up the Texas Hold'em poker tables, Shinyu also set up some mahjong tables. Although mahjong is complicated, it has unparalleled charm. Once you get the hang of it, it is hard to forget it. Shinyu plans to let Happy Chess and Cards Dungeon promote 3 chess and card games, Landlord, Texas Hold'em, and Mahjong, as the mainstream gameplay. After completing these 2 updates, Shinyu also set up many other types of chess and card games in the corners of, for example, bullfighting, running fast, etc. But basically only one table is set up. Shinyu wanted to determine which board games were more popular in the world by observing the usage rates of these tables. After all, the adventurer's world is different from his original world, and their preferences cannot be exactly the same, because this update has made some big changes. When you are done with your work and come out of your consciousness, it's getting dark. Shinyu took a look at his backpack. After deducting all the consumption, there were still 363 soul crystals left. There is no space for a dungeon in the territory now. The Bunny Ear Village can build 2 more dungeons, but the Resident Evil dungeon can be used for hunger marketing for a day or two.
There is no rush to build it for now.
Shenyu pondered for a moment. I decided not to move for the time being and keep the Soul Crystal to upgrade the territory. Compared to the construction of the Resident Evil branch line, the most important thing is to expand the capacity of Happy Chess and Cards. As long as the territory is upgraded to level 2. Then, all the dungeons in the territory will be able to be upgraded, and the upper limit capacity will be able to expand to 400 people. After making the decision, Shenyu glanced at the current situation in the underground city. An unexpected discovery: it was already dark, and there were still many adventurers in the 2 dungeons of Happy Chess and Resident Evil. Let's not talk about Resident Evil. As a free dungeon that requires spending fun coins to enter, it is normal for people to challenge it all day long, but Happy Chess, Shenyu observed for a while and understood a little. Because of the emergence of Resident Evil, happy coins can now be sold for money. Therefore, the attitude of adventurers nowadays is no longer just to treat it as a simple board game. It's a great place to get rich overnight. Chapter 34: End of the 6th day. When Happy Coin starts to be linked to real-world currencies, its meaning becomes very different. This was also Shenyu's original goal. The huge gaming empire in his mind has gradually taken shape. As long as he builds other free dungeons, the foundation of the empire will be completed. Busy all day. Lena and Effie both looked a little tired. The other bunny girls were also a little overwhelmed when faced with such high-intensity work. As soon as they arrived, seeing that there were only a few people playing cards in the dungeon and no other adventurers coming to redeem happy coins,
Shenyu issued an announcement. Update in maintenance. Good evening, dear adventurers. Since the local city needs to update some gameplay, it will be temporarily shut down for maintenance. The maintenance will start in 10 minutes. Adventurers, please leave the local city first after completing the current game to avoid property loss. Note: after the local city is shut down, a separate line will be opened to handle the Happy Coin exchange service. Adventurers who need it can enter through the Happy Chess and Cards line 10 and handle it at the window. As soon as this announcement was issued, the adventurers in the dungeon immediately wailed, "Fuck, why do we need to update? My luck has just improved, and I will get my money back soon. I just squeezed in and you finished. Evil Lord, do you know how crowded your place is? I waited in line for more than an hour to come in and play, and it was my turn, and you told me you were going to close? Fuck me." Adventurers can only do this 5 times a day, and generally it only takes 2 to 3 hours, and the reason why they spend 1 day every day is because of 2 reasons. Point 1 is to refresh the game. Not if a dungeon is not promoted on the forum or introduced by friends, you may not even be able to find the entrance, especially dungeons in other areas, which are even more difficult to find because of the cross-regional system mechanism. Therefore, there is a mechanism in the system that's refreshing the game. Each time the system will give adventurers a certain number of dungeons and provide some basic data for adventurers to choose from. There may be some fun and popular dungeons from other areas spawned here, or they may all be garbage. It depends on the adventurer's own decision. In order to avoid entering some garbage or new lord's dungeons, adventurers are often very cautious. Therefore, it is possible to find a dungeon and spend 2 or 3 hours there. The second place where time is spent is queuing. Popular dungeons, they are all packed. There are queues basically every day. Some even require reservations. It is common to queue for 2 or 3 hours. The above 2 reasons are the main reasons why adventurers waste a lot of precious time every day. Therefore, there are very few dungeons like the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon where you can use up all your time at once you enter and play from beginning to end. The adventurers who came here all felt that this day was very fulfilling. Upon hearing that Happy Chess and Cards was going to shut down for updates, the adventurers who were still enjoying the game became anxious and immediately protested. However, the protest is invalid. 10 minutes later, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon was closed according to the announced time, leaving only a window specifically for exchanging happy coins. After all, the soul crystals that should be earned still need to be earned. My lord! After the adventurers left, Shenyu appeared in the dungeon. Lena, Effie, and a dozen bunny girls lined up in front of him and bowed in unison. Don't say, there are so many deep V's, it's a bit dizzying at first glance. Get up, get up. I'm a little dizzy and feeling dizzy. Shenyu waved his hands repeatedly, asking them to get up. All the girls covered their mouths and laughed softly. The bunny girls looked at Shenyu with some fear and curiosity. What I fear is the gap in status. I am curious about whether this handsome boy in front of me is the lord I will follow for the rest of my life? Everything happened so fast today. 2 half-elf swordsmen found the village and told the village chief about their intention to recruit them. Then, more than a dozen of them passed
through the portal and came to this safe territory defended by a protective shield. It only took a dozen minutes in total. After arriving at the territory, they were not given much time to adapt and were directly assigned to work as waiters in the dungeon. Still busy till now, they were so busy that they were a little dizzy. However, after this experience, the bunny girls have adapted to this kind of work content. After a night's rest, their state will be very different tomorrow. Later, Shenyu covered the updated content and gave the entire dungeon a makeover. Due to the addition of Texas Hold'em, Mahjong, and some other board games, the overall space has become much larger. It is expected to accommodate several hundred people. This is also to avoid a dull situation in Texas Hold'em and Mahjong games, which would result in insufficient overall space in the landlord area. Then Shenyu made a special revision to the 10 lines, freeing up space for 10 people, specifically for those adventurers to exchange for happy coins. Please leave immediately after changing, and no longer stay is allowed. In this way, there won't be a situation where a large number of adventurers who want to exchange happy coins to play in dungeons like Resident Evil have to wait in line. After completing these, Shenyu began to give personal guidance to the bunny girls, teaching them knowledge about Texas Hold'em, the little rabbits. Study very hard. It only took a few times to learn it. Then there are some other types of board games, big and small, all kinds of rules. It took a long time to finish teaching. Then, Shenyu asked them all to rest. Lena and the others, who were already exhausted, naturally went back to the castle and went to bed early. Although the castle is dilapidated, it is not a problem to accommodate these people. After finishing these things, Shenyu was busy constructing the normal mode of Resident Evil again. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was bullshit to say that the dungeon lord had more free time. The ones who are idle should be the guys who bought the agency rights of other dungeons. They don't need to rely on their brains, they can just rely on the support from their families and develop without any effort. For example, Zhao Hailiang, who is always chattering in the Lord Chat channel. In terms of territory, Shenyu also included the newly expropriated Rabbit-Eared Village into the territory of Resident Evil Base City as the second district. Before starting to build, he also took a look at his panel information. Castle, Dashia City that never sleeps, Level 1, Lord, Shenyu. People, Half-Elves X2, Rabbit-Eared People X15 Buildings, Adventurers Tavern, Level 1, Portal Dungeon October 10th, Happy Chess Lines 1 to 10, Level 1, Daily Maintenance Cost of Dungeon, Soul Crystal times 10 Daily Maintenance Cost of Protective Shield, Soul Crystal times 18, currently in the Novice Protection Period, no additional consumption is required. Novice Protection Period Countdown, 22 hours and 42 minutes. Territory, Biohazard Base City, Level 1, Lord, Shenyu People, Half-Elf X10. Half-Elf Swordsman, Level 2/Normal, X2, Rabbit-Eared Man X20 Buildings, Fertile Fields X4, Dilapidated Warehouses X2, Portals X2 Dungeon February 4th, Resident Evil Line 1 to 2, Level 1, Daily Maintenance Cost of Dungeon, Soul Crystal times 2 Daily Maintenance Cost of Protective Shield, Soul Crystal times 34. Chapter 35, Business is abnormally hot. The maintenance cost alone has reached 64 soul crystals per day. This made Shenyu sigh. It is true that the more employees there are, the more soul crystals are consumed. No wonder there are still some dungeon lords who have existed for more than 100 years and choose to abandon their territories and people because they cannot afford the soul crystals due to poor management. After all, compared to the war lord, it is really difficult for the dungeon lord to form a powerful army and can only rely on the defense of the protective shield. Once the flow of soul crystals is cut off, it is tantamount to declaring bankruptcy. But no matter what, as long as you have a certain amount of money on hand and just want to survive, there will be no problem. This is also the advantage of the dungeon lord. While Shenyu was busy creating the normal mode of Resident Evil, the adventurer's world was also extremely lively. At first, Li Ruoshu tried again several times and actually brought the result down to less than 20 minutes. This move once again shocked countless passers-by adventurers. The name of Black Rose is destined to be remembered by countless people tonight, and it seems to be on the verge of becoming the first strategy group in Tide Town. In response to this, the leaders of two other well-known strategy groups, after being tagged by countless adventurers, said on the forum that they would also try to impact the rankings, and the results were not important. At the same time, I heard that a well-known city exploration anchor accidentally fell while walking on a country road. It's quite serious. He returned home with bruises all over his face. Later, the anchor posted a message saying that he would temporarily quit the city exploration industry due to poor health. Correspondingly, Bai Feifei's live streaming career ushered in new beginnings. Not only did she make a fortune from happy coins, she also became a wealthy woman with considerable assets. Many adventurers in Titletown who originally did not
know the existence of Dasha City that never sleeps, gradually began to pay attention to Bai Feifei's live broadcast room after the events of the past 2 days. Some of the more sensible girls have already sent private messages to Bai Feifei, asking if they can also become a member of the Dasha fan club. However, due to her limited appearance, and the fact that the fan club currently does not offer any benefits. Final. The number of fans has not increased. In addition, there are more strategy posts for Resident Evil on Wuyu's forum. Since it has been authorized for broadcast by Li Ruoshu, many people come to watch it.as the three people who first met in Chen Yu's dungeon because of fate. They also added each other's contact information in the past 2 days. Therefore, it was not difficult for Wuyu to obtain his sister's video authorization from Li Ruopu. With this support, Wuyu's number of fans increased dramatically instantly. In addition, the strategy review of Happy Chess and Cards he wrote before was really good, so he became a little famous. Li Ruopu's eating broadcast was not very popular, with the number of viewers increasing from a few to dozens every day. The crowd gradually changed from "where did he get these weird snacks" to "where did he get so many weird snacks?" People who love to watch it with great interest. Although there are not many people, Li Ruopu likes this career very much and decides to keep doing it. All was quiet. At this point in time, it's basically time to take a break. Even in the Resident Evil dungeon, there were only a few people queuing up. After all, when it's time to go to bed, cows and horses also need to sleep so that they can function better as cows and horses. The next day, after a short period of silence, the title town began another bustling day. Fuck, I didn't make the queue again this time. How can this be? I can't squeeze in. I can't squeeze in at all. I give up. Please let me play Resident Evil and save the child. In just less than 10 minutes, the 2 lines of Resident Evil were full, with more than 500 people queuing up. When the adventurer at the end of the line saw the number over 500, he felt dizzy. I just shouted, "Oh my god. Damn you, Lord, your business is so booming, why don't you open other servers quickly?" Who said it wasn't? The maximum capacity is only 40 people, who can play with it? Is there not enough territory? If there is not enough territory, issue the mission quickly. I heard that you can get contribution points by completing tasks. Hurry up and issue the tasks. I can't squeeze in anyway. I also want that golden pistol. It looks so cool. Compared to the wailing and complaints in the Resident Evil interface channel. Happy Chess and Cards in the underground city, there were bursts of exclamations. When I woke up, the version had been changed. What's being played on such a big table? It seems like a completely new version that has never been played before. How come there are so many board games all of a sudden? Test the waters first. A few adventurers wanted to try something new, so they sat down at a Texas Hold'em table. The bunny girl smiled at them, the eyes like autumn water almost captivated several adventurers. Dear adventurers, let's start the novice tutorial mode now. As she spoke, the bunny girl began to deal the cards, while introducing there are 52 cards in total in this game. At the beginning, each player is dealt 2 whole cards, which are only visible to themselves. Then, I will deal out 5 community cards in sequence, which are visible to all players. 2 whole cards are dealt. Now we start the betting phase. After listening to the bunny girl's introduction and completing the novice teaching mode. One of the adventurers was a little confused. Doesn't this just rely on luck? As long as you are lucky, you can kill them all. If you are unlucky, you can only accept your fate? The bunny girl smiled and said, "You can think so, but in this game, the psychological game is the most important part. After a few rounds of games, sometimes, a bad hand can scare away someone else's good hand." After listening to the bunny girl's explanation, several adventurers began to show some interest. So he decided to start the first round of dealing. This is the first step to downfall, since happy coins have become valuable now. Adventurers are extremely cautious when facing each game of cards. It is completely different from the beginning when people did not take the happy coins seriously. That's exactly why. Every gain or loss in the game greatly teases the adventurers' hearts. When you make money, you will cheer excitedly and want to win more happy coins. That if you lose, you will have a gloomy face and want to make a comeback next time unwillingly. Under such circumstances, the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon is extremely popular, and some people are unwilling to leave even if they have lost all their happy coins. Faced with such an adventurer, Lena had no choice but to force him to log off to avoid taking up space and affecting the adventurers who came later to come in and earn lives.
Chapter 36 Upgrading the castle. The adventurers who were forced to log off were still unwilling to accept this and were about to get angry. As a result, my mouth was blocked by the dazzling array of food in front of me.
So many, this is so embarrassing. If the happy coins become valuable, then the secretion of dopamine will naturally soar rapidly when playing. Therefore, even if you lose, you can also get a lot of food settled by the system. With this comparison, the revenue from the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon can be said to have firmly surpassed the dungeons of other lords. Not only is the profit incredibly high, there is also a chance to earn happy coins, which can be sold to others in exchange for cash. How can this be compared to traditional dungeons? All the adventurers who tasted the sweetness gradually fell for it. Even after being kicked out of the dungeon, they still missed it so much that they felt itchy if they couldn't play it for a moment. This kind of addiction has gradually manifested itself in some adventurers, and this is Chen Yu's goal. Sooner or later, his gaming empire will drive all adventurers crazy. Happy Chess and Cards. The dungeon developed steadily according to Chen Yu's idea. In just one morning, Chen Yu had harvested a total of 1,000 soul crystals. This was the most money he had made in these days. Chen Yu took a look at the current situation of each dungeon and found that the queue for the Resident Evil dungeon had reached nearly 1,000 people. I'm afraid we'll have to queue for several hours. Chen Yu thought about it and decided to expand the Resident Evil dungeon and build the 2 dungeons in the Rabbit-Eared Village. After all, the earnings this morning have exceeded his expectations, so spending 200 soul crystals is nothing. Do you want to spend 100 soul crystals to build dungeon level 1? Do you want to spend 100 soul crystals to build dungeon level 1? Chen Yu chose yes for all of them. There are only 800 soul crystals left. However, once these 2 lines came out, the pressure on the Resident Evil dungeon suddenly decreased. The outside adventurers were all in tears. Damn Lord, you are finally willing to expand the new dungeon line. I thought I would have to wait for half an hour, but I was able to get in right away. I was so touched. It's in, damn Lord, take my flying kick. Then, Chen Yu spent another 500 soul crystals to upgrade the castle. This is why he left his soul crystal behind last night. Building the castle is the most important thing. After Chen Yu gave the order, the castle immediately made a crackling sound, and it seemed as if an unknown force came from somewhere, reshaping the entire castle. Not long after, a brand new castle appeared in front of Chen Yu. No longer tattered, although it is not luxurious, it is at least a decent residence. Congratulations, your castle, Dasha Never Sleeping City, has been upgraded to level 2. After upgrading to level 2, the level caps of all your buildings will be unlocked. Tip: as your castle level increases, your reputation will also increase, and you will attract the attention of some dark world races. Chen Yu's eyes darkened when he heard this. Upgrading the castle means that you are no longer content to just lie down and live in mediocrity, and you choose to fully join the battlefield where all races compete for supremacy. After today, the 7-day novice protection period will expire. By then, the seemingly peaceful area will surely be plunged into a bloody storm. Chen Yu opened the Lord Chat channel. As expected, some people have expressed their concerns. The protective shield will disappear tomorrow. Brothers, please don't beat me then, okay? Cute girl? Yeah, she's soft and cute, like a gummy bear. Okay, I'm going to beat you up. If you don't want to be beaten, then surrender and become someone else's vassal and foil. That's right. In this dark world, there are all kinds of cute girls. In the later stages, if you conquer an elf castle, you can have a harem of 3,000. What's missing is you. There seems to be a village of rabbit-eared people to the west of my territory. I will go and destroy them tomorrow and see if I can get some little rabbits back. Ha ha ha, be careful, your body can't take it. I don't know what happened to the dungeon lords. It seems that only Zhao Hailiang is jumping around these days. Are the others dead? What about Chen Yu? He is also a dungeon lord. Why has he been quiet all this time? Wasn't he quite popular before? His test scores were excellent. Good grades are useless. I have no money, and I have awakened a dungeon lord. I guess he is now hiding in his territory and waiting to die. Yes, it is indeed difficult to be a dungeon lord. Most of the lords in this area know each other. They are all graduates from the same class, although from different schools, but there are always some classmates and the like. When facing old classmates, everyone never shows mercy. After all, the development of territory requires resources. Resources are limited. Chen Yu knew that once the novice protection period was over,
It would not be long before the fully developed warlords would start a series of battles for resources, every tribe and village. There are also wild monsters and resource collection points, they are all the targets they are fighting for. The Goblin Kingdom is a very good resource point and the only territory with a huge area in this Novice Lord area. If we can capture it, we estimate that we can build 20 dungeons at once face the upcoming conflict. Chen Yu knew that he had to speed up and occupy the Goblin Kingdom before a large number of warlords appeared. The Novice Protection period will expire tomorrow, and the level of the monsters in the Dark World will be upgraded and will no longer be suppressed at level 1. It's a danger, but it's also an opportunity to escalate. Only by raising the level and quality of the adventurer's spirit can we attack the Goblin Kingdom. Chen Yu thought for a moment. I spent 200 soul crystals and upgraded the Adventurer's Tavern first. The Adventurer's Tavern also made a crackling sound, and the area expanded visibly. This way, we can summon 40 adventurers at once. Chen Yu took out the remaining magic crystals, carry out a unified upgrade to the newly appeared adventurer spirits. The levels have been raised to 2 levels. After completing these, Chen Yu posted an exploration task on the adventurer interface: explore all unexplored areas around the castle. Task reward: basic reward is 300 happy coins, and the top 10 adventurers on the scoreboard will be rewarded with 50 to 200 contribution points. Single player extra reward: harvest a high quality magic crystal and receive 300 happy coins. Team extra reward: occupy a territory and receive 500 happy coins and 50 contribution points for all members. Duration of the mission: 1 day. Number of people needed: 40. Chapter 37 Exploration Mission. As soon as Chen Yu's mission was released, it immediately attracted the attention of interested adventurers. Dashan Never Sleeping City has finally released a new mission. Go, 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 happy coins, contribution points, here I come. Only the top 10 can get contribution points? I can't slack off. I have to work hard. Everyone, work hard and try to conquer more territories so that Resident Evil can branch out again. It only takes a few minutes. More than 70 adventurers' applications appeared on Chen Yu's taskbar. This speed shocked Chen Yu. By Feifei, Li Ruoshu, Ji Maosong, of course, it is impossible for all these 70 people to come. Chen Yu can only select 40 people. When it comes to selecting people, of course, priority is given to veteran adventurers, some of whose names Chen Yu is already familiar. The system will also rank adventurers based on their activity within the territory. Therefore, Chen Yu quickly selected 40 people, more than half of whom were adventurers who had always supported him, such as Bai Feifei, Wu Yu, and others. I saw Li Ruoshu's name. Chen Yu did not hesitate and directly gave her the only upgraded quality item among the adventurer's essences. The last time he captured the Goblin tribe, Li Ruoshu had demonstrated extremely strong fighting ability. Chen Yu had also seen her name on the ranking list of Resident Evil. Therefore, Chen Yu also knew that this adventurer named Li Ruoshu was definitely the most suitable person to be the captain. After arranging this, Chen Yu stopped wasting time and continued to concentrate on the production of the normal mode of Resident Evil. The novice mode has been cleared, although there are side quests now, whetting the appetite of adventurers, but it couldn't last long. Continuous updates are still needed to maintain the popularity of a dungeon. The map for the normal mode of Resident Evil is based on a city, which is too complicated to design. It will probably take another 2 days. That's good too. 2 days is just enough to upgrade all the buildings in the territory. The popularity of Happy Chess and Cards has almost fermented, and new adventurers are still coming in continuously. Chen Yu estimated that today's earnings would stabilize at 2,000 soul crystals. The day passed quickly. Late at night, when taking inventory, Chen Yu took out 1,000 soul crystals and upgraded the 1st to 5th lines of Happy Chess and Cards. The upper limit of the number of people is increased. Up to now, the entire underground city can accommodate 300 people. After finishing all these, Chen Yu fell into a deep sleep. After the upgrade of the castle, the bed was changed from a stone bed to a large solid wooden bed. After spreading the animal skin blanket, it is obviously much more comfortable to sleep. The next day, Chen Yu woke up to a system prompt. Tip: the novice protection period has ended, and the monster level in the current area has been released. Hear this sound. Chen Yu immediately stood up and walked to the tavern in the territory. The call to the Adventurer's Tavern has been opened. 40 rainbow-like lights flashed from the sky and landed in the Adventurer's Tavern. Not long after, 40 adventurers stepped out of the tavern. Some of them were armed with bows and arrows, some held long swords. Only Wu Yu was carrying a big hammer and walking with great vigor. Li Ruopu raised his eyebrows, hooked his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother?"
We are not attacking the city this time. Why did you run out with a big hammer? Didn't they say there would be extra rewards for occupying territory? Isn't this just to be prepared? And my strength points are high, so don't worry, I can carry it. Wu Yu replied with a smile, you can indeed carry it, but the movement speed will be reduced. This is also the reason why no one carries heavy weapons. In the eyes of adventurers, winning or losing is not important, demeanor comes first. See, everyone is here. Chen Yu briefly described the needs. It's nothing more than the tasks, and then let the adventurers do it on their own. After all, adventurers are not like the army. These guys cannot be managed. All we can do is assign a mission objective to them and let them complete it on their own. This is also one of the differences between dungeon lords and warlords. The warlord has absolute control over the troops under his command. As long as there are sufficient resources, he can produce talented soldiers continuously. The relationship between the dungeon lord and the adventurer is purely contractual. The only advantage is that you can use it and discard it without any responsibility. After watching the adventurer leave, Chen Yu then returned to the castle and continued to conceive the content of the normal mode of Resident Evil, without caring about what the adventurers did. As soon as the 40 adventurers left the territory, they spontaneously divided into several teams and headed to the east, west, and south. Those who were skilled and brave form a team of 2 or 3, such as the brother and sister Li Ruoshu and Li Ruopu. Although Li Ruopu is weak, but Li Ruoshu can take on 10 people by himself and doesn't need any other helpers. He wears a pendant just to shout 666. There is also another 2-person team, consisting of Wu Yu and Qi Maosong. The two had worked together briefly during the last campaign to wipe out the goblin tribe. Point 1 is strength, the other is agility, and they work well together. Bai Feifei and her 2 sisters formed a team with 2 other girls. Although they are girls, they are definitely no match for men in real life, but in this dark world where all numbers are the same, the difference is only reflected in the operation. The fighting ability of the 5 of them is also strong, especially Lin Xiaoxiao's archery skills are very accurate and she never misses a shot. The other 31 people were divided into 6 teams. With such division, the efficiency of exploration increased significantly. Sister, there's a level 3 fierce wind wolf. In a woodland, Li Ruopu had just finished speaking. All I saw was a shadow rushing over, and Li Ruoshu swung his sword in an instant without any hesitation. The fierce wind wolf was hit in the vitals, but he did not die, and he whimpered and tried to escape. However, he was shot in the hind leg by Li Ruopu, and then Li Ruoshu, who caught up with him, easily cut his waist. Not bad, you are good at archery. After picking out the magic crystal in the body of the fierce wind wolf, Li Ruoshu casually praised it. Li Ruopu said with a smile, that's right, don't you see whose brother I am? As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag and took the magic crystal from Li Ruoshu. It was a pity. Why isn't it an elite level monster? These ordinary level monsters are not enough for my brother and I to fight. Take it easy. If you die, it will be a huge shame. Li Ruoshu said casually. As a top player, it is necessary to remain vigilant at all times. You can't let your guard down just because your opponent is of ordinary level. This time. Li Ruoshu suddenly noticed some movement in the bushes. I felt a chill in my heart. After kicking Li Ruopu away, he quickly flipped over and jumped to the side. Bang! I saw a wind blade hitting the place where Li Ruoshu had just stood. If she hadn't dodged sideways, she would probably be seriously injured at this moment. Just arrived and I almost lost my life. Li Ruoshu's eyes darken slightly. Look in the direction where the wind blade comes from. Chapter 38 Hurricane Wolf. Under the dark shade of the tree, a huge white wolf stared at Li Ruoshu, then he disappeared into the jungle without looking back. It's an elite level 3 Hurricane Wolf, and its grade has reached 3 stars. Li Ruopu had just gotten up from the ground and had no time to think deeply. His first reaction was excitement. I saw an excellent grade magical beast, and it was of such a high grade. This fits his idea of a sister hunting game. Don't act rashly yet. Li Ruoshu was much calmer. I suspect it is still nearby, observing from the dark. This beast is very cunning and will not be easy to kill. In fact, this is also because the gap in combat power index is too big. The grade of Li Ruoshu's spirit is ordinary grade, and its combat power index is only 16 points. As for the level 3 Hurricane Wolf, its grade reached excellent grade, and its combat power index reached 120 points. The gap has reached 7 or 8 times. It's not something that can be easily killed with just a little fighting skill, and the other party is so cunning. Seeing that the wind blade missed, he decisively chose to retreat. If we can't win, then we run away? Li Ruopu asked. Don't run. Li Ruoshu said confidently, "It's okay, it won't show up again easily, let's continue exploring and wait until we get another magic crystal and upgrade it." The combat power index did not differ to an outrageous value, and the Hurricane Wolf was still at a level where it could be killed by a blade. As long as there is health bar, the defense can be broken, then you can kill. This is the confidence of the top strategy team. ACE.Li Ruoshu ignored the Hurricane Wolf hiding in the dark and continued walking deeper into the forest. I encountered a few level 2 wolf creatures and killed them easily. If you compare others to military type cards, then Li Ruoshu is definitely the hero card. She can fight the enemy while keeping an eye on the surroundings. After killing more than a dozen level 2 creatures and obtaining 2 magic crystals. Li Ruoshu immediately submitted an application. Adventurer Li Ruoshu applies to use 2 level 2 ordinary magic crystals to upgrade the current level of the spirit. Is this allowed? This option suddenly appeared in Chen Yu's mind while he was still constructing the normal mode of Resident Evil. After a little thought, Chen Yu chose yes. Afterwards, Li Ruoshu's level quickly increased to level 3, and his combat power index reached 24 points. Li Ruoshu quickly distributed the upgraded points. I feel my body has become much lighter. In the early stages, this combat power index did not have much impact, but for top adventurers, even a small improvement can lead to a huge leap. Now he just needs to get another level 3 magic crystal. After raising the level to level 4, Li Ruoshu will be able to find the Hurricane Wolf, try to kill it. During this period, when Bai Feifei and others were searching for magic crystals on their prey, they were unexpectedly attacked by a group of goblin troops. Looking at the goblins surrounding him more and more, every look in his eyes was filled with greed and desire from their lustful eyes. It is not difficult to see what they are thinking now. These goblins, they probably regarded Bai Feifei and the other 4 girls as girls from the human race in the dark world, and were planning how to bring these girls back to the tribe. Gurgle. Yoshi. Dozens of goblins completely surrounded the few people, and no one knew what they were communicating about. Faced with that disgusting look, Bai Feifei and the others felt sick. Without hesitation, they immediately sent a distress signal to the entire team. Then the few of them remained on guard, and the bow and arrow in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand was always taut. This time among these goblins, a small goblin elder suddenly walked out. He was wearing a wizard robe and holding a green staff in his hand. The goblin elder dropped his staff, and a force of nature erupted from under the feet of several people. Vines rose from the ground and turned into a cage, trapping Bai Feifei and others inside. Rare quality. When they saw that the quality of the goblin elder had reached rare grade, Bai Feifei and the others were stunned. Not only has the quality reached the rare level, the grade has also reached level 5. How could there be such a strong opponent in this area? Something's wrong. Bai Feifei seemed to have thought of something and was deep in thought. Immediately, several retreat signals were sent out on the map. The vine prison was still growing new small vines, and these small vines seemed to have life, attacking Bai Feifei and others, but they don't intend to attack, they just intend to bondage and restraint. The girls felt even more disgusted when they thought of this, and immediately fought back with the weapons in their hands, but the rare LV5 Goblin Elder's combat power index has reached 350 points. It is impossible for a few girls with a combat power of 6 points to resist him. It took just a few seconds. Bai Feifei and others had their weapons stripped by the vines, and were tied up one after another, completely trapped in the vine prison. Wu Lanlan screamed in shock, almost crying, "Feifei, what should we do? We won't be imprisoned by these goblins, and then give birth to a bunch of things after we do that, right? And then the cycle will repeat over and over again, endlessly." "Sister, your imagination is quite comprehensive." Bai Feifei was speechless for a moment. "Don't forget, we are adventurers. Although they have trapped our bodies, they cannot restrain our souls. The worst that can happen is that we can just turn off the phone." Lin Xiaoxiao said indifferently, "Our current body is the incarnation of the adventurer's spirit, not the real body. It will disappear when we turn off the phone." "But..." Wu Lanlan still felt uncomfortable. "I feel unclean after being caught by a group of goblins, etc." Bai Feifei suddenly said, "Look, they seem to be planning to drag us back directly? I saw a dozen goblins pulling the vines and dragging several people in a certain direction." The goblin elder walked in front, with his head held high. The whole team rushed back to present their treasure as if they had caught some rare prey. "Yoshi! Yoshi!" Listening to the excited voices of the goblins around, Bai Feifei seemed to be thinking about something. If nothing unexpected happens, we might encounter the regular troops of the Goblin Kingdom. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, an ordinary goblin tribe shouldn't have soldiers of this size, let alone a rare-level magician. Where are they sending us then?
Bai Feifei said without hesitation, "It's possible to go to the Goblin Kingdom."
Hasn't Lord Chen always wanted to know where the Goblin Kingdom is?
Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned.
Fei, what do you mean? Bai Feifei nodded firmly. That's right, let's just follow these goblins and take a look at the Goblin Kingdom.
Chapter 39, Territory Under Attack. If you go directly to the Goblin Kingdom, you can not only find out where the Goblin Kingdom is, but also find out the truth inside. This information and intelligence can definitely be exchanged for a large amount of joy coins and contribution points. When they thought of this, the girls suddenly felt excited. The key point is that perhaps only they can do this, and no one else can do it. After all, goblins only care about reproduction and have no special hobbies. If they can bring this information back, they will definitely not be at the bottom this time, and at least they can get some contribution points. To avoid any accidents along the way, Bai Feifei was sending retreat signals on the map, firstly to mark the route of the goblin troops. The second reason was that he was afraid that other people would come and disturb the goblin troops. Got her signal. Although the other adventurers didn't know what happened, they knew there must be a reason, so they didn't come over, not even out of curiosity to take a look. Only Qi Maosong, who was proficient in reconnaissance, climbed up a tree and looked around along the necessary route.
How's it going? Did you find anything?
After Qi Maosong came back, Wu Yu went up to him and asked.
It's a goblin troop, and a very strong one at that.
Qi Maosong specifically emphasized the word very strong, already shown. This is an opponent they cannot deal with at this stage. Even if 40 adventurers gathered together, they would not be able to defeat an army led by a goblin wizard. In order to deal with such troops, you must obtain some high-level and excellent magic crystals to raise the spirit level of all members.
What should we do? Bai Feifei and the others are in danger.
Wu Yu said this subconsciously, then he seemed to remember something and touched his head. It doesn't seem that dangerous. Qi Maosong thought thoughtfully. Since they changed the signal to retreat at the last moment, they must have some idea. Maybe they want to take this opportunity to explore the Goblin Kingdom's strengths and weaknesses.
What you said makes sense. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Then should we go back and tell Lord Chen? No need for now. It would be a waste of time to go back specially. Qi Maosong shook his head. Let's continue hunting.
Half a day has passed, and today's gains are still not enough. It's impossible to attack the Goblin Kingdom with this little improvement.
Wu Yu touched the 2 magic crystals in the bag.
They had already used up 4 of them and upgraded it to level 3. The remaining 2 are just ordinary grade and are no longer worth upgrading.
The best outcome today is probably that all members will be promoted to level 4.
Qi Maosong didn't say much and continued to explore the situation around him. Although Chen Yu's mission was only to explore the unknown territory around the castle, but the adventurers had their own ideas in mind. They hoped to have more territory and build a Resident Evil dungeon. I also hope to get more rewards of this time. They didn't come here to get the minimum living allowance. At least Qi Maosong and others were different. They came here for contribution points and higher rewards anyway. We only have 1 day, so we have to make the most of it. Suddenly in the adventurers interface, all adventurers received the urgent task just issued by Qin Yu. Emergency mission, rush to the 2nd district of the biochemical crisis base city, repel and find out where the attack comes from.
What? The Resident Evil base was attacked, so isn't the Resident Evil dungeon in danger?
Hear the news. Many adventurers were stunned at first. Immediately he became angry, although they knew that each territory was protected by a protective shield and the enemy could not break in at all. But if attacked, the energy of the protective shield will isolate the signal from the dungeon. As a result, the dungeons in the territory will be affected and cannot be used normally, although life safety can be guaranteed.
But every minute less of business hours means that one adventurer will not be able to play Resident Evil. Damn bastard, you guys, do you know what it feels like not being able to play Resident Evil? There are hundreds of ants crawling on my body. All the adventurers who got the news rushed back to the territory quickly, ready to provide assistance to the 2nd district of the Resident Evil base city, including Li Ruopu. Only Li Ruoshu did not come back. Of course, Bai Feifei and the other 4 people who were captured by the goblins have not returned either. However, Li Ruoshu does not want to come back, and they cannot come back without saying much. The 32 adventurers entered the portal one by one, consumed 32 soul crystals, and were teleported to the 2nd area of the Resident Evil base city, which is the rabbit-eared village. Li Ruopu and Qi Maosong stayed behind and explained to Chen Yu what happened on both sides. You mean, Li Ruoshu encountered a high-quality magical beast and was on his way to hunt, so he couldn't make it back? Li Ruopu said, "Yes, my sister said she had a hunch that this magic beast was unusual and might explode with attribute magic crystals, so she didn't want to give up." This is also why Li Ruoshu wants to challenge himself. After all, a powerful enemy, especially such a cunning guy, is undoubtedly a very good whetstone.asa top adventurer. At times like this, he always longs to break through himself through fighting. Chen Yu nodded and let Li Ruoshu do what he wanted. Attribute magic crystals are very high quality magic crystals. While upgrading the quality, they can also give adventurers corresponding attribute powers. If a high-quality attribute magic crystal could really be obtained, it would definitely be a good thing for the territory. After reporting on his sister's situation, Li Ruopu entered the portal and went to the front line. Qi Maosong also told Chen Yu what he had discovered. The Goblin Kingdom? Chen Yu's eyes changed slightly. I didn't expect them to come so soon. Have you observed their movements? Have. Qi Maosong responded, in fact, there is no need to observe. Bai Feifei will send a signal on the map every once in a while to indicate their current location. It looks like they are heading northwest. I think they will bring back more news when they see you next time. Chen Yu nodded. Unexpectedly, these adventurers brought him 2 surprises in just one morning. If Li Ruoshu succeeds in hunting, the strength of his territory will be improved. At that time, we will be able to improve our strength faster, and it will be easier to attack the Goblin Kingdom. Oh right. Li Ruoshu is not here, so you are the strongest fighter in this battle. I have something to give you. Chen Yu seemed to have thought of something and performed some operations on the adventurer interface. Then he said to Qi Maosong, "This is the monster encyclopedia I got when you were playing the Resident Evil dungeon these few days. I have given you access to it. This battle is at a critical moment. You can open the encyclopedia and become a licker at any time." Chapter 40 Monster Manual. Monster Manual.it is a system unique to Dungeon Lords. When adventurers kill monsters placed by the Dungeon Lord in the dungeon, there is a chance that a monster encyclopedia card will be produced for the Dungeon Lord.to the Dark World. The Dungeon Lord can use the monster encyclopedia card to transform the adventurer's spirit into a monster in the encyclopedia for a certain period of time. The higher the combat power of the monsters in the illustration, the higher the quality of the illustration. Of course, the explosion rate will be lower. Like ordinary zombie cards, there is no telling how many there are in Chen Yu's collection. It is useless to take them out. After the transformation, they will only become ordinary grade cannon fodder. Although zombie dogs are a bit stronger, they are only at the level of normal level. In cases like this, it's better not to transform, but the lickers are different. As the boss in the novice mode, the quality of the licker has reached excellent grade, and its combat power is far superior to that of other illustrated books. It is also the only trump card Chen Yu currently has. Certainly, correspondingly, the number of cards is much less. It's been open for a few days, only one card was found. Chen Yu originally wanted to keep this only card for use in attacking the Goblin Kingdom. Unexpectedly, his territory was attacked first. How can I tolerate this? The territory was attacked, and the 3rd and 4th lines of Resident Evil were temporarily shut down. Not to mention that there was no way to generate any revenue. If it is not resolved in time, it's still unknown what outside adventurers will think, so this is equivalent to a public relations crisis. Not resolved in time, people will think that you have no ability, and your credibility will decline accordingly. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens every day, adventurers will not come anymore. Therefore, Chen Yu gave this only card to Qi Maosong, hoping that he could solve this problem as soon as possible. After the last attack on the Goblin tribe, Chen Yu was very clear about the fighting ability of this young man in this team. He is second only to Li Ruoshu. So he is the most suitable candidate. And not to mention that Li Ruoshu is not here now. Even if Li Ruoshu is here now, I'm afraid he will still be used by Qi Maosong. It goes without saying that Li Ruoshu would definitely not accept himself becoming such a monster, even if it was only for a short time. In fact, including Qi Maosong, it's still a bit strange. Qi Maosong said solemnly, "Don't worry, Lord Chen, I will definitely try my best not to use this precious card." After saying that, he turned around and entered the portal. At the same time, Chen Yu received Li Ruoshu's application in his mind. Adventurer Li Ruoshu applies to use 2 level 3 common magic crystals to upgrade the current spirit level. Agree. After Chen Yu chose to agree, Li Ruoshu's level was upgraded to level 4, and his combat power index reached 3.2. It has come to this point. Li Ruoshu then gained some confidence and could compete with the Hurricane Wolf if he was lucky. It's not difficult to kill alone. At the same time, adventurers from the outside world were indeed wailing. Fuck, why did I get kicked out when I was having so much fun? I'm almost done, damn lord, what are you doing? The third and fourth line signals are lost. Will this lord's territory be attacked? It should be, it looks like this is a territory that has been attacked. Everything is normal over there. Line 1 and Line 2 of Resident Evil are also okay. I don't know how long it will take. If we calculate the time, the protection shields of these new lords should expire today. Didn't expect a dispute to occur so soon? I don't know how Lord Chen will respond to this attack. Will he cede territory and pay compensation, or fight back? Why does the warlord continue to attack the dungeon lord who is protected by a shield instead of retreating? The reason is, the cession of territory and payment of compensation. The warlord knew very well that it would be very troublesome and costly for the dungeon lord to organize a wave of troops. Therefore, when they encounter a dungeon lord, they will launch a wave of harassment, making it impossible for the dungeon lord to conduct business. As long as normal operations are affected, the dungeon lord will be forced to beg for mercy and come to negotiate terms with them, compensate with some soul crystals. Or give up a piece of territory. It depends on how you compensate. Most of them will stabilize the price within a range acceptable to both parties and will not go to extremes. Sometimes, they would treat the dungeon lord as their cash cow, come by every once in a while and give it a shake. The dungeon lord was tortured, but there was nothing he could do or spend a lot of money to buy a team of adventurers. Or find other warlords, use their strength to fight against them, and form an alliance. If neither method works, then I'll just have to endure it. This is what Sun Haoren thinks, and this method was also taught to him by his predecessors. This morning, when I sent my soldiers to investigate, I heard that the rabbit-eared village had been occupied. Sun Haoren was still very angry. But when he heard that the other party still needed protection from the shield, the anger turned back into excitement. Now that the novice protection period has passed, there is still protection from the shield, which means the other party is a dungeon lord. And he has the ability to occupy a village, which means he is not that bad. He must have a good dungeon on hand to serve as his cash cow. That means he can be my cash cow and provide me with a large amount of soul crystals. Sun Haoren thought so. Soul crystals are very important strategic resources. When the warlord is training troops, a large amount of resources required can be replaced by soul crystals. The more soul crystals you have on hand, the more soldiers you have. In a war, victory or defeat is determined by the number of troops. Therefore, only Sun Haoren would think of making use of this dungeon lord for his own benefit. If successful, this would be his first step towards reaching the pinnacle of dominance. My lord! A dragon egg warrior rushed into the castle and reported to Sun Haoren, "We have surrounded the village. There are only more than 20 rabbit-eared people in it. There is no trace of other soldiers." This dragon egg warrior is Sun Haoren's innate military force. After growing to a certain extent, it can become a warrior with the blood of a true dragon, which is also a very good rare type of soldier, otherwise he wouldn't have such confidence. Here the soldiers report. Sun Haoren's eyes were curled with a smile. As expected, there are only peasants, no other troops? Continue the siege, without stopping, until the other lord takes the initiative to find us. Yes. The dragon egg warriors received the signal and retreated immediately. Chapter 41 Dragon Egg Warriors Resident Evil Base City, Rabbit-Ears Branch City. Right now. 20 rabbit-eared farmers hid in the house, shivering. The old village chief looked at the ferocious-looking dragon egg warrior outside wielding a huge sword, with worry in his eyes. Although they knew that with the protection of the shield, these dragon egg warriors could not get in for the time being, but because of their timid nature, rabbit-eared people always subconsciously shrink themselves into their houses when facing attacks. There were no fighters among them. We can only hope that the Lord will send his men over as soon as possible to deal with these monsters. This time, the teleportation array in the territory suddenly emitted a faint light, which was a sign that the teleportation array was activated. The village chief looked in the direction and said excitedly, "Look everyone, the Lord has sent people to protect us." I saw it coming from the teleportation array. More than 30 adventurers came out one by one. They were dressed in adventurers' clothes and held strange weapons in their hands. The last one to come out was a strong man. He held a hammer in his hand. "Brothers, are these the enemies that attacked our territory?" Wu Yu carried an iron hammer on his shoulder and looked at the enemies outside the territory. There should be more than 20 dragon egg warriors over there. These dragon egg warriors are huge, about 2 meters tall, with a lizard face and 4 legs.
They look a bit like Western dragons and probably have some dragon bloodline. After all, everything grows according to the dragon's aesthetic, so there shouldn't be too many hybrid species. Wu couldn't help but wonder if this species was the offspring of a dragon riding a centaur. It is somewhat similar to the centaur, but its appearance has more characteristics of a dragon. These dragon egg warriors were surrounding the territory. They were blocked by the protective shield and could not enter. They could only wave their swords and slash at the protective shield frantically. Under their attack. A faint light emanated from the protective shield. This point attack. No damage can be done to the shield. Even if their levels were raised by dozens of levels, they would not be able to break through the protective shield. The natives of the Dark World rarely attack the protective shield. Adventurers who had some understanding of the rules of the Dark World quickly thought of this and speculated that this was a subordinate of a warlord.
How? Wu Yu scratched his head and asked other adventurers. Need I say more? Just do it.
The level of these dragon egg warriors is not low, they are all at level 3, and their quality is still ordinary. We may not be able to escape unscathed.
Where's the meat shield? Meat shield, hurry up. I have a hammer as a meat shield, and I am the output. Damn it! The bow and arrow can't be shot. This is also one of the shortcomings of the protective shield.
Attacks from outside cannot get in, and attacks from inside cannot get out. It is a completely isolated barrier, there is no ability to intelligently identify which side is attacking. Therefore, the adventurer's idea of stealing the chicken failed.
It seems like we have no choice but to rush out and do it. These guys have big bellies, not as lean as the centaurs.
Turning will definitely be a problem. Hear this? The adventurers suddenly thought of something and gave each other an expression that said, "You know what I mean, oh brother."
What do you mean? Look at you, you look so gentle and weak, but you are actually such a bad person.
The adventurer who spoke immediately explained, "I didn't say anything, please don't slander me."
Oh, stop talking. Wu Yu waved his hand. In short, go ahead and stab them in the ass.
After receiving this news, the adventurers rubbed their hands excitedly and quietly approached the dragon egg warriors outside. "You guys are responsible for attracting the frontal fire, and I'll be in charge of poking."
"You have a nice idea. I have a spear in my hand, which is best suited for this kind of thing." "Okay, stop talking nonsense.
If we don't stop these guys quickly, the adventurers outside might think we are incapable."
"That's right, I don't care about you guys, I'm going to go first."
Wu Yu said. He picked up the big hammer in his hand and rushed out of the village gate first. The dragon egg warrior outside saw someone coming out. I was also shocked when he saw that there was only one person there. He burst into laughter. Two dragon egg warriors immediately rushed over, waving their swords and chopping down fiercely. Wu Yu dodged immediately. These guys have quite strong attack power. If you get hit by them, you might get torn into pieces, but correspondingly these dragon egg warriors have increased their attack power, physique and defense, so their agility has become lower. The action was not so swift. Instead, it's a bit clumsy. This clumsiness became even more obvious as the heavy weapon, the broadsword, dragged on.
Great, it's anal.
Where there is an anus, there is a vital point, and where there is a vital point, health will drop.
After coming out, the adventurer holding his spear in his hand immediately aimed at the two dragon egg warriors who were fighting with Wu Yu. With quick eyes and hands, he stabbed it out immediately. The dragon egg warrior next to him wanted to help defend, but it was too late. The gun shot out like a dragon, hitting the Huanglong directly. In an instant, the dragon egg warrior who was stabbed widened his eyes and his body twitched. "I still want to turn around and fight back." As a result, the spear was pulled out. He fell down in humiliation. He flashed sail. There was even shit on the tip of the gun, mixed with blood, like a symbol of victory. This scene, not only did it scare the other side, but it also scared the people on our side. "Fuck you, you stupid monkey, don't come near me. Go over there, go over there. Ah, stop waving it. Stop waving it around the grass."
Getting the first kill was supposed to be a morale-boosting thing, but the result was unexpected. Our morale collapsed. More than 30 adventurers dispersed instantly, refusing to stay in the circle in the middle no matter what. Roar. On the opposite side, the dragon egg warriors roared after they recovered. They discovered that the adventurers here were just a bunch of ordinary level weaklings, whose fighting power was far inferior to theirs. Being frightened by such a weakling made the dragon egg warriors extremely angry. They immediately organized the formation and launched a charge. The charge formation is the dragon egg warriors' most powerful killing move. They have high attack and high health, usually, as long as they Form a charge formation. They can easily defeat any enemy that is weaker than themselves on the battlefield with the support of the charge formation. They can also increase their defense to a certain extent, making them like steel tanks, which is difficult for anyone to resist, however.
The wind is strong, hurry up.
Seeing the Dragon Egg warriors launching a charge, the adventurers suddenly said this. A group of adventurers retreated back into the protective shield. Under the protection of the shield, the Dragon Egg warrior crashed into the defensive ripples and was unable to go deeper. Chapter 42, Besiege. Way to save Zhao. I saw the protective shield easily keep the enemy out. Several adventurers burst into strange laughter again.
Is it no use? You can't do it, but we can.
After saying point one by one, they raised their swords and stabbed them into the Dragon Egg warrior's abdomen. The protective shield will block ranged weapons, but melee weapons are considered part of the adventurer and are therefore not blocked by the defense rules, able to penetrate the protective shield and directly attack enemies outside. But unfortunately, the Dragon Egg warrior's abdomen is protected by scales, and the adventurer's fighting power is too weak, so this attack failed to break the defense. Only Wu Yu's big hammer caused some damage.
Fuck, these guys are really strong. What should I do? It seems like I am no match for my opponent if I fight him head-on.
The Dragon Egg warrior's armor is very hard, which should be an extension of the dragon's talent. With their skilled weapons and attack power, it is difficult to defeat them. Wu Yu gritted his teeth and said, "What are you afraid of?
I'll hammer them one by one. I don't believe they won't turn around. Once they turn around, you'll stab them in the ass."
That is indeed the only weakness at the moment. It is too difficult to attack the head and heart. The only way is to attack from behind. Although Wu Yu's big hammer has a slow attack speed, the damage is still sufficient if his attack points are maxed out. Point one hammer down. A Dragon Egg warrior had to retreat painfully after several consecutive blows. The Dragon Egg commander on the opposite side had to order a retreat. But they got smarter. When you retreat, do not expose your back, but retreat slowly.
Depend on.
These guys seem to have a little bit of brains, and are different from ordinary beasts.
It's normal.
After all, they are the soldiers of the warlord and a kind of intelligent race.
It's normal for them to have some brains. What should we do?
They refuse to back us up,
etc. One of the adventurers said, "Look, they seem to have formed a battle array on the spot."
The adventurers looked up. It was discovered that these Dragon Egg warriors, under the command of the Dragon Egg leader, formed a square formation, surrounded themselves tightly, and faced the outside with the toughest armor. Don't show you're vulnerable but at all.
They seem to have received some kind of order?
If nothing unexpected happens, the Lord must have known something and ordered them to defend the place. Everyone frowned. It seems that the Lord knows we are coming, and also knows that we won't be here for long, so he plans to keep fighting with us. That would be troublesome. Now that they are not attacking, the protective shield is not affected and we can operate normally. But as soon as we disappear, these guys will definitely attack again, and then the territory will be in trouble again. This move is also a common move used by warlords to deal with dungeon lords. So what if you spend a lot of money to hire an adventurer? We laid siege directly to the city. When the adventurers come, we retreat. When the adventurers leave, we advance. Look who is the most anxious in the end. It has to be said that facing some shameless warlords, the dungeon lords are really powerless, and they may have no choice but to cede land and pay compensation in the END.AT this time. Shi Maosong has already come out of the teleportation array. See this situation. After a little thought, he looked sharply in a certain direction. There are some messy footprints on the road over there, which are a little deeper than other places. These guys should have come from that direction. That is to say, the warlord's lair is over there. Wu Yu also thought of something and exclaimed, "Xiao Qiqi, you are really a genius. These guys want to waste time with us, but we won't waste time with them.
We will go directly to its territory and destroy its home. Then what are we waiting for? Just go ahead." Yes, he overturned his lair. Ha ha ha, it's fun just thinking about it.
I'll hide on the side of the road then, and when these guys come to support me I'll stab their asses. The adventurers were all excited and eager to try it. I can't wait to rush to the warlord's lair and attack. Way to save Zhao.
Wait a minute.
Shi Maosong temporarily calmed down the excited crowd and said with a smile, "Don't worry, calm them down here for the time being. I will go and find out clearly by myself, so as not to delay us when we are on our way later."
You're right, Xiao Qiqi is the most thoughtful one. Wu Yu nodded.
Then let's put on a show for them, make them feel that we are helpless, make them proud, and make them lose.
Acting? That's what I'm good at.
The adventurer rushed out as he spoke, and actually let him act out the performance. He looked so angry and helpless. It would be a shame if he didn't become a comedy host. Adventurers such as Wu Yu and Li Ruopu are responsible for attracting the attention of the opposing Dragon Egg warriors. Chi Maosong took this opportunity to sneak out. No one noticed him. Chi Maosong followed the footprints on the ground and explored all the way. These Dragon Egg warriors probably never thought that someone would follow their footsteps to find their nest, so they didn't do anything special to the footprints along the way. It only took Chi Maosong a dozen minutes before he saw a dilapidated castle appear in front of him. The castle is located among the trees, hidden in the dense primeval forest. If you look for it yourself without the help of these footprints, you may not be able to find it.
First level castle?
Chi Maosong raised his eyebrows. I find it kind of funny. I thought he was a high-level warlord, but it turned out he was only a level 1.2. Lord Chen's level increase is considered to be the fastest among these new lords, even though he was only a dungeon lord. With the support of these excellent dungeons, his level increase would certainly not be slower than those of the top warlords. Chi Maosong did not stay for long. After finding out the truth inside the castle, he returned to the rabbit-eared village. If it's a first-level lord, then these troops outside are probably almost all the troops of that lord. Wu Yu also found it a little funny when he heard Chi Maosong's description. Li Ruopu said, "Since we can't beat the iron barrel outside, why don't we go and tear down the castle of the warlord as soon as possible?" But the problem is, some adventurers were worried, if we go out in full force, these guys might charge. They are probably faster than us. How can a two-legged creature outrun a four-legged creature? To this, Chi Maosong chuckled, then all we have to do is change ourselves into four-legged creatures.
How?
Don't forget, there is something called a zombie dog in Lord Chen's Resident Evil dungeon. Chapter 43 Zombie Dogs Attack. The fighting power of zombie dogs is not very good, but that is relative to the lickers. No matter what, the zombie dog also has a combat power index of ordinary level. This quality is actually a little stronger than that of the current adventurers. And the zombie dog's combat power index is basically added to its agility, and it relies entirely on passive viral infection to deal damage. After transforming into a zombie dog, it will definitely not be able to defeat the Dragon Egg warrior in a head-on fight, but in terms of movement speed, the Dragon Egg warriors can't catch up even if they hit their butts. Chi Maosong immediately applied to Chen Yu for the right to use 34 zombie dog illustration cards. As an ordinary level card, even though the level of the Resident Evil dungeon is only level 1, there are too many adventurers playing it every day, play from morning till night. You've got at least a few dozen of them these days. Chen Yu took a look and found that it was enough time for this group of adventurers to transform collectively. He simply made all the illustrated books public. Let Chi Maosong choose how to use it. As a lord, all you have to do is make decisions and then wait for pleasure. Leave the rest to the adventurers. As long as the dungeon is fun enough, it can attract a large number of adventurers. If adventurers gain enough benefits from the dungeon, they will spontaneously maintain the dungeon, especially now that happy coins are becoming more valuable. As long as Chen Yu is generous enough, the adventurers will naturally consider his future. Adventurers who have a large number of happy coins will even consider for him how to make the happy coins more valuable. After Chen Yu opened up the permissions to, I have started working on the normal mode of Resident Evil and now it has reached the final stage. I just need to put the zombies in normal mode, with a city as the background. It is a very large-scale open-ended game, ranging from underground shopping malls and gymnasiums to residential homes and high-rise buildings. It will definitely allow adventurers who have never seen modern technology to feel the wonder of the future world. At the same time, you will also experience different feelings under the oppression of the Doomsday background. Here, Chen Yu planned to place all zombies from Left 4 Dead, such as tanks, witches, and smokers, in there, as well as some mutant bosses from Resident Evil. Throw these guys into various corners of the city and let the adventurers explore. On the one hand, it is also for the purpose of brushing the illustrations. It would be nice if you could brush out a few cards like tanks. At the same time, in order to allow adventurers to have a way to deal with these monsters, Chen Yu also left some high-tech weapons in the city, for example, RPG, real tanks, armored vehicles, Gatling guns, etc. There is even a helicopter left behind as an Easter egg for you to experience. Of course, Chen Yu did not make the difficulty very simple. After all, if it were too simple, adventurers would not use their brains and the cards would be difficult to generate. Cards are easiest to obtain only when the adventurer is fully focused. The other side, after obtaining authorization from Chenyu, Chi Maosong immediately gathered all the other adventurers and roughly described the route to them. It's probably getting late, so we should set off now without further delay. Go, go, go. A group of adventurers let out strange cries and rushed out of the gate of the rabbit-eared village together. Opposite, when Commander Dragon Egg saw these adventurers rushing out, he immediately ordered his men to be on alert and defend on the spot. Always be on the lookout for attacks from these adventurers. The result was unexpected. These adventurers didn't even look at them and ran to the side. The direction they were running in, the Dragon Egg commander was stunned at first, and then he suddenly thought of something. Charge, charge, stop them quickly. The race under the warlord used a universal language, so their voices also fell on the ears of the adventurers. I heard that the Dragon Egg warriors were about to launch a charge. Chi Maosong immediately shouted, "Transform, follow me." The words fell. A strange black mist was emanating from more than 30 adventurers. From the perspective of the Dragon Egg commander, these adventurers were seen making strange crackling noises on their bodies, and then their bodies underwent tremendous changes, starting from their bone joints. At last, it actually turned into a dog. Yes, it really is a dog. The Dragon Egg commander rubbed his eyes, making sure he was not seeing things, but these dogs are not ordinary dogs. They have no skin on their bodies, with flesh and blood exposed, and they look a bit scary. Some of the dogs' heads were still cracked and split in two, and they looked back at them as if in a provocation. This scene is a bit unbelievable. The appearance of these zombie dogs did scare the Dragon Egg warriors, but this is a dark world. All kinds of monsters exist. They had seen seas of skeletons and hordes of zombies before. The Dragon Egg warriors simply had never seen a human being turn into a dog. Therefore, after a brief moment of surprise, Commander Dragon Egg quickly ordered a pursuit. There were not many troops to defend the territory now, and if these zombie dogs really ran into the territory, their lord is in danger. But here, the Dragon Egg commander had just given an order for his Dragon Egg warriors to launch a charge. As a result, the zombie dogs had already disappeared. How come it's so fast? The Dragon Egg leader's pupils shrank, knowing that something bad was going to happen. Can't take care of many things. He led his Dragon Egg warriors and rushed home frantically. What he didn't expect was, these zombie dogs seemed to be completely familiar with the route. They did not stop at all and did not take any wrong turns. They ran towards their castle very accurately. Inside Dragon Castle, Sun Haoran was still standing proudly on the observation deck above the castle. Consciousness is immersed in the Lord's chat group, Happy Water Group. Brothers, do you know what I discovered today? Isn't it just a village of bunny-eared people? You said yesterday that you were going to take it down. Why haven't you taken it down yet? The rabbit-eared people are really good. They are timid and can be recruited with a little intimidation. The key is that the girls in their race are very good and very tender. That's true. I'm lucky enough to have played it. I heard that rabbits give birth several times a year, and each litter has several babies. There was a big guy who played with rabbits for 100,000 years, and the rabbits were probably all over the forest. Don't talk nonsense, that rabbit must be a chick. The content in the chat channel is becoming more and more biased. Some of these lords really have nothing to do and like to gossip all day long. After all, really useful content cannot be put in the chat channel. Seeing that his pretense failed, Sun Haoran quickly added, "Don't talk about rabbits. I sent my men over today and found out that the rabbit-eared village had been occupied by someone at some point." Oh, the warlord? Is there a fight? Is there a live broadcast? I want to watch the show. What a pity. I have been browsing the map for most of the day but couldn't find an opponent. I didn't expect to meet you. Let's talk about the battle situation first. Chapter 44 Biochemical Virus. Seeing that everyone was finally paying attention to him, Sun Haoran said proudly, "It's not a warlord. You may not believe it. It was occupied by a dungeon lord." Dungeon lord? A dungeon lord has occupied a new territory so soon? Impossible. I remember that the initial territory of the dungeon lord can build 10 dungeons. Just these 10 dungeons will take a long time to build, right? Yeah, especially for those idiots who bought copyrights. They have to spend money to open new branches and renew copyrights, which is a huge expense. In this period of time, there are at most 5 or 6 dungeons.
Why do they need to create new territories? Yes, that's right. The loser here is you, Zhao Hailiang. I know you must be peeking at the screen. Come out and confront me.
Zhao Hailiang, UTM, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Sun Haoren continued, I also find it amazing. I don't know which idiot would put so much resources into opening up a territory. Anyway, since he dares to do this, it means he must have a dungeon that can make money. Yeah, you'll be happy. Hold on to this dungeon cash cow, brother, and you'll grow fast.
What do you mean, have you ceded territory or paid compensation? Sun Haoren responded, not yet. This guy is quite stubborn. He refused to contact me and even spent a lot of money to find adventurers from another world. I directly ordered my soldiers to station there and fight him to see who can outlast him. TSK, such a shady method. These are all basic operations. Brothers, let's stop talking. It seems like there's something going on in the forest ahead? Fuck, that's a lot of dogs. The above is Sun Haoren's last message. After saying the last sentence, Sun Haoren turned off the system and held the railing tightly with both hands. His eyes were fixed on the forest. More than 30 bloody zombie dogs rushed out of the forest. Close the city gates quickly. Sun Haoren hurriedly gave orders to the Dragon Egg Warrior guarding the gate below. The Dragon Egg Warriors didn't understand what was going on, but they quickly opened the city gate and put away the drawbridge. As a result, the suspension bridge was halfway received, then a heavy object fell on it, then came the second, the third. The Dragon Egg Warrior didn't know what was happening yet. Then he saw a hideous-looking zombie dog rushing towards him. She opened her mouth and bit his neck hard. The Dragon Egg Warrior let out a scream, quickly throw the zombie dog away. However, what he didn't realize was that the zombie dog's teeth had embedded deeply into his skin, and a virus was invading his body, and during this delay all the zombie dogs have jumped into the castle. Several of them took over the positions of the Dragon Egg Warriors and began to bite the rotating cables, pulling up the suspension bridge that was about to descend again. Seeing this scene, Sun Haoren's pupils shrank. He was so frightened that he quickly shouted, hurry over and lower the suspension bridge. All those zombie dogs have come in. Once the drawbridge is raised, their own troops outside will not be able to get in. Sun Haoren realized that these zombie dogs must have acted in an organized and purposeful manner. Otherwise, if they were wild beasts, how could they have thought of pulling up the suspension bridge? The few remaining Dragon Egg Warriors guarding the city rushed towards the suspension bridge under Sun Haoren's hurried command, but there are too many zombie dogs. The first Dragon Egg Warrior responsible for raising the drawbridge had been torn into a corpse by the zombie dogs. What shocked the Dragon Egg Warriors the most was that the corpse actually crawled up again and bit towards them with a ferocious face. Brother, we are one family, don't bite. He's crazy, kill him quickly. The zombie Dragon Egg Warrior attacked his compatriots frantically, and he actually killed one of them when they were caught off guard. However, although this zombie Dragon Egg Warrior carries the virus, the toxicity of the virus is somewhat weakened. Under the laws of the Dark World, it cannot form a chain reaction of zombie tide. Therefore, people killed by zombie Dragon Egg Warriors will not mutate into new zombies. But he can't. But the adventurers can. Chi Maosong immediately realized the severity of the virus and rushed forward to take another sip. More than 30 other zombie dogs also fought together with other Dragon Egg Warriors, bite and pull. Although the Dragon Egg Warrior's skin is tough, there are always some weak spots. Once attacked by zombie dogs, a virus outbreak is inevitable. Seeing that the remaining Dragon Egg Warriors in the castle were no match at all, Sun Haoren was extremely anxious, immediately summoned back all the Dragon Egg Warriors on the map. At the same time, open the dragon's ovary cavity and stuff resources into it frantically. All the magic crystals on hand were stuffed into it for production training. Sun Haoren also tried his best. If he let these zombie dogs come up, he would definitely be dead. Therefore, I can't take care of many things now. Let's drive these guys away first. The dragon egg cavity emitted an intense light, and one dragon egg warrior after another hatched from it. Sun Haoren used his talent to quickly hatch the dragon eggs, burning all the energy. The training efficiency of the dragon ovarian point became unprecedentedly powerful, almost running at full load. Driven by this, several dragon egg warriors were born soon and joined the battle of frantically resisting the attack of zombie dogs. At the same time, the dragon egg commander had led dozens of dragon egg warriors to appear outside the drawbridge, trying to find a way to enter the castle. Hold on a little longer, and you will be saved. Sun Haoren took a deep breath. Commander Dragon Egg is a hero under his command.
His combat capability is much stronger than ordinary soldiers, and he is also Sun Haoran's greatest reliance. As long as the Dragon Egg Commander enters the castle, he will be able to easily defeat these zombie dogs. Sun Haoran's heart had just calmed down. As a result, when he took a look at the situation below, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted. Fuck.
What's going on? Why are my Dragon Egg warriors beating up my own soldiers?
I saw that the situation down there was in complete chaos driven by the zombie virus. 5 or 6 dead Dragon Egg warriors have crawled up and become the greatest destroyers of the castle. They must be even more fearless and courageous. Don't know the pain. He showed no mercy to his former compatriots. Chapter 45, transformed into a licker faced with the zombie tide that was about to rush into the castle at any time. Sun Haoran was extremely anxious. He didn't understand why his own troops would turn around and attack him after death, but he could guess it. This may be the ability of these ferocious-looking dogs. This time, if the Dragon Egg warriors continue to fight alone and allow the zombie Dragon Egg warriors to form a certain scale, his remaining troops will definitely be wiped out by these hideous guys. The best way is to stop training and wait until the Dragon Egg Commander smashes open the city gate drawbridge, and then destroy these monsters in one fell swoop. But the problem now is, if he stopped training, the door to the castle would be opened, and these zombie dogs would rush up and bite him, the Lord, to death first. The Lord's own combat power is linked to the entire territory. Currently, the territory is only level 1, so no matter how strong the Lord is, he won't be that strong. How could they possibly be a match for zombie dogs? Therefore, Sun Haoran had no way to stop this training. Even if it meant risking his entire future and losing the chance to dominate the continent, he had to save his life first. When a Dragon Egg warrior falls, a new Dragon Egg warrior must take his place. The zombie virus outbreak does not occur that quickly. It takes some time after biting. Therefore, the door of the castle was blocked and could not be entered. At the same time, in order to avoid suffering too much loss, Sun Haoran decided to give in first. He didn't need to guess. He knew where these zombie dogs came from. So he immediately found the location of the rabbit-eared village on the map and chose to talk to the owner of the village territory on the chat interface.
Sun Haoran repeatedly expressed, "Brother, I was wrong. I was the one who didn't recognize the real talent. Let your soldiers withdraw. I am willing to give you a certain amount of compensation." Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Sun Haoran continued to send messages while training the Dragon Egg warriors to guard the entrance. He was cursing all the time and cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. Below, among the zombie dogs, Chi Maosong looked around, trying to find any small windows or something, but what a pity, the castle was a bit too high, and with the zombie dog's ability, he couldn't jump up to those windows. After all, they are not cats, and the zombie dog's claws cannot grab the bricks of the castle. Chi Maosong had already noticed that the Dragon Egg leader outside seemed to have come up with a solution. 7 or 8 Dragon Egg warriors were carrying a giant tree and smashing the city, trying to open the castle gate. If these guys rush in, it will be somewhat troublesome. Is it possible to become a licker? Since he became a zombie dog, Chi Maosong didn't have much resistance to becoming a licker. The reason for hesitation. A lot of this is to save the card, but the current situation is not right. Although they had already bitten more than a dozen Dragon Egg warriors to death, it added a lot of combat power to their side, but zombies are creatures that rely entirely on their flesh and blood desires to act. Their combat effectiveness is very weak, and they cannot exert their original strength at all. Once the 30-odd Dragon Egg warriors outside rush in, it's hard to say what the final outcome of the battle will be. Bang! While Chi Maosong was hesitating for a while, the suspension bridge was actually broken. After all, it was a first-level castle and its defensive capabilities were not very good. Sun Haoran breathed a sigh of relief. At such a moment, he was actually somewhat glad that his castle had poor defenses. The moment he saw Dragon Egg Commander coming in, Sun Haoran immediately closed the system's chat interface. Wrong? What did I do wrong? Gentlemen, charge. Attack from both sides and kill all these guys. Hit the head. I can see that these guys will die if they are hit in the head. I have to say that Sun Haoran's observation is quite meticulous, and he actually discovered the zombies' weaknesses. After receiving the order, Commander Longlan immediately ordered his men to form a charge formation. He was very angry along the way as his home had been robbed. As a commander, he felt extremely uncomfortable. After finally catching these guys head-on, I must vent my anger. Charge. The Dragon Egg warriors launched a collective charge, with long swords in their hands across their faces. This was their strongest form. Fighting alone, the Dragon Egg warrior is no match for many races, but if they form a formation and attack, they are comparable to the heavy knights of the human race, or even stronger, facing the charge of more than 30 Dragon Egg warriors.
The Dragon Egg warriors that had turned into zombies turned their heads to look at them and pounced on them with their fangs and claws bared. That's why people say zombies are brainless.
They don't even know how to use weapons.
They use their bodies to hold the long swords, and their hard scales are pierced with several holes. However, even though their lower bodies were chopped off, these zombie Dragon Egg warriors still madly climbed on their companions and bit their heads and shoulders. This scene frightened the Dragon Egg warriors. There was also some confusion in the formation. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the body of the Dragon Egg commander,
which seemed to be some skill. After the skill was
released, the eyes of all the Dragon Egg warriors suddenly turned red. This time, facing these zombies again, they no longer felt the slightest fear. Kill. Sun Haoran also laughed loudly on top. You adventurers, go back and tell your lords that I am not someone you can afford to offend. Don't let me find your base camp.
If I find it, I will go there every now and then.
Ask him to quickly prepare foreign beauties and soul crystals for me as compensation for this time. Sun Haoran laughed somewhat recklessly. In his opinion, although these zombies are somewhat scary and weird, they are not completely impossible to deal with. Even though he was badly hurt this time, as long as he could defeat the dungeon lord and collect enough soul crystals, he would still have a chance to start over. However, Sun Haoran's wild laughter hasn't ended yet. Suddenly it stopped, because he saw a change happening to a zombie dog. Its body suddenly expanded in size and turned into a horrible monster that he could not describe. Licker. This monster's climbing ability is simply unmatched by the zombie dog, and its combat power is also extremely strong. The tongue shot out and easily pierced the head of a Dragon Egg warrior. Following a pounce, he killed another Dragon Egg warrior with his claws. Moreover, the virus carried by this Licker is not comparable to that of the zombie dog. It seems to be an advanced and stronger version of the virus. The Dragon Egg warrior who was lying down after being attacked by him got up not long after and started biting his companion next to him. The Dragon Egg leader's pupils shrank, realizing that if this monster was not dealt with, they would be no match for it. He raised the knife in his hand and was about to pounce on the Licker. As a result, the Licker didn't confront him head on. It jumped directly onto the castle wall, and its sharp claws easily hooked on the edge of the wall. Chapter 46 Occupation of Territory. The Licker's sharp claws quickly climbed the edge of the wall, and in an instant, it had reached the observation tower. A somersault and jump arrived at the observation deck. Sun Haoran could see the situation clearly and ran away the moment the Licker appeared. Ran down madly, but with his speed, how could he be a match for the Licker? The Lickers moved quickly through the castle. He easily broke open the door that Sun Haoran closed.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop chasing me.
However, Chi Maosong had already caught up with him and grabbed him in his hand with one claw. The sharp claws cut his skin, and the zombie virus had penetrated into his body.
You are not wrong. What is wrong with you? Chi Maosong didn't give him the chance to talk nonsense.
After a few jumps, he arrived at the outer territory. He showed Sun Haoran in his palm to the Dragon Egg commander opposite him. The Dragon Egg commander's eyes suddenly turned red and he let out a long roar. Despicable, too despicable. If you have the guts, fight me head on.
Chi Maosong smiled coldly. Okay, I'll give you this chance. If you win, I'll return your lordship to you.
Hear this, the Dragon Egg commander brandished a long sword and rushed over madly. Chi Maosong observed coldly for a moment, then suddenly moved, and with a jump he dodged the heavy blow from the Dragon Egg commander. Then he shot out his tongue, and with several consecutive claw strikes, he smashed the back of the Dragon Egg commander's head. Once the Dragon Egg leader fell, the morale of the remaining Dragon Egg warriors suddenly fell into chaos. There is no desire to fight at all. Under the attack of the Lickers and other zombies, the entire army was quickly wiped out. After the battle, Chi Maosong then ordered everyone to kill all the Dragon Egg warriors who had mutated into zombies, and only then was the battle truly over. The reason why these zombies did not attack them was because they were now transformed into zombie dogs. If they turned back into ordinary adventurers, these zombies would definitely attack them. After all the zombies in the castle were cleared out, the adventurers returned to their normal appearance. Wu Yu stretched himself and said, I'm finally back to normal.
It feels really wonderful to be a dog. Lord Shen's monster encyclopedia is quite interesting.
I've transformed into other dungeon lords before, but they were all very common creatures, nothing new.
I don't know if there are other monsters in Resident Evil. I'm actually a little addicted to it.
Chi Maosong also smiled and said, the Lickers look disgusting, but they are actually quite cool to use.
Their combat capabilities are really well balanced. I don't know how to kill them without relying on the laser channel. No more talking, it's time to get to work. Let's quickly absorb this territory, and then we can continue hunting.
Li Ruopo said as he took out a dim guardian stone from the castle. As long as they absorb this guardian stone, this territory will belong to them. Your adventurer has just captured a territory.
Do you want to accept it? Hear the news, Shen Yu was still a little surprised. I asked you to guard my home, but you took down the other side's territory. Absorb.
Don't miss out on the free territory. Moreover, in a territory like this, 10 dungeons can be built at a time. Occupying one is equivalent to occupying more than 5 villages and tribes. However, correspondingly, if you want to open the protective shield, more soul crystals will be consumed, and 1,000 soul crystals will be required. This expense is a bit too much. Shen Yu planned to wait until all the territories in his hands were upgraded and there were enough resources before making any decision. Then, Shen Yu activated the territory's construction system after building a teleportation portal in this territory, repairing the city gates and other things, and closing the territory's drawbridge tightly. They no longer cared about it. There is no plan to send anyone to garrison there. He doesn't have any combat troops now, and 2 half-elf swordsmen are obviously not enough. If he really encounters someone attacking the city, he will only die. Therefore, it just create an empty city. If someone really comes to attack without any eyes, we will urgently summon adventurers to come and defend through the teleportation array. Shen Yu took stock of the harvest in the warehouse of this territory. I found that the resources were pitifully few, as if they had all been consumed. Only some food and things that were of no use at the moment were left, and were not worth much. However, among these things, Shen Yu accidentally found 2 drawings. Blacksmith shop. After use, you can build a blacksmith shop in the territory. The blacksmith shop can use metal items such as iron ingots and steel ingots to forge equipment. Textile factory. After use, you can build a textile factory in the territory. The textile factory can use leather, cloth, and other textile items to make clothes. When Shen Yu saw these 2 drawings, his eyes suddenly lit up. When he conquered the goblin tribe and other territories, Shen Yu was troubled as to why there were no tall buildings. As a result, until now, Shen Yu still sleeps on a wooden bed made of solid wood, covered with an animal skin blanket woven by Lena and Effie with their own hands. Wait, that's not that bad, but having a textile factory is always a good thing. Lena and her friends don't even have any decent bedding in their house. They work for me every day, so as their boss, I should show some care and concern. It's so cold when you sleep at night, you need to take care of yourself. Moreover, with high-quality Warcraft leather, you can also sew magical costumes to increase combat effectiveness. The same goes for the blacksmith shop. You can create equipment, which will be placed directly in the adventurer's panel and will never disappear. However, if the durability is gone, it still needs to be repaired. Shen Yu looked through the warehouse in the new territory. There are some items such as leather and iron ingots inside. As for minor materials like cotton, Shen Yu ordered his half-elves to search for them in the wild. With the half-elf swordsman guarding, there will be no danger. After absorbing the territory's guardian stone, the adventurers began to explore the surroundings, trying to get more magic crystals before dark. It was soon dusk. Shen Yu finally completed the normal mode of Resident Evil and his consciousness withdrew from the dungeon. I'm so tired. It's really hard to design these things. Although it's much easier than using a computer to make them in my previous life, I can design them with just a thought, but it's too much to imagine. Shen Yu stood on the watchtower of the ancient castle, gazing into the distance, relieving his slightly tired spirit. This time, he saw a tall and slender figure walking towards him outside the protective shield. She was dragging a huge white wolf corpse in her hand and dragging it all the way into the territory. Chapter 47. What is the use of the brain? The person who appeared outside the territory was naturally Li Ruoshu, who was hunting the hurricane wolf alone. Unexpectedly, she actually killed the hurricane wolf alone, with a combat power index that was several times greater than hers. Shen Yu was well aware of the difficulty involved. It is like fighting a boss in a game. The boss can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. Fortunately, although the hurricane wolf's combat power index is high, its defense is not very good. As long as there is health bar, it can break the defense, can kill. Shen Yu immediately came down from the observation deck. Li Ruoshu had also arrived in the territory and threw the body of the hurricane wolf that he was dragging behind him in front of him. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, revealing a green magic crystal in his palm. Excellent Great Wind Attribute Magic Crystal. When using this magic crystal to upgrade the quality, there is a chance that the upgrader will gain a wind attribute bonus and obtain exclusive skill points of the wind attribute. How is it? I lived up to your expectations. Li Ruoshu raised his chin slightly and said proudly, sharp. Shen Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
and couldn't help but feel a little excited. For adventurer spirits, attribute magic crystals are too rare, especially for contracted adventurers, who themselves do not have any attributes. Therefore, in terms of combat, the later the game progresses, the more likely it is that you will be at a disadvantage compared to other races that are born with these attributes. The existence of attribute magic crystals is to make up for this disadvantage. It's a pity that the drop rate of this thing is too low, and it only appears on some unique monsters. Shenyu reached out to take it from Li Ruoshu. As a result, Li Ruoshu flipped his hand and stretched out his other hand, playfully said, "Reward." Shenyu was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Okay, what's your reward?" Li Ruoshu had many wounds on his body, which were left from the battle with the Hurricane Wolf, and there were also many scratches on his beautiful face. Her eyes, which were originally full of energy, now looked a little tired. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy in this battle. Li Ruoshu held his chin and thought carefully, "I don't know what reward I want. Logically, it should be some dungeon equipment. But for me, the equipment is too good, and it's too easy to pass the level, which is simply a side effect." If someone else said this, Shenyu would think he was bragging, but the girl in front of him did have the capital. Just look at the perfect clearance rankings of Resident Evil and you will know that until now, no one has been able to complete it perfectly and easily like her. Shenyu smiled and said, "How about that? I will reward you by making you a contract adventurer of the Great Xia Never Sleeping City? How about that?" Li Ruoshu was slightly startled and rolled his eyes. "What kind of reward is this? You are taking advantage of it, okay? Are you planning to get a contract adventurer for free? As long as you become a contracted adventurer, this wind attribute magic crystal will be given to you." Li Ruoshu was amused. "Come on, this is what I did. You really know how to do a favor. There are also luxurious private rooms. We'll make you a Princess Pink adventurer's cabin, with food and lodging included. Oh, and Shenyu immediately opened the system and exchanged for a bag of spicy strips, removed the wrapping paper. Here, Shenyu handed the spicy strips to Li Ruoshu. No one in this world can resist the temptation of spicy strips. If there is, then she definitely doesn't eat spicy food. The aroma of spicy strips hits your nose. Although she was using a body materialized by the adventurer's spirit at the moment, it did not prevent her from smelling and tasting the aroma of the spicy strips. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva as my throat rolled. Li Ruopu had already secretly told Shenyu about Li Ruoshu's preferences. In his opinion, Li Ruoshu would have to choose a dungeon lord and go to the dark world for training anyway, so it would be better for him to choose the most promising new lord. Therefore, Li Ruopu worked on both sides, and would always mention some of Li Ruoshu's weaknesses to Shenyu from time to time. For example, a greedy Princess Pink, who would have thought that beneath the heroic character and appearance, there is a heart that loves princesses. Under this double attack, Li Ruoshu couldn't help but feel a little excited. He reached out to take the spicy strips and stuffed them into his mouth elegantly, but it's not enough to rely on these things to attract me. It can be seen that she has begun to waver under the attack of spicy strips, but although Li Ruoshu was greedy, he would not trick her away with just one bite of food. If you want to impress her, you have to rely on the content of the dungeon. Resident Evil is indeed okay, but it's still a little bit lacking for me. If you can come up with something better, I will accept to be your contracted adventurer. And I've already thought of the reward for this Hurricane Wolf. You should open a VIP channel for me so that I don't have to queue up every day. I have to queue up for 3 hours and play for 3 minutes. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't come to fight for your territory." Li Ruoshu finished speaking. He simply threw the attribute magic crystal in his hand to Shenyu and turned away, watching the slender figure leave. Shenyu weighed the magic crystal in his hand. "It just so happens that the normal mode of Resident Evil has been completed, little girl. I'll wait for you to come and shock you tomorrow." Shenyu did not update the version immediately. On the one hand, the updated version requires the closure of the dungeon, and now the fluctuations caused by the attack have just ended, and the third and fourth line adventurers of Resident Evil have just logged back into the game. Compensation for the disconnected adventurers has just been paid out. If another shutdown for maintenance is announced at this time, it will be another blow to the reputation of Dasha City that never sleeps. There is really no need for that. Only after dark at night will the shutdown for maintenance be announced. Update the version. This is better. Also, during this time, you can release some promotional CGs as a warm-up measure. Think of this. Shenyu immediately recalled a promotional CG he had seen when playing Resident Evil, Operation Raccoon City. Although this game, well, the movements are a bit stiff,
and the plot and other things are a bit dragging, but no matter what, the CG is still very good. Making CG is much simpler than making a dungeon. After all, CG is flat, so you just need to review the plot you have seen in your mind, and then process it a little to fill in the missing parts. The content of the dungeon is three-dimensional and requires all-round thinking, which is more troublesome. Oh, and the CG for Left 4 Dead has also been completed and the two will be released jointly. As for the different plots, who cares? We're all in the city anyway. An adventurer who has never seen the world does not need a reasonable plot, he just needs a shock. If there is anything unreasonable, just use your imagination. Otherwise, what is the use of having a brain? Isn't it just used to fill in the plot? Chapter 48, Crafting Equipment. Shenyu spent the rest of the day working overtime to produce CG. Wait until he finishes these two CGs. It's already dark. The adventurers have all gone back and handed over all their gains of the day to Shenyu. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards in the warehouse, Shenyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. You work so hard, don't you know the rule of slacking off at work? While sighing, Shenyu was counting the proceeds. The harvest from Magic Crystal is a lot. Part of it has been consumed and used to upgrade the adventurer's spirit level, which will make hunting more convenient. The remaining magic crystals are all here. The magic crystals we got later are obviously of better quality. They are basically all at level 3. How could there be so many ordinary magic crystals in here? Although I didn't get a magic crystal of excellent quality, it's pretty good to have so many ordinary grade. After Shenyu took stock, he immediately carried out another wave of upgrades. At first, he used low quality, but level 3 magic crystals to upgrade all the adventurer's spirits to level 4. Then, using magic crystals of slightly higher quality, the quality of the adventurer's spirit was also improved. At last, the 40 adventurer spirits in the adventurer's tavern have all reached level 4, and their quality has also all reached ordinary level. The combat power index reaches 40 points. With such a combat power index, he was already able to go deep into the forest to look for some higher level and better quality monsters. As for the wind attribute magic crystal, Shenyu did not use it. Instead, it is left to the contracted adventurers who are about to be recruited. The contracted adventurers are equivalent to their own people in permanent residence, so of course the good things should be reserved for them first. Even if Li Ruoshu didn't come, Shenyu would recruit others. The half-elf swordsman has also undergone a wave of upgrades, with the level and quality consistent with the adventurer's spirit. After finishing these things, only then did Shenyu have time to go to the blacksmith shop and check the equipment. I have very few materials at the moment, only the most basic iron ingots and equipment that can be forged. Iron sword, normal level attack +1. Note, you can enhance the equipment with magic crystals to increase its level, or you can enchant it with rare magic substances to give it additional properties. Iron armor, normal level defense +1. Note, you can use magic crystals. Shenyu pondered for a moment. These equipment forged from iron ingots are basically the same in style, and all increase the combat power index by 1 point. There are 11 slots in the adventurer's equipment column, including weapons, tops, head and shoulders, pants, belts, shoes, wristbands, bracelets, rings, necklaces, and magic accessories. Generally speaking, a complete set of ordinary equipment can provide 11 points of combat power index. However, bracelets, rings, necklaces, and magic accessories are all special equipment that cannot be made in a blacksmith shop and require blueprints. Therefore, an ordinary blacksmith shop can only provide a 7-point combat power index. After being strengthened with the remaining level 3 magic crystals in Shenyu's hand, the total can be increased by 21 points. In this way, the half-elf swordsman's combat power directly reached 61 points, which was enough to deal with many current small-scale incidents. It's a pity that the iron ingots and magic crystals on hand are only enough for 2 sets of equipment, and the remaining ones are not enough to equip another 40 adventurer spirits. Shenyu also wanted to save some for the next contracted adventurer to use. Using soul crystals, you can buy iron ingots, or even higher grade steel ingots and refine iron ingots. I can also buy some magic crystals from other lords, but the price is too expensive. I still need them for the construction of my territory now. It would be a waste to use soul crystals for this purpose. After checking the auction house, he pondered for a moment. Shenyu gave up this plan. Forget it. I only have about 2,000 soul crystals on hand. Let's upgrade all these buildings to level 2 first. This is Shenyu's harvest today. After deducting the consumption, the number of soul crystals remaining in the current territory, the castle, adventurer tavern, and 5 dungeons were upgraded to level 2. The remaining buildings, there are still 5 happy chess and cards dungeons and 4 Resident Evil dungeons that have not been upgraded. As for the warehouses and teleportation arrays, there is no need to upgrade them. Although the 4 fertile fields can be upgraded to spiritual fields, the loss of soul crystals is extremely large, and they are used to grow expensive medicinal herbs. Upgrading 9 dungeons costs a total of 1,800 soul crystals. This way, I only have 200 soul crystals left. Shenyu will keep these 200 soul crystals for the time being. Wait until tomorrow to open the protection shield of the territory that we just conquered. After completing all this, Shenyu glanced at the sky and it was already dark. Resident Evil inside the dungeon. The number of people queuing up gradually decreased. Shenyu then issued an announcement, declare maintenance, and uploaded 2 CGs in sequence. After returning from dinner, Shenyu closed the dungeon, then you can update the version.in the entrance interface of the Resident Evil dungeon. Shenyu reset the novice mode, normal mode, nightmare mode, endless roguelike mode, confrontation mode, and other contents. Certainly, Shenyu has not yet developed the last 3 modes. It takes some time. The option for adventurers to enter is gray. Currently, they can only choose between novice mode and normal mode, and they also need to pass the novice mode to enter the normal mode. The reason for releasing it in advance is also to keep the adventurers in suspense. After the interface settings are completed, Shenyu began to integrate the normal mode he had prepared in the system in advance with the current novice mode. This process takes some time. Shenyu can only be patient and bring them together little by little. During this period, what Shenyu didn't notice was that in the Lord chat interface, someone was already talking about Sun Haoran's death. Fuck bro, are you serious? That guy Sun Haoran is dead? The Lord who sent the message responded, to be honest, I don't really believe it, but this was indeed sent to me by Sun Haoran before he died. It is said that a group of terrible canine monsters rushed into his territory. These canine monsters are very powerful, organized and intelligent. According to him, these canine monsters do not exist in any racial atlas, so they must have been transformed by the adventurers under the Dungeon Lord. You mean, Sun Haoran went to fleece others but failed and died instead? Yes, because I can't contact him now, so I hope the lords near Sun Haoran's territory can go and take a look. Sun Haoran is my brother. If he dies, I will definitely avenge him. As long as you are willing to help me, I will definitely give you enough rewards. Chapter 49. After the little one is beaten, a big one comes after the Lord who claimed to be Sun Haoran's brother finished speaking. He sent out the coordinates of a territory, attracted the attention of some lords. One of the lords responded, I'm nearby, not far away, probably a few kilometers. I didn't expect to find such a big thing. The death of a lord on the first day the protective shield disappeared was indeed a big deal. When Sun Haoran's brother saw someone reply, he immediately said, then please send troops over to check and see who killed my brother and occupied his territory. I will definitely kill him. The other lords responded, do you even need to ask? It must be the Dungeon Lord. Your brother wanted to steal other people's resources, but failed and died. Who should I blame? They beat up the little one, and then a big one came. After they beat up the big one, is there still an old one left? Ha ha ha, the other lords were just watching the fun. After all, everyone would be rivals in the future and they were all here to grab resources. There was no way they could love each other. The lord who was nearby also responded, it's no problem for me to help you check it out, but the question is what can I get? Sun Haoran's brother said, you helped me, so you are my friend, Sun Yaowu. The man slowly typed a question mark. Sun Yaowu paused and continued, I awakened the Ice Dragon unit. Just this one sentence sounded like a thunderclap in the Lord's chat channel. The Lord who was watching the fun was instantly awakened. Fuck. Ice Dragon, isn't that a kind of dragon? It's not one of those fake dragons, it's a high-level soldier with real dragon blood. I didn't expect you to be such a big shot. I'm so sorry, big shot. I just talked too much. I'll slip away so as not to be recorded. The lords who were making sarcastic remarks just now all shut up, afraid of being remembered by Sun Yaowu. The lord whose territory was near Sun Haoran suddenly changed 180 degrees after seeing the news. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely go check it out tomorrow morning. The monsters were a bit fierce at night, and my soldiers couldn't get through. No problem, just add me as your friend and send it to me tomorrow. After adding friends, some information can be displayed on the friend interface, so the Lord is eager to add friends so that he can know the true strength of Sun Yaowu. If it really is the Ice Dragon's troop type, then he must hold on to this strong support. In a certain territory, a young man looked up at the sky. A dozen blue flying dragons were soaring in the sky not far away, breathing out icy breath as they hunted for prey. Sun Yao's eyes darkened slightly.
No matter who killed you, I will avenge you.
At the same time, in another territory, a graceful figure looked at the information in the Lord's chat channel, her eyes slightly frowned.
Strange, the coordinates of this territory, why are they so close to Chen Yu's territory? The dungeon lord that person mentioned couldn't be Chen Yu, right?
Licia pondered for a moment and then shook her head. I feel like I might be thinking too much. Chen Yu has no identity or background, nor does he have the money to represent other people's IPs.
If he were to produce it on his own, how could he possibly achieve this level in just a few days?
I don't know how he is now. Licia has been sending messages to Chen Yu over the past few days, but there has been no response. Sometimes, she even wondered if something had happened to Chen Yu, but the message was delivered every time, which also meant that Chen Yu was still alive. Although the 7-day free period of the protective shield has passed, as a dungeon lord, even if it's not good enough, you can still get 3 soul crystals. It shouldn't be a problem to survive another 3 days.
Licia looked into the distance. Once we defeat this tribe, I will send troops over to take a look. If that doesn't work, I will take it over.
In the distance, the roar of a golden lion was heard. This is Licia's innate military force, and it is also a superior race among all military forces. The battle situation at the front is stable. Licia opened the chat interface and sent another private message to Chen Yu. Tell him not to worry, and explain that she is growing very fast and will expand to his side soon, and she will definitely be able to protect him in the future. After sending the message, Licia glanced at the dozen or so messages she had sent, all of which were in the status of delivered but not replied. This made her smile. From childhood to adulthood, Licia has always been the apple of everyone's eye and has countless suitors and admirers. As a result, now I am like a dog, waiting for his news every day, but there is no response yet.
You protected me before, and in the future. I will definitely protect you.
On this night, the title town in the adventurer's world was not at peace. It was not for any other reason, but because Chen Yu temporarily closed the Resident Evil dungeon, causing many adventurers who were looking forward to it to be unable to play in the dungeon. I feel extremely uncomfortable.
Oh, I don't know what to update. Isn't this dungeon good enough? Why do we need to update it?
The dungeon wasn't big to begin with, and we finally expanded it to a capacity of 160 people.
Why is it shut down for maintenance all of a sudden? Don't you know how hard it is for me to wait? Damn it.
My lord, please open the door and let the child play for a while.
He has been greedy all day.
The Resident Evil interface is full of wailing and complaints. Normally on nights like this, they would browse forums or watch beautiful anchors dance, but since the emergence of Resident Evil, some adventurers began to like staying in the Resident Evil channel interface at night and watching people play Resident Evil live. On the one hand, live streaming does attract them. On the other hand, sometimes they can learn some techniques that can help them pass the level more easily, but
tonight, their fun was taken away. Hateful. Damn you, Lord, please don't make the children suffer.
If I can't play Resident Evil for a day, I feel like there are countless ants crawling in my heart.
It's so itchy.
Apart from these complaining voices, others read the announcement carefully and started discussing it.
The announcement said that 2 promotional CGs would be posted. Why didn't I see any? You're stupid, didn't you say later? It's been so long and it's still not out.
I can't play Resident Evil, but I have to watch the CG to have fun.
What's so good about CG? It's so embarrassing. I've never seen a good-looking CG.
Yes, although CG production is simple, when it comes to actual practice, if you don't have any sense of the picture in your mind, the final plot will be very awkward, so awkward that it will make you want to tap your toes. The last time I watched the CG of Destruction God's Punishment, I felt it was particularly awkward.
The woman had no expression at all. If you didn't know better, you would think it was a monster covered in human skin.
Chapter 50 Promotional CG release. The game's promotional CG hasn't even come out yet, but adventurers are already talking about it, but there is no doubt that everyone is not optimistic. In their opinion, there is no good CG. At this time, Chen Yu's promotional CG also arrived as scheduled. It appeared on the interface of Resident Evil, and all the players below could see it.
Fuck, here it comes. It looks like a very impressive cover. I wonder what's inside. Hopefully not to put a bunch of shit on me and let me down.
The adventurers clicked in one after another. CG playback. Dark Knight, broken streets. A city destroyed by zombies appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the appearance of this steel city, the adventurer who clicked in was slightly shocked, and his eyes were deeply attracted by the exquisite CG. The lens slowly pressed down. This is a street. The in color dotted the broken scenes on the streets, and steel objects marked as abandoned cars appeared in front of everyone. In this Dark Knight there were bursts of light footsteps. 4 or 5 special forces soldiers, both men and women, holding guns, stared around vigilantly. They kept their mouths shut and said nothing. A depressing atmosphere emerged among the crowd and deeply infected the adventurers outside. What the hell? What is this place? Another brand new version that I haven't seen before. Is this a city? Why is it a little different from our cities? Everything here is built with materials called reinforced concrete. It's too depressing. After leaving the laboratory, is the world going to become like this? Where are the zombies? As soon as the adventurer finished speaking, he saw a dead body sandwiched between 2 cars. The moment the flashlight shone on the body, it turned into a zombie and tried to pounce on him frantically. Fuck, you scared me. Don't bump into me so suddenly. Fortunately, we were stuck between these 2 cars and couldn't move. Otherwise, the members of this tactical team would definitely be attacked by zombies. The CG plays well. Suddenly the scene changed, gunshots were heard, and another team appeared, and a fight soon broke out. One of the female team members broke into a room, under the light of the flashlight. Suddenly at the end of the corner, a red figure appeared lying on the ceiling. The figure's head was exposed and its appearance was hideous and terrifying. Seeing this, the barrage of comments exploded. Fuck, lick the master. Sure enough, the licker is here too. How can we defeat him? 1-on-1? Fuck, it's really a 1-on-1 fight. Who does she think she is, Lee Ruoshu? Etc. What the hell, I'm going offline just like that. Lord, come out and let's talk it out. As the plot progresses, the scenes that followed were even more outrageous, stimulating the adventurer's brain nerves one by one. Heavy firepower, RPG. Other survivor enemies. There are also a large number of unknown monsters. Shenmue added a large number of monsters to the show later. This extremely powerful team faced one monster attack after another and started to fight against them. Various high-tech weapons and heavy weapons bombardment in their hands gradually stimulated everyone's brains. This is so cool. This RPG is so cool. I want to try it out too. It feels so good after one shot. This scene is so touching. Fuck, if the actual demo is like this, I'll just blow it up, okay? Zombies, a large number of zombies are coming out. Damn, the tactical team is surrounded. Can they still survive? What are they wearing around their waists? Gatling guns. The bullets are swung too fast, and they emit blue flames. So handsome, so handsome. So handsome. The adventurers kept exclaiming. Just a few minutes of promotional video has already made them fascinated. I can't wait to enter Resident Evil and start this adventure. It looks like we can form a team with multiple people. That would be really fun. Shit, I haven't even gotten past novice mode yet, so I can't play this yet. If you haven't passed the novice mode yet, don't join in the fun. Your poor operation will drag down your teammates. No, I have to post this on the forum. This cool promotional video must be seen by everyone in Tide Town. Yes. I won't allow anyone to not have seen such a cool CG forum. 1 LOP. Wow. The Resident Evil series in Dasha City that never sleeps has new content. The first CG of Resident Evil, Operation Raccoon City, is revealed. Video link. Come in and kneel down to watch. 2L, damn. That hellish camera movement at the beginning. The darkness and the lights on the roof of the police car flashed by, and I got goosebumps. 3L replied to 2L, I can't hold it anymore. At the beginning, the tactical team shone a flashlight into the alley, and suddenly a half-rotten arm stretched out in the close-up. My eyes were directly blocked by the system. Shouldn't this old Lord 6 compensate me for a free ride? 4L, holy shit. 1 minute 23 seconds. The slow-motion shot of Licker jumping down from the ceiling. His tongue pierces through the bulletproof vest. This is 2 times thicker than Licker in novice mode. 5L replied to 4L, what happened next is even more outrageous.
When the lickers were eating, the background glass was suddenly smashed, and the zombie doctor in a white coat crawled in with a scalpel, and the ground was covered with blood. 6L. The most amazing scene is the team battle. The tactical squad fired back to back, the bullet trajectory was full of sparks, and in slow motion you could see the shell stuck in the air. There was also a giant monster wearing a gas mask slowly walking out in the firelight. The sense of oppression was full. 7L replied to 6L, "Iron me. Is that big guy wearing a gas mask the new boss?" He crushed the hood of an armored vehicle with his bare hands. He punched the tactical team from the second floor to the underground parking lot. Is this a humanoid dragon? 8L, get out of the way. The helicopter crash scene is a true masterpiece that only a person with a brain explosion could come up with. The propeller brushed past the licker's waist and chopped it off, blood rain mixed with gasoline bombs exploded together, and in the slow motion, you can even see the zombie's severed hand flying in the sky. 9L, the last Easter egg is also amazing. A figure flashed by the burning police station door, and the Raccoon City clock tower exploded into fireworks. The barrage was full of everyone stand up. The poster of 10L replied to 9L, "I really can't imagine what's going on in Lord Chen's brain. He was able to come up with something so explosive in just a few days." 11L replied to the original poster, "Who says it isn't true? Every time Lord Chen takes out something, it makes me feel extremely excited. I feel like I'm going to explode when I see it." This post has been collapsed. Click to expand more. 233 replies. The entire forum of Titletown, they were all blown away by this promotional CG. Countless adventurers were imagining that they were a member of the tactical team and they set off the whole scene in this city, but then, the second promotional CG named Left 4 Dead severely slapped the faces of adventurers. Chapter 51, Resident Evil Normal Mode started after watching the second promotional CG for Left 4 Dead. Adventurers rushed to the forum and mockingly commented under the CG post for Resident Evil, Operation Raccoon City: Brothers, wake up. Do you still think you are part of the tactical team? Excuse me, you are all little Karami in Left 4 Dead. Honestly, if you're not even on the perfect clearance list, you're not worthy of being a member of the tactical team. At best, you're just a survivalist. Not everyone is Lee Ruashu, and we only have one Lee Ruashu laughing and crying. Indeed, I think the situation in Left 4 Dead is the most suitable for us. Let alone a one-on-one fight with the zombies. Ordinary zombies can chase us everywhere. Not to mention those who are even more awesome than Licker. I feel like I'm going to be tortured to death. I'll probably have to save a lot of files to upgrade my initial equipment before I can fight those monsters. With the fermentation of 2 promotional CGs, the popularity of Resident Evil once reached the front page of the Tidetown forum. Even the town next door had heard of it, but unfortunately the castle was not high enough, so the coverage of the great Xia city that never sleeps could not be conveyed. If the normal mode is as fun as the trailer, we won't have to play dungeons on other sites anymore. That's not the case. All you have to do is wait in line every day. Everyone, work harder and help Lord Chen conquer more territory so that he can build more interesting dungeons and more Resident Evil games. This way, we won't have to wait in line anymore. The forum was so popular that even the Divine Punishment of Destruction, which was very popular a few days ago, was overshadowed. This made Zhao Hailiang a little confused. What's going on? Why are there fewer people queuing recently? Tactical team, and a new boss. Lee Ruashu also saw the promotional video. I am already fascinated by the battle inside and am eager for tomorrow to come. This result is exactly what Shinyu wanted. He deliberately created 2 completely different CGs, one for a high-end tactical team, and the other for an ordinary person who was struggling. The battles of the tactical squad are telling everyone that it doesn't matter if you are too weak now. In the future, when you save your equipment and refresh it, you will become as strong as this. Just have fun. This is what acts as an attraction. The Walking Dead tells ordinary adventurers that the current gameplay and content of the game is to escape, not to fight with monsters. There is a gap between the two sides, which is enough to arouse the desire of all adventurers to brush the game archives.so. The next day, before daybreak, countless adventurers had already crowded into the Resident Evil channel interface. Everyone is waiting for the opening of the Resident Evil dungeon, even if I can't be the first one to play it. Also see the first wave of live videos. Here I come. Lord Chen, you finally got up. Do you know how painful it was for us to wait? Ah. Go, don't push, let me go in first.
The Resident Evil dungeon currently has a capacity of 160 people, but it was packed with people the first moment it was opened. After entering, the adventurer was immediately struck by the opening selection interface. What the hell?
This entrance scene is too shocking.
An entire city, no, one could even say that the entire world has been destroyed by the zombie craze.
Look, there are several more modes after the normal mode, including Nightmare.
They all sound more difficult than the normal mode.
Anchor, go, don't hesitate, don't hesitate.
As the person in the picture chose normal mode, then another option popped up. Start with one player.
Form a team. There are actually 2 modes. It's really thoughtful.
It not only takes care of adventurers with social anxiety, but also allows everyone to have the fun of teaming up to challenge. Here we go, the first team challenge begins. Just finished speaking, the successful matching information appears on the screen. The adventurers inside were extremely excited, eagerly waiting for the dungeon to begin. It was impossible to squeeze in from outside, and the adventurers who were watching the battle couldn't help but hold their breath. The scene changed. The adventurer in the game appeared in a small room. With him were 4 other teammates. Player 1 glanced around the room, which looked like a hospital ward. They were wearing their own clothes and had a knife on their waist, but other than that they had no other weapons.
Oh my god, Lord Chen, is he planning to let us fight zombies with our bare hands? How can I fight with only one knife? Melee combat is so exciting?
Soon, the rules of the game appeared in front of them.
I see.
We have to look for equipment in various places on the map.
We need the strategy team to provide us with blueprints.
As the first batch of players, let's go look for equipment in various places first.
The mission of our game is to escape from Raccoon City before dawn. Got it. Simple. Everyone knows how to hide. Look, I just left Raccoon City. Before the early morning?
I'll play with him until the early morning. After saying that, he opened the door. As a result, a zombie pounced on the door and bit the man.
Fuck.
The other 4 teammates immediately rushed over, picked up machetes and started hacking. Only then did they hack the zombie to death and rescue the bitten adventurer from underneath.
Oh my god, I'm so scared. Why do you want to kill me by opening the door? Yeah, how can we kill him without even a gun? Brothers, luckily you were quick and saved me from the zombies. Wait a minute, something seems to be wrong with me.
The adventurers who were watching the battle outside saw that the vision of the adventurer who was bitten by a zombie began to change. The screen turned red, and the upper right corner indicated the degree of mutation. When this variation reaches 100%.
Brother, you smell so good. The mutated adventurer couldn't help but bite his teammate next to him. Fuck, you're crazy.
I remember now, the zombie virus is contagious, damn.
No, you are an adventurer, you will be infected too.
The adventurer who had mutated into a zombie couldn't speak at this moment. He felt that his condition had indeed become very special. He inexplicably felt that the teammates around him were particularly fragrant. I want to eat it. The adventurer who was bitten by him soon mutated and bit his companion.
Brother, you smell so good. Give me a bite. Go away, both of you.
What no one expected was the first 5 adventurers who entered were bitten to death because of the infection just after they opened a door. Chapter 52, Raccoon City World. Game over. Because the novice mode starts alone, the adventurers have not considered the issue of infection. It seems that if a teammate is bitten, he must be killed immediately.
Yeah, you can't stay. However, the game is really well designed.
People who are bitten to death by zombies will not quit immediately, but will continue playing the game from the zombies' perspective.
It's really interesting. The adventurers immediately discussed and absorbed the failure experience of this group of teams. Then came the second team. There are obviously some great adventurers among them. If you don't have a weapon, use a table to block the door before opening it, then open the door again. The zombies outside rushed over frantically, but were blocked by the door. I'll tell you. The adventurer easily swung his knife and killed the zombies outside the door that couldn't squeeze in one by one. Using this method, they quickly attracted all the zombies in the corridor and cleared them out one by one. After clearing out the zombies, the 5 people walked out of the room and came to the hospital corridor. It's safe for now. Let's search first to see if there is any equipment we can pick up. That's right. Let's check all these wards first. Although this will waste time, it will give everyone a reference. That's right. The 5 of them quickly took action. Be careful, there are still some zombies in the ward. Fuck, help. An adventurer who entered the ward was accidentally knocked to the ground by a female nurse zombie who jumped out from the side, struggling to the corridor. The others rushed out immediately after hearing the noise, bang. After a gunshot, the attacking zombies were killed. Did you find the gun? Hearing the gunshots, everyone was excited. If one person finds the gun, it means everyone has found the gun. The stronger adventurer flipped the pistol in his hand and walked over from the nurse's station. There are 4 pistols over there. They should be the initial weapons that Lord Chen placed here. As long as we clear the zombies in the corridor, we will naturally encounter them on the way out. I see. Wait, what are you going to do? What are you doing? The stronger adventurer raised his pistol and pointed it at the head of his companion who was bitten by a zombie. He has already been bitten by a zombie, so of course he needs to be cleaned up in time. After saying that, he shot his teammate in the head with a bang. Outside, the barrage was silent for a long time. This dungeon is really special. What this adventurer said does make sense. If a teammate is bitten, we must clean up the mess in time. If you think about it, this zombie craze is pretty scary. Fortunately, we can't die. If it really happened in reality, it would be terrible. Yeah, it's a bit chilling to think about it. This is much scarier than those horror dungeons. Currently, there are more than 20 teams fighting in the dungeon. Most of them have cleared the zombies in the corridor. As a result, when they arrived at the hospital entrance, everyone unexpectedly discovered that several teams had actually met each other. What the hell? What's going on? At this time, not only the teams inside were stunned, all the adventurers in the chat channel outside were stunned. Fuck. 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 At times like this, it seems that only these 2 words can express their inner feelings. All that appeared in his eyes was shock. Brothers, am I seeing things right? I originally thought that each team of 5 was in a separate dungeon world, but it turns out, it turned out to be the same world, just born in different rooms. I was saying that I saw that the environments of other teams were a little different from this one. Some of the birthplaces were not in the hospital at all. So that's how it is. So, not only can this normal mode be played as a team, but they can even play the game in the same big world? What the hell? Then how big is this map? This is not an entertaining dungeon like the ones in Happy Chess and Cards. This has to be a combat type. Lord Chen has to make a map as big as a small town. However, this adventurer still underestimated Chen Yu's abilities. The large map made by Chen Yu is a super large city, not to mention accommodating 160 adventurers. Even accommodating 10,000 at the same time is not a problem. The maximum capacity of a single world set by Chen Yu is 10,000 adventurers. When 10,000 people squeeze in order, a new Raccoon City will automatically open up. As for the time in the game, it is consistent with the real time. Every early morning, a nuclear bomb will explode in Raccoon City. This is also a setting of Chen Yu. He set the difficulty of escaping from Raccoon City very high. Apart from the helicopter on the top floor of the building, the adventurers could only think of ways on their own. There was only one helicopter, that is to say, out of 10,000 adventurers who enter, perhaps only 4 can make it through alive. Also, all adventurer teams are hostile to each other. When they meet each other, they will find that the enemy is displayed on each other's head. In order to promote the battles between adventurers, each adventurer killed will gain soul stone energy, which can be used to purchase permanent equipment in the initial interface. After figuring all this out, when the pairs of adventurers in the hospital looked at each other again, their eyes were different, and just at this moment, everyone was surprised to find an extremely huge zombie appeared at the door of the hospital. He was huge and strong, with extremely thick arms, like an overworked bodybuilder. With just a wave of his hand, he knocked a broken statue in front of the hospital gate away. The chat channel outside immediately became lively. Fuck. This one looks really cool. If Licking Master is an agile type, then this one must be a power type. Its fighting power looks explosive. It seems that this is a boss in normal mode. But how do you fight this? The teams of adventurers at the hospital entrance stopped confronting each other and instead focused their attention on the big guy at the entrance, scratching their heads. After all, this zombie named Tank looks difficult to fight. If you are facing a licker, you might be able to launch a surprise attack, and the pistol shot may cause some damage on the one in front of you. Hitting it with the pistol in hand would probably be like scratching an itch, completely useless. Chapter 53 Normal Mode Strongest Boss appears. After discussing for a while, most of the adventurer teams chose to go back to the hospital to see if there was any equipment that could be used. Only one team of adventurers chose to sneak out from the side of the hospital. As a result, this action directly alarmed the zombie tank. Everyone only saw a humanoid cannonball rushing over quickly and hitting the side wall of the hospital hard. Not only did it smash the 5 members of the team into pieces, it also knocked over an entire wall. Rest in peace. Man, you guys are the best. I will remember you. The other teams that had just turned back expressed their gratitude after seeing that team sacrifice themselves to lead the tank away, and immediately slipped out from the other side. Although the tank had good eyesight, it did not notice the movements of those teams under the dust raised by the collapsed wall. I didn't expect that we could escape successfully. What a terrifying monster. It seems that when facing a monster like this, we have to let someone lure it away. Fighting head-on is no match for it. Outside, everyone on the chat interface couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling brought by the tanks made them almost forget to breathe. However, just when these teams thought they were going to escape, when passing through an alley, a tongue emerged from the top and tied up a girl in the team. This scene frightened the girl so much that she almost cried. Tongue? A licker? No, that's not right. If it was the licker, his tongue would have pierced her right through. This is a smoker, a new monster. Everyone looked up. I only saw a zombie that looked very similar to an ordinary zombie appear on the ladder. His mouth was full of blood and had a long tongue. After binding the girl with his tongue, he pulled her back with a sudden tug. He took a bite and started eating in front of everyone. Fuck, kill him. Everyone raised their pistols and fired. The fighting power of smokers doesn't seem to be strong. At least it can't be compared with that of the lickers. After being attacked with a pistol, he roared and ran into the alley. Chase. Damn it, if you dare to touch the girls in our team, I will kill you even if I have to fight you. The remaining 4 members of the girls' team immediately chased after them with strange screams. You can lose the game, but you must regain your face. There are so many people watching outside. You have to show your true manliness. The 4 men quickly disappeared into the depths of the alley. The other teams looked at each other, dispersed, and no longer acted together. After all, everyone is in a hostile relationship at the moment, and they only acted together temporarily because of the tanks. If we stay together any longer, I can't guarantee that I won't be unable to resist taking action. However, these teams all encountered bad experiences after their separate actions. A team entered an underground mall and planned to explore it to see if there were any high-level weapons to pick up. As soon as I entered the mall, I heard a burst of crying. What's going on? It's the sound of a woman crying. Is there any survivors in this city? But aren't all monsters only capable of attacking? Only specialized NPCs can communicate with us. NPCs are people like Lena and the others who live in the territory and usually go into the dungeon to play roles. It really could be an NPC arranged by Lord Chen. If that's the case, then as long as we find the source of the crying, we can get some clues. Several people were very excited. Move closer to the direction of the crying sound. The environment of the underground mall is very dark and there is no lighting. Several adventurers walked carefully, avoiding several waves of zombies, and gradually went deeper inside. Close, very close. I feel like the crying is nearby. Look, there's a person over there. Everyone looked in that direction. I saw a woman standing in an empty shop, sobbing quietly. It should be her, that's right. The other zombies are all gathered together, but she is the only one without any zombies around her. Let's go over and take a look. Good. A few adventurers just finished speaking. As a result, when the flashlight shone on the crying woman, a prompt popped up in front of me. You alerted the witch. Next second, the crying woman seemed to have gone berserk and pounced over at an extremely fast speed. He killed an adventurer in one strike. The zombie witch's speed was so fast that the others couldn't react at all. By the time the gunshots rang out, only one person was left. The last survivor looked at his companions, then looked at the zombie witch who was so close to him, swallowed, and had to give up resistance. After being killed, several adventurers who withdrew vomited. Well, I was just about to say something sweet. As a result, under a wave of attacks from sausages, hamburgers, and pistol kicks, He became a man vomiting his father. I in the Resident Evil chat interface, adventurers who are watching the live broadcast are communicating with each other. Oh my god, what kind of hellish monster is this? It's too fast. I can't react in time. It's gone in a flash. It looks like we have to kill it as soon as possible. Lord Chen is really poisonous. Where on earth did he get so many design inspirations? Yeah, tank, which, although it's not as shocking as when I first met Liquor, it still shocked me. At this time, someone shouted in the live broadcast room, "Don't be shocked by this little Karami, go to the number 13 live broadcast room and see that the tank which is behind the tyrant." Rocket launcher, that's a rocket launcher. A zombie actually uses heavy weapons to bombard. Who can defeat such a zombie? The tyrant mentioned by these people in the barrage. It's not the ordinary tyrant from the first generation, but the Nemesis Chaser who appeared in Raccoon City in Resident Evil and was responsible for annihilating the survivors. You can say that this is the most powerful boss that Shenmue set up in the normal mode of Resident Evil. The only other things that can be compared to it are the giant mutant creatures that appear in special areas and some hidden Easter eggs. The most important thing is that the Nemesis Chaser will also actively look for adventurers, holding an RPG in one hand and a Gatling gun in the other, with an infrared observation device in its eye. As long as they get close to a certain range, they will be discovered immediately. Once discovered, the pursuit procedure will be initiated. Are you kidding? There are monsters like this? Everyone listened to the comments in the barrage and were still a little unconvinced. They all came to the number 13 live broadcast room, intending to take a glimpse of the majesty of the tyrant they talked about. As a result, the screen is interrupted. You are late, the anchor is already cold. Chapter 54, The Nemesis Chaser. Walter? No, is this monster so awesome? We just received the news and the person is gone. Who said it wasn't? The anchor had only been on the stage for a dozen seconds when he saw an RPG flying towards him. He had no place to hide and became a scumbag. Dizzy. Hurry, hurry, hurry to number 132. The tyrant appears over there. Seeing the prompt in the barrage, the adventurers immediately exited the current line and moved to number 132 without any hesitation. As a result, as soon as I got here, I only heard the sound of Gatling guns, then it shows, game over. No, why is it cold again? It's too quick to die. Live broadcast line 623, the tyrant appeared at 623. At this moment, finding the tyrant became the greatest pleasure for the adventurers outside. Some people changed several lines in succession, but did not even see the tyrant, and at most they could only hear the roar of heavy weapons. Wherever the tyrant goes, the game is over. Ordinary adventurers simply cannot withstand the tyrant's heavy firepower. Once discovered, they are dead and have nowhere to escape. Damn, who would have thought that a zombie's weapon is more powerful than ours? We are still holding pistols, but the zombies are shooting at us with rocket launchers. Who can beat them? The key is that he is still chasing us and killing us. Once we are targeted, we can't run away. How do you fight this? However, what the adventurers didn't know was heavy firepower weapons are only the first form of the Nemesis Chaser. There are second and third forms later. Without the help of some powerful weapons in the map, it would be difficult to have a chance of defeating the tyrant. The strength of this monster encyclopedia card meant that it would be extremely difficult to obtain its explosion rate. So Shenmue simply let it go and let it chase the adventurers and kill them. This way, maybe one day you will really kill it and reveal one or two cards. If you can get a monster encyclopedia card of the Goddess of Vengeance Chaser, it will be much easier to attack the Goblin Kingdom. Everyone, hurry to line 233. The tyrant has appeared there. The person on that live broadcast line is a big guy, and he is dealing with the tyrant. Upon hearing this, everyone moved over immediately. It turns out that the adventurer on this route was Chi Maosong. Chi Maosong is not a member of any strategy group, but his strength is definitely not inferior to the aces of some strategy groups. Moreover, in the perfect clearance ranking of the Resident Evil Novice mode, Chi Maosong is only second to Li Ruoshu, which is enough to prove his ability. Therefore, he just made a slight operation and attracted countless people to watch, his agility amazed countless people. At this moment, he was running on the roof, turning this game into parkour. The Goddess of Vengeance pursuer followed him below, occasionally firing a rocket that exploded behind Chi Maosong. Fuck. You can even get away with this? The boss is worthy of being the boss. His skills are so agile. Gatling, the tyrant has taken Gatling. Oh no, there is no road ahead. As these two sentences were shouted out in the barrage, Shi Maosong also fell into a desperate situation. The floor opposite was still too far away to jump over. Below, the tyrant also took out the Gatling gun to block his retreat. There was even blue flame coming out of the barrel of the Gatling gun. If Shi Maosong stopped at this moment, he would be smashed into pieces by the Gatling gun.at. This moment, Shi Maosong took out a zipline from his tactical backpack. This tactical backpack is the permanent equipment obtained when completing the novice mode side quest, and it contains many useful items. As soon as Shi Maosong turned on the switch of the flying rope in his hand, a rope flew to the opposite floor with a whoosh and tied up the balcony opposite. Shi Maosong pressed the switch again, and the zipline immediately pulled him to the opposite floor. The tyrant's Gatling gun kept firing, and all the bullets were used up, but he didn't hit Shi Maosong. This operation caused everyone in the chat channel to exclaim in surprise. Big Brother is awesome. Too strong, too strong. Awesome. Everyone didn't know what to say and thought about reciting a poem, but due to their low cultural level, they could only shout 666 to express the shock in their hearts at the moment. As expected, the content of the two promotional CGs is true. Only the strong ones are the tactical team, and the ordinary adventurers are the little Kurami in The Walking Dead. All the little Kuramis need to think about is how to escape. Facing the tyrant head-on is something the big guys need to consider. By the way, where are the bosses of the strategy team? Yeah, what about the Changsu strategy team? Didn't they claim to be the strongest strategy team in Tidetown a while ago? Why don't they quickly come up with strategies for such a strong dungeon? They're probably scared. They were embarrassed last time in novice mode. It will be embarrassing if they embarrass themselves again this time. The key is that Lord Chen is still in live broadcast mode. If he comes in without completing the level and is recognized by others, it will be very embarrassing. It doesn't matter if I didn't pass the level. I'm just worried that my skills will be poor and it will be embarrassing to be outdone by others. Especially since this guy performed such a strong operation, it put a lot of pressure on the other strategy teams. Why didn't I realize before that there is such a powerful person in our Tidetown? He can be called the strongest passerby king. Even professional players may not be able to suppress his performance. Yeah, for the sake of face, the leaders of the strategy team probably don't dare to show up. I think so. If it were me, I wouldn't show up either. After all, my first appearance would be a live broadcast, which would be too stressful. At least I have to wait until I know some information before going in, so that I can be more confident. That's true. It will probably be a few days later. Several people said jokingly, even though they themselves are not as strong as the people in the strategy group, the fact that they have never cooked before does not prevent them from scolding the chef. The two things adventurers like most when watching live broadcasts are to watch professional players perform superb operations and wow the whole audience. The second is to watch professional players make a fool of themselves, and then type in the barrage, I can do that, too. Extra, extra. Extra, extra. The Black Rose Raiders group is here and has applied to enter the queue interface. The strongest female team is about to descend on Raccoon City. As soon as this bombshell news came out, all the adventurers who received the news in the various lines of the Resident Evil chat channel showed shocked expressions. No, the strategy team is here. The various speculations made earlier in the prophets who claimed that the strategy team would not dare to come forward were all slapped in the face. And everyone suddenly realized that a professional competition might be about to break out quietly. Chapter 55, It Must Be a Crooked Way. Fuck. No, the Raiders may be late, but they will never be absent. Now there's something good to see. Hurry, hurry, where are the bosses of the Black Rose Raiders group? Let's go watch the battle. Speaking of which, the Black Rose strategy team has come out. What do the bosses of the other strategy teams say? If this one doesn't come out, won't the limelight be completely suppressed? Laughing and crying, yes, this is the best chance to turn the tables. If we can defeat Black Rose in this round, we will be the top strategy team in Tidetown. Wow, now that you mention it, I suddenly realize that this dungeon is a little different today. The big world has always been the focus of the battles among the strategy teams, not to mention that this is a big world of opposing camps. Opportunities like this are rare. Even in some city-level areas, such a large world rarely appears. It is very rare for a small town like our Tide Town to have a large world dungeon of this scale. It's a pity that there aren't many raiders groups in our town, and there's no one to organize a tournament. At times like this, we need the ET Adventurer Guild. In the Resident Evil channel, everyone felt a little regretful. Being able to see a professional competition among the strategy group is undoubtedly something that adventurers are looking forward to. In order to make this happen, the adventurers all tagged him below, at Adventurer Guild, at Qingshu Strategy Group, at Fenghe Strategy Group, at Yunxiao Strategy Group, at Zhoushuan Strategy Group. A series of ads flooded the channel. The adventurers were extremely enthusiastic. Some people left temporarily and went to leave messages on the forums of other strategy groups. I hope that members of each strategy group can show their skills and form a group to travel to the world of Resident Evil, bring you an interesting showdown. Some people have even asserted that the first team to successfully escape from Raccoon City will become the top team recognized by all adventurers in Tidewater Town. In response to such a call, the Adventurers Guild had no choice but to step forward and begin to intervene. Li Yunk was in a very bad mood. As the president of the Tide Town Adventurers Guild, the pressure he has been under during this period is enormous. On the one hand, the selection of outstanding towns failed. As a result, their town was forced to appear in the area of the new lord. In this allocation, are the dungeons made by these newcomers playable? Definitely not. Although the system has a mechanism for playing random dungeons, playing dungeons every day is very tiring, and if the whole town only relies on playing dungeons outside the server to survive, the living standard of the entire town will be pushed below the poverty line. If their local town did not have an excellent local underground city, it would not take long for the entire town to fall into poverty, and who will be blamed in the end? Of course it's him, the president of the Adventurers Guild. The mayor of Tide Town and other managers are responsible for the affairs of this world, such as the distribution of farmland in the countryside, remedies for poor households, pension issues, etc. All matters related to the adventurer profession are the responsibility of him, the president of the Adventurers Guild. If anyone is to blame for the failure in selecting an excellent town, it will be him. It is for this reason that it is urgent to develop the economy of the town's underground city. Since the transformation from an excellent town to a returning and settling down town, Li Yunk has been thinking about ways to break the impasse. For example, support local dungeons as much as possible to give local dungeons some traffic guidance, speed up their development, etc. However, if Li Yunk is going to find someone, he will definitely look for those IPs that have a certain reputation in dungeon lords with a certain background. After all, a dungeon lord like this has a popular IP on hand and family support behind it, so it is definitely much easier to support it than those newcomers with no background. This is also why Zhao Hailiang's God's Punishment of Destruction was already known to many adventurers when they first entered this area. Behind this. In fact, it was all promoted by Li Yunk. After all, the Adventurers Forum is managed by the Adventurers Guild. As long as Li Yunk makes a proposal, the name of the person to be supported will appear on the homepage of the Adventurers Forum. Of course, he is not a dictator, and all decisions must be discussed internally, but no matter what, he is the one who makes the final decision and is also the one who is responsible. Being in this position, in order to retire peacefully, Li Yunk can only look for those already famous underground cities and support them, so that it will be easier to increase his performance. It's a pity that in the past 2 days, the recommendation effect of God of Destruction has been very poor. Although it has been given a high exposure, the number of people queuing every day has decreased. Why is that? Li Yunk couldn't figure it out. He was concentrating on finding the dungeon lord who owned the proxy IP, and he didn't notice that a new territory called Dashia City that never sleeps appeared in Titletown. Until today, this damn girl has become increasingly difficult to persuade lately. Li Yunk cursed. Not only did he punish the God of Destruction, whom I supported, to Dan Tong a few days ago, but he has also been hanging out in that unknown territory these days. I am really pissed off. He is obviously a new lord with no background. No matter how good his dungeon is, can it compare to those old dungeons? It's a new dungeon that's not famous at all, but she's still hanging around there every day, trying to attract popularity. Li Yunk still believes that the reason why Dashia City that never sleeps can reach its current size is entirely due to the popularity brought by Li Ruoshu. After all, the first time he heard the name of Dashia City that never sleeps was when Li Ruoshu performed an extreme operation in a dungeon and then posted it to the entire network. But unfortunately, Li Yunk didn't go out of his way to look for that video. Therefore, I am particularly stubborn and believe that this is all an act of Li Ruoshu using the name of Black Rose to attract popularity. The child has grown up and I can't control him anymore, especially that good-for-nothing brat, who actually encouraged his sister to become a contracted adventurer for the lord of that territory? Doesn't he know what being a contracted adventurer means?
It is the most important turning point in an adventurer's life, more important than getting married and having children.
It's fine that he's useless, but he's actually trying to trick his sister? The more Li Yong thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt like the beautiful cabbages he had raised for years were about to be eaten by a pig. When Li Yong heard that these two unfilial sons had paid attention to the great Xia city that never sleeps early this morning, he was immediately furious. I plan to go and see what magic the lord of this territory has that can attract his beloved daughter. Chapter 56. What does it mean to just die? Early morning. In fact, Li Yong has rarely logged into the adventurer's interface. In recent years, he has been busy with the affairs of the Adventurers Guild and seldom participates in dungeon games, and in a few months, he will retire. The system will disappear with his qualifications. He will be able to live a retirement life by then, so why would he need to work hard for anything else? If it weren't for the fact that the excellent town failed to be selected at the last minute, Li Yong wouldn't have been so busy and exhausted. As a person who is about to retire, he has to go to the underground city to move around. Daxia is a city that never sleeps. Although he hadn't used the system for a long time and was not familiar with many things, Li Yong quickly found the name of Daxia City that never sleeps in the adventurer interface. After clicking in, then I saw two dungeon options appearing before me. Happy Poker? Resident Evil? There are actually two types of dungeons, and the number of people online is quite high. Li Yong couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I originally thought that he was a guy who took advantage of Li Ruoshu's name to make money. It turned out that they had some strength. In just a few days, they created two types of dungeons. Okay, then I'll give you a try and see if you really have the skills. Current number of players in Happy Chess and Cards Dungeon, 390 out of 400. Current number of players in Resident Evil Dungeon, 160 out of 160. Looking at these two data, Li Yong nodded slightly and his expression eased a little. To be recognized by so many people, it seems that this lord is quite capable. If his dungeon is indeed good, I can recommend him. The dungeon below has relatively few people, so it shouldn't be his main dungeon. The main attraction should be the one above, right? Otherwise, how could he build a dungeon with 400 people? But it's not that great. There aren't even enough people. It seems like the strength is still a little lacking. At present, there is really no local dungeon in Tide Town. If this is really a particularly fun dungeon, it will definitely be full every day. How is it possible that at this point, there are still vacancies for 10 people and no one is going in? This doesn't make sense. However, although there are some minor flaws, Li Yong can still accept it. After all, being able to attract 390 people is not bad. After thinking for a while, Li Yong chose to enter the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon. Unfortunately, what Li Yong didn't know was that he had entered the 10th line window of the Happy Chess and Cards dungeon, which was specially vacated by Chinyu for everyone to exchange happy coins. The dedicated window line for these 10 people is not combined with the large room over there. Instead, 10 small rooms were built separately. These 10 small rooms share one window and are arranged around the window. At the moment, his mind was full of worries, and his state was different from those adventurers who were playing normally, so he did not notice the series of explanations next to this special line. Then, what appeared in front of Li Yong was just a small room with a window inside and a simple high chair outside. Looking at this scene, Li Yong was stunned for a long time, and couldn't find any other doors or anything. Like that, what is this game about? Boom boom. Seeing Li Yong standing there in a daze, the bunny girl in the window knocked on the glass and asked him sweetly, "Hello sir, how many lives do you want to exchange?" Li Yong, gentlemen? Sir, can you hear me? After hearing Miss Bunny Girl's repeated questioning, Li Yong finally reacted. His face suddenly darkened. What did you just ask? The bunny girl patiently answered, "Sir, how many lives do you want?" What do you mean by spending a few lives? Li Yong calmed down a little and tried to make his tone calmer. Maybe there is some misunderstanding, maybe this Krypton life is some other way of playing. Not what he imagined, however. Miss Bunny Girl's next words made Li Yong completely unable to hold back. "Sir, don't you know the rules? To earn a life means to exchange your number of lives today for currency. For example, if you need 4 lives, you just need to die 4 times. Regarding the function of the special line, there will be a series of prompts before entering. So the bunny girl didn't think too much about it. She also didn't think that there would be adventurers who wouldn't even look at it. After all, opportunities are very precious. Die 4 times, Li Yunk stood there in a daze. What a niche language, what on earth is this pretty little girl in front of me trying to say? We are all speaking the same language, so why can't I understand? No, I'll ask you one last time. What on earth are we playing here? Miss Bunny Girl said puzzledly, there is no game, you just die directly, and then you can exchange the corresponding happy coins for it. Nothing to play, die directly, then give a happy coin. How can one be happy about something like this? No. Are these 390 adventurers in the game sick? Why don't you support some promising dungeon lords and instead support this crooked way? Li Yunk felt that he was very well mannered as he did not curse at such a time, but he also knew that the person in front of him was just a citizen in the dungeon, responsible for acting as an NPC, not the lord, so he couldn't say anything to her. Where is your lord? Ask your lord to come out. Miss Bunny was stunned for a moment. Sir, what do you want to talk to our lord about? In view of what happened with the city explorer Wu Yong earlier, Lena and the others were skeptical about the person who kept asking for their lord, and subconsciously thought that this person was up to cause trouble. This is equivalent to when you are at work and someone is very dissatisfied with your work and says, ask your boss to come out. No employee would be happy to be replaced. What's going on? Li Yunk snorted. Don't you know what's going on? What kind of evil tricks are you doing in this dungeon, and you're going to die directly? Is this how you treat us adventurers? Other dungeons at least give us some content, but you guys just come in and let us die directly, and want to harvest our soul crystals, which is really too much. Li Yunk became angrier as he spoke. Call your lord out immediately. I want to have a good talk with him. This kind of behavior must be stopped. Miss Bunny Girl, in private, Miss Bunny Girl was chatting with her sisters through her mind in the window. No, is this person sick? Sister, ignore him. He's probably just an old man who's not very successful. Anyway, there are 10 windows and it's not busy right now, so just let him hang around there. Chapter 57, Bad Habits are Unacceptable. Oh, if you don't work in window customer service, you really don't know. There are so many weird people. I am exhausted and don't even want to talk. There are 10 rooms, but there is only one bunny girl. The others serve as guides in the chess and card room. So when you are busy, you are really busy because you have to face 10 people at the same time, especially when you meet some adventurers who like to pester you. Sometimes you are too shy to chase them away and have to bite the bullet and continue to pester them. The bunny girl has no place to complain, so she can only talk to her sisters. I hate people who always ask me to call the Lord over. If I really call the Lord over, I will be scolded to death. Ha ha ha, thank you for your hard work, sister. You still have to keep smiling. I can't help it. The Lord has said that I should serve with a smile, so I must do it. This is all to repay the Lord's kindness. Inside the window, Miss Bunny Girl has gone to other windows to handle business. This is exactly the peak time for exchanging happy coins. This made Li Yunk so angry that he jumped up and down. He couldn't see the people in the next room, but he could hear the voices. Hello, sir, how many lives do you want? Hearing the conversation between Miss Bunny Girl and the person in the next room, Li Yunk immediately pricked up his ears. Listen carefully. All in, said the adventurer. The bunny girl said sweetly, okay sir, we suggest you die 5 times first, and the happy coins will be deposited into your account later. Okay, thank you, little sister. You look really good when you smile. This charming smile is so fascinating. By the way, can you give me a few more happiness coins when you have such a charming smile? No, sir. Dear little sister, you are in my dreams, and I want to die in your hands every day. Please don't be so heartless, you can kill me in the most cruel way, just give me a little tolerance, a little preference, really a little bit. The tone is unbearable to hear. It sounds very much like a word Li Yunk has just heard recently, dog liquor. At this moment, he seemed to understand something again. So that's how it is, so that's how it is, a honey trap, huh? Let a beautiful girl seduce the adventurer here and play a borderline game, right? Hateful, it is really outrageous that such evil practices have appeared in our title town. At this moment, Li Yunk felt extremely angry. Playing games on the edge is not advisable, and it is something that is resisted by all adventurer guilds, because butter can stimulate a large amount of hormones in a short period of time and make people feel happy, but in the long run, it is very harmful to your health. Once the threshold of happiness is raised, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on other serious dungeons. If we allow the proliferation of butter, all dungeons will be filled with butter. If other small towns in higher level urban areas knew that the town under their jurisdiction was engaging in erotic services, not to mention being named an excellent town next quarter, the Adventurers Guild of their title town would have to be completely replaced from top to bottom. No, we can't let them go like this. Li Yunk knew that as the president of the Adventurers Guild, he had to stand up at this time. We must give these misguided adventurers a good warning, make them realize their mistakes, and stop them from going astray and giving this evil lord a chance to develop. Listen to me, you bastard next door. The knocking must have started from the first adventurer next door. Li Yunk roared loudly, you are so young, don't go astray. This kind of game is a crooked way. It will only hurt you and will hurt you for the rest of your life. You must stop in time and turn back from the wrong path. The adventurer next door? After a long time. Li Yunk only heard two words uttered from the next room. Li Yunk? Miss Rabbit, who is this old man next door? Why is he making so much noise here? Doesn't he know where this place is? Miss Bunny Girl smiled awkwardly and lowered her head to record something. In fact, it was also Chen Yu's fault that he didn't have the energy to get a computer. Although the current way of recording happy coins is also system recording, it requires manual input. The girl was also afraid of making mistakes, so she verified things repeatedly every time, which greatly increased the workload. Those two short words, "you are sick," made Li Yunk break down immediately. If there was a table in front of him, he would definitely overturn it. Crazy. Li Yunk felt that not only these guys were crazy, but he himself was going crazy too. Hateful, since I can't persuade you, I'll just destroy this crappy dungeon. In a rage, Li Yunk picked up a high stool and smashed it against the window glass. This action scared the girl in the window, and she quickly stood up and said, Sir, please calm down. If you have any questions, please tell me and I will try my best to help you solve them, gentlemen. Although Li Yunk couldn't break anything, his aura did scare the bunny girl a little. Sir, in this case, I can only ask you to leave first. Li Yunk roared, let me leave? Do you know who I am? No matter who you are, if you cause trouble here, I can only ask you to leave. Okay, we'll see. Li Yunk said harshly and was about to quit the game out of professional requirements. The bunny girl still persuaded, Sir, since you have already wasted an opportunity to come in, why not exchange this opportunity for joy coins, so that you will not lose anything, loss? Li Yunk laughed angrily, are you kidding? Do you think I will let you earn a soul crystal? Impossible, I tell you. Don't say that your dungeon has no content even if your content is good. Great, Li Yunk, will not patronize you even if I starve to death, die outside, or jump off here, let alone give you a soul crystal. After saying that, he angrily exited the dungeon. Settlement in progress. End reward, none. System prompt, anger is harmful to your health. It doesn't matter if you fail to pass the level. Just try again. One more time, damn it. Li Yunk angrily shut down the system. Sitting in the seat of the president of the Adventurers Guild, he was sulking. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I think about it. I have lived for such a long time, and I have explored countless dungeons when I was young. Li Yunk had never been as angry as she was now. Crooked ways. This kind of crooked ways and bad practices must be eradicated as soon as possible. When Li Yunk said this, the normal mode of Resident Evil had just begun to ferment, and many adventurers were frantically tagging the Adventurers Guild in major strategy groups. The front desk assistant of the Adventurers Guild received a large number of messages and comments, and was a little overwhelmed for a moment. After sorting out the information, immediately came to Li Yunk's office. Chapter 58. It is impossible to organize in this lifetime. Boom boom boom. Please come in. Li Yunk said, suppressing the anger in his heart. Hearing the sound, the assistant pushed the door open and walked in. What? Even though Li Yunk was suppressing his anger, his tone was still slightly affected. The assistant looked at him a little scared and said weakly, It's like this, President. There are many adventurers leaving messages on our forum. IT has said that a large world-type dungeon has appeared in our town, and they hope that we can gather all the strategy teams in the guild and organize a professional competition. Big world? Hearing these three words,
Li Yunk's eyes lit up. Titletown has never had a large world-type dungeon. Even the popular IP God of Destruction that has been promoted recently is just a multiplayer adventure game. It has nothing to do with the big world. The last time Li Yunk saw a professional competition of the big world type was in the parent city of Titletown. At that time, I also represented the strategy team of Titletown and went to the superior city to participate in the preliminary competition. What a pity, there were simply too many strong people in the superior city, and the strategy group he was in didn't even make it through the preliminary round and was already defeated. This incident also became a great regret for Li Yunk. In his heart, if Li Ruoshu could one day represent Chaoshi Town to go to the upper level city, participate in another professional competition, and pass the preliminary round, then he would die without regrets. Yes, Li Yunk had never thought that his own town could also have a big world underground city. This has never happened in hundreds of years of history. The areas that can own a large world dungeon are all city level or above. How can a small town possibly cultivate such a lord? That's why Li Yunk was a little bit unbelievable. Big world dungeon, professional competition, no. Does our town deserve it? It's not that Li Yunk doesn't have this confidence, it's just a little unbelievable, and the key issue is, a big world dungeon appeared, but I had no information about it at all. How is this possible? I have been paying close attention to those dungeon lords with backgrounds, and I am familiar with all the big IPs. When did this big world appear? The anger in Li Yunk's heart had long dissipated, and at this moment, what remained was only curiosity about this big world-type dungeon. Are you telling the truth? The assistant replied, I'm not sure either, but many adventurers have said so it shouldn't be false, right? Also, I heard that Miss Ruoshu was there too, so she should be in the dungeon now. Ruoshu has also gone? Wait. Li Yunk was suddenly stunned. What is the name of this underground city and territory they are talking about? The assistant thought for a moment and replied, it seems to be called Dasha City that never sleeps. Upon hearing this name, Li Yunk's face, which had just relaxed, instantly sank again. Bullshit, big world. What's the big world? Butter big world? Just playing with butter, and you have to have a party to see whose is better. As Li Yunk spoke, he became more and more excited. The anger that I had just felt in Happy Chest suddenly surged up and almost made me lose my mind. Before entering, Li Yunk saw that the data of the territory was quite good, and he still had high hopes for the great Xia city that never sleeps. Result, what the hell are those things? They will go in and kill you without giving you any reason. It's outrageous. I don't know what kind of magic potion that territory has given to adventurers. Can the little girl at the front desk get 5 lives just by smiling? Don't you have to live anymore? Li Yunk didn't want to listen anymore and waved his hand. Tell them to get out, all of them. I can't organize it, not in this lifetime. The assistant girl could never have imagined that the president would get so angry. The key point is that she didn't understand where this anger came from, and, what is butter? She had some impression of Resident Evil, which was a combat-type dungeon. She had also watched Li Ruoshu's wonderful video before. Anyway, it is a very good subject and genre. Why is the president angry? The assistant wanted to explain, but seeing Li Yunk's vicious look, she tactfully shut her mouth and walked out. Then make an announcement. The Adventurer Guild is temporarily unable to organize professional competitions in the Resident Evil world. Please forgive me. After posting this announcement, the assistant continued with her work. As soon as this announcement came out, the expectant adventurers outside lamented, after all, this is a great opportunity. Without the organization of the Adventurers Guild, it would lack a sense of official notarization, and there would be no dedicated person to explain and do the final video editing, which would be somewhat regrettable. The more radical adventurers even openly mocked the Adventurers Guild and confronted them directly online. The assistant was so scared that she shut down the system directly. Since it had nothing to do with her anyway, she just pretended to ignore it, and at this moment, Li Yunk, who was staying in the room and whose anger had just dissipated, calmed down a little. I tasted something wrong. By the way, did I misunderstand something? It is not impossible for 1, 2, or even dozens of brats to do this, but it is a bit inappropriate for hundreds or thousands of them to do so. Li Yunk took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. I opened the Adventurer system again and chose the Great Xia City that never sleeps. This time, he stayed on the homepage, looked through it carefully, and saw the posts in the forum below. The pinned post is the review post of the Resident Evil Novice Mode, posted by Wu Yue. Li Yunk paused, clicked on it, and found the wonderful video of Li Ruoshu. Black rose blooms in the laser channel, and the top ace kills the liquor. When Li Yunk saw the title, he was stunned and immediately clicked to play the video. The video played, and what appeared before his eyes was a honeycomb research base full of futuristic technological style, and the laser channel that scared away countless adventurers. Just this scene. Li Yunk was stunned on the spot. Chapter 59. The sneaky guy. At this same time, the disappointed adventurers turned their attention to the major strategy groups again, waiting for their responses. With such a big incident happening, it is indeed not convenient for the various strategy teams to pretend to be dead. If they continue to pretend, they will only completely ruin their reputation in Tidetown. Way, the Joshwan strategy group was the first to respond, expressing their willingness to participate. Winning or losing didn't matter, they just wanted to join in the fun. A strategy group spoke up naturally. The other strategy teams couldn't sit still either. The Fenghe strategy group and the Yunshao strategy group could only respond. They said they were also ready to go, even if the adventurers didn't say it. They also planned to experience this big world game. Only Chang Su's strategy team has been silent. Ha ha ha. Brother with the handle failed last time and got laughed at, so he must be scared this time. Forget it, 4 raiders are enough. It's a pity that there is no official organization and no commentary. It's a bit hard to watch it by myself. It's not bad to treat it as an ordinary competition. Now we just have to see what Lord Chen says. After all, the 4 strategy teams cannot be in the same world as ordinary adventurers. They have to be separated so as not to affect fairness. This is how professional competitions are. If ordinary adventurers participate in them, there is no guarantee that there will not be helpers from a certain strategy group among them. Someone has already gone to look for Bai Feifei. As the leader of Lord Chen's fan club, Bai Feifei should have a way to contact Lord Chen. If this competition becomes popular, it will also be beneficial to Lord Chen. His reputation can be said to have been raised immediately. Lord Chen should not refuse, right? Everyone agreed that as the leader of the fan club, Bai Feifei should be a contracted adventurer of the great Xia city that never sleeps. If you look for her, it will definitely work, but in fact, Bai Feifei does not have any contact information, but there is a solution. She went directly to Happy Chess and Cards and found Lina. Finally, Chen Yu was contacted in this way. Create a separate world to hold professional competitions? After hearing Lina's report, Chen Yu approved it without thinking. After all, it is a very simple thing. The normal mode of the big world itself is that no matter how many people are inside, once 10,000 people enter in order, it will move to a new world, then fill up the queue with 10,000 people in order. This is because the guns and supplies inside are only enough for about 10,000 people. What Bai Feifei and others are asking for is nothing more than recording the list of participants and then opening a separate line to let these people in. Lina can do this as long as she gets Chen Yu's approval. Seeing that Chen Yu agreed, Lina bowed and prepared to go back to the underground city to talk to Bai Feifei, etc. Chen Yu suddenly called her again. My lord, do you have any other instructions? Lina asked respectfully. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, well, tell Bai Feifei that energy is needed to open a new world. Currently, there are not enough soul crystals. Let the adventurers sacrifice more lives. When enough energy is accumulated, I will open the new world. Hearing this, Lina also smiled. Yes, Lord. Watching Lina head to the dungeon world, Chen Yu sat on the steps in front of the castle and became interested in watching how this professional match would turn out. Of course, there is still some time before the game starts. Chen Yu had nothing to do, so he opened the system and took a look. He unexpectedly discovered that there were many messages from Li Xia in his mailbox. It was actually sent out for 7 or 8 days in a row, which Chen Yu did not expect. In fact, it was not that Chen Yu deliberately did not reply. To Chen Yu, the other party was a stranger and he was not sure what the purpose was. Besides, he was too busy these days. Every day I am either building dungeons or constructing territories and developing territory. When there is too much to do, I don't want to spend time paying attention to information and interpersonal relationships that are not related to my career. After all, communication also requires energy. Certainly the most important reason is, Chen Yu and Li Xia were not familiar with each other. The only memory left is the scene in the broken memory of the previous incarnation. Moreover, Chen Yu didn't want to be too involved with the interpersonal relationships of his predecessor, as those were not his own memories, but he didn't feel comfortable being too heartless. After all, Li Xia came with good intentions, but you couldn't tell whether it was true or false based on just a few words. This is also why Chen Yu has kept it in the dark until now. Chen Yu, I heard that a lord in your area died. Are you okay? I haven't heard from you for so many days. I'm a little worried. I was planning to go over and check on you today, but something unexpected happened.
Just hold on a little longer, I'll take care of it right away.
This is the message Li Xia just sent him today. See this, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh out. He didn't want others to take risks because of him, so he could only reply, please don't worry, I'm fine now, thank you for your concern. I know what you were talking about, it won't affect me, just take care of yourself, no need to come over. After sending, Chen Yu closed the message chat.at. This time, a system prompt came from consciousness. The half-elf swordsman under your command discovered a small vacant village.
Would you like to absorb it?
Yes. Shen Yu was not at all surprised. He chose to absorb and consumed 100 soul crystals to open the protective shield. In fact, the small village is the one where the half-elves lived before. Because resources were scarce at that time, Shen Yu left it there for the time being and did not move it. Now that there were enough resources, Shen Yu asked the two half-elf swordsmen to go back and absorb the guardian stone. Although the small village can only build one dungeon, it is near one's own territory after all, so it will always be of some use after being taken over. For example, if someone is besieging the city, the small village can be used as a tactical point. Besides, a mosquito leg is also meat. Shen Yu checked the current situation of the small village from the Lord's perspective. All I can say is that it was indeed a bit shabby, without even a piece of land. No wonder the two half-elf girls were so hungry when they arrived. Shen Yu built a teleportation array, and then let the idle half-elf leaders go back and clean up when they had nothing to do, making the territory cleaner and tidier. After finishing these, Shen Yu took a look at the soul crystals in his inventory and found that there were more than 1,000 left from this morning till now. The acquisition of soul crystals has never stopped, and the adventurers are still very enthusiastic about dying. More than 1,000 coins have been obtained in such a short time. If it were any other lord, they would have been overjoyed. The reason why Chen Yu asked Bai Feifei to go back and add fuel to the fire was to speed up the process so that these guys wouldn't just change a little bit each time. He is still waiting for the soul crystal to build the new territory. It takes 1,000 soul crystals to open the protective shield. We already have them, so why not open the protective shield first? Chen Yu thought about it and chose the new territory. Do you want to consume 1,000 soul crystals to open the protective shield? Yes. Opening. Opening failed. There are creatures in the current territory that do not belong to this territory. Please eliminate them and try to open it again later. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment and opened the map interface. As a result, I really saw a sneaky figure in the new territory. It was a lizard man with a spear in his hand. He seemed to be a scout of a certain territory. Chapter 60, I won't move when the progress bar reaches 99%. I didn't expect someone to arrive so soon. Is this a scout from a certain race, or a soldier under the command of another warlord? Chen Yu frowned, but I didn't think much about it. After all, there are quite a lot of lords in this area, and there are also many forces of primitive races. It's normal for one or two to come over occasionally. The level and quality of this lizardman scout are not high. Seeing him looking around furtively in the castle, it must be something bad. Chen Yu simply sent two half-elf swordsmen to kill him. The half-elf swordsmen quickly entered the teleportation array. Both of them were well equipped, and their levels and qualities were higher than that of the lizardman, so it took no effort to kill the lizardman scout. After killing him, he was thrown out of the castle directly. Chen Yu didn't take this matter to heart and directly turned on the protective shield. The protective shield has been activated. Now I just need my investors to deliver the soul crystals to me. Opening the protective cover also serves to protect the dungeon. Otherwise, if the building is demolished, it will be a huge loss. On the other side, Bai Feifei naturally brought the news back. At the same time, on the Resident Evil interface, Chen Yu also posted an announcement. It shows above, the opening degree of the new world is 83%. Ah, damn lord, he is so evil that he actually took the opportunity to harvest our souls. Ha ha ha, Lord Chen must think that we didn't give him enough, so he's ordering us here. I've already changed it. I don't have many chances left. Brothers, you better keep working hard. The progress bar has reached 83%. Keep working hard. The new world will soon open up. Ah. I always feel like I'm being forced. The adventurers cursed at each other, but those who had redemption tickets immediately left and went to the redemption line to redeem all their tickets. After all, no matter what, there are still happy coins arriving. It's not like it's being taken advantage of for free. With one hand you hand over the money and with the other you hand over the soul crystal. The progress bar can also be moved and the adventurers have no resistance. It just speeds up the exchange process, especially when Chenyu marked a line of small words under the progress bar. All the proceeds from this time will be used to build the Resident Evil series dungeon, greatly expanding the dungeon capacity. The enthusiasm suddenly rose to the extreme. Just a moment. Happy Chess and Cards. The redemption hotline is extremely busy. Elena immediately mobilized 3 bunny girls to help, and only then was she able to handle the situation. The scale has expanded, but we still don't have enough manpower. Chenyu caught a glimpse of this scene outside and knew it was time to recruit more people. He remembered that the chief of the rabbit-eared village said that there was a large rabbit-eared territory in the east with a large population. If manpower was needed, the chief of the rabbit-eared village could go there and help recruit some, but the journey is a bit far, and the dark world is very dangerous, so it needs the protection of adventurers. The half-elf village chief also mentioned that there is a relatively large half-elf village to the east. Currently, these 2 places are Chenyu's recruitment targets. After today's game is over, he can start making arrangements. With the help of the 3 bunny girls, the exchange process was much faster. The soul crystal in Chenyu's pocket rose with a bang. It rose by more than 2,000 in an instant, which was more and faster than the entire morning collection. And the progress of Chenyu hanging on the Resident Evil interface was slowly increasing under his manual operation. 0.83%, 0.84%, 0.7%, 98%, 99%. Okay, Chenyu is stuck here and can't move, and now he is like. He is completely entered and is lying motionless. The adventurers below were so anxious that they felt itchy in their hearts, as if there were hundreds of ants scratching them. Why hasn't it grown yet? I'm so anxious. Who of you has any remaining times? Hurry up and change them. It's almost time. Hurry up and make the most of the last few seconds. If anyone has friends who haven't come yet, go get it quickly, I beg you. It's only 1%, it's really only 1%, the raiders are ready, just work harder, brothers. After a long time, 99.1%. Fuck, why is there still a 0.1? That's abominable. Watching the chaos in the chat channel. Li Ruwashu rolled his eyes. She was actually quite depressed this morning. Originally, I finally got a VIP channel yesterday, and I don't have to queue up to play games anymore. I got up this morning and was just about to go in and show off my skills. As a result, the old man at home came over and knocked on the door and chatted with her about some boring things. After finally getting that old man away, Black Rose's sisters came over again and said they wanted to go play in the Resident Evil dungeon with her. Hehe, I have VIP access, do you have it? No. Therefore, Li Ruwashu could only queue up with them because they were teammates. Even if she had a VIP channel, she could not open it alone. No way. Li Ruwashu could only be patient and wait in line. As a result, some unknown person spread the news of their queuing. That's better. These guys kept clamoring for some professional competition, which prevented me from playing. I had no choice but to withdraw from the queue and wait for everything to be arranged. I don't need any energy. I just want to knock out a few more soul crystals. When there's really no one left, it will be 100%. Li Ruwashu saw through Chenyu's thoughts at a glance. Of course, she didn't say it. After all, when she saw the content of the normal mode, she was already obsessed with it and made up her mind to become a contracted adventurer of the great Xia city that never sleeps. Therefore, the more soul crystals Chenyu receives, the better the territory will develop, which is also a good thing for her. So how could she stop it? Now we just have to wait for Chenyu to finish harvesting this wave, and then go in and have some fun. Li Ruwashu waited in boredom. Finally, the progress of opening the new world has reached 100%. Chapter 61, The Boss appears. By Feifei has already handed over the list of the strategy team and other things to Lena, and she has already registered them. It is worth mentioning that at the last moment, Chang Su's strategy team, who had been pretending to be dead, also showed up and handed in the list. Then, ordinary adventurers who were not in the strategy group also put together a team, which was led by Chi Maosong, who had performed outstandingly earlier. This was also an extra dark horse that emerged from the suggestions of many adventurers. The members include Wu Yu and 3 other well-known passers-by adventurers. At this point, all 6 teams of the Tidetown Adventurers Guild have arrived. 6 teams, 30 people, are about to compete in Raccoon City. The criterion for judging their victory is survive to the end. This is not an escape game, but a confrontation game. Who can survive to the end, who is the final winner of this competition? I have to say, it really gets me excited. It's a bit more interesting than playing alone. Li Ruwashu was also intrigued after stretching, waiting for the beginning of the world of Resident Evil. The dungeon has been activated. Entering, here it comes. The adventurers who were watching the battle outside also stayed in the channel and watched it attentively. The first group to appear on the screen was the Joshwan Strategy Group. 4 boys and 1 girl, their birthplace is an apartment. In a room right now. I have to say, the houses here are really special. These buildings alone are not something that other lords can build. The person who spoke was Joshwan's boss, named Shinjo, a handsome and sunny boy indeed. From the appearance to the various details, it is very meticulous, just like a real world. It is really hard to believe that this is a world that was built by one person in just a few days. Unless this lord had conceived of such a world a long time ago, and was certain that he would become a dungeon lord in the future? Others were also amazed. This last guess is just a casual remark. After all, the possibility is too low, and without a system, you can only have a vague concept if you conceive in advance. After sighing about these insignificant things, none of Joshwan's people spoke much. The serious tactical stuff had already been discussed when they were outside. Now it is live broadcast. Some things should not be said and cannot be said. Among these 5 people, the 4 men looked more relaxed. There was only one girl who kept frowning and looking out the window, as if she was worried about something. Ah Shen, don't be too stressed, just participate in the dungeon normally. Chenjiu patted the girl on the shoulder, as if to cheer her up. Ah Shen nodded. However, at this moment, everyone only felt a faint red light appear in front of their eyes. It was as if something had changed. What's going on? Were they attacked? Everyone's face changed drastically. At the same time, the adventurers watching the battle outside also saw that all the channel interfaces were emitting red light. Then I saw only 2 lines of words appear on it. First up, distinguished Starry Sky member Lee Ruwashu has arrived on this channel. This is just a line of small text and doesn't affect anything. The biggest problem is the big line of words below. When the bloody crown hangs high on the top of the mountains, the Crimson King has stepped over the sea of corpses and ascended. All living things are prostrating themselves, and the bell of the end of the world is ringing. What? Is there a new boss? Crimson King, bloody crown, it wasn't there in the previous big world. How come it suddenly appears this time? Wait a minute, I think I remembered something. Some adventurers immediately remembered when they saw the name of the Crimson King. The Crimson King, isn't that the title on the novice mode perfect clearance ranking? So, it's not a new boss, it's the boss's appearance animation. This special effect is really cool, worthy of being exclusive to the top leader on the list. It would be great if I could also have a server-wide notification. I don't need such a cool title as the Crimson King. It would be nice to have a star membership. Then you have to go on the mission. Lord Shin doesn't have many missions right now, so it's really hard to earn some contribution points. Yeah, I really want to do the mission. Countless adventurers who were watching the competition outside expressed their envy. After all, this kind of server-wide announcement is obviously exclusive to the big guys. In everyone's eyes, they are all very impressive. But the person involved, Lee Ruwashu, was so embarrassed that he just wanted to pick his toes. Please, there is really no need to notify the entire server. What, the top of the mountains, the bloody crown? It's so embarrassing that I want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Also, can you please not change my outfit randomly? What kind of skin is this? Lee Ruwashu took a look at his body. It has become the Crimson King suit. When Shenyu designed it, he referred to Ada Wong's red combat suit. The outside was a red leather jacket, and the inside was a tight black combat suit. When worn by Lee Ruwashu, it does give off an Ada Wong vibe. It made the adventurers outside's eyes light up, and they felt it was both cool and beautiful. Lee Ruwashu looked at himself in the mirror and found that he looked okay and wrapped himself up tightly, so he stopped complaining. Moreover, this suit is very light when moving, and its design makes it very suitable for combat. The Crimson King suit itself has attribute bonuses, but since this is a competition, all these additional bonuses are turned off. It just provides a skin for the appearance. There is also a tactical backpack obtained from the side quest in the novice mode. In order to facilitate the competition, everyone is equipped with one so that they can get straight to the point. After all, not everyone has played the Resident Evil novice mode, so there must be fairness. In order to avoid gossip, Shenyu even wrote a special announcement in this regard. The sensation caused by Lee Ruwashu's title special effect only lasted for a while. Everyone quickly got into the game and focused their attention on the official competition. Changsu Strategy Group of the top leader Chang Wenhao and the second in command Wu Qingshu both came, and at the same time, there was a new person in the team. The adventurers watching were puzzled. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? When did Changsu's strategy team add new members?
Isn't there standard for recruiting people to be famous to a certain extent? Have no idea. Although they were confused, no one from Changsu's strategy team gave any answer, and the matter was quickly covered up. There are actually quite a few new faces this time. This is the first time for such a large-scale collective appearance in Titletown. In the initial room, the 6 teams did not stay for long. After a brief familiarization session, they began to explore outside the door. Chapter 62. Sir, why are you back? From the time the competition was planned to be organized until the 6 teams entered the dungeon, some time was indeed wasted. During this period, hundreds of adventurers, big and small, have entered Resident Evil, which means that hundreds of live broadcasts have appeared. Every team is taking advantage of this time point to frantically watch various live videos, looking for every location where special events may occur from every detail in the live broadcast. Therefore, by the time they entered, they already had a goal in mind. As for the simplest door opening zombie outside the door, how could it possibly stop the big guys of the strategy group? Block the door, leave a gap to kill. The classic 3-step zombie apocalypse is something that other ordinary adventurers are still a little unskilled in doing, but their teams were all experienced adventurers, and they cleared all the zombies outside the door with almost no effort. Interesting, it feels like I was reading apocalyptic novels or watching movies in my previous life. In the territory, Chen Yu's mouth curled up slightly. After finishing the construction of the territory, he also sat here to watch the live broadcast. He plans to take a day off today. After being busy for so many days, he needs to take a break. After the previous progress bar ended, Chen Yu received a total of 4,000 soul crystals. Among the new lords, he was already very rich. According to the currency exchange system of the Lord's World, 1 soul crystal can be exchanged for 100 yuan, which means that only 2,000 soul crystals are needed to pay off the 200,000 yuan loan owed by the predecessor and redeem the mortgaged house, and this is just the income for the morning. As today's live broadcast goes viral, Dasha City that never sleeps will surely become famous in Titletown when the time comes. It is not impossible to earn 5,000 or even 10,000 yuan a day. To this end, Chen Yu waved his hand and built all the newly acquired territories into Resident Evil, also to respond to the fermentation of this incident and completely grasp this wave of traffic firmly in his hands. 15 Resident Evil dungeons are enough for now. Let's think about it carefully at night and build some other dungeons. In 2 days, we will also be working on the paid content for Resident Evil. There are currently 10 Happy Chess and Cards houses, with a maximum population of 400. Resident Evil there are 15 buildings, and the upper population capacity is 600. The consumption of happy coins is completely under control. Also, Chen Yu also built 2 buildings in the territory. Point 1 is a private house. This is the place for Lena and others to live. Although they can live inside the castle, it will be a bit crowded, and if they recruit new employees later, there will be no place to live. You can't sleep with him, right? People who don't know would think that I, as a lord, have a lot of concubines, but it's obviously a very pure relationship between boss and employee. Moreover, with their own residences, employees' lives will not be as restricted as they are now. The second building is the Adventurer's Hut. Currently, 2 Adventurer Huts can be built in the territory, and 2 can be built in another territory, for a total of 4 contracted adventurers. Through this professional competition, Chen Yu also wanted to observe which adventurers were worth recruiting. For the adventurers out there, this is a wonderful professional game. For Chen Yu, this is also a test for adventurers. Only those who are truly capable or worthy of becoming his contracted adventurers. Chen Yu's gaze followed the actions of several teams inside. His perspective is different from others. Adventurers outside have to switch routes repeatedly to see different perspectives. Chen Yu only needs to move his consciousness, and the entire Raccoon City will operate under his will. Not long after the game started, a flurry of anxious voices was heard from the Adventurers Guild. After watching Li Ruoshu's battle video, the guild's president Li Young quickly checked a lot of things and then rushed out of the office. Came to the front desk assistant. President, the assistant, who was still watching the live broadcast of the game with great interest, was startled and stood up immediately. Hurry up, send out the announcement, Li Young said anxiously. Announcement? What announcement? The assistant asked blankly. Send the announcement for organizing the Grand World Contest as mentioned above now and tell everyone that our Adventurers Guild is willing to organize this Grand World Contest. Here, Li Young originally wanted to maintain a little demeanor. After all, as an Adventurers Guild, they are a relatively transcendent existence in the territory and among adventurers. How many dungeons rely on recommendations from the Adventurers Guild?
the dungeon lords of the same period as Chunyu are trying their best to contact the internal staff of the Adventurers Guild every day, eager to get some recommended spots. All in all, as an Adventurers Guild, they still have to have the proper demeanor. You can't be so rash, otherwise what would happen? However, the next second, the assistant's words made Li Yong completely lose his composure. But President, the competition has already started. Isn't it too late for us to post the notice now? What? The moment he heard that the game had already begun, Li Yong no longer cared about his demeanor. Hurry, call the commentator and editor and ask them to get ready. I will go into the dungeon and talk to the Lord, asking him to authorize us to organize the competition. You wait for me to come back, demeanor? Are you kidding? How can this be considered graceful? Li Yong was not in a hurry at first, thinking that he should not appear too cheap. As a result, even the tone of voice has changed and turned directly into a request. There is no trace of detached demeanor left. Big world. It's a really big world out there. With this big world around, Tide Town will surely become an excellent town in the next quarter. What is the Lord who bought the IP and has the background? All of them go to hell. Li Yong has been thinking about how to support Tidal Town, and now he has finally found the direction. From now on, he will focus all his traffic on the great Xia city that never sleeps. After a day of ups and downs. Li Yong suddenly found the light at this moment, and he couldn't help but be happy. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. I was too stubborn before. I took it for granted that a new lord would not be able to achieve anything. I also took it for granted that the only way out was with a lord with a strong background like Zhao Hailiang. As a result, such an excellent dungeon could not be promoted in the first place. Li Yong admitted that all this was due to his negligence. It was the first time in all these years that Li Yong was so anxious. Li Yong, who was fully aware of his mistake, immediately chose to open the system. On the interface, he discovered that the population capacity of Resident Evil had actually increased from 160 to 600. This sudden growth shocked him so much that he was speechless. Resident Evil: The Dungeon is not full at the moment. After all, everyone is watching the game. However, Li Yong didn't know whether there were any NPCs over there, so he simply followed the old path and returned to the small room in the chess and card room. Hello, sir? The bunny girl was stunned. Sir, why are you back again? Didn't you say that you would rather starve to death, die outside, or jump off from here than? Hearing this, Li Yong couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Little sister, I'm really sorry for what happened earlier. It was all because I was too impatient and misunderstood. Please don't take it to heart. The bunny girl shook her head and smiled. It's all right, sir, it's all work. So, is there anything that brought you back? That's right. Li Yong clasped his hands together and said sincerely, I am the president of the Adventurers Guild. I want to discuss something with your lord. Could you please? Chapter 63. I had a brain seizure. A few minutes later, Chenyu was happy after listening to Lena's report. Before this, Chenyu didn't know about such a thing at all. After all, it was just a small matter, and there had been people causing trouble like this before. The dungeon is not the real world. No matter how much trouble people cause, it will have no impact and will not cause any financial losses. At most, the person causing the trouble will be banned and will never be able to log in again. Therefore, the people below didn't tell him. To be honest, in Chenyu's eyes, this was really just a trivial matter, but because the other party was the president of the Adventurers Guild, it was qualified to be passed on to his ears. The Adventurers Guild's authorization for the live broadcast of the competition. Chenyu pondered for a moment. In fact, this is a good thing for the territory. With certification from an official organization, it will become famous faster. Actually, there is no reason to refuse, but at the same time, Chenyu was also clear about one thing, that is, what a big world-type underground city meant to a small town. The president of the Adventurers Guild came to him personally, and even made some humble requests, which was enough to prove how much he wanted this opportunity at the moment. In comparison, it's obvious that the other party is more anxious in this case. How can I be worthy of myself if I don't produce a little more? Thinking of this, Chenyu thought for a moment and smiled. Go back and tell him that we can give him the authorization, and it won't be difficult for him, but the Adventurers Guild must promote our dungeon and keep it on the top of the homepage all year round. At the same time, the final ownership of this game is in our hands, and we have the ability to withdraw it at any time. As long as he agrees to these two requests, I will give him the authorization to compete. Chenyu made the decision casually and didn't take the matter to heart. If the Adventurers Guild is willing to do its best to publicize and promote him from now on, it will still be of great help to him. And taking ownership of the game is like holding a vital point. He knew that Tide Town would definitely use this big world in this game to carry out a series of publicity activities in an attempt to enhance the status of the town, and if one day in the future, Chen Yu withdraws the ownership of this competition, then Tide Town will definitely be beaten back to its original form by its competitors and will be regarded as a joke. With this lifeline, Chen Yu will have a certain say even if he is far away in another world. It even has an impact on the real rights of the adventurer world. Therefore, when Li Yong heard Chen Yu's two requests, he was obviously stunned. The first point is nothing. Even if Lord Chen doesn't say it, our Adventurers Guild will always put the dungeons launched by the Great Xia Never Sleeping City at the top of our recommended list. I can guarantee that. As a local dungeon, and not an IP dungeon run by an agent, it is a huge achievement to be able to support it. As long as he goes back and proposes a proposal, the other management in the guild will have no reason and no possibility to veto it. Li Yong is still confident about this, but the second one, Li Yong never thought that this new lord would have his eyes on this aspect. The Adventurers Guild wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to control Titletown. This ambition is quite big. The Lord said that if you don't want to, then forget it. Anyway, we in the Great Xia Nevernight City can survive with our own strength. Lena left without any hesitation, full marks for acting talent. Seeing this, Li Yong gritted his teeth anxiously and said, "Promise, I promise everything." So far, the first door for Chen Yu to develop into the world of adventurers was completely opened, with this vital point as a springboard. As long as the value of Chen Yu's dungeon continues to increase, he will have a say in this Adventurers Guild in the future, like someone like Zhao Hailiang. Chen Yu doesn't even need to go to the Dark World to find him. Just banning him through the Adventurers Guild is a dimensionality reduction attack. After obtaining authorization from Chen Yu, Li Yong did not stop and returned to the Adventurer world without stopping. He immediately gathered people and started the live broadcast. Before leaving, he tactfully bought 4 soul crystals in exchange for 2,000 happy coins. After returning to the Adventurers Guild, the commentator, editor, and other staff were all in place. The commentary of this professional match, which was more than 10 minutes late, finally began at this point. Dear adventurers, I am the commentator Yuan. I'm Xiao He. Thank you for watching this game commentary. Today we are going to commentate on the game of Tide Town. As soon as the Adventurers Guild's explanation began, the entire Tide Town got the news. Even the adventurers who were constantly switching live broadcast lines in the Resident Evil channel had received the news. A large number of people ran over to watch a formal commentary. After all, the channel side tends to be more personal perspective, while the official side tends to be more global perspective. Adventurers who like a certain professional player will stay in this channel specifically to admire the heroic performance of this professional player alone. Those who like to see the whole picture go there. By the way, didn't the Adventurers Guild say earlier that they would not organize this competition? Who knows? Maybe he had a brain seizure. Yes, I had a brain seizure. Li Yong also wanted to slap himself. If things had gone smoothly from the beginning, it would have been a win-win cooperation and Chen Yu wouldn't have made so many demands. It's not like now, where the ownership of the game has been handed over. When we get older, we tend to take some things for granted. As the explanation begins, the game also began to get into the main topic. All 6 teams started in an apartment and have now cleared out the zombies in the apartment. A lot of supplies were found during the search. Team Joshwan has left the apartment first. It seems that they have thoroughly searched the rooms in the apartment. Yes, it seems that they have gained a lot. Captain Chen Jiu even got a submachine gun. Everyone has just witnessed the power of this gun. It is really amazing. With continuous shooting, it actually killed a smoker. As the commentators moved, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Chapter 64. How can this iron sheet be called a tank? Raccoon City. In front of an apartment building. After checking that there were no zombies nearby, Chinjo turned around and said to a short boy, "What's going on, Joey? Can you confirm where this place is?" Zhao He nodded. "Yes, I have already observed it when I was upstairs just now. The iconic twin towers are just to the east of us. The tower is 3 degrees to our north, so the underground research base we are going to is at." They had no maps in their hands, only a compass in their tactical backpacks. The reason why Zhao He knew those iconic buildings was because he came to the conclusions after watching countless live broadcasts while waiting outside. A map of the buildings that appeared in these live broadcasts has already appeared in his mind, although this map is very vague. There are only some landmarks, but in the current situation, it is enough. Okay, let's set off immediately and don't delay. After Chinjo finished speaking, he immediately led his team to the direction Joey said. Same as the Joshwan strategy group, each team has its own goal. This target was the building that they thought was most interesting to investigate while watching the live broadcast. With their keen sense of smell, several teams believed that these buildings either contained a method to crack the dungeon or powerful equipment and weapons. Either way, it's useful to them. Along the way, several teams encountered a lot of ordinary zombies, but they were only scattered and did not form a large-scale zombie tide. In order to avoid causing a large-scale sensation, the 6 teams all did not use firearms, but instead used axes and bayonets to carry out beheadings. Try not to attract the attention of zombies in the distance.
It's a tank zombie.
It's unfortunate that Fong and the Raiders team are the first to encounter a strong enemy.
Just by looking at the size of the tank, we should know how powerful this enemy is.
When the tank zombie appears in sight, the commentator said excitedly, "Look, the tank zombies seem to have discovered them and are coming this way." Broken Streets. His team also discovered the tank zombies and had already hidden themselves, but what they didn't expect was that the tank zombies' perception was so sharp that it walked straight towards them. Hateful. The captain of Fingha team frowned out. It's just that I had to fire a shot when I was clearing out the zombies just now. The result was this big guy coming.
Captain, I'm sorry.
The teammate who fired the shot lowered his head.
It's okay.
There was nothing we could do in the emergency situation just now.
Fingha's captain glanced at the street. They are now hiding behind a large metal truck and cannot be seen for the time being, but if the tank zombies continue to approach, they will be discovered sooner or later. Decisions must be made early. The streets here are very wide and there are many abandoned vehicles. They can hide behind these vehicles and deal with the tank zombie. However, there are some brainless zombies wandering inside or around these abandoned vehicles. If you get too close, you will alarm these zombies and attract the attention of the tank zombies. Captain, how about I go out and attract the tank zombies' attention, and you guys take the opportunity to escape to the next floor? The teammate who made the mistake took the initiative to take responsibility, hoping to save the other teammates.
No, this tank zombie is very fast.
If you go, you will definitely not be able to come back.
But Captain, the teammate wanted to say something, but the captain of Fingha team interrupted him and pointed to the large iron truck behind them. The name of this big iron car is also called a tank. As for why there is a duplicate name, they don't know.
Actually, what I want to know most now is that this big thing looks like a car. Can we get in it?
This tank, everyone's eyes fell on the big iron piece. The appearance of cars made them feel strange and shocked. After all, such things did not exist in their world. Therefore, I didn't expect that this big iron sheet could also move.
But there are no doors on either side of it. How are we supposed to get in?
Fingha's captain hesitated for a moment. I just saw from a distance that there is an iron cover on the top. It seems that it can be opened, but it is not very clear.
From the top? It's possible. I can only give it a try. Fortunately, I found a few tactical items earlier.
The captain took out 2 items from his backpack. One was a grenade and the other was a smoke bomb. They had seen others use these 2 tactical items, so they had some understanding of them. The tank zombies are very close. Fingha's captain knew that he could not delay any longer, so he immediately activated the fuse of the grenade and threw it into a vehicle in the distance. The grenade drew a line in the air. There was an explosion in the distance. The sound of the explosion and the impact on countless vehicles led to widespread alarm sounds. It instantly attracted the attention of the tank zombie and turned to walk towards that direction. The members of Fingha's team noticed the footsteps of the tank zombies gradually fading away. The captain took this opportunity to pull out another smoke bomb, letting the smoke fill the area where he was. The smell of smoke made several people feel uncomfortable. But he still endured the discomfort and quickly climbed onto the top of the tank.
Hurry up and find out how to get in.
The captain urged a young boy in the team. He was a master of mechanisms and was best at cracking the mechanisms in various dungeons. Although the tank zombies were attracted away, there are still many wandering zombies nearby. There was no way for the few people to escape at this time, and they could only hope that they could hide in this big iron sheet. It's open. The young man's voice rang out, instantly igniting hope in the hearts of several people. The tin lid squeaked, revealing the passage inside. A foul stench came from inside, and there were actually 2 zombies in military uniforms, bearing their fangs and claws, wanting to bite them. Fingha's captain grabbed the railing next to him with one hand, jumped into the tank, and killed the 2 zombies. Several people quickly cleared the room. Before the smoke bomb disappeared, he got into the tank. Seeing that they could actually enter this big iron sheet, the adventurers outside suddenly became excited.
Moreover, looking at the situation inside the tank, it seemed that it could even be started. This aroused their great interest in the performance of tanks. Here's an instruction manual. The young man immediately took the instruction manual and read it. After reading it, there was a sudden shock in my eyes. It turns out that this is a war weapon, and a war weapon with such an ingenious design. The young man said excitedly, "Captain, according to the blueprint, with this tank, we don't need to worry about not being able to deal with the tank zombie. Do you know how to use it?" The young man nodded heavily and said, "This tank needs 4 people to operate. Point 1 will go to the cockpit below to drive the tank, 1 will be responsible for command, 1 will be responsible for controlling the main gun, and the last one will be responsible for loading the shells. This is a war weapon that was born for teamwork. There is also a machine gun on top, and it takes exactly 5 people to fully control these 2 tanks." The young man from the agency immediately introduced some basic information about the tank to the few people. After hearing his description, not only Feng and the others in the strategy group, but even the adventurers watching the battle outside were all shocked. Chapter 65, Meet the Tyrant Again. The tank zombie was now standing at the place where the grenade exploded. Finding no trace of any survivors, he just stood there blankly, without any target. What it didn't know was that the muzzle of a large iron piece not far behind it was slowly turning towards it under the operation of several people. When tanks are designed, their engines are made as quiet as possible to avoid being discovered by the enemy on the battlefield. When placing it, Shen Yu reduced the noise and made the operation as simple as possible. Feng and the team quickly learned how to operate it. The captain sat in command. The young man from the mechanical department sat at the main gun position. The muzzle is 30 degrees to the left. Through the observation port above the commander's seat, the captain directed the mechanical boy to turn. The main gun muzzle also rotates. After turning to 30 degrees, the tank's figure suddenly appeared in the scope of the main gun muzzle. It found nothing unusual. Everything is ready. Reload the shells. The teammate next to him immediately took out a huge shell from the compartment and stuffed it into the main gun muzzle of the tank. This scene made the spectators outside excited. "This cannonball is thicker than my hand. It would be so exciting if it exploded. Hurry, hurry, let's see the first kill of the tank zombie." In the cockpit, the young man was also very excited. His face flushed. He muttered to himself what was in the manual. The main gun is a 120mm smoothbore gun. After firing, it can accurately hit a target 3.2 kilometers away at a speed of 5,632 kilometers per hour. Since you haven't discovered it, you can't run away. After aiming at the target for the last time, the mechanical boy pressed the cannon. All I heard was a loud bang. Almost the moment the button was pressed, an explosion occurred in front of the camera. Boom! Under the bombardment of heavy weapons, the tank zombie only let out a roar. It was broken into 2 pieces by the artillery fire. Dead? I think so. Feng Hat and his companions were not quite sure either. The person in charge of driving the tank had already climbed into the cockpit below and sat down in a half-lying position. Step on the accelerator pedal and come in front of the tank zombie. The teammate in charge of the machine gun climbed out of the turret, took a look, and turned back and said excitedly, "He must be dead. His body is burnt." Suddenly, cheers came from the turret. Even the people watching outside were excited. The explosion alarmed the zombies nearby. A large number of zombies rushed over. But what is there to be afraid of now? All fear comes from insufficient firepower. The teammate in charge of the machine gun at the top turned the machine gun and aimed at the zombies that were rushing towards him. His face was excited and even a little crazy. "Go to hell, you guys." The machine gun fired bullets one after another. Continuous gunshots echoed in the streets. Compared to the success of Feng He team, the Passerby King team was not so smooth. It seemed like the tyrant had set his sights on Qi Maozong. It wasn't long since it started and we ran into each other. One teammate was killed directly by the gun. Qi Maozong made some noise without saying a word and lured the tyrant away. So another parkour appeared. Qi Maozong did not run into the alley, nor did he run into the underground mall. He knew that there must be some special monsters in those places. On the contrary, this empty street is more suitable for escape. The slow-moving zombies couldn't catch up with him, especially after finding a motorcycle. Qi Maozong jumped onto the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The RPG bomb exploded behind him, making a deafening sound. Yohu! In the storm, Qi Maozong stabilized the motorcycle, then stopped far away and looked back at the tyrant provocatively. If the tyrant had any feelings at this moment, he would definitely swear the ultimate boss was actually looked down upon. The tyrant immediately took a step and rushed forward. Although it was carrying so much equipment, its running speed was also amazing. This scared Chi Maosong. Twist the throttle and go. Moving quickly in the city, there were many slow-moving zombies on the road, all of which were left behind, forming a scenic spot, but in just a few minutes, they followed Chi Maosong and the tyrant like a tide. This is so cool. It feels so cool to ride a motorcycle, but why do you stop every now and then? It should be to attract the tyrant. The direction he was going was the gas station where the explosion happened earlier. Explode? Yes, an adventurer came to the gas station before, and somehow an explosion occurred, raising the entire gas station to the ground. Hearing this, everyone watching was stunned, so he wants to use the gas station to blow up the tyrant. Thinking of this possibility, everyone felt excited. I didn't expect that. I just saw tanks firing at tanks. Now we get to see the gas station bombing tyrants again, which is so cool. Even Chen Yu was intrigued. He didn't expect Chi Maosong to know how to make use of the terrain, but at this moment, suddenly, gunshots were heard from the house next door. A bullet grazed Chi Maosong's cheek, then came a hail of bullets. This scared everyone. Looking in the direction they came from, they saw that it was a few men from Yunxiao. When they saw Chi Maosong appear in their sight, they started shooting directly. If the motorcycle hadn't been fast enough and Chi Maosong hadn't made timely adjustments, these few shots alone were enough to kill him. Fuck, what are Yunxiao's people doing? I'm sick, right? The adventurers outside who were still waiting to see the tyrant explode at the gas station started swearing. Fortunately, because of the competition, the barrage from outside could not be transmitted inside, otherwise, Yunxiao's people would definitely be stunned by the scolding at this time. Some rational adventurers also said, in fact, we can't blame them. This game is originally a fight between two people. It is normal to shoot when you see someone appear in your sight, but then again, if it affects my watching the gas station bombing tyrants, I will chase them and scold them on the forum. Being rational is being rational and it does not affect the criticism. Hey, why did Chi Maosong turn around and go into the alley? Followed by an exclamation. On the street, after dodging a series of bullets, Chi Maosong did not choose to step on the accelerator and leave. Instead, he stopped sideways and waited for a few seconds, then made a weak gesture to Yunxiao's men. Then he turned around and rushed into the alley. Before Yunxiao could react to what was happening, he noticed a noise coming from the other side. When they turned around, they saw a giant zombie carrying a rocket launcher appear in their sight. Chapter 66. But I found you. Fuck, it's a tyrant. Run, run. The captain of Yunxiao only had time to yell out this sentence before he grabbed a teammate beside him and rushed madly into the house next door. Follow closely. There was an explosion behind me. Boom. It only takes a few seconds for the tyrant to lock onto the target and fire the bazooka. The rocket launcher he used was a quadruple rocket launcher. In just a few seconds, the position where Yunxiao was located had been hit by 4 rockets. After firing the rocket launcher, the tyrant stood still, reloading his gun. Only after having enough ammunition did they continue to move forward and arrive at the bombing site ahead. The tyrant's infrared scanner scanned several times and found no signs of any living creatures here, but strangely, there was no body either. The commentator's excited voice resounded throughout the channel. It's unbelievable. Is this the reaction and speed of a professional player? Under the bombardment of the tyrant bazooka, all the members of Yunxiao were unharmed and escaped into the building beside them. The losslessness here actually refers to the absence of death. In fact, Yunxiao's men were not in good condition. They all suffered some injuries from the explosion, and the most serious one has affected their movements. The entire leg was blown off. It was another team member who pulled him back. That guy must have done it on purpose. He could have walked away, but he turned back into our alley just to lure the tyrant to our side. The team member with a broken leg gritted his teeth and blamed everything on Chi Maosong. Shut up! Yunxiao's captain shouted softly, interrupting his complaints. During the competition, every word will be recorded. Making these complaints will only lower the outside world's impression of Yunxiao. We are competitors to begin with. Just as we attack him, he can also use the tyrant to kill us. The captain of Yunxiao said calmly, now we should consider how to escape. This ghost dungeon is too difficult. Everyone's eyes sank slightly when I was watching other players' live broadcasts outside before. I didn't have much feeling. I just feel that although this dungeon has some things, it won't be too difficult for them. In their imagination, the development of the game should be to collect weapons and resources in the early stage, and team battles in the middle and late stages. Several teams shuttled between the floors, shooting at each other and competing in reaction ability, but in fact, it was not until they entered it in person that they realized that they had taken some of them for granted. Although the ordinary zombies here move slowly and do not pose much threat,
Their numbers are too large. Once any big noise is made, large groups of zombies will come rushing over. This meant that they couldn't use any firearms at all. In most cases, they are close-range weapon attacks. The elite monsters here are ridiculously strong. I met a smoker and a fat man. Before it, the smoker's tongue had a great impact on them, and the toxins splashed out by the fat man's explosion almost killed them all. Full of confidence from the beginning, I am still trembling with fear. In this depressing doomsday atmosphere, Yun Xiao and others have actually fallen into a dilemma. Their original goal was to go to an underground shopping mall, but after seeing how powerful the smoker and the fatty were, Yun Xiao and the others were actually scared when faced with the even more powerful zombies inside. That's why it has been hiding near this building. It was not until he saw Qi Maosong rushing towards him on a motorcycle that he appeared and killed him. The result was unexpected. Qi Maosong failed to kill the enemy, but was instead lured into the tyrant's path and was almost killed by a few rocket launchers. This made several people feel depressed. The imagined scene of several teams facing off not only did not occur, but they were instead beaten to death by these monsters. Now there is still one left. What's the point of fighting? The tyrant is still outside the door. The team member in charge of the reconnaissance came back in a hurry and reported some not so good news. The captain of Yun Xiao frowned. It's okay. We have checked this building just now. As long as we hide up there, the tyrant won't be able to find us. The other teammates nodded. Although the tyrant has a large detection range, its signal will be blocked if it is deep inside a building. As long as there is less noise, the tyrant will lose its target. So just go up and wait until the tyrant leaves on his own. This game is difficult and the monsters are powerful, but it also shows from the side that as long as they are cowardly enough. If you wait until other teams are killed by monsters, won't you be the winner? Although this tactic is a bit dirty, it is sometimes effective, but he couldn't say it openly, and Captain Yun Xiao could only think about it in his heart. The captain is right. Let's go up first, check this floor again, and take a rest. Another team member said. After saying that, he went to help the injured teammate. As long as the tyrant can't find us, it will leave naturally. But, at this moment, an unusual sound suddenly came from the floor. He said with a smile, I found you. Yun Xiao and his men were suddenly startled. Looked toward the end of the office building floor. A figure waved towards them. That figure was Qi Maosong. It's him, he's back. The commentator became excited again. Unexpectedly, Qi Maosong, who had disappeared into the dark alley on a motorcycle, had quietly entered the floor when he went around the back of the office building. When Yun Xiao and his men hid in this floor, Qi Maosong also came, but he did not choose to shoot from behind. Instead, he greeted me warmly, then he threw a grenade, blowing out the side window of the office building. With such a loud noise and the loss of the window's isolation, the tyrant's detector suddenly made a sound, reminding him that he had found prey. He slowly raised the Gatling gun in his hand. The Gatling gun fired bullets madly, shooting towards the top floor. Blue flames came out from the muzzle of the gun. In an instant, thousands of bullets turned into bullet casings. Under this terrifying fire suppression, an entire floor of an office building was turned into a sieve. The reinforced concrete was covered with bullet marks. The bullets penetrated the concrete wall and the entire room was shot to pieces. The three bodies just lay there. It became a decoration in this game. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. You have obtained a bag of rice and a cake in this dungeon. Adventurers World. In the Yun Xiao strategy team studio, the three team members opened their eyes one after another. Fuck! That bastard actually used such a sinister method. Hateful. The tyrant's firepower is too strong. There is no place to hide. I hid under the table, but a bullet still penetrated the cement underneath and blew my head off. Yeah, this one is too lethal. Several people sighed. Speaking of which, a teammate held a pile of food in his hand. Somewhat unbelievably, this lord gave too much, didn't he? This. Chapter 67, Bayonet Fight. The three members of Yun Xiao's team were cursing at first, but after seeing the harvest, they all shut up. Too many, there are simply too many. Although I did experience a different kind of happiness during the game, I never expected the settlement moment. The benefits will be so great, and they are some relatively high quality foods, especially the rice. It turns out what's circulating online is true, one of them said with emotion. What online? The man replied, he's a food blogger. He eats some weird things every day, like this chocolate. He said he got it from the big summer city that never sleeps. It's large, filling, and delicious. Damn, I knew you didn't say it earlier. Who knew?
I originally thought it was some weird propaganda trick, but it turned out to be true. After they finished talking, they couldn't help but sigh that they got to know this territory too late. You say, this territory is developing so rapidly, will there be a chance of a clash with those ancient beings in the future? A team member suddenly said. Ancient existence? The other two were stunned. The teammate pointed above his head and said, those guys on the pyramid, the old lords who have influenced the history of the adventurer world for hundreds of years. Who knows? Maybe, it's really possible. But those beings have lived for hundreds of years and their power is so huge that it may not be so easy for them to collide with each other. Then tell me, if we become his contracted adventurers now, will we be able to achieve great success in the future? Please, we are the first to go offline. No matter how you pick us, we won't be chosen. That's true, the teammate who spoke sighed helplessly. A new lord with potential, his future is definitely limitless. They were all a little annoyed that they failed to discover the incident in time and provide immediate assistance. Forget it, let's just watch the live commentary. Maybe the captain can survive to the end? After saying, the three of them opened the live broadcast interface of the Adventurers Guild and now, the scene is almost focused on Chi Maosong and the remaining two people. In Shao It can be said that the three of them are in the most dangerous situation now, because the tyrant has already gone upstairs. Through this, everyone also judged a habit of the tyrant, that is, after the heavy firebombing, they would reload bullets on the spot and then go over to investigate the outcome of the battle. At present, this has almost become a rule. Just like a zombie dog, every time it attacks, it will take a step back and let out a low growl. For professional players, such rules are extremely important. Logically speaking, taking advantage of this opportunity to change the magazine, Jin Xiao and his two men had plenty of time to escape. But there is another Lao Lu in this office building. Chi Maosong would occasionally fire a cold shot or a flash bomb. Report to the tyrant at all times. And no matter where you escape to, the tyrant will be able to find you. Then there was a barrage of gunfire directed at their position, and coupled with rocket launcher bombardment, the entire office building almost collapsed. A piece collapsed here, a piece collapsed there, crumbling. Under such circumstances, Jin Xiao and the other two finally suffered from nervous breakdown. Chi Maosong just threatened them casually, and they all thought that a tyrant had appeared. This game of cat and mouse lasted for dozens of minutes, and in the end, Yunxiao's captain really couldn't stand it anymore. Grass. The teammates around him collapsed first. What the hell is this kid? Not only is he like a rat, he can't be found, but he can also keep an eye on us and report to the tyrant. Has he figured out the tyrant's movements? The captain pondered for a moment and glanced at the only remaining teammate around him. You can lose the game, but you must earn back your face. If the adventurers outside saw that their entire strategy team was killed by a passerby, would they still be able to save face? No, I have to replace him at the risk of my life. We will split up. The captain simply said 4 words. Another teammate immediately understood. The two separated immediately, walking through the wreckage of this building. However, although the two people were separated, they were actually not too far apart. That team member has exposed himself in plain sight. The captain hid himself, waiting for the moment when Chi Maosong appeared. The air froze. These are the top few floors of the office building. Above these dozen or so floors of the shattered building, there is only the sound of howling wind. At this time, another flash bomb was thrown out from the darkness and landed beside the lone teammate. The two people from Yunxiao immediately looked up and caught a glimpse of a figure. At this moment, the teammate did not choose to escape, but stood in place, raised his gun and shot, quickly blocking Chi Maosong's way. The captain of Yunxiao immediately went around. The roar of Gatling gun followed closely. As expected, the teammates who failed to escape in time were instantly turned into bloody fragments under the crazy shooting of Gatling. The game is over and now. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Captain Chi Maosong and Yun Xiao. Chi Maosong had already realized that something was wrong and wanted to evacuate, but the bullets made it impossible for him to evacuate, and he was finally forced into a dead end. The captain of Yun Xiao gradually approached, raised the pistol in his hand, and fired a shot towards the place where Chi Maosong was hiding. Click. Unexpectedly, after continuous shooting, he finally used up all his bullets. Chi Maosong, who was hiding in the corner, also heard the voice and came out smiling. No more bullets? I told you to save some money, but you didn't. The pistol in Chi Maosong's hand made a series of gunshots, and finally stopped at Captain Yin Zhao's body. Now, do you want to bet whether there are bullets in my gun? Looking at the pitch-black muzzle of the gun, Captain Yin Xiao sighed helplessly. We still need to gamble, it must be. Click. Good man, it turns out you have no bullets either.
Chapter 68. Why is there a second form? Captain Yanxiao suddenly felt a surge of hope and pulled out the saber from his waist.
Looks like we're going to have to fight with bayonets, huh? I'm very good at this.
New thermal weapons like this are indeed not easy to use, but cold weapons are different. I once won a swordsmanship competition. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to show my skills in this dungeon. The captain of Yunxiao swung his knife, obviously angry with Qi Maosong. After showing off his sword skills, Yun Zhao's captain took a stance, ready to fight Qi Maosong with a bayonet at any time. Result: Qi Maosong threw another flash bomb, which landed at the feet of Captain Yunxiao.
What the hell are you doing?
The captain of Yunxiao screamed in shock. They had nowhere to escape now, but if the tyrant is attracted here again, both of them will die here.
Doesn't Qi Maosong know this? What?
Of course, bye. After saying that, Qi Maosong broke through the window next to him and jumped down. Then the Gatling gun appeared and shot the dazed Captain Yunxiao into a sieve. When Qi Maosong entered the office building, he had already observed the situation outside. The other buildings are quite far from here and there is no way to get there. But on the edge of the building, there is a bulge every few floors. This gave Qi Maosong an idea that killed two birds with one stone. Only then did this scene appear. When he jumped out of the window and flew into the air, Qi Maosong immediately took out two flying ropes. When you are halfway down, immediately shoot out a flying rope and tie up the raised corner. A lot of force was removed under the pulling, then he let go again, and when he was about to fall to the ground, another flying rope was launched. Finally, he rolled over and landed safely on a piece of grass. Although he had some scratches on his body, it did not affect his movements, and he almost escaped without any injury. This operation shocked the commentator. That he shouted, "Fuck the cow."
Is this the strength of the strongest passerby king? It's really amazing. Qi Maosong once again performed a brilliant move, and his fame immediately reached the peak, which aroused the enthusiasm of countless adventurers. This is a real boss.
One person is fighting against the entire strategy team.
It's over.
Yunxiao will never be able to hold his head up again. There is no time to mourn for Yunxiao.
The next player to appear is the strongest passerby, King Qi Maosong. Really strong.
I was already shocked when he parkoured on the tall building to avoid the Gatling gun. Now, this high-altitude leap simply crushed the other strategy teams.
Damn it! Look, the building is shaking. It looks like it's going to collapse. Qi Maosong naturally knew that this floor was about to collapse.
Along the way, he was guiding the tyrant to bombard the various supporting points of the floor. Qi Maosong raised his head and glanced upwards. At this moment, the tyrant had already loaded his bullets and was standing by the window more than a dozen floors above, looking down at him. The tyrant was about to raise the rocket launcher in his hand. Qi Maosong immediately threw the last two grenades in his hand at the last supporting pillar on the bottom floor of the building. Boom, the already broken support column could no longer remain stable after being bombarded by the two grenades. The ground beneath the tyrant's feet suddenly began to shake, the rocket launcher tilted and shot onto the opposite floor, and the building seemed to collapse in this final storm. Qi Maosong quickly found his motorcycle and escaped with a roar of accelerator. Behind me, the office building was collapsing, and the falling rocks hit the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust and waves under the excited gazes of countless adventurers. The tyrant on the roof was also among the falling stones, fell heavily to the ground. Countless stones collapsed, completely covering the tyrant.
Wow! Fuck! The tyrant is killed first. Boss is awesome.
I didn't expect that such a powerful tyrant would be calculated step by step by the big boss and killed in this way.
The boss had already thought of this from the beginning, so he never used grenades and used flash bombs to trick the tyrant into going upstairs? Damn, now that you mention it, it's really possible.
The adventurers were amazed. As the strongest boss in the normal mode, getting the first kill on the first day of the server opening is absolutely an extremely honorable thing for any player. Qi Maosong's move truly made him famous in the title town. Even if today was a city-level competition, Qi Maosong could still achieve very high results. However, just as everyone was cheering, Qi Maosong stopped at a distance and saw a noise coming from under the wreckage of the broken building. Follow closely. A roar rang out. A huge arm stretched out from the bottom and pushed away the rubble piled above. Roar. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a horrible monster crawled out from inside. This monster is like a small Godzilla. It is huge in size, retains the flesh and skin unique to zombies, and has two huge arms. A pair of scarlet eyes quickly locked onto Qi Maosong, who was watching from a distance. Roar.
What the hell? What is this?
This sudden change gave Chi Maosong a shock. A string of names appeared in his sight: Tyrant, second form. The adventurers outside were frantically typing question marks on the screen, including Chi Maosong himself. A question mark slowly appeared in his mind, then twist the accelerator and escape at full power. The tyrant's body became huge, and at the same time, his running speed became much faster. It's no longer as slow as it was in the first form. If you slack off even a little, you will surely be caught up by this tyrant and torn to pieces. What kind of underworld boss is this, brother? I was wrong. Please stop chasing me. Chi Maosong's wails were floating over the streets. This made the outside adventurers laugh and think at the same time. How do you kill such a terrifying monster? In the territory, Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel at these operations. Originally, in his plan, it would take the combined efforts of several hundred adventurers to kill the tyrant. The first stage will require at least dozens of people. As a result, Chi Maosong actually defeated the first stage by himself. Well, if Yun Xiao is included, then there are 6 people, but no matter what, Chi Maosong's strength is obvious to all, as he was able to use the terrain to kill the tyrant. Chapter 69 Underground Laboratory. Compared to the fierce battle on Chi Maosong's side, the other teams can only be described as steady and average. They were all carefully searching for equipment and exploring the Raccoon City, which was full of mystery in their eyes. Feng Hao was full of confidence now that he had a tank in his hands. However, they did not become careless because of this. Apart from shelling the tank zombies, they never fired the main gun once. In most situations, machine guns were enough to deal with the situation. Think of it more as a means of transportation. These zombies are more sensitive to living things, while tanks are enclosed on all sides. As long as they hide in the tank, the zombies will not actively attack them. With the help of this tank, Feng He's reconnaissance efficiency is much higher than other teams, and they have already explored several areas. Chang Su's gaze was very clear from the beginning, and he went straight to the police station. Their choice was indeed correct, because here they had the firepower of an entire military arsenal. When the police station's firepower warehouse was opened, everyone was shocked by the dazzling array of hot weapons in front of them. Here, they found several RPGs, heavy machine guns, and numerous submachine guns and sniper rifles. This discovery surprised everyone in Changsu. Chang Wenhao acted promptly and deployed his troops directly at the police station to form a defensive formation. Several people carried machine guns to the entrance of the police station and set them up everywhere. The door of the police station was tightly closed. Any living creature passing by the door of the house would be fired at by machine guns. Although the adventurers condemned their behavior of having the strongest heavy firepower but being unwilling to go out to kill monsters and just wanting to sit there and wait for opportunities. But there was nothing wrong with what they did. The monsters outside were obviously very strong, and it was easier to win by defending on the spot. The wind and the squad's tanks, the police station's firepower depot of Chang Su's team for outside adventurers. This is undoubtedly a very good discovery. This way, you can go directly to these 2 locations next time you enter the dungeon. Sees 2 firing points, compared to the 2 of them. The Black Rose team's route is somewhat different. After changing their equipment, the Black Rose team went directly to the entrance of an underground laboratory, and this underground laboratory is the Honeycomb experimental base in the novice mode. Xinyu moved it to Raccoon City as a hidden Easter egg, and stored the T-virus injection that can cause human mutation in it. Unexpectedly, it was discovered so quickly. The main reason is that its foundation is too iconic, and it has the exclusive logo of the Umbrella Corporation on it. Therefore, it happened to be dug out by someone among the hundreds of adventurer videos before. Li Ruoshu was certain that there must be something here, so he rushed over with Black Rose. The other 4 members of Black Rose. The captain is named Chu Huiro, a woman with a ponytail, wheat-colored skin, and looks very muscular. The other 3 are Chu Ruoshua, Zheng Xiyu, and Zhang Xia. The last 2 are a pair of sisters, with twin ponytails and almost identical faces. Chu Ruoshua looks weak, but seems to be a little smart guy. She was in charge of the location of the Hive laboratory and the route along the way. The facts also prove it. Each time they were able to cleverly avoid areas with a large number of zombies and successfully obtain some high-level equipment. The entrance to the Hive base, Chu Ruoshua was holding a computer in her hand, and the other end of the computer was connected to the switch of the password door. The computer that Chen Yu set up was also a very simple device, and its only function was to crack a few passwords. There is a long tutorial in it, teach how to use it. Unfortunately, the adventurers from the other world had never seen a computer, so it took them a long time to figure it out. For this reason, the password cracking method set by Chen Yu is also very simple. It only takes a few hours to figure it out and open the door to the laboratory. Ruoshua, is it not done yet? Chu Huiro stood by and looked at the metal gate of the base with a frown. A few hours, if it is put in normal game, it's not a big deal,
but now it's in the game. Black Rose has wasted a lot of time here, and the surrounding area has been cleared by them, and no supplies can be found. Almost there, Chu Roashua said without raising her head. A pair of eyes were completely focused on the code jumping in front of them, eyes full of excitement. This thing called a computer is really amazing. Lines of code appeared on the screen as her fingertips tapped on the keyboard. Jump quickly. At the beginning, Chu Roashua spent a lot of time just reading the tutorial and learning how to use this thing. After I had learned almost everything, I used the computer again and suddenly I felt like I had suddenly been enlightened. Chu Roashua has always liked solving all kinds of puzzles. In her eyes, the wonders of computers are like opening up another new world. Wonderful. It's really amazing. IT is completely different from normal puzzle solving. In other dungeons, the content of puzzle solving is nothing more than finding the patterns or some objects and getting the password in this way, then open a lock or something, and in this dungeon, everything is so magical, whether it is the guns and weapons or the calculators in your hands. Or maybe it was the metal door in front of them. Every place was full of technology and had wonders that they could never imagine. Just a computer was enough to make Chu Roashua crazy about it. She found that she seemed to like this electronic world in code a little bit. Beep beep. As the last line of code was typed, the door of the laboratory made a beeping sound. Finally, a green light flashed and the door opened. Li Roashua immediately jumped down from the stone pier next to him, raised the flashlight in his hand, and stepped into the door first. A roar was heard. As if they realized that the door was opened, many zombies suddenly jumped out. The Black Rose squad immediately opened fire to prevent the zombies from getting close to them. Although they had not explored many places and had not obtained particularly powerful weapons, they had sufficient basic submachine guns and ammunition. Faced with the zombies' continuous attacks, Li Roashua and others were extremely calm. When the zombies rushed out of the door, they killed them one by one. Since they had already cleared out the zombies in this area, they were not worried that the continuous gunfire would attract other zombies. After more than 10 minutes of killing, bullet casings littered the ground. Zombie corpses piled up at the door of the laboratory. There are no new zombies rushing out. But just to be safe, Li Roashua still threw a flash grenade inside. There was a sudden flash of light and this burst of white light, several people clearly saw a figure lying on the ceiling. Under the strong light, it turned its head and ran inside. Chapter 70 Joshuan team following behind it's a liquor. Li Roashua was very familiar with these monsters. The movements of the liquors were unique and could be recognized at a glance. If this is the experimental base in the novice mode, then we may have to face more than a dozen liquors. Li Roashua's eyes darkened slightly. Judging from the timeline, this is obviously the node where the virus leaked from the laboratory and then spread to the entire city. The laboratory was dark, indicating that the Red Queen had been shut down. A dozen liquors and a large number of zombies occupied the laboratory. Roashua, why are you so sure that there is something important in it? Facing the pitch-black underground laboratory, Chu Roashua's heart tightened slightly. In terms of combat power, she was the worst among these people, so she always felt some fear when facing dark places, and logically speaking, the nature of this game is a confrontational one. The most important thing at the moment is to search for powerful weapons and then eliminate the other teams as quickly as possible. This is the most important thing. It is obviously irrational to explore such a dangerous place unless there are some subversive items inside. I don't know what's in here, but Li Roashua paused and said, when I was in novice mode, I found that there were many important areas that were inaccessible. There must be some key information hidden there, especially about this virus. No Lord would spend so much energy on some meaningless buildings, so I want to go in and take a look. Chu Roashua nodded helplessly. Li Roashua said something right. When a lord is building a dungeon, he will only construct details in key places, otherwise it would be a waste of energy, especially for some things that have never been seen before. It is really very energy consuming to construct them, and it is not something that ordinary people can accomplish. So when exploring a dungeon, just go to the places that have more details and are more unique. You will definitely be able to find the key clues, but the problem is, in the eyes of Chu Huairou and others, every place and every corner of this city is full of details. It is completely impossible for them to judge where more energy is consumed and where less. It seems as if this city existed in reality. Just from these details, Chu Huairou had to admit how terrifyingly wise the Lord who designed this underground city was. Such a huge city in another world actually took shape in his mind in just a few days? This is simply genius. Chu Huairou was sure that in the hundreds of years of history of the Lord's world, there had never been such a genius. No matter what period, it would take at least several years to build a vast unknown world. How is it possible to do something this fast and detailed? As Chu Huairou sighed,
everyone turned on their tactical flashlights and stepped into the darkness. Since the Hive Lab deliberately used such a complex code, it shows that there is indeed something worth exploring, there is no doubt about that. The zombies at the entrance have been cleared out. As everyone entered, darkness quietly swallowed them up, with only the light of a few flashlights keeping people alert all around. They held a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other. The air was so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. The flashlight flashed. Zhang Xie saw another shadow flash by at the end of her sight. She swallowed and pushed Zhang Xiyu next to her. Xiaoyu, why doesn't it attack us? Will it come over to say hello to us later? Compared to the timidity on Zhang Xia's face, Zhang Xiyu was obviously much more optimistic and cheerful. With a submachine gun in hand and a strange blush on his face, he said, "If it dares to come over, I will shoot it." Zhang Xia nodded and followed them closely. We found the train. Not long after, a long train appeared in front of everyone. Li Ruoshu recognized it. This was the train that appeared during the novice mode tutorial. The train was moving forward at the time. Look, where is the start switch? The computer in Chu Ruoshua's arms was quickly connected to the central motherboard of the train. Fortunately, although there were no lights inside the lab, there was actually electricity. It was not difficult to start and did not require any maintenance on their part. After all, Chen Yu also knew it. This is too difficult for the adventurers in the other world. A few minutes later, the train is electrified. Driving towards the depths of the Hive laboratory, what Li Ruoshu and others didn't notice was that when the train slowly started, 5 figures jumped onto the train, hiding in the last carriage. Only the adventurers watching outside knew this scene. It's Team Jiushuan. What are they doing? Are they planning to launch a surprise attack on the Black Rose team? When Black Rose opened the door, Jiuxian's people were watching from a distance. I guessed at the time that they must have some ideas. It seems that the grudge between them will have to be settled in this laboratory. An adventurer suddenly said. Grudges? Tell us about the grudges in detail. The man replied, it's nothing actually. You should know that Chen Yuxuan from the Jiushuan team is the ace of the Black Rose, right? But later, Li Ruoshu showed up and beat her. Chen Yuxuan was so angry that she left the Black Rose and then she formed a Jiushuan strategy group with her brother. Chen Yuxuan's biggest demon in recent years should be Li Ruoshu. He must dream of defeating her once. Hear him finish, the adventurers suddenly realized. That's what I was wondering, why did Chen Yuxuan inexplicably set up his own business? So that's why. No wonder from the very beginning, the goal of the Jiushuan strategy group was the same as that of Black Rose, and they both leaned towards this laboratory. Sure enough, the opponent knows the opponent best. The Jiushuan team sneaked into the car without being discovered by Black Rose. After they got on the bus, they stayed in one compartment and did not leave. The train was moving slowly. Zhang Xia and her sister came out of the car holding submachine guns and started patrolling. The scenery in the tunnel was flying backwards quickly. The light from the train illuminates the surroundings. Looking out through the window, you can see many zombies staring blankly at the train. Chapter 71 Arrival at the laboratory. At this time, a dozen zombie dogs suddenly jumped up from both sides, landed on the roof of the car. Zhang Xia immediately raised the submachine gun in her hand and aimed at the place where the sound came from. Don't worry, sister, they can't come in and won't say hello to you. Zhang Xiyu smiled. The train was enclosed and the zombie dogs were not strong enough to penetrate the iron sheet above. Soon, he was left behind in the moving train. Just as Zhang Xia breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly a figure broke through the window next to him and rushed into the train. The sudden change scared Zhang Xia. He immediately aimed the submachine gun in his hand at the black shadow and started firing. Fire flew everywhere. The bullets from the submachine gun hit the black shadow. Making a sound similar to metal collision, the black shadow let out a low growl and ran towards another carriage. It's the liquor. Zhang Xiyu rushed forward with a submachine gun in hand, excited. Xiaoyu, wait for me. Although Zhang Xia was a little scared, she still followed closely. In the front carriage, Li Ruoshu saw the two men chasing after them, but didn't say anything. After all, this liquor does need to be dealt with the strength of these two sisters, and the fact that their equipment is different from that in novice mode. It is not difficult to kill a liquor. Therefore, Li Ruoshu did not follow them, but stayed with Chu Huairou to protect Chu Ruoshue. Members of the Black Rose team. The strength of these two sisters should not be underestimated. There was almost no hesitation from the moment the liquor landed on the ground to the moment he fired the gun, and the bullets hit softer areas such as the abdomen. Otherwise, the liquor wouldn't run away in pain. A few minutes later, in a carriage, Zhang Xiyu finally found the liquor who had fled in pain. The guy was lying on the ground, gnawing on something. Zhang Xiyu pressed his back against the metal door of the carriage. He adjusted his position, raised the submachine gun in his hand and fired a burst of shots. Each shot hit the target accurately, emitting a burst of fire on the liquor. The residual heat from the muzzle burned the palms of my hands through my tactical gloves. At her feet, dozens of bullet shells were still smoking.
Xiaoyu, it's on the roof.
Zhang Xi's shot mixed with the roar of the train. The girl jumped into the air by pushing off the seat, using her tactical boots to push off the luggage rack, threw a grenade in her hand, and accurately predicted the position of the liquor. Boom, the liquor's howls made the car windows buzz. This 3-meter-tall monster hung upside down on the roof vent, its exposed muscle fibers like wriggling bloodworms, staring viciously at the two girls who attacked him. A long tongue swung, preparing to
counterattack them. Xiaoyu, close your eyes.
After Zhang Xi shouted this, she threw out a flash bomb and twisted her body and rolled over. The moment the strong light exploded in the car, the roar of the shotgun and the sound of tempered glass breaking sounded at the same time. At the last moment before closing her eyes, Zhang Xiyu madly fired at the liquor with a submachine gun, shattering the car windows and sending a biting cold wind into the car. While the liquor was unable to react, Zhang Xi pulled off 2 green grenades from her tactical vest. It was thrown onto the liquor again, and an explosion occurred to the liquor wine and the wall of fire that rose into the sky. Zhang Xiyu's point-blank shot accurately hit the tumor on the liquor's head. The fierce firepower easily broke the tumor. The liquor twitched and crashed into the connection between the carriages, and finally fell off the train, and was easily crushed by the speeding train. An adventurer perfectly kills a liquor and obtains a liquor illustration. The moment the liquor died, this reminder also appeared in Chen Yu's mind. Did it actually explode? Really good. Throughout the day, I received quite a few of these higher-level monster encyclopedia cards. Chen Yu drank Coke while watching the live broadcast of the game happily. I also get a card or two from time to time. It feels pretty good. These professional players are better. The chances of getting a card are higher. There are only 2 ways to increase the explosion rate of cards. The first is to upgrade the castle level, the second is to create difficult conditions for adventurers. The more difficult the situation is to kill the monster, the easier it is to get the card. Therefore, the drop rate of professional players must be higher than that of ordinary adventurers. The scene of the 2 sisters killing the liquor was naturally seen by adventurers from outside, and their wonderful operation made them extremely excited. The number of people watching the entire live broadcast room has increased. Now, with the publicity of the Adventurers Guild, almost the entire Tide Town knows about this matter. They all gathered in the live broadcast room and didn't even want to challenge the dungeon. As expected of a member of the Black Rose, not only is Li Ruoshu incredibly strong, but the others are also very good. Yeah, for most teams, it's basically a death sentence if they run into liquor, but they can actually chase liquor and beat him. I can only say that the boss's operation is different from ours. After killing the liquor, the train also came to the depths of the hive base. As if attracted by the sound of the train, countless zombies rushed over with bared fangs and claws. Get out of the car and clean up the zombies. Chu Huiro threw out several grenades and cleared out the zombies below. Immediately afterwards, 5 people got off the train and started shooting at the zombies. With the support of powerful firepower, the zombies on the side of the train were quickly cleared out. Several people walked towards the deep laboratory. A few minutes later, several more figures jumped down from the last carriage of the train. Chen Yuxuan looked at the direction where the Black Rose group left, and a smile appeared on his lips. With Black Rose leading the way, they basically didn't need to fight. They just needed to use the sabers in their hands to kill the scattered zombies. There was another sound of gunfire coming from the front. If nothing unexpected happens, Black Rose will run into the liquor again.
Ah Xian, should we go over and help?
Chen Jiu raised the automatic rifle in his hand and looked at the girl next to him. If we take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, I am sure I can kill them all.
Chen Yuxuan shook his head. Just follow them. The terrain here is more complicated than we thought, and there are more enemies than we thought.
We also have to be careful. There should be liquors nearby. Chen Jiu nodded. Most other areas only have 1 or 2 high-level monsters, but here there are already several liquors. The number may be even higher. The situation was somewhat beyond their expectations. However, before he could finish his words, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the darkness and pounced on the short boy in the team.
Zhao He.
Chen Jiu let out a low roar, raised his automatic rifle and fired, trying to repel the figure. As a result, the liquor not only did not retreat, but instead twisted and turned to pounce towards Zhou Yi. Chen Yuxuan immediately raised the shotgun hanging on his chest, aimed, and fired. Bang! The shotgun is the strongest close combat weapon. It only took 2 shots to beat the liquor bag, and the broken shrapnel hit its forehead. Under the pain, I subconsciously want to retreat. However, Chen Zhou had already aimed the automatic rifle in his hand at it and shot it in the head. After killing a liquor, it is not surprising that Black Rose must have heard the noise here. The identity of Zhou Xuan's team also changed from stalkers, and they all knew of each other's existence. Here, Black Rose has killed 3 liquors I heard gunshots from. Behind, Chu Huairou gave a look to Zhang Xie and her sister. The two of them immediately understood and stayed where they were. Chapter 72. Sister Xian, Xiaoyu misses you. After killing the liquor. After a short rest, the Zhoushuan team continued to move forward following the trail of the Black Rose. They had been careful enough along the way, guarding against possible monsters and Black Rose's cold guns, but when passing a laboratory point, 2 flash bombs appeared in front and behind, and a burst of strong light burst out, and the entire aisle was filled with white light. They are coming. The flash bomb is too far away to have much impact. Several members of Zhoushuan's team quickly found a place and hid. Hello. In front, Zhang Shiyu's enthusiastic call was heard. Are you Zhoushuan's friends? I've heard of you for a long time. Is my dear sister Xian also among them? There was no movement inside as Zhang Shiyu continued to speak on her own. Sister Xian, long time no see. Do you still remember Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu still misses you very much. You little lunatic, you'd better stop thinking about me. Chen Yuxuan casually threw out 2 smoke bombs, and smoke exploded between them, blocking the view. That won't do. I still like Sister Xian very much. I think about her every moment of every day. Zhang Shiyu said. He raised the submachine gun in his hand and fired randomly into the smoke. It can be seen that Zhang Shiyu had no target at all and was just attacking randomly, without thinking that these bullets could hit the enemy. However, her attack also exposed her position. Chen Yuxuan snatched the automatic rifle from her teammate's hand, aimed at Zhang Shiyu's position and fired a shot. Bang! Zhang Shiyu's left arm exploded. Blood floated in the air. Seeing the damage on her arm, Zhang Shiyu was not panicked. Instead, she smiled excitedly. Is this a reward from Sister Xian? Sister Xian's attacks are still as accurate as ever. Xiaoyu really likes it. The adventurer's pain was greatly suppressed, but even so, there is still a certain amount of pain. The severe pain from the arm being blown apart feels like cutting one's own flesh with a knife, but Zhang Shiyu not only felt nothing, her face became even more excited and flushed. Zhang Shiyu held the submachine gun in one hand and began to change his position constantly, firing bursts into the smoke. Without an arm, her movements were affected and she was unable to roll over. You can only use this method of movement to shoot. At the same time, smoke bombs were constantly thrown, blocking the vision of the entire laboratory. We can't keep getting entangled with this little crazy girl. She must have a purpose for doing this. Chen Yuxuan was still very familiar with her former teammates. However, they were about to retreat. Zhang Xie threw a grenade from behind, blowing down the door of the laboratory. You two, do you really think you are our opponents? Chen Yuxuan said coldly with a gloomy look in his eyes. We. Zhang Shiyu smiled and said, of course not. If Sister Xian gets serious, how can the two of us be your opponent? But once there's all this commotion, new friends will arrive soon, won't they? Zhang Xie added in a low voice, I hope they don't say hello to me. Never, never. New friend? Chen Yuxuan's pupils trembled and he reacted immediately, but it was too late. Dozens or even hundreds of zombies have surrounded the laboratory, as well as zombie dogs and even a few agile figures shuttling through the smoke. They are coming. Zhang Shiyu tilted her head and smiled, then turned around and saw an ugly face facing her. Hello. The submachine gun in his hand fired out, hitting the hard body of the liquor. The sharp claws in the hands of the angry liquor had suddenly pierced through her abdomen, piercing it instantly. Damn it, this little lunatic is as difficult as ever. Chen Yuxuan cursed inwardly. Retreat, don't get entangled with them. Chen Zhou said in a low voice, but when they wanted to leave through the collapsed door at the back, they found that Zhang Xie was blocking the door behind them. He repeatedly used grenades and submachine guns to block the route of several people leaving. While throwing, he kept saying, don't come over here, don't come over here, go over there quickly. There must be something wrong with you two sisters. Chen Zhou was so angry that he laughed. Chen Yuxuan sighed, that's why I hate dealing with these two sisters. The liquors are here, ready to fight. Zhang Xia blocked it. Jiuxuan's team lost the best opportunity to escape. Fortunately, there are many places in this laboratory that can be used as shelters. Relying on these shelters, Jiuxuan's team actually managed to deal with several lickers. Chen Yuxuan burst out with amazing fighting power. With a shotgun in his hand, he killed countless zombies and zombie dogs. When a licker tried to open his mouth, she stuffed a grenade into it. Bang! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The rotten and bloody smell enveloped the entire laboratory. It's almost nauseating. The number of lickers is increasing, and the number of zombies is also increasing. The flash bombs, gunshots, and the smell of Zhang Xiyu's blood in front gradually attracted the zombies in the distance. No matter how hard Jiuxuan's team defended, they gradually began to suffer casualties. In this chaos, Zhang Xia, who was on the other side, was accidentally knocked to the ground by a licker and died. It is unknown how long the battle lasted. Jiuxuan's team had almost used up all their ammunition, and the only casualties were Chen Jiu and Chen Yuxuan. Damn it, I was so careless. Chen Yuxuan suffered because he didn't understand the novice mode, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily tricked by these two little lunatics. Although the Zhang Xia sister is now offline, but his own team wasn't much better. The ground was littered with corpses. 5 or 6 lickers have died. There are countless zombie dogs and zombies. Chen Yuxuan's fighting power is indeed explosive, and it is not a problem for him to fight against a licker alone, but the thing is, the licker won't fight you. In a one-on-one duel, in the end, Xinjiu also went offline. She was the only one left. This time, 2 figures appeared at the door of the laboratory. A fierce firepower once again attacked the lickers inside. These two people are Chu Huairou and Li Ruoshu. After returning from this trip, they seem to have become a little different. A strange black color appeared in their originally beautiful pupils. The physical fitness of both of them seemed to have been greatly enhanced. A zombie dog tried to launch a sneak attack, but Chu Huairou grabbed its upper and lower jaws and tore it apart. This scene shocked the adventurers in the live broadcast room so much that they jumped up. It's so shocking. I didn't expect that after the T-virus was injected, it would give the original owner such powerful strength. He could tear a zombie dog apart with his bare hands. This strength is probably far beyond the scope of humans. Chapter 73. Being chased like a dog. You did not expect that when 3 people were injected with the T-virus at the same time, 2 of them actually survived, successfully coexisted with the T-virus, and gained enhanced power. Chu Ruoshu had died during the mutation process because her consciousness could not resist the erosion of the T-virus and she eventually turned into a zombie and died. But 2 out of 3 people succeeded, and this success ratio already surprised Chen Huairou in his setting. Those who can withstand the invasion of the T-virus are definitely people with extremely strong wills. These professional players really surprised me. They are worthy of being members of the strategy team. It seems that I have to upgrade the castle as soon as possible and build a few more adventurer huts to bring them all under my command. Through this game, Chen Yu saw many players with potential. If he could recruit them, it would definitely be beneficial to the future development of the territory. After being strengthened by the T-virus, Li Ruoshu's physical parameters were greatly enhanced. Under the double attack of her and Chu Huairou, the only remaining lickers in the laboratory were quickly eliminated. The 2 came in front of Chen Yuxuan. Snort. Chen Yuxuan turned his head away and said, "If you want to kill him, just kill him quickly. It's not the first time I've lost anyway." The tracking failed and he was killed. Chen Yuxuan already felt very ashamed and now just wanted to log off as soon as possible. He would disband the strategy group when he returned, but the result, not only did Li Ruoshu not shoot her, but he handed her a syringe. "We finally got together, why don't we fight a boss together? Of course, first of all, you have to be able to handle it, don't let me underestimate you." After saying Li Ruoshu walked outside. Chu Huairou smiled at her and gave her a thumbs up to encourage her. Watching them both leave, Chen Yuxuan sat there blankly, looking at the injection in his hand. T-virus, after injection, there is a chance of gaining stronger power, and there is also a chance of mutating into a zombie. After gritting his teeth, Chen Yuxuan picked up the syringe in his hand and shot it into his body. In Raccoon City. If we were to say who the busiest person is, it would definitely be Qi Maosong, who was treated like a dog by the tyrant. The motorcycle's throttle was about to explode, but the tyrant was still chasing after him. The tyrant seemed to have set its sights on him. Its huge body rampaged through the streets of Raccoon City, sending junked cars flying under the impact. Qi Maosong turned his head and looked behind him, sweating coldly. "Brother, you have been chasing me for more than half an hour, can you take a break?" The tyrant roared back. In addition to the tyrant, many ordinary zombies and high-level zombies were also attracted and joined. A tide of zombies formed. Lickers, tanks, smokers, all seemed to be called upon by the tyrant,
and their numbers have reached an alarming level. If we stop for a moment, designated to be torn into pieces, the battle under the Hive laboratory has ended, and the commentary is now mostly focused on Chi Maosong. Everyone was looking forward to seeing him escape again. He escaped from the clutches of tyrants both times. This time, will it be possible? Chi Maosong's speed has reached 100 kilometers per hour. In this city full of obstacles, he can easily avoid the vehicles parked in front of him. His reaction speed is really terrifying. The tyrant's second form once again broke through the blockade of abandoned vehicles. Unexpectedly, even a truck couldn't stop him and was knocked away. Look, there is another stream of abandoned vehicles ahead, and Chi Maosong has actually jumped onto the roof of a car. His motorcycle is speeding across the roofs of the cars without slowing down at all. As the voice of the commentator deepens, the adventurers' minds were all aroused, and their eyes all fell on Chi Maosong, watching him deal with the tyrant behind him. This time, the commentator suddenly exclaimed. Front, another team's data response has appeared ahead. Look! It's the members of Fenghe team. They are driving tanks on the road ahead. Was it a chance encounter? It seems so. Feng He and his team probably didn't expect to encounter Chi Maosong here. They probably didn't expect what was behind Chi Maosong, really. As the commentator said, Fenghe's team did not expect to encounter people from other teams here. When I saw the motorcycle appear in front of me, the main gun of Fenghe team's tank has begun to adjust its position, and Chi Maosong's figure has appeared on the aiming crosshairs, but the next second, the ground began to shake. Captain Fenghe was startled and hurriedly stopped the young man in the machine. Wait a minute, there seems to be something behind. What? The young man smiled confidently. No matter what it is, it will all be reduced to ashes under my artillery fire. Fuck! Don't move, close the tank's cover. After the captain of Fenghe team shouted this, there was a sudden silence in the cockpit. Only his eyes, through the observation port above, saw a large number of zombies appearing in front of him. Oh shit, when the tyrant's second form appeared in sight, this was the only word left in Feng and everyone in the team's minds. What kind of monster is this? Following closely behind are the faster lickers and smokers, as well as the slightly slower tanks, fatties, etc. Formed a zombie frenzy. This is the fucking end. This was the only thought echoing in the hearts of everyone in Fenghe's team. What is Doomsday? This is the real end of the world. Before, they thought that killing 1 or 2 tank zombies and smokers was just the tip of the iceberg in this doomsday. Chapter 74. Pretend not to see me. Not to see. Chi Maosong's motorcycle quickly passed by their tank. Following closely behind was the tyrant, who was not far away. Feng and the team could only pray and pretend that the tyrant couldn't see them. No one knew whether their prayers were successful or the tyrant was simply not paying attention to them, but they actually passed by each other. But the zombie tide that followed completely submerged the tank. In the midst of the zombie frenzy, Feng and his team only saw one zombie after another crawling on top of the tank. They heard thudding footsteps and strange friction sounds coming from above the iron sheet, which scared them so much that they couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, the tank was well sealed and no zombies discovered their traces for the time being. Unfortunately, among the countless zombies, there was still a licker that sensed something was wrong and lay on the tank to sniff. A long, thin tongue had stretched out from the muzzle and was about to reach the tank's cab. Seeing that the situation was not good, the young man immediately pressed the button of the smoke bomb. There are smoke bombs installed on both sides of the tank, which are used on the battlefield to hide the shape of the tank. After the smoke bomb was fired, white smoke immediately covered the entire tank. The licker immediately retracted his tongue and stood up. He looked around a few times. After noticing any movement, he turned around and left. However, what the licker did not expect was that when he left, the tank behind him had turned its gun and fired a shot at it. Boom, the licker was blown to pieces in an instant. At this moment, the zombie frenzy had passed, and they were chasing Chi Maosong's position and disappeared in a certain direction. After killing the licker, the young man asked, "Captain, shall we leave?" Fenghe's captain was silent for a long time. Follow him. The others were slightly stunned, and when they looked at the captain's face, they only saw excitement. "Captain, I'm going to blast it to death." Fenghe's captain spoke concisely and conveyed his ideas to his teammates. Hearing this, the other teammates also showed excited smiles. Good. Blast it to death. He had a tank in hand, but he could only watch the zombie tide pass by without daring to move. After coming to my senses, the people in Fenghe felt as if there was a thorn in their hearts.
making them uncomfortable, and now that he heard the captain's order, the thought in his heart suddenly disappeared. The teammate in the cab immediately stepped on the left track steering button, making the tank slowly turn around, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the direction of the zombie. Tied inside the police station, Chang Wenhao heard noises coming from afar, especially the bombardment of the tank's main gun, the sound of which could be heard from far away. It could be heard from 3 streets away. Chang Wenhao was standing on the highest floor of the police station. Through the telescope in his hand, he had already seen the zombie horde flashing over there.
What's going on? Such a large-scale zombie riot, could it be that the riot is set up to happen after some kind of trigger? They did not see Qi Maosong, who flashed by. After all, he was too fast and the target was too small. By the time they picked up the telescope, he had disappeared, but after more than 10 minutes, they saw His tank slowly passing by. What kind of vehicle is this? It looks pretty cool. Chang Wenhao was stunned and could only sigh. Whatever it is, I never expected that there would be other teams following the zombie craze. They are really reckless. Wu Qingxiu smiled coldly. The most important thing in this game is defense. It is the stupidest thing to fight a protracted war and take the initiative to attack. It is the most correct thing to do to find a defensive point and fight a positional war like we did. Next to him, the unfamiliar face from Chang Su's strategy team also said without turning his head, indeed, from the perspective of winning the game, surviving to the end is the most important thing. He stroked the sniper rifle in his hand and said this, but deep down, he was still eager to challenge stronger zombies. Zhang Qinghe can only use a sniper rifle to shoot ordinary zombies. In fact, he feels like he has a hammer in his hand, but can only hit cotton. It made him feel quite uncomfortable. This time, some adventurers also recognized him. If I'm not mistaken, this new face of Chang Su looks a bit like a member of the strongest strategy team in the deep sea town next door. I remember seeing him in a match. He was a very strong player. How come he is here? It turned out to be him. Why did he look so familiar? So? Chang Su was silent all this time, and it turns out he was calling for help. Ha, they called in foreign aid and ended up being cowards here? Yun Zhao's performance was more exciting than theirs. Who said it wasn't? This is because he only has the desire to win. Chang Su probably just wants to survive to the end and reverse his recent reputation. Some people made fun of this. After all, many people watch the game for the exciting moments and don't care who wins or loses, as long as it's exciting enough. After seeing these words, Yun Zhao's people's expression suddenly relaxed a lot. When they were wiped out by Qi Maosong alone, they could hardly raise their heads. Just when Chang Su was watching the fun. Qi Maosong's destination has also been locked. He had circled around a gas station twice and finally found an opportunity. Seeing his target, the outside world began to boil again. Shit, it's a gas station. Are we finally back to the scene of burning the tyrant? This is so hot. We should really let Chang Su's trash see clearly what a real boss is. If we succeed in burning the tyrant this time, Qi Maosong's name will be engraved on the ranking list of Tide Town. It's getting closer. I don't know if the boss can succeed. The tyrant is too close this time. I'm afraid there won't be much time to prepare. I hope it works out. The barrage was filled with cheers. Qi Maosong suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the motorcycle soared to 130 yards. He began to brake rapidly when approaching the gas station. When the speed dropped to a certain level, he jumped down with a somersault and rolled a few times on the ground to release the remaining force. The motorcycle flew away due to inertia. It can be seen that Qi Maosong had no intention of leaving himself a way out. After getting up from the ground, he started adding gasoline. Open every pipe in the gas station and gasoline will gush out. That's what I remember, these things called gasoline that would catch fire and eventually explode. Qi Maosong recalled the scene of the explosion and a wild grin appeared on his face. The next second, a zombie dog pounced over and knocked Qi Maosong to the ground, and the pistol in his hand flew out grass. Without a pistol, he had no way of setting the gas station on fire. The tyrant is approaching. Qi Maosong's body burst out with the last bit of potential and he shook off the zombie dog. He turned over and ran towards where the pistol fell. However, at some point, a licker had already appeared on the roof of the gas station. A sharp tongue shot out and pierced Qi Maosong completely, leaving him unable to move at all. The tyrant had also rushed into the gas station.
With one angry claw, he beat Shi Maosong into pieces of meat. The gasoline at the gas station gushed out madly under the tyrant's claws. Unfortunately, Shi Maosong is already dead. There is no way to light a gas station on fire.
Is this the end?
When the adventurers from outside saw the scene, they all showed disappointed expressions.
Chapter 75, Gas Station Burning. Tyrant Shi Maosong took so much effort to lure the tyrant to the gas station and fill the tyrant's body with gasoline. Result, the only thing missing is a trigger to detonate it. How can they accept this? Boom. And just at this moment, everyone heard another roar. And when they looked again, they saw a shell roaring and landing on the tyrant at the gas station. Boom. This was the first roar, and it was relatively quiet. Boom. When the burning flames completely engulfed the entire gas station, a second roar occurred, and the fuel under the gas station was completely detonated. Soon, a huge mushroom cloud appeared in front of everyone. Rising up, the huge mushroom cloud of fire looked like the god of fire descending to engulf everything in everyone's eyes. This moment, everyone stand up. The mushroom cloud of the explosion was imprinted in everyone's eyes, and unprecedented cheers broke out in the barrage.
Wow, this is so cool.
Cool. This dungeon is really awesome.
If it weren't for this game, I would never have figured out how to defeat this tyrant in my life.
It makes me feel really good just watching it. I will definitely go in and play after the game.
From now on, I am Lord Shen's dog, and I will chase his dungeon without letting go.
Me too. It's hard to imagine how much profit this dungeon can bring us.
Not far away, Feng He and his men also climbed out of the tanks one after another. When they saw the rising mushroom cloud, they felt so excited that they could not express it in words.
Captain, did you see that? I shot that mushroom cloud. Bah, if I don't give you a cannonball, can you shoot it? Anyway, I'm the one who pressed the fire button.
The 5 men of Feng He sat shoulder to shoulder on the tank, exhausted, with only endless excitement in their eyes. However, within a few seconds, a roar suddenly broke out in the gas station.
What the hell, isn't this the third stage? Everyone was startled by the roar.
Foam and his team immediately returned to the cockpit, moved the guns and aimed at the location where the roar came from. I saw a burning figure slowly crawling out from inside.
Fuck, it's not dead.
What appeared before his eyes was still the tyrant, the second form. However, under the explosion and flames, the tyrant had been blown to pieces, with only one arm left on his body, dragging his body out. Grass.
He's not dead yet, what a pervert. Keep doing it, load the gun.
Feng He's men also became ruthless and covered the tyrant with full firepower.
Shot after shot from the muzzle of the smoothbore cannon hit the tyrant. There were bursts of explosions of fire. There was also a machine gun on the roof that was constantly spitting out flames, which, accompanied by the wind and the squad's crazy shouts, fell on the tyrant like raindrops. The tyrant also let out roars of pain, but that didn't stop it.
Damn it, why can't I die?
What kind of underworld monster is this? It's too hard to fight, isn't it? How come it's still alive after so many shells have been fired at it? How can we fight this? Captain, should we retreat?
The team member in the cockpit below asked. He kept driving the tank backwards to increase the distance between him and the tyrant, but if this continues, the tyrant will rush upon them sooner or later.
Retreat?
Why retreat?
Just kill it. It doesn't matter if you lose the game. I have to kill this thing today.
The shells were stuffed in one by one. The tank's gun barrel was already emitting heat. If this continued, the main gun barrel would explode. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, a tanker truck rushed over from a distance, hit the tyrant hard. He actually pushed the tyrant back 2 steps. Just when Feng He's team didn't know what was going on, the window of the tanker truck's cab slowly rolled down, and a man's head popped out from inside. He gave them a thumbs up and said, "Stop standing there, shoot at me." This man is Wu Yue. It turned out that he had already seen Shi Maosong's figure ahead and predicted his target. So he took the remaining teammate, found the tanker truck, and followed it. Wu Yu and his friends were not originally part of the strategy group, and they had never thought about winning the championship in this competition. Seeing the tyrant crawling out of the fire half dead, he gritted his teeth and charged forward with his teammates. The teammate had died in the collision. He was not in good condition at the moment, with a bloody head, and he only had time to say this sentence.
"Shoot at me. Shoot at me. What a man.
Load the bullets and get ready to shoot." Boom, the tank's main gun roared again, and the shell landed accurately on the tanker truck. Boom, the tanker truck suddenly exploded, and the violent blast shook the entire street. The tyrant was the first to be hit and was enveloped by the explosion. The tyrant uttered a wail under the explosion so close to it, and the flames completely engulfed it. After struggling on the spot for a long time, it finally stopped moving. Flames covered his entire body, and the entire street was boiling in flames, with the temperature rising by an unknown number of degrees.
Should he die? I think so. I won't stir a muscle. They say that those who don't move are turtles, but a tyrant shouldn't be a turtle, right? Ha 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 ha, we really did blow up the tyrant.
Nothing more, it's really just a little sprinkle of water.
We can easily win again. It's so funny, this should be the end, there can't be a third stage. Why are you looking at me?
The words haven't been finished yet. The flame burning in front suddenly boiled up and rose like boiling water, then the flames seemed to be absorbed and suddenly shrank back into the wreckage of the tyrant. Follow closely, the tyrant's remains turned into a wriggling ball of flesh, like a long loaf of bread, crawling out of the flames. Tentacles stretched out from the long bread-shaped flesh to it was like a giant digestive organ. As the power of the flames continued to expand, many huge acid-filled pustular tissues grew on its back. Completely losing its original appearance, the incomplete limbs were replaced by abnormally developed and huge tentacles, which crawled on the ground in a strange way. Tyrant, third form. The barrage was filled with another series of question marks. Chi Maosong, who had just logged into the live broadcast interface, couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp when looking at this behemoth. It's hell, it's just too hellish. Watch as the third form appears. The foulmouthed teammate couldn't help but slap himself in the face. Let you talk dirty.
Chapter 76. The third form ultimate chaser. Cannonballs loaded, ready to fire.
After a brief moment of surprise, Fing's captain immediately gave orders, although he also knew that the tank's main gun would probably not have any effect on this behemoth. But never back down at this moment. The driver below drove the tank backwards. Fing launched continuous artillery fire, and shells fell on the tyrant. The flames exploded above the tumor, but it did not affect its actions at all. The tyrant's tentacles suddenly stretched out, tightly grasped the tank, which had no time to retreat, and then pulled it. The tank that looked so glorious in front instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal and was torn into pieces. Extending from these large tentacles were thin and small tentacles, which reached into the abandoned iron block, hooked out Fong and several members of his team one by one, and sent them into the huge tumor on the head. Fingha team, all members were wiped out. Seeing this,
the adventurers outside fell silent. Who can beat this? The underworld is a bit too much. It's too big. How can we possibly be its opponent without some magic? Lord Chen, can this boss really be defeated by everyone?
This is too difficult. Now all 6 teams are basically wiped out.
It's outrageous. There are 2 Black Roses left, and only 1 Jiu Xin left.
Only all members of Chang Su's team are alive.
If we want to kill this third stage, I think there is no hope, right? No. Could it be that Chang Su's group of cowards are the final winners? I don't accept it. That's right, if Chang Su wins, I will be the first one to be dissatisfied. Isn't this what Go won?
The adventurers were all furious.
After all, in their opinion, Chang Su was the least interesting person in the entire game. Mingming was also one of the 3 major strategy groups in Titletown, and was as famous as Black Rose and Jiuxuan at the time. As a result, in this game, in order to win, he simply became the king of survival. Even if they win, the adventurers will not admit it. Wait a minute, look, the tyrant is getting up. Where is he going? That direction seems to be the police station where Chang Su is. Oh, right. The tyrant has a function to automatically chase adventurers. After detecting that Fong and the team are dead, it will immediately start searching for the next target. In other words, he has now activated the full map hunting mode? The third form of the tyrant will hunt down adventurers all over the map, which was also set by Qinyu. After all, we have fought our way here. If we don't force these adventurers, how do we know whether they can win? Maybe he will be killed or a card will explode. As the tyrant approached the police station, the adventurers who were watching the battle became more excited. This might be the first time they desperately wanted the tyrant to abuse the contestants. The third form of the tyrant is significantly slower and not as ferocious as the second form. But every movement he made would cause the earth to shake inside the police station. Chang Wenhao looked at the mushroom cloud exploding in the distance with amazement in his eyes. These idiots, probably all died in the explosion? Wu Qingshu smiled coldly. Chang Su and his crew were completely unaware that a huge monster was approaching, still watching coldly, waiting for others to die. It was not until a few minutes later, when a giant tentacles pulled on two houses and appeared in front of the police station, that Chang Su's men discovered the problem of this. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? The sense of oppression brought by the tyrant's third form is enormous, especially when he pulls two buildings and stands in the middle of them. The mouth parts on the abdomen are like an abyss. Looking at those people made my scalp tingle. Zhang Qinghe stood there in a daze, unable to imagine what was going on. Is this the strength of the Lord of Tidal Town? Something is wrong. Didn't Tide Town lose the election and be sent to the area of the new lord? How come there is such a powerful dungeon? Everything here is full of novelty. This has never happened in hundreds of years of history. How could even the most powerful lord of the deep sea town could build a most exquisite little world that was not even 1/10 of this? Zhang Qinghe was almost unable to move due to the shock of the tyrant's third form. It was not until Chang Wenhao shouted loudly that he reacted, shooting. Hearing this, all of Chang Su's men picked up their heavy weapons and attacked the tyrant's third form. The RPG dragged a flaming tail and landed on the tyrant, emitting flames. The Gatling gun at the door was spinning wildly, and in an instant thousands of bullets were fired and landed on the tyrant. However, the tank's missiles could not cause much damage and could not stop the tyrant's advance, let alone the equipment in the police station. The firepower of Chang Wenhao and others is indeed very strong, but it didn't have much effect. The tyrant was already approaching, and a huge tentacle stretched out, destroying the entire building with just a sweep. Many of Chang Su's men were killed or injured. Quickly run to the police station's firepower depot, where there are some equipment and rocket launchers. That was their only power to fight back. The tyrant's third form followed closely behind, crawling on the shattered police station, like a giant stepping on a toy and climbing on the ruins. He lowered his head, opened his mouth, and bit the people outside the police station. And just at this moment, on top of a tall building, Li Ruoshu was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, with the crosshairs aimed at the armory. The moment the tyrant approaches, pull the trigger on the bazooka. The rocket dragged its tail flame and landed on the armory at the same time as the tyrant bit Chang Su and others. Instantly, a huge explosion occurred. There are many weapons in the armory, including grenades, TNT, RPG and other equipment, and a lot of explosives. This time the explosion was close to his face. The huge mushroom cloud once again smashed onto the tyrant's head. Chapter 77. Wow, Spider-Man! A magnificent scene suddenly burst out in front of everyone's eyes. Fuck! As expected of Li Ruoshu, even from such a long distance, this rocket launcher can still hit the target accurately. The timing was just right. Chang Su's men probably never dreamed that they would become bait in the hands of others. There's no need to worry about the outcome now. Once Chang Su dies, the winning team will definitely be Black Rose. Now only Chen Yuxuan is left. Chen Yuxuan has resisted the T-virus before, and his fighting power is also very strong now. But Black Rose has defeated them, so they should not resist again. So what do the three of them want to do? Are they planning to put an end to this final boss once and for all? After this explosion, this boss should be almost dead, right? As the chat content in the barrage was released, the tyrant who was bombed by the explosion lay on the ground twitching for a long time. Finally, he got up again. His body seemed to have absorbed the energy generated by the explosion and became even larger. At this moment, it was as tall as a floor. The comments were so frightening that they kept shouting, "Oh my god! How could these weapons kill a creature of such a terrifying size?" The tyrant immediately locked onto Li Ruoshu on the tall building, turned around, and crawled towards her. This foreign server dungeon has ended. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Get a set of Happy Family bucket, a box of chocolates. Deep Sea Towner Zhang Qinghe looked at the large amount of rich food in front of him and fell into deep thought. Is this the charm of the foreign server dungeon? How lucky is Tide Town to have such a powerful lord? And these foods smell so good. They are different from anything I've ever seen before. But speaking of it, it's really a bit embarrassing. A good game turned out like this. If I had taken the initiative to challenge, I should have gotten more. Zhang Qinghe still wanted to go back and look for the shadow of Resident Evil, but their town could not be connected to the underground cities in other areas. The link that Chang Wenhao gave him has also expired. Can only enter once. Chang Wenhao applied for this link twice. This is the price of seeking foreign aid, except for the foreign server dungeons randomly refreshed by the system. If adventurers want to participate in dungeons in other areas, they can only let the adventurers there consume 2 times and give him a link. Generally speaking, this kind of link will only be used in special circumstances such as seeking external assistance. Resident Evil is so much fun. Damn it! How can I play it again?
Zhang Qinghe repeatedly operated on the system interface, looking for a hint of possibility. However, unless the people of Tide Town were willing to invite him, there was no other way. All that's left is to keep playing the system's random dungeons, praying that one day I'll get to play Resident Evil.
Please, let me play properly for once. Damn it, I shouldn't have stayed with Chang Su's people. I should have gone out to have some fun. But now, I feel so itchy.
No, I have to find the Adventurers Guild and ask them to hold a friendly competition with Tide Town.
In the deep-sea town, as Zhang Qinghe's wails were heard. Compared to his discomfort, Chang Su's people now looked as if they had eaten a dead fly, with extremely ugly expressions. The whole internet is scolding them, laugh at them. The entire guide is like a clown, and its reputation on the internet is even worse than Yun Zhao's. This is so infuriating. Chang Wenhao directly disbanded the strategy group. There's no way. It's just too embarrassing. If I keep going on, I'll just be laughed at even more.
Brother, who the hell is your big brother?
Chang Wenhao pushed Wu Qingshu away and went back to his room to sulk. At this moment, the game had actually been declared over, but it continued because Li Ruoshu did not kill Chen Yuxuan. But everyone knows that now the competition is no longer a battle between adventurers, but a fight between adventurers and the final boss. All eyes in Tidal Town were focused on Li Ruoshu. They were all looking at her, hoping that she could find a way to kill the tyrant's third form. The tyrant's huge body was wriggling in the city, like an evil god destroying everything in the face of the doomsday disaster. It moves very slowly, but it is just too big. Just by crawling a little, it can cross a building. It seems slow, but it is actually faster than the second form. Several action rooms, then they came to the tall building where Li Ruoshu was. The long and thick tentacles smashed down like a giant hammer. The building collapsed in an instant. Amidst the collapsed ruins, a slender figure stepped on the stones, and the flying rope in his hand had already hooked onto another floor. The zipline retracted, pulling him to another floor. Li Ruoshu quickly killed several zombies on the floor, then turned around to look at the huge monster in front of him with a frown. If even the explosion in the armory can't kill it, then what else in this city can kill this monster? There are indeed many gas stations left, but even the second form is difficult to kill. Can the third form really be killed by explosion? Li Ruoshu had doubts in his heart. The key point is that she discovered that every time this third form experienced an explosion, its size would become a little bigger, as if it was absorbing the energy generated by the explosion. The third form of the tyrant quickly locked onto Li Ruoshu on the floor and continued to approach her. As a last resort, Li Ruoshu could only shuttle quickly between cities, relying on the mobility of the zipline, and he was able to escape safely time and time again while being hunted by the tyrant. Buildings collapsed behind him, huge stones fell off, and reinforced concrete fell. The extremely huge creature let out a strange roar and crawled among the wreckage of the building. This series of operations made the outside adventurers extremely excited. It's really awesome. Li Ruoshu is indeed the strongest trump card of Black Rose. He can actually survive under such extreme conditions. She flew between the tall buildings like a trapeze artist, playing with the terrifying tyrant behind her. The commentary became more and more passionate. If Chi Maosong's operation is the limit of human beings. At this moment, Li Ruoshu's operations are one magnificent art after another. After being strengthened by the T-virus, Li Ruoshu's physical qualities have been greatly enhanced, including his reaction speed. As a professional player, her reaction ability is already very strong. Now after being strengthened again, she has such a strong reaction. Li Ruoshu never missed a single leap. In such a complex environment, the landing point of each zipline is extremely accurate. Chen Yu shouted, "Fuck, Spider-Man." Chapter 78. Detonating a chemical plant in Chen Yu's eyes. If Li Ruoshu put on Spider-Man's clothes, he would definitely be Spider-Man. Or install a three-dimensional mobile device on her. Isn't that Mikasa? But this way of escaping is not a solution. Li Ruoshu has led the third stage of the tyrant into a gas station. Immediately, a pistol shot set off the entire gas station. Result: after absorbing the flames, the tyrant grew in size again and appeared to be unharmed. How to fight this? Li Ruoshu climbed up to the top of a tall building again and looked around. She knows Chen Yu must have left a way to deal with this thing, but he just hasn't found it yet. What exactly will it be? Li Ruoshu stood on a tall building, looking for some unique buildings, but she couldn't calm down because of the tyrant's interference. I feel a bit exhausted. Seeing that the tyrant had absorbed all the firepower of the gas station, he was about to catch up. Li Ruoshu's eyes darkened slightly. This time, suddenly, the sound of a propeller was heard behind me. A gust of wind and waves appeared from behind. Li Ruoshu looked back and saw a helicopter appear in her sight.
Hovering next to the floor behind her, the person driving the helicopter was Chu Huairou. No time to explain, get on the plane.
Li Ruoshu did not hesitate, he leaped and grabbed the rope ladder under the helicopter. The helicopter rose quickly and escaped from the building before the tyrant's tentacles fell. In the helicopter cabin, Chen Yuxuan held a sniper rifle that was longer than her, aiming the eightfold scope at the tyrant's tiny head, with the crosshairs locked on one of the eyes. They found the helicopter on the tallest twin buildings in the city, which was the only escape point set up by Qinyu after leaving the underground laboratory. Chu Huairou and Chen Yuxuan went to the most iconic building, where they found the helicopter and this extra long and extra large sniper rifle.
Go to hell, you ugly thing.
Chen Yuxuan pressed the trigger decisively. The sniper rifle roared, and a thick and sharp bullet slid out of the barrel. Chen Yuxuan only felt a loud bang in his ears and a buzzing sound inside his cochlea. Under the powerful recoil, the entire helicopter shook violently backwards. On the other hand, the bullet fell at the tyrant at an extremely fast speed and shot straight into his eyes. Bang! A blood mist appeared. The sniper bullet embedded itself deeply into the skull and actually blew out the eye. The tyrant let out a wail. The damage caused by this sniper rifle was even more severe than the explosion in the previous armory. The explosion of the armory caused area damage and could not harm his weak points, but this bullet penetrates the surface with a single point. The damage caused was far greater than that of an ordinary explosion, directly damaging the tyrant's cranial nerves. As we all know, eyes are eyes and the body is the body. To the body, eyes are actually foreign bodies, therefore, the tyrant's powerful recovery ability is not reflected in his eyes. Under this blow, the tyrant lost an eye directly, and his wails resounded throughout the sky. But this did not affect anything, but made the tyrant even more angry. His only remaining eye was fixed on the helicopter in the sky. He crawled over with a roar. Chu Huairou immediately turned the plane and raised the altitude of the helicopter to avoid being whipped down by the tyrant.
This guy is too difficult, isn't he?
Chen Yuxuan cursed and raised his sniper rifle again. However, this time, the tyrant was prepared. Although the next sniper shot was still accurately aimed at his eyes, it was blocked by the extended tentacles before hitting him. The small tentacle exploded into a ball of bloody mist. New tentacles immediately stretched out, whispering sound. Chen Yuxuan repeatedly observed the tyrant's weaknesses in other places through the eightfold mirror, but found nothing. Under the rope ladder. Li Ruoshu hung on the rope ladder with one hand, overlooking the entire city, looking for those special places.
Central Square, no. Stadium, no. Secret Scientific Research Base, Chemical Plant Park, huh?
A large area appeared in Li Ruoshu's sight, with many large jars in her sight. These cans had words like chlorine tanks written on them and were marked with danger. If you look more closely, you will find many chemicals and a large number of risk sources, all marked as dangerous and extremely dangerous.
Captain, at 3 o'clock, fly towards the Chemical Plant Park.
Li Ruoshu quickly climbed up the rope ladder and spoke to Chu Huairou in the cab receive. Chu Huairou replied simply, quickly changed direction, and the helicopter flew towards the chemical plant in the distance. The tyrant roared and followed closely behind. The huge body was behind, destroying the buildings like a rotten wood.
Ruoshu, are you sure you can detonate here?
Chen Yuxuan asked uncertainly.
After all, the information was too scarce for them. Li Ruoshu said bluntly, who cares?
There are bombs on the helicopter anyway.
We'll know after dropping a few. The helicopter was equipped with air-dropped bombs that would explode when dropped, but there were not many, just a few. But normally speaking, if there is any explosion source, it would be enough to detonate it. Seeing Li Ruoshu's choice, everyone's attention was focused on the chemical plant park. Chen Yu also showed a hint of interest in his smile.
Did you really choose the chemical plant in the end?
That's right, other areas require a certain amount of strategy and understanding. You need to study them specifically before they can be useful. Inside this city. In fact, there are several places where tyrants can be killed, such as laser energy cannons in secret laboratories, heavy missiles in military bases, and nuclear power plants. However, these things either take time to crack or require correct steps step by step to successfully eliminate the tyrant. In comparison, chemical plants are indeed simpler and more crude. If all the chemicals in the chemical plant were detonated, it would probably produce 2,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Enough to destroy the tyrant, but correspondingly, the aftermath of the explosion spread over an area of 100 kilometers, and basically the entire city would be destroyed. The helicopter had already hovered above the chemical plant. In the distance, the tyrant's huge body was crossing the river, and his huge body directly broke the cross-river bridge in the middle. Closer and closer,
The third form of the tyrant is slowly approaching and has arrived at the chemical plant. Will this attack be effective? Let's wait and see. The commentary is also getting more and more intense. Wait until the tyrant completely steps into the chemical plant. Li Ruoshu and Chen Yuxuan had already picked up the airdropped bombs in the cabin and dropped them towards the areas marked as dangerous areas. Each bomb had a small parachute hanging behind it, and it fell slowly. In a flash, 7 or 8 airdropped bombs were floating in the air, falling to several important locations. After dropping these bombs, the helicopter quickly rose and flew away. The tyrant is in hot pursuit and has already penetrated deep into the park. Final, all I heard was a series of boom sounds, which were the sounds of several airdropped bombs exploding. Then, as if in a chain reaction, a series of explosions broke out in the chemical plant, and when all the explosions were connected in series, a violent white light flashed. Chapter 79 Kill the Tyrant. The game is overly. Ruoshu didn't know what happened after the white light. At the end of her sight, she only saw a ray of light like the sun erupting at the location of the chemical plant. A fierce heatwave quickly engulfed the helicopter, and the wings instantly melted, including the 3 of them. Even if the T-virus mutates and evolves, it cannot withstand the high temperature of thousands of degrees. I lost consciousness in an instant. Only the people in the live broadcast room and Shen Yu, who was watching the battle in the territory, saw the huge mushroom cloud rising up, enveloping the entire city. The live broadcast room was silent for a long time. Silence. Countless adventurers were so shocked that they were speechless. Is this the power of a chemical plant explosion? Oh my god, did they just flatten the entire city? Now, let alone the third form of the tyrant, even if the fourth form comes, it will all turn into ashes, right? Shut up upstairs. Is this the power of technology? Technology that is completely independent of magic. How amazing! Logically, building a dungeon requires a certain amount of underlying logic as support. Does this mean that such technology really exists somewhere in the world? After hearing what the above person said, I suddenly remembered that this rule either requires a certain underlying logic or a lot of will recognition, but I have never seen the existence of so-called technology before. If there is a large amount of agreement, then it should be visible in other lords as well. In other words, these things constructed by Lord Chen have a certain underlying logic? Fuck. If that's the case, it's horrible. In this world, there is actually a force more terrifying than swords and magic. Technology. The lethality of technology has far exceeded those forbidden magics, right? No one can refute this statement. Even the super forbidden spell that summons meteorites cannot wipe out an entire large city in an instant. The damage caused by the explosion left many adventurers feeling grief-stricken for a long time. Shen Yu was also unable to calm down. Congratulations, an adventurer has perfectly killed the tyrant Nemesis Chaser model and received a monster card. Compared to the adventurer's shock, Shen Yu's mouth was grinning from ear to ear at this moment. A card actually appeared. I really can't believe it. A level 2 dungeon actually produced an excellent card? The drop rate is probably only 0.02%. What kind of shitty luck am I? According to the probability of the dungeon, the probability of an excellent card appearing in a 2-level dungeon is shockingly low. You have to kill at least several thousand Nemesis Chasers before such a card will appear. Even though Li Ruoshu and others performed brilliantly along the way and increased the probability several times, it was still 1 in 1,000. With such a probability, a card actually came out. Now there is no need to worry about not being able to conquer the Goblin Kingdom. The goddess of vengeance Chaser can take down the Goblin Kingdom with one push. Shen Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. The good thing about Dungeon Lord is that when your luck is off the charts, it's really off the charts. Of course, if you forcibly set up some kind of artifact, or something that can kill instantly, the probability of the card exploding will only become lower and lower, or even 0. This time, the chemical plant was operating at the system limit, which is why the probability reduction was not triggered. If it was taken directly to the chemical plant to explode at the beginning, the explosion rate would be 0. This is also the system guiding the dungeon lords, asking them to try their best to make more interesting dungeons. Only if the dungeons are interesting enough and meet certain conditions can they get cards. Otherwise, if everyone creates a god and gives adventurers a weapon that can kill gods instantly, and uses this method to explode cards, the entire dark world will become a battlefield of false gods. After receiving this card, Shen Yu opened the system and performed a series of operations. The professional competition ended successfully. The final explosion was seen by everyone, and it took a long time for everyone to slowly recover. After this game, the entire Tide Town has gone crazy about Resident Evil. Dizzy, countless adventurers have begun to imagine that they are also a member of these teams, and they can travel freely in this doomsday era full of zombies. Countless people rush towards Resident Evil at the first opportunity, ready to go, looking forward to being able to perform the same operation. But in fact, countless adventurers fell directly in the novice mode. Either they would be bitten to death by ordinary zombies, or by zombie dogs, or they would be easily pierced by the thawed lickers. From the very beginning, we were gearing up for the race. The ones at the back cry for their parents. Everyone thinks they are the protagonist. Turn out the protagonist is Licking Master. I in the novice mode, race with liquor to see who thaws first, or you run away first. Even if there are strategies from the strategy group, it's not that simple. Even if you follow the instructions step by step, there are still many people with clumsy hands, and it always takes twice as long as others to pass the current level, and time is life. When the time comes, Licking Master will report in. The licker in the novice mode can only be killed instantly through the laser channel, relying on that small pistol. Come on, didn't you see that Baifefe, who was known for his nepotism, was holding a Desert Eagle, but he couldn't even get out of the novice mode? The main reason here is that Baifefe is afraid of pain, so every time she is knocked down by a zombie, she simply turns off her senses and waits for death. It is equivalent to taking your hands off the keyboard. There are quite a lot of adventurers like this. After all, not all of them are Zhang Xiyu. This is also the reason why horror and bloody dungeons cannot be popular. The reason why Resident Evil can be popular is entirely due to the unique operating methods and game content. In the entire Resident Evil dungeon, half of the people were challenging the novice mode, and the easy passages imagined did not occur. There was only wailing. Chapter 80. It's not enough to have hands compared to this group of novices who have just come into contact with Resident Evil. Some veterans have already gone through the novice mode and gradually got the hang of it. He had an expression that said, "Who else but me?" Tank, got it. Gas station, got it. Police department, got it. Zipline, easy. The helicopters at the Twin Towers, got it. Isn't it enough to have hands? It's very simple. With a professional player backing me up, shouldn't anyone be able to do this? Watch me kill a tyrant alone. Each of them is as awesome as they can be in the Resident Evil chat channel. The result is actually the team that got the tank said, forward, forward, a little to the left. Damn, can you drive? Turn the muzzle 30 degrees to the right. It's 30 degrees, not 360 degrees, brother. Loading the shells, please hold it steady, please be careful. Entrance to the Hive Lab. Who can tell me what 1 + 1 equals? Why don't you plug the power in? Don't you have to connect a wire to the combination lock? Hey, there's something called Minesweeper here, could that be the password? Half an hour later, wow, this Minesweeper is too hard. There are countless people who imitate Chi Maosong and try to become an aerial acrobat. As a result, the person flew away, also landed, died peacefully. It was a good zombie beating game, but it turned into a queue of people punching in and jumping off a building. Either people failed to get caught on the zipline, or they flew to the wrong place. Chi Maosong jumped into the opposite floor, and he just hit the wall directly. When watching the game, it can be as simple as it can be. In actual practice, I just cried and cursed, saying that I could do it next time. The most outrageous thing is that some people plan to blow up the chemical plant directly, and shouted something, Arta's explosion. As a result, the chemical plant was entered. People were also bitten to death by the advanced zombies inside. Of course, Shenyu would not allow these important areas to be broken into so easily, especially in a dangerous place like a chemical plant. If it explodes and affects an area of 100 kilometers, it is like starting a new world. Therefore, the zombies here are all very powerful, and it is not so easy to detonate it. Without airdropped bombs from helicopters, it is not easy to set it off with just a few small grenades or RPGs. However, helicopters are not so easy to get. To get to the Twin Towers, one has to climb dozens of floors. There are zombies on every floor, and the bodies of dead adventurers inside the building have even blocked the entrance. Actually, seriously speaking, these adventurers are pretty good. At least you can still do some cool stuff. In comparison, most adventurers in normal mode are being tortured by zombies. The road to survival is on again. Even though they knew many storage locations of heavy firepower, they were not able to obtain them. After all, high-end supplies mean facing high-end zombies. Any smoker can make them feel like they are in ecstasy. The excitement of watching professional games was instantly extinguished, and there was only endless wailing. Lord Chen, I want to become stronger. Please teach us how to become stronger.
As if feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, Shenyu smiled slightly. Arrange.it has been specially arranged for everyone. An announcement was posted immediately, announcing that the equipment, talent, and skin systems would be launched soon in the normal mode of Resident Evil. These systems support soul crystal purchases. There are 3 sources of soul crystals. The first is the game settlement. Every time the game ends, you will get a certain amount of soul crystals based on the number of zombies killed. The second is to kill players. Killing players in the game can get a small amount of soul crystal rewards. The above 2 points were actually explained when the normal mode of Resident Evil was first released. It's just that the Krypton Gold system was not introduced at that time, so the adventurers didn't realize much. As for the third method, it is exchanged with happy coins. 1 happy coin can be exchanged for 100 soul crystals, while an ordinary Desert Eagle requires 20,000 soul crystals. As for the Golden Desert Eagle with unlimited ammunition, it requires 100,000 soul crystals. Of course, more advanced weapons will not appear at the beginning. Instead, it appears in the form of skin. The common submachine guns, automatic rifles, and shotguns that can be found everywhere will automatically transform in the hands of people who have purchased the skin. Ordinary submachine gun becomes UZI submachine gun. The ordinary automatic rifle becomes the H416 assault rifle. Regular shotgun turns into MPSAA-12 automatic shotgun. This is just the basics. Going further up, there are skins for everything from tank skins and motorcycle skins to the zipline in the tactical backpack. Shenyu even specially marked it, the same zipline as Chi Maozong. In addition, the characters also have skin. There are levels 1, 2, and 3 of helmets, as well as a special level helmet. The same goes for protective clothing. With these equipment in hand, it will be easier to face ordinary zombies. Of course, it's just a little simpler. As for the character's talent attribute points, this requires soul crystals to be exchanged, and another material is also required, but that can only be obtained at the end of the game. It is also a disguised way to induce adventurers to play in the dungeon frequently. When this series of announcements were launched, among the adventurers who had been tortured for a day, there was an uproar. It was as if I saw the savior coming. They are completely unaware that the savior lies in the happy coins in their pockets, and happy coins require Kryptonian to get. 200 happy coins can be exchanged for a Desert Eagle. Isn't this too cost-effective? What a conscientious lord! 1000 happy coins can be exchanged for a gold Desert Eagle with unlimited ammunition. Damn, I don't even need to worry about finding bullets anymore. Playing dungeons can also earn soul crystals for free without spending extra fun coins? This is really cool. Lord of Conscience, Dungeon of Conscience. The benefits are really too high. Every time I play, I can get far more food than in all the previous dungeons. From now on, I will be Lord Chen's dog. As long as the great Xia city that never sleeps does not fall, I will follow Lord Chen till death. If anyone dares to make the great Xia city that never sleeps fall, I will kill him at all costs. Yes, the profit is the most important. Whether it is Happy Chess or Resident Evil, the profit brought by them has far exceeded that of the previous dungeon. This is the cash cow of our Tide Town. From now on, every life of mine belongs to Lord Chen. I just hope that Lord Chen can develop as quickly as possible and raise the population limit. It's not enough to play, absolutely not enough to play. Chapter 81 Happy Coins Appreciate. Again, the adventurers did not think that there was anything wrong with the Krypton Gold system launched by Chenyu. Even if there were some questioning voices, they were criticized by some loyal fans and could not raise their heads. After all, the most important thing is profit. As long as it can bring in profits far exceeding those of other dungeons, what does it matter even if you lose all 5 lives here in one day? Even though some people in Happy Chess and Cards spend all the 2,500 happy coins every day, when they quit the game, the food they get is more than enough for them to survive for a day, and they may even have some surplus. How can other dungeons do this? Not to mention that sometimes you will win, and the happy coins you win are an asset whether you sell them or save them. And now the ratio of happy coins has reached 1 to 2, and 1 happy coin can be exchanged for $2. People who previously owned a large number of happy coins, such as Bai Feifei, Lin Xiaoxiao, Li Ruopu and Wu Yu, saw their assets doubled in an instant. This made them happy and they couldn't help but sigh that they were lucky that they had bet on the right thing at the beginning. Although playing landlord made them feel novel at first, it was just a novelty. They only visited the game frequently because of the delicious food, but now, after being linked to real currency, every game in Happy Chess and Cards has become different. The more fun coins the Krypton Gold system of Resident Evil consumes, the higher the value of the fun coins. The more fun coins are, the more valuable they are. Adventurers secrete more dopamine when playing board games. Everything is developing in a positive direction, 1 to 1.98, by 10,000 happy coins, 1 to 1.97. Unlimited purchases, 0.01 percentage point discount for bosses with large volumes, 2.01 ratio, selling a lot of happy coins. If interested, PM me. I accept coins at a 1 to 2 ratio.
I am a serious player, definitely not a businessman.
In the chat channels of Happy Chess and Cards and Resident Evil, many adventurers have appeared to buy and sell happy coins. A large number of them are serious players. I just want to collect some fun coins, and when the Krypton Gold system goes online tomorrow, I will go to Resident Evil to have some fun. There is also a small group of businessmen who smell business opportunities. Currently, there is no handling fee for happy coin transactions, only a custody fee. Therefore, some adventurers smelled a business opportunity and bought a large number of happy coins at a low ratio, and then sold them at a high ratio, earned the difference. This kind of opportunistic behavior reminded Chenyu of the behavior of merchants in Dungeon and 8 Million Warriors. Same here, buy low and sell high. Chenyu did not pay any attention to these businessmen for the time being. On the one hand, they could temporarily boost the economy of the entire game. On the other hand, creating a wave of enthusiasm for the trading of happy coins is not a bad thing and can be considered a promotional act. Later, just add a small handling fee. The popularity of Dashia City, which never sleeps, reached its peak during this day. While countless adventurers were calculating the gains and losses of happy coins and being brutally abused by the Resident Evil, an uproar also broke out in the Adventurers Guild because the game was carried out in a hurry. When the game was over, many management members of the Adventurers Guild received the news only late. A wave of trials was held against the current president.
Shaoli, you have been in this position for more than 10 years, right? Why are you doing things so carelessly now? In the Adventurers Guild meeting room, one of the oldest elders spoke.
Yes, this quarter, our town fell from a model town to a new town.
We won't tell you about this responsibility, but now, look at yourself. You are mobilizing the resources of the association privately without consulting us. Isn't this a bit wrong?
Another white-haired old man said unhappily, and another person said earnestly, how many times do we have to tell you that if we want our Tide town to return to the status of a model town, we must catch those lords with strong backgrounds and strength, and we must put all our focus on them. I heard that you organized this competition for a new lord with no background?
What, no background? How can a newcomer like this achieve any good results? Isn't it a waste of resources?
In the conference room, the voices were surprisingly consistent. Looking at the elders opposite, each of them has white hair. Thinking that he would become a member of it after retirement, Li Yong couldn't help but side-eye. In the past, his perception was the same as that of the opponents, that the new lords would not be able to achieve any results at all, and that it would be a waste to give them even a little bit of resources. But now, Li Yong was very glad that she was not yet at the age where she would become conservative. I am also very fortunate that I can admit my mistakes and correct them, and that I can humble myself and make up for the mistakes I made. Li Yong believes that today's decision is definitely the most correct decision he has ever made in his life. At the same time, he also wanted to demonstrate the correctness of this decision and slapped the faces of the old guys on the opposite side. Thinking of this, Li Yong smiled slightly. My dear seniors, I know you are very angry, but please don't be angry yet.
Here is a video. I hope you can calm down and watch it.
After saying Li Yong ordered his assistant to play the video of today's game. In the Adventurers Guild, except for some special positions, a large proportion of them are held by old men. On the one hand, it is for retirement purposes and to provide a job for those who have lost the system. On the other hand, it is said that the veterans have experience and can lead the town better. Except for the front desk assistants, editors, commentators and others, most of them are old people without a
system. Therefore, they have not received any information about the game and have no idea about the content of the game. It was only after it was over that I learned about it from other people. Originally, they came here with anger, thinking that Li Yong, the guild leader, did not take them, the old men, seriously and did not discuss things with them. It is also taken for granted that allocating resources to the new lord would be a huge waste. Results after the game video was played. He is about to be slapped in the face. Dear adventurers, I am the commentator Yuan.
I'm Xiao He. At the beginning of the video, there are two simple dialogues between the commentators. Here, several elderly people still had disdainful expressions. However, as the picture progresses, an aerial view of Raccoon City appeared in front of everyone. It was a large city, A city they had never seen before. The breath of doomsday weighs heavily on everyone's heart. The steel city made of reinforced concrete brought an unprecedented sense of shock to everyone.
Chapter 82. A few old men. Is this a city? It's such a huge city, even bigger than some urban areas I've been to. And how can there be so many details? Every part of this city is full of its own characteristics and is not an extension of a template. Just looking at the map, Raccoon City has many areas marked. There is absolutely no repetition. This is something that is impossible in their eyes. Several people present here are all quite experienced, otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting in this position today. It's not like they haven't seen the big world before, but to a certain extent, many useless parts of the big world they have seen before were copied and extended. For example, a forest is a copy and paste of several tree styles. A plain is a flat plain dotted with flowers, plants, and trees. Lords rarely put much effort into the environment. Even if there are some new things appearing, they are only a small part. Where would it be like now? The entire city, the countless details, were all brand new in design, a brand new version they had never seen before. An old man couldn't help but stand up. This opening scene alone was enough to shock him speechless. Is this the big world you use for competition? Good. This is too. The old man pointed with his fingers trembling for a long time, but he couldn't think of any adjective. However, as the picture rolls, things that shocked them emerged one after another. The first zombie suddenly pounced and killed the old men, which scared them greatly. This scene appeared from the first-person perspective. Fortunately, all the players participating in the competition had excellent reaction abilities. At the moment the zombies appeared, they were killed with knives and fell to the ground. What kind of monster is this? A corpse? Or a skeleton? Asked one of the old men. Li Young smiled faintly. This is called a zombie, a species completely different from corpses and skeletons. It spreads through viruses, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and it spreads like a plague. Several old men nodded. So it's a horror dungeon. It's not bad to be able to do this. They had also seen rotten corpses and skeletons, so they were only surprised for a moment and then sat down. Good. It's quite good. Just from the setting point of view, it's not bad. Especially this city. Just from the scenery point of view, it can be regarded as a top-notch large world dungeon. The old men still maintained their composure and nodded slightly in approval. Later, when the submachine gun was shooting at the zombies, when the tank first appeared, when the liquor, the smoker, the tank zombie and the fatty all appeared in sight, several old men couldn't sit still anymore, and one of them licked his lips. Shaoli, I have never seen these monsters before. Are they all created by that lord? Yes. Li Yunk held his head high and straightened his clothes. Here, I can say responsibly that everything in this dungeon is original and I have never seen it before. To be able to create so many original things at once, this lord is indeed quite capable and has room for improvement. Even the adult sitting in the first seat couldn't help but nodded slightly to show his approval. Dear seniors, please continue reading. Li Yunk smiled faintly. At this point in the video, the tyrant first appears, seeing 4 rockets fired at the same time. The spectacular scene made the old men couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's magic. This should be a high-level magic. It doesn't even require chanting? It seems that this lord has a certain understanding of magic. To construct magic that does not require chanting, one needs to have a certain understanding of the underlying logic of magic. In the dark world, this boy should be considered a genius. He is both a lord and a magician. He is really good. This thing called a tank should be some kind of alchemist's vehicle, right? Combining alchemy with magic, anyone who can do this must be very accomplished in both alchemy and magic. Several old men guessed, ahem. Li Yunk coughed twice and corrected, seniors, I need to remind you that when watching this video, please abandon all your previous perceptions. Please note that this is not magic. Please note that this is not magic. Li Yunk emphasized it twice. How is it possible if it's not magic? Several old men were obviously unconvinced. Li Yunk said nothing and just kept pretending to be cool. I didn't tell the old man what it was, I just let them continue watching. The picture rotates. Grenades, flash bombs, and smoke bombs were thrown one after another, and the Gatling gun was firing wildly. These things, which the old men mistakenly believed to be magic, gradually impacted their brains. Then Chi Maoson jumped down from a tall building. The tense scene made several old men sweat. The tyrant fell in the building. When the second form appeared, several old men couldn't help but tremble all over. There's actually a second form. This setting is really good. Well, among the many dungeons, this is a relatively novel setting. Judging from the current settings, the old guys are already very satisfied among the many dungeons. This one can definitely be ranked among the best. However, this result did not meet Lee Young's expectations. He didn't explain and let the game video continue playing. The following scene, it was Chi Maosong who dragged the tyrant into the gas station and caused the explosion. I originally thought that this explosion was the peak. Asa result, when Wu Yu drove the tanker truck, risking his own life, and crashed into the flaming second form of the tyrant. The tank's main gun roared. A gorgeous small mushroom cloud rose up. The old men never dreamed that flames and explosions would produce mushroom clouds. Forbidden spell. A forbidden spell cast through some kind of substance? That's quite an idea. Several old men were amazed. It seems completely unimaginable that all this came from the mind of a lord. When the tyrant's third form fully appeared, the expressions on their faces had changed from shock to dullness. This is totally unbeatable, right? To create such a powerful monster, I'm afraid it would require divine power or a sacred artifact of divine level, right? Watching the tyrant's third form, he easily tore the tank apart and took out several adventurers inside and devoured them, and then he watched as the tyrant faced off against countless high-level magic bombardments and destroyed the police station. Finally, a rocket was seen landing in the armory, causing another small mushroom cloud explosion. The old men are a little numb, however. This numbness once again turned into a tingling sensation on his scalp when he pursued Lee Ruoshu and his expanded third form, knocking down one building after another like a tornado. Chapter 83. The insidious old Deng. After a long silence. As if he felt that he had lost his composure due to the shock of the video, the old man sitting in the main seat coughed lightly. The girl in front of me is really good at fighting. She can remain calm in this situation. She is really good. Her skills are comparable to those of me when I was young. Indeed, indeed. When Mr. Lu was young, he was the strongest adventurer in our Tide town. There was no one before him and no one after him. Not bad, not bad. We have seen how powerful Mr. Lu was back then. It was truly amazing. The other old men immediately said respectfully. Hearing this, Li Yunk, who was already old, couldn't help but roll his eyes. The old man who never rests is really good at flattering himself. It's just that you are older in generation. Do you really think you were so awesome when you were young? Certainly these things cannot be said openly. Sometimes you cannot undermine these old guys, otherwise it will be difficult to get things done. One of the old men said, Xiao Li, if I'm not mistaken, this seems to be your girl, right? Li Yunk nodded, that's right. So he's the child of Xiao Li's family. No wonder he has such excellent skills. It has a future, a very promising future. With such skills, you will be able to represent our Tide town and go to other urban areas to participate in the war in the future. Several old men praised it endlessly. After all, Lee Ruoshu's strength was indeed amazing, forcing them to admit it. As the old guys finished bragging, the race video reached the end. When you see the huge mushroom cloud rising after the chemical plant explosion, several old men stood up unconsciously with his hands on the table. He stared at the huge mushroom cloud in a daze for a long time, unable to calm down. This must be divine power. Only a divine punishment from the gods could cause such a horrific explosion. I didn't expect that the lord of this territory would understand magic to this extent. How terrible. Several old men were immersed in the final explosion and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. Look at the shock on their faces. Li Yunk closed the game video with satisfaction, and then coughed lightly. My dear seniors, as far as I know, this is not the work of magic, but something called technology, science and technology? Yes, technology. Li Yunk nodded solemnly. The lord of this territory once called it future technology, future. After hearing these words, the old men couldn't calm down for a long time, as if they were trying to digest what Li Yunk said. After a long time. Mr. Lu then spoke slowly. Xiao Li, you did a great job this time. Our Tide town is able to have such a big world and hold such a grand competition. Next time when we compete for the spot of the outstanding town, we will have full confidence. Several other elderly people also spoke up. Yeah. I didn't expect that a big world would emerge from our small town. This is really cause for celebration. It's cause for celebration. All of this is thanks to the leadership of Mr. Lu.
Without Mr. Lu's earnest teachings, we would not have discovered such a big world.
Yes, Mr. Lu has made an indelible contribution.
If we report this competition video, the medal for the city's #1 dungeon will definitely belong to us.
Ha 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 ha.
Hearing these words, Li Yung frowned, but did not speak. Let these old guys brag about themselves. To be honest, these old guys have made great contributions to the current status of Titletown. The older you get, the less you learn to adapt. This time. Li Yung also wanted to use this dungeon to help these old men sober up. Li Yung waited until these old men finished bragging about their business before continuing. I need to mention here that the lord of this territory agreed to let us hold this competition, but it was conditional. This sentence is also Li Yung's purpose this time. After all, he was the only one who agreed to Chen Yu's conditions, and he did not ask for the opinions of these old guys. These guys will definitely be very unhappy afterwards. So this is the only way to create a shock first, to make the value of the dungeon clear to the public, and then talk about this matter with these old guys. So
only then can I give Chen Yu an explanation.
What conditions? As expected, before he even opened his mouth, Mr. Lu said unhappily, I in the world of these old men, the Adventurers Guild is still superior to the lords and adventurers. It has always been the lords who beg them for help, so there is no chance for them to negotiate terms. Li Yung knew this would be the reaction, but he said calmly, the first condition is that the Adventurers Guild's homepage always reserves a recommended spot for Daxia Never Sleeping City. Mr. Lu's eyes darkened slightly. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he still said it is our responsibility to support lords with potential, but that lord should be clear about one thing. We gave him this recommendation position, and we have the right to take it back at any time.
What is the second condition? Li Yung sighed inwardly. The first condition had such a reaction. One could imagine how excited the reaction would be when the second condition was mentioned, but now that things have come to this, I can only continue. The second condition is that the other party has ownership of this game, which means he can withdraw this game at any time.
That is impossible. Old Lu slammed the table and shouted angrily.
This is outrageous. A mere dungeon lord is planning to ride on our heads and shit on us? Tell him that this is absolutely impossible.
Yes, Xiao Li, you handled this matter too hastily.
How can we accept such conditions?
Several other old men also spoke up hearing these words, and looking at the reactions on these old men's faces. Li Yung frowned, feeling a little annoyed. He said directly, but the dungeon originally belongs to someone else, and the other party has the final say on ownership. If the seniors disagree, then I will talk to the other party and just pretend that this game does not exist. After saying that, Li Yung was about to leave, etc. At the last moment, Mr. Lu called out to him. His eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. After a long moment, forget it, Xiao Li, let's just do what the other party said for now, and we'll talk about this matter after the selection of excellent towns. After saying Old Lu took a few other old men and left with unhappy looks. Watching the few people leave, Li Yung sat back at the conference table, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, his face heavy. Yet he actually knew very well what Mr. Lu was thinking. After being selected as an excellent town, this old guy will be promoted back to the urban area to enjoy a peaceful life there. When the time comes, he can do something about it before leaving. This matter will have nothing to do with him, and it can also cause certain suppression to Titletown. Li Yung knew very well how narrow-minded this old man was, otherwise he would not be able to lead so many subordinates. Only, clarity is one thing. Faced with such a situation, Li Yung couldn't help but feel a little tricky. I can't think of any solution for now. Chapter 84. Contract. The old man surnamed Lu doesn't care what Titletown is like. The other party was not from here in the first place and was about to return to the city, so how Titletown had nothing to do with him. In the struggle for power, there will even be situations where excellent dungeons in other areas are suppressed. For example, if the Titletown develops and absorbs other surrounding towns, it will become a city. Then the original urban area will be disintegrated into small towns, and finally absorbed by the Titletown and under the jurisdiction of the Titletown. Such are the town rules in Adventurers World. Where there are people, there is struggle. Everyone knows that prosperity promotes the development of all dungeons and is a good thing for everyone, but when it comes to affecting their power, they will change into another face. The only way Li Yung could think of was to take advantage of the rules before the other party did, retire early before the other party returns to the city to enjoy a peaceful life. In this way, you can join the ranks of several old dangs. Become a member of the Council of Elders. In the Adventurers Guild, it is difficult to pass a proposal, but it is also difficult to abolish a proposal. As long as the current president and any one of the deliberative elders veto it, even if the old guy surnamed Lou wants to cause trouble, he won't be able to do anything. But first, I have to retire with my achievements, otherwise I won't be able to join the ranks of the council elders. Secondly, the next president must be on the same side as me. The first point is relatively easy. As long as the Resident Evil dungeon exists, there will be no problem. This latter point, Lee Young was silent for a long time and planned to talk to Lee Ruoshu to see if she could be the president. He grew up in Titletown and has deep feelings for this place, unlike old man Lou, who was exiled here because he committed a crime. Now that they had finally developed an excellent local dungeon, no matter what Lee Young said, he would not let the narrow-minded Lou ruin it. Only what Lee Young didn't expect was that when he came to Lee Ruoshu, he found, she is gone. The lord of the never-sleeping city of Dasha has sent you a contract. Do you want to accept it? Tip: after signing this contract, you will share life and death with the territory. As long as the territory's guardian stone does not disappear, you will also be immortal. However, once the territory's guardian stone is shattered, you will also face death. Tip: after signing this contract, you can still travel back and forth between the adventurer world and the dark world, but when you return to the adventurer world, you cannot use the power of the dark world. Tip: you are in a cooperative relationship with the lord of the territory. He will provide you with resources for living and growth, and you will also be responsible for the security of the territory. This contract requires the consent of both parties to be torn up, so please sign it with caution. Agree/reject. The above is the email that Lee Ruoshu received. As the strongest and most valuable gold medal fighter in his territory in the future. Of course, Shenyu took the initiative to extend the job offer. Shenyu also sent the same job offer to another person, Shi Maozong. In the Resident Evil competition, Shenyu did see many adventurers who were very worth training. But these two have the deepest friendship with their own territory, and naturally, it is the most suitable. Lee Ruoshu didn't hesitate for long and chose to agree. A white light flashed by. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in front of a castle. Unlike the previous 2 times I came here, this castle has changed its appearance and looks pretty good. At least it's not that shabby. This is also because Chenyu had just upgraded the castle to level 3. Today, the harvest was extremely great. Because of the craze for the Resident Evil competition and the appreciation of the fun coins, many adventurers came to redeem fun coins. Chenyu made a lot of money. He used the soul crystal in his hand to directly upgrade the castle to level 3, and also upgraded other buildings to level 3. To some extent, having such wealth and ability in the novice period has far surpassed those lords with backgrounds and stood at the forefront of dungeon lords. And now, when he goes to war, he has a certain amount of capital and can kill his opponent by just spending money. Lee Ruoshu opened his eyes and looked around. Curiously, here, she also saw Shi Maozong. This is not surprising. Surprisingly, why are there only 2 of us? Lee Ruoshu asked curiously. With the current level of the territory, Chenyu can definitely contract 3 adventurers. In addition, since he conquered another lord's territory last time, he should be able to contract 6. Because I plan to let the 2 of you serve as lords of 2 castles respectively. Chenyu smiled lightly and responded, in my opinion, the most important thing for a region is internal stability, so you can decide who to contract with for the remaining quota. Let us decide. Shi Maozong was slightly stunned. Chenyu nodded. Yes, our territory will continue to expand. In the future, the territory will belong to all of us. As the Lord, I cannot take care of all aspects, so I will give you a lot of freedom and let you give full play to your talents. The first degree of freedom is to choose your own teammates. Current development trends: Shenyu is equivalent to the boss, Lee Ruoshu, and Shi Maozong are the managers of the 2 areas of Happy Chess and Cards and Resident Evil, and the others are the employees under him. That was his plan. Obviously, it was also because Chenyu wanted to be a hands-off boss. He did not have so much time and energy to manage. Instead of wasting time and effort, he might as well free up his hands. The 2 had no objection to this. After all, being able to manage an area by themselves could save them a lot of trouble. Sometimes, conflicts between adventurers can really affect the stability of a territory. Soon, they had chosen their candidates in their minds. Lee Ruoshu mentioned this matter to the Black Rose Strategy Group, and the girls expressed their willingness without much hesitation. On the one hand, they believe in Lee Ruoshu, and on the other hand, they also want to follow Lee Ruoshu to dominate the other world, so that
Their lives will not be in vain. Not on the other hand, I also believe that Daxia city that never sleeps will definitely rise in the future. You know, if the great Xia city that never sleeps can last for hundreds of years, then they can remain immortal for hundreds of years. Immortality will always be the ultimate pursuit of mankind. I heard that in the territories of some veteran dungeon lords, there are many adventurers who have lived for hundreds of years and still look as young as they were back. Then. Certainly, you can only contract 2 more in the main territory now. You cannot contract all of them. As the captain, Zhu Huairou could only let his teammates go first. Zheng Xia was a little shy and hoped that she would go in after everyone else had gone, and Zheng Xia didn't dare to go first, so Zhang Xiyu could only stay to accompany her sister and go together later, after the final discussion. The ones who appeared in the territory were Chu Ruoxue and Chen Yuxuan. Chapter 85, Status. After the game, Chen Yuxuan used to be a member of Black Rose and was very familiar with several girls. The feelings are actually very deep. Later he just left in anger. Today in Resident Evil, Li Ruoxu fought side by side with her and killed the final boss in the 3rd stage. After this experience, the slight resentment in my heart has long gone. After discussing, several girls agreed to take advantage of this opportunity to trick her into the territory. Chen Yuxuan was also very straightforward. After hearing that Black Rose was planning to have all its members join, he chose to accept. Appeared in the territory. Chu Ruoxue looks weak and gentle, and has a quiet personality and doesn't talk much. Chen Yuxuan was completely different. He looked around as soon as he entered the territory. Finally, he folded his hands across his chest, smiling. My lord, why are there only girls here? Tell me, which concubine am I? Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. This is a pure relationship between boss and employee. Chen Yu's old face turned red. Really, what Happy Chess and Cards needs are young and beautiful female employees, and the Black Roses are all girls. The others are in another territory. Every day when I wake up, I am surrounded by a group of beauties. It must be very hard for me to die in the Resident Evil territory. Qi Maosong has also contracted 2 other adventurers. One is Wu Waiyu. I am this competition. Qi Maosong and Wu Yu formed a team, which shows that they have a very good relationship. Naturally, he was chosen first. As for the other person, Chen Yu was a little surprised. It turned out to be the captain of Yunxiao. His surname is Chu and his given name is Yunxiao, which means brave and good at fighting. These 2 people, it turns out, don't know each other until they fight. Qi Maosong wiped out his entire team by himself and lost face. Logically, Xu Yunxiao should hold a grudge against him, but there is not so much hatred between adventurers. I'm just not as skilled as others. It was just a case of being abused while playing esports. It's not a blood feud. A truly strong person should learn from experience and move forward courageously. Besides, Xu Yunxiao had long wanted to shut down the Yunxiao strategy group. After so many years of hard work, he was still no match for the 3 giants. This failure was also within his expectations. There's nothing to complain about. It would be better to come to this dark world. Maybe I can give full play to my talents. Therefore, Qi Maosong took the initiative to find him, had a drink with him, and mentioned this matter. Chu Yunxiao did not hesitate much and directly announced the closure of the strategy group. So, the 5 major strategy groups of Titletown were almost dispersed immediately. Chang Su's strategy team couldn't stand the pressure from public opinion, so they shut down the show right after it was broadcast, and several people in the team disappeared. Yunxiao is shut down. There are only 3 strategy groups left: Black Rose, Jiuxuan and Fenghe. As a result, Black Rose and Jiuxuan's trump cards all came to Chen Yu's territory. Unless it was something important, they would generally not go back. Wait until later. It is estimated that Feng and a strategy team are the only ones left in the entire Titletown, but there are many heroes in the world. When one strategy group falls, another will rise. It's just a matter of time. The 6 contracted adventurers have all arrived. Their current grades are all ordinary grade, and their levels are only level 1. A wave of magic crystals is needed to upgrade. There were still a lot of things left in Chen Yu's warehouse, all of which were captured before, and they were completely enough. First, we upgraded everyone to level 4. Then the grade was also upgraded to ordinary level, which is consistent with the adventurer's essence in the adventurer's tavern. The wind attribute magic crystal that Li Ruoxu had obtained earlier came in handy at this time. Chen Yu gave it to her directly. Li Ruoxu's grade was instantly improved. Name: Li Ruoxu. Race: human. Quality: excellent. Level 4. Comprehensive combat power index 100 plus 21. Attack, defense, agile, constitution. Talent skill: Wind attribute enhancement. General skills: swordsman. Occupational talents: ranger. Occupational talents. Equipment: level 3 standard suit. X7 introduction: an adventurer from another world with outstanding combat abilities, born with dual professions.
As an adventurer, he still maintains his ability to allocate points. Chen Yu had no right to interfere. The universal skills here are also equivalent to the professional system. Generally, there is only one set of common skills, which are improved as one's profession improves. However, to Chen Yu's surprise, Li Ruoshu actually had two sets, possessed two professional skills at the same time. This gave him a pleasant surprise, which was very rare among adventurers. Also worth mentioning are the talent skills. Except for attribute enhancement, other talents can be comprehended once at each major level, requires a skill book. At this stage, everyone else can comprehend it once, and since Li Ruoshu has reached the excellent level, he can comprehend it twice. The bad news is that Chen Yu has no skill books and has never obtained any. The good news is, there is nothing he can buy. It is just a matter of how many soul crystals he spends. In this regard, Chen Yu is still willing to give up. The main reason is that the territory has developed and become famous now. Tomorrow, a large amount of soul crystals will arrive. Save when you should, spend when you should. After Chen Yu upgraded several people, he took a look at the current status of the territory. Castle, Daxia City that never sleeps, level 3, Lord. Chen Yu contracted adventurers, Li Ruoshu, level 4 swordsman ranger excellent, Shu Ruoshua, level 4 magician/ordinary, Chen Yushuan, level 4 archer/ordinary, people, half-elves x2, rabbit-eared people x15 buildings, adventurers. Tavern, level 3, blacksmith shop, textile factory, portal, adventurer's hut ×3, residential house ×5, dungeon 10 out of 10, up to 600 players. Happy chess lines 1 to 10, level 3, daily maintenance cost of dungeon, soul crystal ×30, daily maintenance cost of protective shield, soul crystal ×34, territory, biohazard base city, level 3, Lord. Chen Yu contracted adventurers, Qi Maosong, level 4 sentinel/normal, Wu Yu, level 4 warrior/normal, Xu Yunxiao, level 4 swordsman/normal. People, half-elf x10, half-elf swordsman, level 2/normal, x2, rabbit-eared man x20 buildings, adventurer's tavern, level 3, adventurer's hut ×3, civilian house ×10, good farm ×4, warehouse ×3, portal ×4, dungeon 15/15, up to 900 players. Resident Evil 1 to 2, level 3, Resident Evil 3 to 4, level 3, Resident Evil 5, level 3, Resident Evil 6 to 15, level 3, daily maintenance cost of dungeon, soul crystal ×45, daily maintenance cost of protective shield, soul crystal ×46. Chapter 86. The President is here. It can be seen that the soul crystals consumed for maintenance alone reach 155 pieces per day. This number would have been unimaginable just a few days ago. Nowadays, many dungeon lords probably earn less soul crystals than Chen Yu consumes in a day. Some even just earned a few initial soul crystals and waited for death. After all, the survival rate of dungeon lords is notoriously only 3%. This can be seen from the consumption alone. It is really difficult for a dungeon lord to develop. The soul crystals consumed alone would be an astronomical figure. Fortunately, Chen Yu can make money now. It is not a problem to earn several thousand a day, and this all depends on the unique operating method. If you still use the traditional method, relying on entering the map to kill adventurers to get soul crystals, you will definitely not make that much. We simply can't support so many people in so many areas. After all, there is a population limit for the dungeon. Now, relying on the wave of competitions, the appreciation of happy coins, and the stimulation of Krypton gold activities, Chen Yu expects to earn thousands or tens of thousands of dollars every day in the next few days. But later on, this benefit will decline, because consumption cannot keep up with such output. Starting tomorrow, the exploration of the Dark World must continue and the territory must be expanded. There are currently 4 areas in Resident Evil. Qi Maosong and other 2 usually live in the largest area of the castle. As long as the territory is not attacked, there is no need to teleport to the other 3 villages and not interfere with the rabbit-eared people and half-elves. Normally speaking, wild monsters in the Dark World will not actively attack the protective shield. If anyone attacks, they must be a subordinate of a certain force, which is equivalent to declaring war, so there will be no need to be polite at that time. The Resident Evil territory is also equipped with an adventurer's tavern. Combined with the main territory, Chen Yu can summon 120 adventurers at a time. Certainly, the consumption is also surprisingly high. Summoning a group of 120 level 4 adventurers would cost 480 soul crystals. This cost is really not something most people can afford. This is why, in the later stages, dungeon lords are more willing to spend money to form offensive and defensive alliances with other warlords. Compared to summoning adventurers, the warlords' troops are actually much cheaper, but human hearts are hard to predict. Even if you are close friends, it is difficult to guarantee that the other person will not be an ungrateful person. My lord.
At this time, Lina appeared in the territory and saluted Chen Yu. What's wrong? It was still early, and Chen Yu knew that Lina would not leave the underground city unless it was something important. Lina replied, "It's like this. Mr. Li Yunk, the president of the Adventurers Guild, came to the dungeon and said he wanted to look for Miss Ruoshu. He also hoped that if the Lord was free, he could go with Miss Ruoshu." Old man? Strange, why did he come to see me? Li Ruoshu frowned. In her eyes, Li Yunk had really gone crazy during this period, and sometimes Li Ruoshu really didn't want to talk to him. Chen Yuxuan said with a smile, "Isn't it possible that uncle saw his precious daughter being abducted and ran over here anxiously to cancel the contract, daughter?" Now it was Chen Yu's turn to be stunned. "Lord, don't you know?" Chen Yuxuan said, "The current president of the Adventurers Guild is Ruoshu's father. Wasn't this competition organized by him?" Recalling what happened before the game, Chen Yu scratched his cheek and said nothing. "Would you like to go with me?" Li Ruoshu asked. They had no idea what happened before the game. "I don't know why this competition was suddenly held again." Li Yunk didn't say anything. Chen Yu didn't say anything. The people below will not say it even more. No matter what, it always ends up as a perfect ending, with mutual benefit and assistance. "Let's go. I'm free too." Chen Yu replied. Li Ruoshu nodded. The two entered the dungeon of happy chess and cards at the same time, and under the guidance of Lina, they came to a small room dedicated to exchanging happy coins. Li Yunk was still sitting in front of the window, chatting with the bunny girl inside. Now he is no longer as irritable as when he first came to this dungeon. He looks approachable and has the image of a kind old man. Through chatting and the prompts when entering the dungeon, Li Yunk also roughly understood how to play this dungeon, and showed great interest in these board games. Getting older, it is no longer suitable for playing those exciting dungeons. I heard that there are many types of casual games in this dungeon. Li Yunk was still very interested. As for the previous bold words like "even if I starve to death, die outside, or jump down from here, I, Li Yunk, will not," well, it's all because of the inner demons, Dad. Hearing Li Ruoshu's voice, Li Yunk turned around and looked at her with a smile. "Are you here?" Then he looked at Chen Yu next to him and laughed again. "I guess this must be the lord of this underground city? He looks really handsome and talented. Heroes are born young. Dad, stop being polite." Li Ruoshu rolled his eyes. Chen Yu said in his heart, "No. Keep talking, I love to hear." Unfortunately, no one heard his voice. Li Yunk said with a smile, Okay, Lord Chen probably doesn't like those beating around the bush, so I'll just say what I want to say. Please take a seat." Chen Yu set up a set of tables and chairs on the side. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was necessary to set up a reception room when closing the business at night. It's a bit too shabby here, but for now, I can only make do with it. The three of them sat down. Li Yunk said bluntly, "Ruoshu, you should be Lord Chen's contracted adventurer now, right?" Li Ruoshu nodded, with a hint of apology in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't discuss it with you because I was afraid you would stop me." Li Yunk laughed. "Silly girl, how could I stop you? From the current perspective, Lord Chen's territory does have room for development, and the future is bright. You must also work hard, and in the future, leave your name on that historical monument." Having said that, Li Yunk sighed again. "Dad knows that I have indeed changed a bit in the past period of time. It is also because the pressure from all sides is too great, and Dad is a little breathless." Li Ruoshu nodded slightly. "Dad, I know, I am also wrong." Li Yunk smiled and said, "Okay, I didn't come here to talk about this today. If I continue, Lord Chen will laugh at me." No, I still like watching this kind of heartwarming scene." Chen Yu responded. They chatted and talked about small things with a smile on their faces, and talked about family matters. Finally, Li Yunk got to the point and said, "Actually, I came here today because I want to ask Ruoshu for his opinion on something." "Dad, you say?" Seeing Li Yunk's serious expression, Li Ruoshu also sat upright. After this conversation, the grudge between the father and daughter had long since disappeared, and Li Ruoshu no longer looked like he didn't want to bother with her. Chapter 87 Methods of Supporting the New President. "I want you to be the president of the Adventurers Guild." Li Yunk said something shocking. They were both stunned when they heard this. Li Ruoshu frowned. "Dad, I remember, you still have some time before you retire, right?" Li Yunk nodded. "Yes, but something happened now. I have to retire early and select the next president as soon as possible."
After saying Li Yunk recounted what happened in the Adventurers Guild meeting room, he also focused on mentioning the old men among the elders in the meeting and pointed out possible problems that might arise in the future. This old man has seen the potential of Resident Evil, and he is probably secretly worried that our Tide Town will develop in the future and absorb other towns into our town. His family's sphere of power is within our superior city, Bay City. If Tide Town develops, it will have a huge impact on the existing power distribution in Bay City. So you are worried that these people will suppress me? Chen Yu also frowned. Not necessarily, but through this meeting, I think there is this possibility. Li Yunk was just guessing. After all, the proposal for the current meeting was passed. No one can be sure whether it will be proposed to be abolished in the future, or whether White Knight City will suppress it because of the rise of Titletown. All we can say is that there are too many uncertainties. Li Yunk just wants to eliminate these uncertainties. He wants Titletown to develop, but as it develops, it will definitely affect the interests of those vested interests. So we have to guard against this future. These old guys are almost buried, yet they still want to interfere in decision making. How shameless. Li Ruoshu curled his lips. Yes, in order to avoid this situation, our only way now is to let you become the next president before I retire. In this way, we will have the right to confront them at the decision-making level. Li Yunk sighed, however, I don't want to. Li Ruoshu refused without a second thought. I don't want to sit in the office and face those bad things all day long, and I have to face those bad old men. It's so troublesome. Li Yunk explained, I can handle these things for you, and you can continue to be a contract adventurer in the dark world and come back occasionally, but the contract matters need to be covered up. No, it's too troublesome just thinking about it. Li Ruoshu didn't care about that at all, and he hated those things. Why don't you change someone else to be the president? You don't have to ask me to be the president. But, who else can I replace? The president can't just be appointed as such, and he has to stand on my side. Li Yunk couldn't help but feel anxious again. Li Ruopu. Li Ruoshu blurted out. He is too incompetent to be the boss. Li Yunk said helplessly. That? Chen Yu asked, by the way, what are the requirements to become the president of the Adventurers Guild? Li Yunk explained, either they have strong fighting power, or they have a long career, or they have certain achievements, such as digging or recommending an excellent dungeon, and this dungeon has achieved certain results. Li Ruoshu said, then why don't you just blame him for the biohazard? Isn't that enough? Li Yunk shook his head. It won't work if he's a salesman. He'll have a recommendation position, but he can't recommend any famous dungeons. He can only dig up those unknown dungeons himself. Then, through the results of this recommendation, his achievements will be calculated, and he will move up little by little, and finally become a top senior salesperson at the city level, and then he will be qualified to run for the position of president of a small town. It's really complicated. Chen Yu said indifferently, anyway, I can just build 2 more dungeons and put them under his name. This is indeed possible. Li Yunk said with some embarrassment, but when recommending, it will not show who the dungeon belongs to, which means, even though the entire Tide Town knows the name of Dasha Never Sleeping City, there won't be any hint of it in the recommended list. This is to prevent some veteran dungeon lords from relying on their own reputation to brush up the recommended list. Chen Yu nodded slightly, what you mean is that there is no shady dealings, it's all based on strength? Yes, once the dungeon is listed in the recommended position, it will not be displayed in Dasha Never Sleep City. The system also prohibits any explicit or implicit mentions. Once discovered, you will be punished by the system. Li Yunk said, for a famous dungeon territory, the recommended position is actually dispensable, and may even have fewer adventurers than those attracted by its own fame, therefore, only some middle-class dungeons will use things like recommended positions. At the beginning, the competitors were just other dungeons in Tide Town, but later on, competitors will be other excellent towns, and the higher-level White Knight City dungeons must be of extremely high quality to stand out from the crowd. In addition, there were too many private products in the past, which led to the general public not trusting the recommendations of the Adventurers Guild, and even fewer people browsed the recommended positions. Therefore, in Li Yunk's opinion, it is very difficult to get promoted as a salesperson because there are too many uncertainties. Li Ruopu is a complete newcomer and has never done anything like this before. How can he succeed in getting promoted without enduring for decades? But now there are only a few months left, so there is no way he can wait. In comparison, Lee Ruoshu would be more likely to become the next president by relying on pure force, uncle. After listening to the promotion rules for salesmen, Chen Yu smiled confidently. Don't worry, leave this matter to me.
Go back and arrange for Lee Ruopu to join the company immediately. I will build a dungeon tomorrow and register it under his name.
Huh? Tomorrow? Li Yunk was stunned. Building a dungeon tomorrow? What a niche word. I recognize all these characters, but why don't I recognize them when they are put together? Doesn't every excellent dungeon have to be carefully polished before it comes out? How to get to you? It seems like you can make one easily, and it only takes one day. This is outrageous. Chapter 88, Liar's Tavern. Chen Yu did not notice the confused look on Li Yunk's face. He nodded confidently. In short, you will know tomorrow whether it works or not. Okay. At this point, Li Yunk had no other choice but to believe. After all, Lee Ruoshu refused to be the president, so we can only let that brat Lee Ruopu give it a try, otherwise we really won't be able to find a suitable person. After Li Yunk left, Li Ruoshu glanced at Chen Yu unconsciously. Can you really build a dungeon in one day?
From what the old man said, shoddy work won't do. It must stand out from the crowd. Why, you don't have confidence in me?
Chen Yu glanced at her with a half smile.
No, I just wanted to remind you,
Lee Ruoshu said, and then left the dungeon. Watching her leave, Chen Yu smiled faintly. Supporting Lee Ruopu to become the president of the Adventurers Guild is naturally a beneficial thing for himself. On the one hand, he won over Lee Ruoshu. On the other hand, Chen Yu will be able to use Lee Ruopu to influence the world of adventurers in the future.
Directly making a guild's president one of your own is much more effective than using the ownership of a competition to intimidate others. If Titletown becomes bigger and stronger in the future, it is always a good thing that Lee Ruopu's status can continue to rise. Besides, the profits obtained in the dungeon still belong to you, and it also provides you with another channel to earn soul crystals. Even if it is not supported in the end, it is not a loss. After returning to the territory, without saying anything, Chen Yu immersed himself in building the system. Seeing how hard he worked without wasting a single moment, Lee Ruoshu couldn't help but smile. Of course, she couldn't waste time and went out immediately to hunt monsters. Currently, the levels of the contracted adventurers are still relatively low. The level of the monsters outside has been upgraded to level 5 or 6. We must get a wave of magic crystals as soon as possible to upgrade their quality and level. At the same time, they also have to look for new territory, otherwise even if Chen Yu builds the dungeon tomorrow, there will be no new territory to build. As for finding the territory, Chen Yu assigned it to Chi Maosong, who was best at reconnaissance. The Sentinel's general talent also counts as a specialization in arithmetic. It was almost dusk, and now it was 2 hours before the professional game ended. Chen Yu's construction also started the first step. There is not much time now. It would be best if the dungeon content is handed in tomorrow. Therefore, the situation Chen Yu faced was the same as when he first came to the Dark World. It is best solved in a small house. This doesn't require too much detail. So, the best choice is still board games. For example, Chen Yu finally made a decision. Liar's Tavern, different from the idea when he first chose to do Happy Chess and Cards. When doing Happy Chess and Cards, Chen Yu planned to build a virtual empire based on it. Now, his goal is to intimidate the adventurers who enter the dungeon. So the Liar Tavern became the best choice, based on the existing foundation. It is much easier to design the architectural details of the Liar Tavern. Soon, a Western-style tavern appeared deep in Chen Yu's consciousness. The tavern was a little shabby and had a sense of age. Make the lights dim so that adventurers can focus more on the game. The next step is how to play the game, which is the most important. First, there are 20 cards, 6 aces, 6 kings, 6 queens, and 2 kings. With the experience of building Happy Chess and Cards, it is very simple to improve this game. Then equipped with 4 revolvers and 4 bullets. One game is complete. Simple. This dungeon does not even require multiple people on the same screen, nor does it require social interaction. All 4 players can do is play a single game. Chen Yu doesn't plan to turn on the dice mode and devil cards for the time being. The ordinary poker mode is enough. Done. Offline. As it turned out, Chen Yu's estimate of one day was too conservative. In the end, it only took less than 2 or 3 hours. The construction of this dungeon is complete. After consciousness left the system, it was dark. Li Ruoshu and others haven't come back yet. Probably they are still hunting monsters. Chen Yu thought about it, exchanged some food from the system, and asked the 2 bunny girls to tidy up the dining table in the castle. We prepared a large table full of sumptuous dinner. Then he sent a message to Lee Ruoshu through the system, go home for dinner. He immediately immersed himself in the system again, planning to further improve the Krypton Gold system of Resident Evil. Dusk, deep in the forest. This is the forest on the east side of the territory, which is even further east than the Resident Evil territory. It's quite far away. Shen-Yu's 6 contracted adventurers all appeared here at this moment, because here, they discovered a tribe of goblins. How many enemies are there? Seeing Chi Maosong coming down from the woods, Li Ruoshu asked. Originally, the 3 of them were hunting monsters near the territory, but unexpectedly, Chi Maosong found a tribe that could be attacked so quickly, and it was the most annoying goblins. So he was teleported here through the teleportation array. There are about 100 goblins, many of them are of excellent quality. Their combat effectiveness is much stronger than the tribe we attacked last time. The general level has reached level 5 or 6. Li Ruoshu nodded slightly. The most troublesome thing is how to break through the city gate. If we use tank zombies, it shouldn't be a problem. What do you think? Should we take action? Wu Yu asked impatiently. Don't do that for now, and don't alarm them. Summon other adventurers tomorrow and take them down in one fell swoop. The original purpose of today was to kill monsters, level up, and explore the existence of other territories. Now the mission has been accomplished. There's no need to create unnecessary complications. Coincidentally, the message sent by Shen-Yu was also received at this time. Li Ruoshu took a look at the content of the message. He smiled and said, "The Lord has called us back for dinner. Let's stop here today. Let's go back and report to him and let him make the decision." Is dinner finally about to start? I'm so excited. I'm starving. Wu Yu rubbed his palms excitedly. Chi Maosong rolled his eyes and said, I remember you just came out after eating, right? Why are you hungry again? It's so delicious that I can't help but want to eat more. Wu Yu said honestly. In the Resident Evil territory, you can also exchange any food by yourself. Just consume some soul crystals. Shen-Yu must have given this authority so as soon as he arrived in the dark world. Wu Yu couldn't wait to prepare a family bucket meal and was not polite to Shen-Yu at all. Of course, food loss can be ignored, even if Wu Yu eats the amount of food for 10 people a day. Shen-Yu can afford it. Li Ruoshu smiled and said, The Lord said that this is our induction banquet. You should come back to the main territory with us. Chapter 89. He also intends to copy 2 hours later. In the castle's restaurant, Shen-Yu and 6 contracted adventurers sat around a table and enjoyed the delicious food. At first, when Wu Yu saw that it was not hamburgers, fried chicken, instant noodles, or the like, he was a little confused, but when I actually tasted these delicious dishes, I was instantly conquered. Wow, Lord, what are the names of these dishes? Shen-Yu smiled. These, blanched 9-segment shrimp, salt and pepper king crab, charcoal grilled lamb chops, Buddha jumps over the wall, are all very famous dishes. How about it? Delicious, right? It smells really good. Several people present couldn't help but nodded. I thought hamburgers and fried chicken were the best in the world, but I didn't expect there would be such delicious food. Hamburgers and fried chicken? Shen-Yu was slightly stunned, then smiled. Those are all technology and hard work. You can try them occasionally, but eating too much is harmful to your health. I have a lot of delicious food here. Chinese cuisine has a history of 5,000 years, and any one of the cuisines is enough for you to eat. Now Shen-Yu suddenly felt a little regretful. In his previous life, he was busy working overtime to pay off his mortgage, so he should have tried all the delicacies from all over the country. Now his mind wouldn't be so full of technology and hard work that he couldn't even enjoy many top dishes. They chatted for a while, and mentioned the proceeds from today's hunting in the Goblin tribe. Although he knew that the people in front of him were all outstanding adventurers, Shen-Yu was still a little surprised at their efficiency. After dinner, Chi Maosong and the other 2 returned to their own area and went to rest. These are habits I have developed over the years. I take a rest at a certain time in the evening, watch some short videos, and cultivate my sentiments. The 3 girls went to decorate their own adventurer's cabin. After all, they would be living there for a long time. Before leaving, Li Ruoshu saw Shen-Yu immersing himself in the system again to build a dungeon. I couldn't help but say, you should also pay attention to rest and don't work too hard. My dad is not in a hurry. 2 or 3 days at night is fine. Shen-Yu waved his hand to let her feel at ease. It's okay, don't worry about me, just go with them. Li Ruoshu nodded and left. She thought Shen-Yu was under pressure and that was why he didn't want to waste even a minute. But I don't know, the underground city arranged for Li Ruopu has already been completed,
and it will only start construction after defeating the Goblin Tribe tomorrow. What Shenyu is constructing at this moment is actually the content of the Resident Evil Krypton Gold system, and is making the final improvements. After finishing these, you can put the Resident Evil aside for the time being. Starting tomorrow, Shenyu is about to build a more complex and larger world dungeon and 8 million warriors. This will be another blockbuster that Shenyu will launch for this different world after Resident Evil. The reason why I chose this in addition to the fact that the 8 million warriors can work and earn money for themselves, it is also convenient for the contracted adventurers to comprehend the next stage of talent and skills. In Shenyu's plan, the contracted adventurers first comprehended the T-Virus talent in Resident Evil and comprehensively enhanced their physical fitness. Then, among the 8 million warriors, you can change your job and awaken, and later on, you can launch dungeons of immortals and demons, step by step. Of course, we haven't understood the T-Virus yet, so it's too early to talk about this. While updating the Resident Evil Krypton Gold content, Shenyu also posted a task on the interface of Dashia City that never sleeps. Mission: capture the Goblin Tribe. Task content: capture the Goblin Tribe in the Eastern Forest. After the capture, you will be rewarded with 500 happy coins. The top 20 on the counting board will be rewarded with 100 contribution points. Task duration: 6 hours. Number of people on the mission: 60. Shenyu issued the tasks. Many adventurers who were paying attention to the Great Xia City that never sleeps received the news immediately. Jumped out of the bed. Damn it, Dashia Never Sleeps City finally has missions to distribute. Hurry up and grab them. Sign up now. Contribution points: wait for me, I'll be there soon. In just 1 minute, the number of people who sign up for the mission exceeded 100. In these 2 days, they have seen how awesome Star membership is, not to mention the privilege packages in Resident Evil. Just saying that you can receive 100 happiness coins every day and 500 happiness coins every week is enough to make everyone crazy. This is long-term benefit, available every day. Who doesn't want it? Not to mention, every time I log into the Resident Evil world, I'll be prompted, "Dear member so-and-so." It's very cool just to think about it. What a pity, Shenyu only needs 60 adventurers, and only the top 20 can get contribution point rewards. Old rules: select personnel according to their activity in the territory. Those adventurers who have placed their lives in Shenyu's hands for years will definitely have priority in getting the qualifications to carry out missions, just as countless adventurers were fighting for the qualification to complete the mission. In another dungeon territory, Zhao Hailiang came out of the dungeon construction with sweat all over his forehead, turned around and said to the adventurer beside him, "Now go in and take a look. Are there any similarities?" This adventurer was none other than Wu Qingshu. Ever since Chang Su's strategy group disbanded, he knew that he could no longer be an A-star, so he thought about venturing into the dark world. Maybe you can achieve something great. If the lord that he supports can be immortal throughout the ages, then he can also be immortal. Although, in this day and age, this possibility is a little small, so small that it is extremely small. But it's not completely impossible. Just choose the right person, choose the right path. Everything is possible. Dashia, the city that never sleeps. Wu Qingshu considered it, but he had no way to contact him, and considering that Li Ruoshu had made him a joke, there was no way Wu Qingshu would choose Dashia's city that never sleeps. So, he chose Yangla City, which is as famous as the Great Xia City that never sleeps, that is Zhao Hailiang's territory. Compared to the Great Xia City that never sleeps, Zhao Hailiang has background and power. This makes him a better choice than the Great Xia City that never sleeps in Wu Qingshu's eyes. This time, Wu Qingshu believed that he had followed the right person. Just arrived at Yangla City, Zhao Hailiang asked him what happened in Tidal Town today. Why are there suddenly so few adventurers coming to play games? The profits were originally booming. IT was suddenly cut in half today. This made Zhao Hailiang feel uneasy. In the dark world, soul crystals are equal to money and also equal to life. Therefore, he cares deeply about every fluctuation in the data, as it concerns his future. Wu Qingshu told him everything. The emergence of the Resident Evil world made Zhao Hailiang feel panicked and at the same time felt great pressure. Zhao Hailiang didn't know whose territory the Great Xia City that never sleeps belonged to, and he expressed extreme concern about this dark horse that suddenly appeared halfway. Later, the two of them thought about it, planning to copy it. Chapter 90. Let's copy it. But just when I was about to copy it, here comes the problem. Wu Qingshu could watch the game and other live videos, and could see the panoramic view of Raccoon City, but Zhao Hailiang couldn't see it. This is also constrained by the rules of the system. Shenyu only authorized it to the adventurer world, and did not authorize it to the dark world or the lord world. This resulted in Wu Qingshu having to stare at the video while dictating what he was saying to Zhao Hailiang. Then Zhao Hailiang constructed it based on what he had said orally. But sometimes it is easier said than done. What Wu Qingshu said is one thing, what Zhao Hailiang constructed is one thing.
Sometimes the hands and the brain are busy with their own things, let alone two. Completely independent people. In addition, technology is a system that is completely independent of conventional magic. People who do not have a certain understanding of technology cannot make firearms at all. In this case, how could Zhao Hailiang possibly copy it? After a long time, Wu Qingshu came out of the underground city built by Zhao Hailiang with a gloomy face. How is it? Are they 80% similar? Wu Qingshu was silent for a moment. I didn't even say this is a piece of shit. After all, the person in front of him is his lord after all. A future partner. If the blow is too harsh, it will also hurt people's self-esteem. Wu Qingshu sighed. Or, let's not copy this. Not good enough? Zhao Hailiang frowned. Listening to what you said earlier, I feel that my thinking is very open-minded and the design is also very perfect. Yes. It's very open-minded. It's like building a latrine for a pile of shit, making it much easier to defecate. Wu Qingshu was too lazy to complain, so he changed the subject and said, his Happy Chess Dungeon is also very good. I've played it before, and it's a better replica. Board games. It is indeed simple to replicate, although it is impossible to achieve a similar appearance, it is still very easy to achieve a similar spirit. It's just a house, then set up a few tables, get those cards out again. After all the trouble, Zhao Hailiang finally put his works on display again. It's just. Wu Qingshu went in to take another look and found it weird no matter how he looked at it, but at least the gameplay content was still there, so it could be considered a successful replica. How is it? Zhao Hailiang asked anxiously. It is obviously difficult to continue developing by relying on the god's punishment of destruction, and it has reached a bottleneck. Zhao Hailiang urgently needs a work around. At this stage, he cannot return to the Lord's world and cannot buy new copyright IP. So I just tried to make it myself this time. Zhao Hailiang copied Happy Chess and gambled all his hopes. Okay, let's give it a try. Wu Qingshu couldn't tell what was wrong, but since things had come to this, he might as well just take it out for a walk. Release it directly? Zhao Hailiang asked. Wu Qingshu was speechless when asked this question. He could vaguely tell that the guy in front of him seemed to know nothing about the tricks of the dungeon and was simply a rich kid from a wealthy family. I can only say helplessly, you should try to put it up for recommendation to see if it works, so as not to ruin the reputation of your territory. I happen to know a good salesman who also has a recommendation. Let him put it up for you. Although Yanla City's reputation has been overshadowed by Dasha City that never sleeps, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, it has been taking up so much traffic for a long time, so it should be better than some other small dungeon territories. Plus there is the punishment of the god of destruction. This reputation cannot be ruined. Wu Qingshu immediately started to arrange this matter, and Zhao Hailiang was also immersed in the future success and couldn't extricate himself. Time gradually came to late night. At this time, there are still many adventurers playing Resident Evil, and the Raccoon City under the dark night makes them feel more fun. It is also more exciting. Only when the time came to the early morning. A line of words appeared in front of all the adventurers inside. It's a pity that you didn't escape Raccoon City before dawn. What's the meaning? Many adventurers were still confused and didn't know what this prompt from the system meant. Sky, suddenly it became bright. All the adventurers came out from their hiding places in the shadows and looked up at the sky. I saw a ball of light that looked like the sun, dragging a long trail of flames, falling in the center of Raccoon City. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. It was a feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. In an instant, the whole city was destroyed. The dead adventurer did not exit, but the camera slowly moved upwards. They saw an extremely huge mushroom cloud rising up. It was an even more spectacular explosion than the one that killed the tyrant's third form. Fuck. I thought one life is enough to play for one day, but this nuclear bomb is too terrible. It directly razed the entire city to the ground. So what is this? Caring for health, forcing people to go offline. Covering face. Okay, the dungeon has been updated. Go away, go away. Brothers, have a good sleep. It's best to sleep until noon tomorrow. The next day. Resident Evil had just been updated and opened for business.
and instantly a large number of adventurers flooded in. The vast majority of them were adventurers who were tortured to death in the Resident Evil yesterday. Get ready today, plan to conquer those hateful zombies with money. Do you want to consume 100,000 soul crystals to exchange for the Golden Desert Eagle?
Unlimited ammunition, yes. Insufficient soul crystals, please recharge, redirecting to the recharge page. Congratulations, the exchange is successful. You have a new weapon, come and experience it in Resident Evil. Queuing, there are estimated to be 158 people ahead of you. I was full of enthusiasm, but was blocked outside by the queue. This made the adventurers who had bought luxurious equipment anxious and itchy. Why isn't it my turn yet? It's so slow, can you please let the one in front of you die quickly? Fuck, there's an old bitch who bought a 98K and is hiding in the house sniping at people. That sniper rifle is really cool, but it's also really expensive. I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Who says it's not true? Those are all Fu Gur's toys. Let's just go with the technique. Beating Fu Gur with technique is also a great pleasure in life. Indeed, this dungeon at least requires skills. Without skills, no matter how great the equipment is, it will be useless. Haha, I'm in. Everyone, come to my channel and take a look at my new Ghostfire motorcycle. They say that if the Ghostfire sounds, all your parents' efforts will be in vain. The front of the car tilted up and the King of Hell smiled. There is nothing wrong with this statement. The adventurer successfully found a motorcycle and changed the skin to a Ghostfire motorcycle. Just indulge in speeding through the streets of Raccoon City. As a result, he was successfully logged off because of the appearance of a sudden zombie. But offline is offline, happiness is real happiness. This is also the most successful part of the Resident Evil dungeon. The adventurers who come here to play are no longer limited to whether they can pass the level or not. They have found a lot of fun in this unknown city. No matter if it's jumping off a building, playing with Will-O-the-Wisp, playing tanks, take 98K as the sixth one. Everyone found their own FUN.AS for customs clearance, it doesn't matter. Chapter 91 Goblin Hog Rider. Someone is traveling in Resident Evil. There is also a group of people who have come to the Dark World through the task list. The place where they appeared was the area where the biohazard was located. Because it was closer to the Goblin tribe, they saved the cost of a teleportation array. After all, there are 60 people, and one teleportation requires 60 soul crystals. Save where you can and spend where you can. Chinyu, Lee Ruwashu, and others also came here through the territory teleportation array. He has to make two arrangements here. Point 1 is to let Lee Ruwashu lead the adventurers to attack the Goblin tribe. The second is to let Chi Maosong take Wuyu, Shu Yunxiao and the Rabbit-Eared village chief to the Rabbit-Eared town in the east to recruit more bunny girls. My lord, don't worry. You are young, beautiful, and capable. I will definitely help you. Keep a close eye on you. Before leaving, the Rabbit-Eared village chief took the 20 soul crystals that Chenyu gave him for recruitment and said to Chenyu solemnly, "Village chief, I admit that you understand a lot, but actually, you can keep it to yourself." Chenyu immediately noticed the strange looks from several girls. At this time, explanation is a cover-up. Chenyu coughed lightly. Skip.no explanation needed. Before departure, Bai Feifei told Chenyu about the information she had obtained during her last exploration of the Goblin Kingdom. Although the 5 of them were captured by goblins last time, as adventurers, they have the ability to leave the Dark World at any time. This time, they went deep into the Goblin Kingdom and got to know it better. It was not until they were about to be killed that they returned to the adventurer world. Therefore, Chenyu had an idea of the location of the Goblin Kingdom and its approximate defensive strength. Chenyu rewarded Bai Feifei and the other 4 with 500 happy coins and 100 contribution points each, which was equivalent to the reward for their last venture into the Goblin Kingdom. After some minor adjustments, Lee Ruwashu led 62 adventurers and headed eastward. Their route was in the same direction as Chi Maosong, who had already set out. However, since the Rabbit-Eared town is quite far away and cannot be reached within a day, Chi Maosong and other 2 contracted adventurers have to carry out this mission. It took 2 hours. Everyone arrived at the Goblin tribe that they explored yesterday. The village gate is closed at this moment. The entrance of the fortress, for watchtowers guard the tribe on both sides. Since the protective shield disappeared, this trial lands sealed by the god's will. Gradually awaken under the erosion of darkness. The first to be affected are naturally the native races of the Dark World. This Goblin tribe has obviously been upgraded and has much stronger defensive capabilities. There are 5 or 6 goblins armed with bows and arrows on each watchtower, all of whom are level 5. Any living creature that passes by will be hit by a hail of arrows. Such defensive capabilities are considered top-notch in this area. Therefore, the goblins in the castle were a bit lazy and not very vigilant. It just so happens that today is the day agreed upon for the handover of prisoners, and the adults in the kingdom are sitting in the tribe at this moment. With these powerful adults around, there is no need to worry about anything. You know, the qualities of those two adults are rare. The goblin's eyes fell on the tent in the center. The two adults were sitting there, talking with the leader of their tribe. In the dungeon on the other side, several vicious goblins were driving slaves one after another into the prison car. There are both men and women among them. There are half-elves, rabbit-eared people, and some other races. Everyone was tortured. Men work as laborers, women are used as reproductive tools. This is how these goblins developed, relying on plunder to become the strongest kingdom in the area. But today, the good times will not last long. Only a roar was heard outside the city. Shi-shio! Shi-shio! On the watchtower, 20 goblin archers shot arrows at high speed. They looked panicked, as if they had seen some terrible monster. One of them quickly rang the bell on the watchtower, and the alarm immediately sounded throughout the tribe. In the tent, the goblin leader rushed out with a machete in hand. Beside him were a goblin wizard and a goblin warrior. They were the adults who came from the kingdom and were responsible for escorting the prisoners. Gurgle. Gee. The three men talked for a few words, and the goblin leader finally said Yoshi and stepped aside. It seems It was the goblin warrior who was about to take action. He was full of confidence and asked his men to lead a giant wild boar over. He turned over and wrote on it, "This is the strongest profession in the goblin kingdom, the goblin boar rider." After writing on the wild boar, his demeanor suddenly changed. Holding a big hammer, he looked like no one else could do it better than him. Drive the wild boar to the gate of the castle, ready to make the invaders pay the price. The result is the next moment, the gate of the fortress was smashed in half with a roar. A huge monster with strong muscles rushed in and roared at the goblins inside. This move completely stunned the hog rider. What the hell is this monster? Never seen it. How come he is taller than me riding a wild boar, compared to these confused goblins? The adventurer who transformed into a tank zombie looked down at them. Condescendingly, another roar was heard. Cool. This perspective, this muscle, this terrifying explosive power, it's really cool. The adventurer patted his chest like a gorilla, then roared and punched the goblin next to him. The terrifying force directly smashed the little goblin into a meat patty. As for why they didn't take pictures directly when they came in, but instead made so many small movements, just ask. It's handsome. The tank zombie moved. The goblin boar rider couldn't hold back either. How could he let him keep killing like this? With a roar, he gave himself a buff and immediately rushed forward with a sledgehammer in hand. His quality is rare grade. The quality of the tank zombie is also rare level. The tank zombie and the charging giant wild boar collided with each other, like an impact between two large creatures, a fight of pure strength. Chapter 92, End of the Conquest. At the same time, the other 62 adventurers also quickly dealt with the archers on the watchtower and rushed into the castle. He started fighting with the remaining 100 or so goblins in the castle. In terms of quality and level, goblins are collectively superior, especially some goblin bosses. Their quality has reached the excellent level, and their combat power index far exceeds that of adventurers. But there was a tank zombie there, which not only fought back and forth with the hog rider, but also found the time to ram the opposing formation. In addition, some adventurers transform when they can't defeat the enemy. The smoker, the fat man, they transformed at the slightest disagreement and caught the goblins off guard. The greenskins were completely stunned. What the hell? Why did it suddenly change? A few goblin leaders wanted to make some moves, but were immediately dealt with one by Lee Ruwashu and his three companions. After the three of them became contracted adventurers, they gained common skills and their combat effectiveness became stronger. Chu Ruwashua had cultivated the talent of a magician, and she casually cast a fireball and threw it over, knocking a goblin leader back a few steps. Another buff was given to Chen Yuxuan. The arrow was equipped with fire attack magic. Chen Yuxuan shot an arrow, which hit the leader and exploded with a loud bang, killing him instantly. Baga! The goblin leader was furious and rushed over with a machete. Li Ruwashu also took action. With dual professions as a swordsman and a ranger, her combat power far exceeded the currently displayed combat power index. Even though the goblin leader's quality is at the excellent level and his combat power index reaches 300, he is still somewhat unable to withstand the attack from Li Ruwashu. The feeling that my machete could easily kill the girl in front of me, but I just couldn't. The goblin leader felt increasingly powerless. With the enhancement of wind attribute, Li Ruwashu's agility has been greatly improved, and his attacks also have wind attributes, can penetrate armor. There is a blood bar. What else is hard to kill? Gradually, the goblin leader could no longer hold on and turned around to shout some strange words at the wizard in the tent. At this moment, the Goblin tribe has suffered heavy casualties, and the Hog Rider is unable to protect himself under the combined efforts of the tank zombies and several adventurers who are good at backstabbing. Seeing the situation become like this, there was an extremely angry look in the Goblin Mage's eyes, and the ultimate move he had been chanting for a long time also fell. Fire rain, everyone disperse quickly. Lee Ruwashu turned around and shouted, asking everyone to be careful and defend. Flames rained down from the sky. It fell on the entire Goblin tribe and a huge fire was burning. There was a continuous wailing. The goblins who were unable to escape were also burned to death in the fire. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Goblin Mage ran away from a secret passage. Lee Ruwashu was just about to chase after him, but he found that the Goblin leader wanted to destroy the Guardian Stone. If the Guardian Stone is broken, this territory will not be able to absorb it, and these few hours of work will be in vain. How could Lee Ruwashu accept this? He moved, braved the rain of fire, and killed the Goblin leader first. The rain of fire is over. There was a raging fire burning in the Goblin tribe, and the adventurers actively participated in the firefighting, putting out the flames as quickly as possible. He also killed some goblins that were not yet dead, without any mercy. Ruwashu, are you okay? Chu Ruwashu walked forward and looked at the burn wound on Lee Ruwashu's shoulder, and couldn't help but ask. It's okay, just apply some life potion when you go back. Lee Ruwashu replied. Life potions can be purchased in the system and the price is not expensive, and even if you die, it's okay, you can still be resurrected in the adventurer's hut. The pain you feel will be a little clearer than when you use your spirit to descend, and this is unavoidable. Let's sort out the spoils and see if there are any magic crystals that can be found in the bodies of those bosses. Good. Chu Ruwashu turned around and made arrangements. Sister Ruwashu, come and take a look. At this time, Bai Feifei's voice with a crying tone came. Lee Ruwashu immediately went over to take a look, and saw countless burned corpses near the dungeon. They were all slaves burned to death by the Goblin Wizard under the fire rain spell. This is, Lee Ruwashu couldn't help but his pupils tremble. Chu Ruwashu covered her mouth and said, no wonder the wizard deliberately directed us in this direction when he cast the rain of fire. He probably thought we were here to rescue the captives, so he wanted to use this method to delay us. Damn it, I didn't even notice it at the time. In fact, even if you notice it, it's useless because the rain of fire has already fallen. As a rare quality mage, the Goblin Mage's ultimate move, which took him so long to release, could not be easily blocked. That's abominable. I will definitely kill all these goblins. I actually let that wizard get away. I can't sleep at night just thinking about it. The other adventurers were also shocked and angry. Most adventurers are kind and hostile only to evil races, and goblins are one of the races they hate the most. Oh right, zombie dogs. One of them said, Captain Lee, let's turn into zombie dogs and give chase. Yeah, whether we can catch him or not, let's go. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep at night. 20 adventurers spoke up at the same time. Logically speaking, they had just defeated the Goblin tribe and their mission was over, so they didn't need to stay here any longer. But obviously, the Goblin Mage's behavior has aroused their anger. Even if they couldn't beat him, they still wanted to rush over and bite that bastard. See the anger in everyone's eyes. Lee Ruwashu did not hesitate at all and used the zombie dog cards on all the adventurers who wanted to chase and kill him. In a flash, more than 20 zombie dogs rushed into the secret passage and chased in the direction where the Goblin Wizard disappeared. There were only a few girls left in the territory, responsible for cleaning up the aftermath. More than 30 other adventurers have sacrificed their lives and returned to the adventurer world, including the adventurer who turned into a tank zombie in the fire. It was the tank zombies and other transformed adventurers who protected the people and avoided greater casualties. Lee Ruwashu sighed and couldn't bear to look in the direction of the dungeon. Come to the Guardian Stone. Do you want to absorb the Guardian Stone of the Goblin tribe? The prompt appeared in Shen Yu's mind. Shen Yu immediately chose yes. Absorb, open the protective cover. Then he called on the idle half-elves and rabbit-eared people to lead the people and rebuild the tribe that had been burned by the fire. Key. It's better to bury the body in this Goblin tribe. The amount of fertile land reaches 3 acres, which can provide food for 60 people. Although it is small, at least it exists. Bai Feifei and a few others stayed to help, while Lee Ruwashu and the other 2 returned to the territory. Chapter 93, Liar Tavern Gameplay Test. Shen Yu asked Lee Ruwashu and the other 2 to return to the territory because of something else. Just now, Chen Yu had spent 1,000 soul crystals to buy 10 basic comprehension skill books from the system black marketeer. Let Shu Ruoshua and Chen Yuxuan go into the Resident Evil dungeon first to try and see if they can comprehend the innate skills of the T-virus. There is a probability of success in understanding, and there is also a probability of failure. Purely depends on talent. Chen Yu exchanged 10 books at a time so that the two of them could use enough at once. If you throw money at it, you will eventually get something done, right? Li Ruoshu didn't go for the time being because Chen Yu needed her to find Li Yunk and Li Ruopu, but the Trickster Tavern is opening soon. As a salesman, Li Ruopu naturally had to experience it first and go through the process. Now that we're here, we might as well call Li Yunk along, so we can play a game together. A dim pub, retro bar counter, the style of the Western era is everywhere. 4 figures appeared here. Li Yunk looked around and nodded in amazement. It's a completely different architectural style from the two dungeons in Happy Chess and Resident Evil. It's unbelievable that you can build a bar like this in just one day. If it was still a modern style bar, Li Yunk would not be surprised. After all, there was the Resident Evil ahead, but this style is obviously different and has a unique aesthetic. Li Ruoshu and his sister couldn't help but nod slightly. They had to admit it. Chen Yu's brain was indeed quick and his vision was so broad that it was like standing on the shoulders of giants. What is this dungeon about? However, after looking around, the three of them couldn't figure out how to play this dungeon, apart from the table in the middle of the pub. Isn't this another chess or card game? Li Ruoshu picked up the 20 cards on the table and couldn't help asking, good. Chen Yu nodded, seeing the astonishment in the eyes of the three people. He smiled and said, but it is different from ordinary board games. If you lose, it will be fatal. You mean, the kind of gambling board games where if you win you live, and if you lose you die? Li Yunk couldn't help but ask again, good. After getting the confirmation, the three of them looked at each other. Li Ruopu scratched his head, and time seemed to have gone back to the day when he, Wu Yu and Bai Feifei were forcibly teleported to Chen Yu's underground city. At the time they said that all chess and card games were like this, with life and death determined by winning or losing, and no one would play them. Result: the same is true of Chen Yu's Liar's Tavern, but if any other lord had set up this chess and card game table, the three of them might have looked down on it, but at this moment, the person who showed up was Chen Yu. This forces them to abandon their prejudices and take it seriously without talking about others. Li Ruopu, who was one of the first fans, was the first to sit down and showed great interest. Let's just play. It's hard to explain with words alone. We didn't think much of landlords at first, but we ended up being more addicted to it than anyone else. That's true. Li Yunk and Li Ruoshu sat down one after another. What about the rules? Hearing the question, Chen Yu also sat down and pointed to the 20 cards on the table. The rules are very simple. I have already marked them in your consciousness, but I will still verbally explain them here. First, each person is dealt 5 cards, with the king representing any card. Chen Yu asked the chess and card table to deal the cards automatically. Each person was dealt 5 cards, covering the tabletop. Chen Yu took it away and took a look. The cards in his hand were QQKA. The others followed his example and took a look at the cards in their hands. In the middle of the table, a jumping and changing pattern appeared. Finally, it stops at K. The target card appears, it's K. Next, we take turns to play cards. Each person plays 1 to 3 cards and declares the value. For example, if I play a card now, it is AK. After saying, Chen Yu picked up a Q and put it down, and continued, then the next player can choose whether to question or not. If they choose to question, they can open my cards. If they find that I didn't play a king, then I will have to accept the punishment of Russian roulette, that is to say, take the revolver in your hand and shoot it at your own head. That's right, there are 6 bullet holes in Russian roulette, but only 1 bullet in it. Chen Yu picked up the revolver and a bullet in his hand and demonstrated how to load it to several people. What if it is indeed AK? Li Ruoshu asked. If my statement is true, then the questioner will have to accept a game of Russian roulette punishment, Chen Yu replied. Li Ruoshu nodded slowly. I see, questioning. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment before realizing that Li Ruoshu was his next client. Wait a minute, I just played 1 card, and you're so sure that what I played wasn't real? According to the rules, there are 6 kings and 2 jokers, which means there are 8 real cards in total. Why are you playing me right away? Yes, I'm very sure. Li Ruoshu tilted his head and said with a half smile, in the first game, you must have been sure that I didn't dare to open you. Chen Yu silently took out his revolver and said, "It's okay, it's just a small mistake, and the probability is 1 in 6. I am the son of destiny, how could I collapse with just one shot?" Bang, the whole audience was silent. Fuck. Chen Yu, who was shot, stood up and smashed the revolver in his hand, cursing, "What a rubbish game." Li Ruoshu smiled. "Now that I know how to play, it's really interesting. On the one hand, it's a psychological game, and on the other hand, unlike those previous board games where you die if you lose, your game design adds probability. Maybe it will be gone in 1 round. It is possible to survive 5 rounds in a row. This kind of design can really arouse the adrenaline rush." Li Yunk also nodded. "Yes, it's completely different from what I imagined. This board game does have its charm." After Chen Yu died, the next round of the game also continues. The target card is K, and it is a king game again. The pointer on the table pointed to Li Ruoshu, indicating that she had to play a card. Chen Yu leaned over to take a look. KQAA king.asa result, Li Ruoshu threw QAA without thinking. 3 kings. Then he looked at Li Ruopu with a smile. As the saying goes, when my sister smiles, ghosts and gods are unpredictable, tricking me into opening her. Li Ruopu shrank his neck, his eyes fell on the cards in his hand, and he hesitated for a long time. He didn't dare to open it, and played a king. The pointer turned to Li Yunk. Li Yunk knew his son's character very well, so he didn't open his hand and threw down 2 cards, 2 kings. When the pointer landed on Li Ruoshu again, she only had 2 real cards left in her hand, so she threw them away. 2 kings. After saying this, Li Ruoshu folded his arms across his chest and calmly watched the other 2 people play chess. Chapter 94 Game Operation Methods. Li Ruoshu no longer had any cards in her hand, and having thrown down 2 real cards, she was in an invincible position. 3 kings came out before, and now 2 more come out. "Sister, do you have any?" Li Ruopu couldn't help but speak out. "If you don't believe me, you can fire me," Li Ruoshu said with a smile. Li Ruopu frowned and muttered a few words, obviously unsure, so he threw another card down. "No, I'll play AK." Li Yunk followed with another one. Li Ruoshu had no more cards, so he skipped. Li Ruopu still did not choose to question, but played another one. At this moment, both he and Li Yunk only had 2 cards left in their hands, and 11 cards had already been played on the field. There are 11 cards, so the K should have been played out by now, right? Li Yunk glanced at him and smiled confidently. "You brat, you definitely don't have any real cards in your hand. You've already played away at most 2 cards." "I doubt it." The words fell of the system automatically opens the cards, so the result appeared, and it turned out to be a K. Li Yunk was stunned. Li Ruopu laughed. "Old man, you never expected that, did you? My first 2 pictures were fake, this one is real." Li Yunk was immediately furious. He didn't expect to be tricked by his own kid. Under the enforcement of the rules, he could only pick up the revolver in his hand and point it at his head. Empty, empty, empty. Click at the revolver fired with a crisp sound. Li Yunk smiled and said, "I am a lucky man. It's okay. I'm fine." At this moment, even an old man like him could feel a change in his adrenaline, not to mention the young people. Interesting and interesting. I have to say that Lord Chen's design is really worth savoring. If it were gone, the game wouldn't be that fun. It's this feeling of walking on a tightrope that makes it easier to stir people's emotions. Li Yunk couldn't help but admire it. The liar game went on for a few more rounds. The 3 people who thought they had figured out each other's psychology began to get caught up in a game of chess. Use eyes and words to deceive your opponent. Li Yunk was truly blessed by the goddess of luck, as he fired 5 shots in a row without exploding. Unfortunately, his mind had already been figured out by the brother and sister, and he was knocked offline after 6 consecutive defeats. Li Ruopu planned and advanced every step carefully. However, fate was not on his side, and the first shot was fired. Game over. The 4 of them sat back at the table again. Li Yunk recalled the feeling just now and was full of admiration. It is indeed a very interesting board game. The most important thing is the setting of Russian roulette. Every time you survive a disaster, it can bring a lot of emotional fluctuations. Indeed, if this is released, it will have no problem standing out from the crowd of works. Li Ruopu was also amazed. "We should be able to qualify in 2 months." Li Yunk nodded and predicted, "There are only a few months left." The first wave of works took 2 months. Although it took a long time, it looks pretty good so far. 2 months? Chen Yu frowned. Why does it take so long? He was quite confident in the Lyre Tavern. He believed that the Lyre Tavern did a good job in stirring people's emotions. Li Yunk and Li Ruopu looked at each other. Li Ruopu could only say helplessly, "If I really want to tell you the reason, it's actually because of you." At this stage, with the existence of Happy Chess and Cards and Resident Evil, adventurers in Titletown rarely pay attention to the recommended positions of the Adventurers Guild. At least not as much as before. In the past, everyone had no choice but to eat shit. And they had to eat it with a smile. Now that we have the great summer city that never sleeps, we can fill our stomachs every day even if we have the guaranteed minimum. Who would be willing to clear the minefields on the recommendation list? At the current price of Happy Coin, even if you are lazy and don't want to play the dungeon, adventurers can choose to exchange all the times for a day into Happy Coins and trade with rich friends. If you don't have high requirements for food, it will be no problem to feed yourself, and you may even have a surplus. In addition, the output of Daxia Never Sleeps City is too high, and the food quality is also good. It can be said that with Chenyu here, it won't take long for the whole people of Chaoshi Town to get rid of poverty and become well off. Under such circumstances, Li Ruopu couldn't think of anyone else who would bother to brush up the recommendation list except those rich guys who have plenty of money and like to hunt for novelties. That is to say, because I'm too strong, I'm hindering the development of this line. The popularity of Resident Evil will have to last for a long time at least. During this period, it will be difficult for new dungeons to stand out on the recommendation list. However, the quality of the Lyre Tavern is indeed worthy of recognition. Perhaps it will only take a month to qualify, said Li Yunk. In fact, the biggest problem is not quality. If the quality is good, there is a chance to succeed. Li Ruoshu added, the biggest problem is that the game is too fast. From the time you enter the game to the end of the game, adventurers may have just started to learn how to play, but they are already out of the game. This is indeed a problem. In order to avoid this problem, Chenyu played Landlord with Li Ruopu, by Feifei, and others for several hours in Happy Chess and Cards, but this obviously doesn't work in the Lyre Tavern. The more times you play, the easier it is to lose interest, and because it is not a multiplayer type, there is no way to place NPCs or play with other players. The short game time is a problem, and the game's exposure is also a problem. If these two problems are not solved, this dungeon will not be able to make it out of the recommendation list. Li Ruopu would not have the chance to run for president, and if he took the risk of joining the guild, it might be controlled by others. Chenyu tapped the table lightly with his fingers, lost in thought. After pondering for a moment, Chenyu smiled. It's actually quite simple. If it's too expensive to be a paid game, why not just make it free? Free? When these words came out, the other three were stunned. Lord Chen, are you going to continue using the method of Resident Evil and use Happy Coins as entry materials? Li Yunk said hesitantly, but if so, I'm afraid the system won't pass. Using Happy Coins as entry material is actually a price war. Other lords can only play once. Chenyu can play this game several times at a time. With the dual advantages of price and quality, it is hard for Dungeon not to be popular. Even though a game of Lyre Tavern is relatively short, maybe over in more than 10 minutes or even less than a few minutes, it can quickly get people addicted, and it's cheap. Only. If Happy Coins are used, it would be equivalent to hinting to the adventurer that this dungeon was produced by the great Xia city that never sleeps, and the system would definitely not be able to pass it. No need for joy coins. Chenyu's words surprised them again. It's completely free, not a single Happy Coin is charged. Li Ruoshu frowned and blurted out, then we won't make any profit? That won't do. We build dungeons not to provide charity for adventurers. It seemed that the air was a little quiet. Li Ruoshu looked up and found that Li Yunk and Li Ruopu were looking at him strangely. What are you looking at? Nothing. Li Ruopu touched his nose and didn't dare to speak. Now that you are a contracted adventurer, your position and ideas are different. Chapter 95, Future Prospects of the Lyre's Tavern. Chenyu also smiled. This employee is really good. Know how to think about your boss. He comforted her by saying, don't worry, competitive games are not afraid of being free. What competitive games need most is popularity. Once the popularity is hyped up, we have plenty of ways to make money, and I remember, after this dungeon is released, it will appear in the recommended position of other towns, right? Li Yunk nodded, yes, but this foreign server recommendation list has been jokingly called the poison list. It has a worse reputation than the local recommendation list.
There are many reasons for this situation. The most important factor is that most salesmen have never thought about promotion. Not everyone wants to endure this path for decades and run for the position of president of the Adventurers Guild, not to mention whether you can be selected or not, just the endurance can kill you. Therefore, this has resulted in salesmen who have the right to be on the Foreign Service recommendation list only wanting to make money by being bad they would cooperate with certain dungeon lords, go to some dungeons that not many people played locally, and go to other towns to make money. Every penny counts. Once one person did it, others followed suit. The more you roll it, the worse it gets. In the end, it became a bad list that no one visited. But it's precisely because of this situation that it should be free, isn't it? Chen Yu said with a smile. So how do we make money? Li Ruoshu is still quite concerned about this. Even if it's a confrontational dungeon, people will get bored after playing it for a long time. If we transform it into a paid dungeon, I'm afraid no one will come anymore, right? That's true, so this dungeon still can't be charged. But, at this point, Chen Yu smiled slightly. Answer me a question first. If we hold a competition for small towns now, and rank the towns by the results of the games, are you willing to participate? Of course I'm willing. I have to join in the fun no matter what. Li Ruoshu said without hesitation. What if we add a ranking for individuals to this ranking, telling everyone how many points so-and-so has added to a certain town and how much effort he or she has made? Then I will definitely take first place. Li Ruoshu said confidently. Okay, so here comes my way of making money. Chen Yu stood up and said, after this dungeon is released in Tide Town, I will release a ranked mode based on the free mode, and then create a regional ranking list. The free mode still does not consume times and does not calculate scores, but the ranking mode consumes one chance, and each time you will only be matched with adventurers outside the town in a single game. Individual scores are calculated based on wins and losses, and the regional score is calculated based on the sum of individual scores. The game rankings are divided into personal rankings, regional rankings, and regional personal rankings, and are placed on the entrance interface of the dungeon. At the same time, the top 3 individual players in each area's ranking will be given a reminder to enter the dungeon, such as the strongest adventurer XXX in a certain town entering the dungeon. Also, add a suffix logo after the names of all adventurers in the strongest town. It would be best if this suffix logo flashes once in each game. When you win, shine brighter. Chen Yu told us his future plans in just a few words. It is still in the drafting stage, so some parts will be omitted and the details may be changed, but the overall direction remains unchanged. After listening to what he said, the other 3 suddenly fell into a daze. They are not stupid. After a brief thought, I quickly realized what kind of craze this dungeon would create among the small towns once it was released. First, use free methods to attract a large number of adventurers, then use the ranking method to arouse the fighting spirit of adventurers in each small town. Finally, charging in this way is used to consume players' times and harvest soul crystals at the same time. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Li Yung couldn't help but stand up, clap hard. There was amazement in his eyes. Lord Chen, if your dungeon isn't popular, it's unjust. Chen Yu smiled faintly. It's nothing, it's just some small tricks, all thanks to the support of my peers. This is the truth. In the past life, this little trick wouldn't have caused any waves on the internet, but here it really is true. Our competitors are all XX. In this situation where all lords are trying their best to harvest soul crystals and all dungeons on the internet are charged, Chen Yu's free dungeon alone has already beaten everyone. Unfortunately, there is still a flaw, Chen Yu finally said with some regret. Flaw? Li Yung had confusion in his eyes. He tried hard to recall it, but couldn't find where the flaw was. I couldn't help but ask, where is the flaw? In the end, I only heard Chen Yu say the flaw is that after you turn on the payment function, only 3 people can die each time, and 1 person can survive. The rate of return is only 75%. What a loss. The other 3 were stunned. All in all, of this test at the Liar's Tavern ended perfectly. Li Yung and Li Ruopu couldn't wait to go back and put this dungeon on the recommendation list. Li Ruoshu also knew that his current task was to conquer more territories, qualify from the Liar's Tavern, and build more underground cities when he entered the foreign server recommendation list of multiple small towns. In this way, you can earn more soul crystals. The future of the territory. Li Ruoshu is already full of anticipation. After returning to the territory, Chen Yu first asked Li Ruoshu to go to the Resident Evil dungeon to understand the T-virus. Improving your strength is always the most important thing. In the dark world, the true combat effectiveness is never determined by the combat power index. The combat power index refers to the manifestation of strength reaching a certain level or quality. When the fight really starts, it depends on equipment, talent skills, general skills, and attribute enhancement. These are all key points. As the quality of enemies increases, their innate skills and general skills will become more powerful. Moreover, the number of enemies will increase. Especially in the later stage when the warlord has a large number of troops, it will become very difficult to deal with. Although theoretically speaking, the number of contracted adventurers is unlimited, as long as you have enough territories of the lord type, but Chunyu doesn't plan to support too many people. Quality is more important than quantity. Contracted adventurers have the ability to revive infinitely and are immortal. Of course, the stronger the individual strength, the better. It is not a good idea to disperse the resources. Each territory only needs to recruit 5 main forces, the others can be raised casually and play supporting roles. Therefore, Chen Yu's requirement for Li Ruoshu and the others was to try their best to comprehend the strongest T-virus skills. The weak give up and don't learn. Not if you want to learn, you have to learn the best. There are 6 levels of skills: white, green, blue, purple, orange and red. At least the innate skills you comprehend must reach purple quality or above. As for the consumed basic comprehension skill books? Don't worry, I have money, you can spend it as you like. Chen Yu changed 20 skill books again and said so. Chapter 96 Understanding the T-Virus in Raccoon City. Shu Ruoshua and Chen Yuxuan sat on the rooftop of the Twin Towers, sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Below them, countless ugly zombies were wandering in the streets. This is a world of their own. Here, they have GM management authority. You can move anywhere at will and revive repeatedly during the trial period in the Liar's Tavern. The two had been injected with the T-Virus 3 times in this world and had fought against countless high-level zombies. There is no problem with the process. You first use the primary comprehension skill book, then inject the T-Virus potion, and then comprehend the mutation of the T-Virus. During the comprehension period, the effect of the comprehension skill book will be triggered, except for the first time when Shu Ruoshua couldn't hold on and her will was eroded and she mutated into a zombie. She succeeded the next 2 times. They also successfully comprehended their innate skills, but what a pity, none of them met Chen Yu's requirements, and the highest one, Chen Yuxuan, only reached blue quality. Sister Xian, this is too difficult, isn't it? After a long time, Shu Ruoshua opened her eyes and said with a bitter face, the skill she mastered this time was still of white quality. Another skill book wasted, that was bought with 100 soul crystals. Shu Ruoshua felt a little sad when she thought about it. The money was Chen Yu's, but they had already shared the honor and disgrace of the territory, so of course they were reluctant to spend it recklessly. Xiaoxue, don't be anxious. Chen Yuxuan also opened his eyes and sighed. Take your time. Let's analyze the reasons carefully first. Chen Yuxuan's expression was also somewhat complicated. He claimed to be the ace of the strategy team, but he couldn't even comprehend the purple quality. It's somewhat of a blow to my self-confidence. It's so difficult. Yeah, I'll try to fight the tyrant this time, maybe it will work. Chen Yuxuan clenched his fists, his eyes determined. There was a strange black color in their eyes, which was the power of the T-Virus. After injecting the T-Virus and successfully controlling it, the two clearly felt that their physical qualities had been enhanced, but their sanity would gradually disappear. This was the price of the zombie virus, but as a contracted adventurer, it is not a big deal. At most, you can be resurrected after losing your sanity. In comparison, it is precisely because of this side effect that the physical fitness enhancement effect of the T-Virus is higher than other talent skills. I just don't know why. The highest T-Virus they comprehended was only blue quality and could not be improved any further. Is it only blue quality? Chen Yuxuan frowned and thought. Shu Ruoshua said, let's sort out the differences between the 3 qualities of white, green, and blue first. White quality. After activation, all attributes are increased by 20%, and sanity is lost at a faster rate. Green quality. After turning it on, all attributes will be increased by 30%, and sanity will be lost at a faster rate. Blue quality. After being activated, all attributes are increased by 30%, and sanity is lost at a slower rate. After losing their sanity, they will mutate into zombies. Shu Ruoshua frowned, thinking, from the perspective of the improvement, the green quality T-Virus is higher than the purple quality talent I saw in the system's encyclopedia. It's good to have side effects, and the ingredients are stronger than those in big workshops. But when it reaches blue quality, the attributes no longer improve, and it only reduces the speed of sanity loss. Chen Yuxuan couldn't help but complain, does it need to be lowered? Obviously, the crazier it gets, the better. Especially a certain little lunatic, seeing this talent, he couldn't help but scream with excitement.
So, we are not crazy enough, so we can't unleash the true power of the T-virus? Shu Ruoxue made an assumption. Chen Yuxuan shrugged. I don't know, let's try again. A skill book appeared in each of their hands. How have you understood? Now Li Ruoxue also came. Sister Ruoxue. Shu Ruoxue turned her head and told her everything that had just happened. After listening, Li Ruoxue just frowned slightly, and after a little thought, I'll give it a try first. After saying Li Ruoxue appeared in the laboratory and got a T-virus drug from the laboratory. Immediately, she appeared in front of a tank zombie. Seeing Li Ruoxue suddenly appear, the tank zombie roared and rushed over. Li Ruoxue was not in a hurry. He picked up the syringe and injected it into his own blood, and the T-virus instantly broke out in his body. The poison quickly eroded her consciousness, causing her vision to go dark for a short time. A few seconds later, Li Ruoxue suddenly opened her eyes, only to see that her pupils had turned a strange black color. The tank zombie roared and rushed to Li Ruoxue. At this moment, there was no emotion in Li Ruoxue's eyes. She waved the saber in her hand and started fighting with the tank zombies. 10 minutes later, Li Ruoxue appeared on the top floor of the Twin Towers, with some blood on his body, and the darkness in his eyes was even darker. Shu Ruoxue was a little scared and asked weakly, Sister Ruoxue, are you okay? It's okay, I figured it out. Li Ruoxue released the T-virus form and his pupils returned to normal. How is it? Chen Yuxuan asked hurriedly. Purple quality. Li Ruoxue replied. The two couldn't help but look at each other. Chen Yuxuan smiled bitterly and said, as expected of you, you have realized the purple quality as soon as you made a move. Li Ruoxue did not notice the disappointment in Chen Yuxuan's eyes. After checking the effect of the skill, she gave up on comprehending this skill. For her, it was too low. I was just trying it out just now. After giving up, Li Ruoxue said, I think it's not difficult to comprehend the purple quality. You shouldn't be unable to comprehend it. Is there something wrong? But we also followed this procedure, injecting the T-virus and then fighting the monsters. Sister Ruoxue, what is the attribute of your skill? Shu Ruoxue asked. T-virus strong attack. After activation, all attributes are increased by 30%, attack power is increased by an additional 20%, and sanity is lost at a faster rate. Li Ruoxue simply repeated it. Shu Ruoxue and Chen Yuxuan looked at each other and said in surprise, why is there a suffix? The three of them immediately realized that the T-virus skills seemed to be somewhat unusual. The three qualities of white, green, and blue may be fixed attributes, but after turning purple, there seemed to be some changes. The three of them took another look at the zombies below. They were of different types and strengths. Although both are infected with the T-virus, there are indeed huge differences between them. It seems that we still need to spend some time to study it. Shu Ruoxue said excitedly. Her favorite thing was to study these things. Chapter 97. This dungeon is interesting. Adventurer's World by Xiaobai sat at the table in the treehouse, feeling a little depressed, chatting with his friends. Damn it, I let that goblin mage get away. I'm really sorry that I couldn't bite him to death. We can't help it. The quality is too poor. The zombie dog is just an ordinary quality card, and the goblin wizard has reached rare quality. Ordinary, excellent, rare, excellent. There is a big grade difference in the middle. The gap is really too big. More than 20 zombie dogs were unable to bite the goblin wizard to death. As Lifelong Good Brothers, by Xiaobai, and his three friends often play in various dungeons together. I've been hanging out in the city that never sleeps, Dasha, every day recently. Due to the high level of activity, they are qualified to carry out tasks. This time the wizard got away, and the four of them were so angry that they were unwilling to accept it. It's okay, it's okay. The wizard was bitten by each of us and was infected with the zombie virus. He might go crazy when he returns. One of them comforted. That's true. The most powerful weapon of zombie dogs is not their attack, but their zombie virus. Maybe a zombie plague has broken out in the Goblin Kingdom. Besides, Lord Qin will definitely go to attack the Goblin Kingdom. When the time comes, we brothers will work together to take down the wizard. Okay, let's go together. The four brothers swore an oath. When attacking the Goblin Kingdom, we must kill the wizard together. What are we going to do today? Of course it's the Resident Evil. But there are too many people in the Resident Evil. It's a bit difficult for the four of us to squeeze in. We have to wait for a long time. Then what else can we play?
All the points today were paid to Lord Chen, and they were exchanged for happy coins.
How about we go play landlord? That's okay, that's okay. The four of us can't play landlord. If we want to play, we should play mahjong. But mahjong is so difficult. I don't really want to play it.
And don't forget, you need a certain number of times to enter the Happy Chess and Cards game. Someone said everyone has different preferences for chess and cards. In Happy Chess and Cards, many tables for other chess and card games have been added to satisfy everyone's taste at the same time, but it is impossible to satisfy the tastes of 4 people at the same time.
Guess what I found, guys? Bai Xiaobai suddenly said in the group. What can we find? Could it be that there is a new dungeon in the Great Xia City that never sleeps?
No, I see the same too on the homepage.
It's only been a day, how can a new game be released? Are you guys overthinking it? Ha ha ha, that's true. No matter how fast Lord Chen is, he can't be that fast.
The 3 of them were laughing and the atmosphere was harmonious. Bai Xiaobai said again, no, a new dungeon appeared on the recommendation board.
The 3 people slowly typed a question mark. What's wrong with you? Why would you look at the recommendation list? Is that thing worth watching?
Besides, didn't we agree to be loyal fans of Lord Chen together, traitor?
You'll be put to the stake if you do this. I was just browsing and clicked it accidentally.
Bai Xiaobai explained hurriedly, and this time I really discovered something.
Hurry up and tell me, don't push me. If your reasons are not enough, we will all fling cotton at you.
The 3 of them were still joking. As a result, Bai Xiaobai's next sentence made them stunned.
A new dungeon. Free. Is there such a thing? No way, these days, who else besides Lord Chen has such courage? Bai Xiaobai said, I don't know either. There's nothing on the recommendation list, but I saw it and it's really free. It doesn't cost anything. Interesting. Even Resident Evil requires fun coins, but this dungeon is directly free. Is it for charity?
Brothers, I saw it too, it really is, and it's a 4-player dungeon.
Is it possible that some dungeon lord was so desperate that he created a free dungeon to disgust us? Otherwise, I really can't understand why a free dungeon would appear.
Come on, grab some, it's free anyway, even if it's shit I have to go in and taste it.
You have such strong taste.
He said so. 4 best friends came to the recommendation list at the same time and saw a dungeon called Liar's Tavern. Select team invite, enter, the game begins. After a moment. A dim, Western-style bar appeared in front of the 4 people. This dungeon is very detailed, and the architectural style is something I've never seen before. This lord is quite something. Several people couldn't help but admire it. I originally came in with a critical attitude. After seeing this architectural style, I immediately took it seriously. If nothing else, I can accept this architectural style even if they bring a basin of shit to me later.
You won't be happy if it's really served to you. One thing at a time. Look. Bai Xiaobai interrupted them, there are several headgears here. Can we each choose one to wear?
I choose the pig, monkey.
Horse face. Then I am the bull head.
Bai Xiaobai picked up the last headgear and put it on his head. They instantly sat on the chairs at the table for 4. Their buttocks seemed to be fixed and they couldn't leave the chairs at all. Of the rules of the game at the Liar's Tavern also appeared in their minds.
Board games? Haha, that's interesting.
Seeing that Daxia City that never sleeps is so popular, they also launched a chess and card game.
Do you want to get a piece of the pie? Hey, don't say anything.
Monkey suddenly said, when I came in just now, I actually saw a new dungeon next to it, and its name is Happy Chess and Cards.
Wow, they really don't even want to act anymore. Pighead laughed and said, the names are just the same.
When he laughed, he squealed like a pig, very vividly. He even scared himself.
This animal headgear seems to be quite interesting. Everything is interesting to you. You should know the rules of the game. Let's get started. After Nyoto read the rules, I thought it was quite innovative and urged to review it. Okay. I've read the rules.
They are indeed quite creative.
Let's try them out first. It's strange, the lord of this territory can actually use firearms. Is he imitating Lord Chen? Well, it's a bit similar, but I've never seen this style before. I can only say it's a bit interesting.
Chapter 98 exploded amidst the noise. The game began. Nyoto played the first card.
3 kings. Pighead, 3 kings in one hand, do you have them? If not, I will blow your head off. Nyoto, we are good brothers, how could I lie to you? Pighead, okay brother, questioning. Question failed. Pighead, damn, you really have 3. Nyoto, who told you not to trust me? I have no feelings for you anymore.
The revolver was loaded. The pighead took a deep breath and carefully placed it next to his head. Click, who? Ha ha ha, I'm under the protection of the goddess of luck.
I can't die.
The pighead looked at the oxhead provocatively. The game continues. A few minutes later, the first gunshots were heard. Settlement in progress.
Settlement completed, a small bag of ordinary rice.
All the food obtained on the recommendation list will turn into ordinary rice, which is the rice produced in the fields of the adventurer's world. It is rather unpalatable and can only fill you up. Xiaobai is not surprised by this. What surprised him was that the returns were so high. The small bag of rice is enough for him to eat for a day, more than enough.
Fuck!
Xiaobai felt like he had discovered a new world. His eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy.
I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich!
You can earn a small bag of rice by playing 1 game, and if you play 10 games, you can get 10 small bags. The key is that this dungeon is free, and no one has noticed it yet, so there is no need to even squeeze in. How much money can you make if you play this for a whole night? Although the benefits obtained will decrease as the number of games increases, after all, the sense of novelty will weaken and the happiness will also decrease. But again, it's free. Xiaobai carefully recalled the
feeling just now.
He had to admit that it was the most exciting when the revolver was about to shoot, but not sure whether to shoot. There is nothing much about the game process, although there is intrigue, but the brothers are in harmony. The time when dopamine is secreted the most is when the revolver is against the head. The more times he ejaculates, the more pleasure he gets. Xiaobai just fired 3 bullets and he already felt very good. Thinking of this, Xiaobai quickly sent a message to the group. Is it
over? He couldn't wait to start the second one. Just finished. That damn monkey is so insidious. Only real cards, thank you. Did you all get food? I got it. It's really a lot. It's really fun to play with it. Although it's a bit short and the fun you get from it is a bit less, it's free. I can get dozens more and I don't have to worry about retirement. This dungeon is really great. I can play there in one night and become rich immediately.
No, I have to share it with my family on the forum.
Fuck, you idiot, what are you talking about sharing?
There are only 120 spots, they will be snatched up soon.
That's right.
I see there are already 20 people playing inside.
People are starting to notice this place.
If we don't hurry up, we'll have to wait in line.
The 4 people finished speaking. Quickly form a team and start the next game.
Before others find out, earn some more food and exchange it for money. On this beautiful afternoon, gradually, news of an unknown dungeon spread among adventurers. Every adventurer was in tacit agreement and did not publicize it on the forum. Instead, choose to send it to your relatives and friends, let them go in and play as soon as possible. But even so, 1 passes to 2, 2 passed to 3. It soon spread like a plague, and the Liar's Tavern was packed. There are only 120 places, which is not enough for so many adventurers in Titletown to visit, so they have to queue up directly.
Fuck. I just came out of the game and just figured out how to play it. Why is it full? Ah, you beasts, you have such a great dungeon but you're hiding it and not saying a word.
The line is already 300 people long and the number is still increasing like crazy. Oh my god. The free dungeon is really amazing, and it's a free dungeon of such high quality.
Is this lord out to do charity? He knows that our Tide Town has been very poor recently, so he specially built a free dungeon for us? It's a pity that there are too few. This position is not crowded enough.
If I knew which lord it was, I would definitely lick him to pieces.
Didn't he go upstairs to lick Lord Chen? I have a big tongue, lick it together. The craze at the Liar's Tavern boosted the spirits of Li Ruopu, a salesman. However, this situation was also expected. It's free after all. How is it possible that no one plays it? To put it bluntly,
after the changes that Tide Town has gone through during this period, some adventurers have become really poor, and they even need to rely on their family elders' pensions for support. Therefore, don't say the quality of Liar's Tavern is excellent, even if it is a pile of shit. Adventurers will take turns to taste it to see how salty it is after discovering it. As long as they can earn a little, they are willing to accept it. If this continues, I'm afraid it will only take a few days for me to be qualified and get a place recommended by multiple towns. Li Ruopu smacked his lips. 2 months' work was completed in just a few days. This is the strength of Lord Chen. Li Ruopu suddenly felt that he had only done 2 right things in his life. 1 is to be Chen Yu's little fanboy, the second is to introduce his sister to the great Xia city that never sleeps. As a contracted adventurer, just follow the right people. Winning without doing anything is as easy as drinking water, compared to the noise in the Liar's Tavern. Happy Chess and Cards, which is also in the recommended position, also welcomed its first guest. An adventurer entered the dungeon, looked left and right, and saw that there was no one inside. He then looked at this extremely ordinary dungeon-style building and was stunned. I couldn't help rubbing my eyes, not sure. Let's see, in the territory. When Zhao Hailiang saw that the first customer finally arrived, a smile appeared on his face. Thinking that this was his first customer after all, he straightened his clothes and went inside to receive him. Hello, distinguished guest. In the dungeon, Zhao Hailiang, wearing an elegant dress, bowed to the adventurer. I am the lord of this dungeon. You can call me Lord Zhao. Welcome to my dungeon. The purpose of our dungeon is. Zhao Hailiang hadn't finished speaking yet. The adventurer immediately interrupted him. Wait, you said you are the lord of this dungeon? Yes, your humble self. No, don't talk yet. The adventurer once again looked around and asked, so, this isn't some new gameplay that has just been updated? And your last name is Zhao? Yes, your humble self. When the adventurer heard the word yes, his face suddenly turned blank. He took 2 steps to look at the surrounding scene, with a look of disbelief on his face. Hey you uncle, little bastard. What are you doing here? Is this still the great Xia city that never sleeps? Chapter 99. His curses are too dirty, huh? Zhao Hailiang was a little confused for a moment, not knowing what was going on. The attack was already launched. What are you saying? You have a mosaic face. Who are you trying to scare here? Because he was in the recommended position, Zhao Hailiang was automatically blurred in this dungeon, so the other party could not see his appearance. As Zhao Hailiang immediately explained, it's like this, sir, I have this face because I'm talking to you because of you, sir. Why the hell are you trying to get attention? I just realized that the name of your dungeon is Happy Chess and Cards. I'm Happy NMLG, UXXXXX, XXUXXXX. The curse at the end was a bit dirty. The subtitle group is dead. Zhao Hailiang still wanted to maintain some composure. As a result, he was criticized so much that he couldn't even raise his head. For every word he said, he was criticized dozens of times. The adventurer originally thought that Happy Chess and Cards had opened a branch here, and was extremely excited thinking that he didn't have to queue. However, once I came in, I realized I had been cheated. How could he tolerate this? A spray from beginning to end. Zhao Hailiang was so upset by the scolding. When Zhao Hailiang couldn't bear it anymore and was about to take action, the adventurer quickly said that he would quit and would not give him any soul crystal. This made Zhao Hailiang very angry. He spat out blood on the spot. However, the adventurer was still angry. After he quit, he became angrier the more he thought about it. Just posted on the forum, curse loudly. He also threatened to find out which salesperson had entered the dungeon, and once he found out, he would capture him offline. This incident also became a laughing point in the forum. I am dying of laughter. I have seen this dungeon before, but I didn't expect that someone would actually fall into it. Ha 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 ha, who told the OP not to see clearly? Lord Chen is so popular. Why does he still need to run for the recommendation position? Unless they also have a free dungeon, they can't even beat the Liar Tavern, and they still want to compete with Lord Chen? What a joke, Happy Chess and Cards, ha 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 ha. You are so blatantly trying to ride on the popularity of the game. Could it be that you learned from the creator of God's punishment of destruction? Don't say that. Although God's punishment of destruction is a copy of God's punishment of angels, at least the quality is acceptable and it's playable. This Happy Chess and Cards game is garbage at first glance. The one upstairs has been in there, too. Funny no, I saw it from the reaction of the host. Seeing others continue to tease him, the adventurer couldn't stand it anymore. He started asking around to find out which salesperson had recommended this position. This also scared the salesperson, and he quickly contacted Wu Chengsu. In the dark world. Wu Chengshu, who was still hunting outside, received the news. Hurry back. He asked Zhao Hailiang, "What's wrong with you? I worked so hard to find a relationship and got you a recommended seat, but how come you offended my first customer?" Speaking of this, Zhao Hailiang also felt wronged. "I don't know, he just came up and scolded me. I was born by my parents, how could he scold me so harshly?" Wu Chengshu, what a sin, I thought I followed a good lord, but it turns out that he is not very smart. But why is he so sensitive, unpleasant, how bad can a few curses be? Wu Chengshu was a little unconvinced and opened the link sent to him by the salesperson. He took a look and quickly closed it. He glanced at Zhao Hailiang helplessly and said, all right, I'm sorry for putting you through this." Wu Chengshu sighed. "Finally," he said, "it seems that this won't work. We have to go the free route so that we can compete with them. If it's free, then aren't we losing money? It cost 100 soul crystals just to build it. Moreover, the daily maintenance of the dungeon requires a soul crystal. Although it is not much, it still costs money." Zhao Hailiang had never thought about the free dungeon. Wu Chengshu gritted his teeth and said, "We can't be so obsessed with that little bit of profit now. We'll offer it for free first, and then charge them when they get addicted." Hearing this, Zhao Hailiang also made up his mind. "Start rearranging Huan Lichessen cards," announced a maintenance update. Of course, it makes no difference whether it is announced or not, it is updated anyway. Then, another free dungeon appeared on the recommended list, alongside the Cheater's Tavern. The adventurers discovered it immediately. This was also because the popularity of the Liar Tavern was so high at the moment, which led to more people paying attention to the recommendation list. Oh, Happy Chess is now free. It's really rare. Let's go in and see what kind of dungeon it is that made that guy spray it like this. Yes, it's free anyway. A moment's effort, the 20-person limit of Happy Chess and cards was instantly exceeded, and there was a queue. When Zhao Hailiang saw this situation, his mood immediately turned from worry to joy. Anyway, at least there are people. He immediately appeared in the dungeon and started to greet the adventurers, then he introduced how to play chess and cards. "Lord, can you make this environment a little more presentable? It's okay to have a dungeon style, but at least the details should be in place. Also, your cards look a bit strange. Why are they so colorful?" "Well, forget it. It's free anyway, so I might as well try it out first." Several adventurers sat down and gathered around a table. "How do we play?" Zhao Hailiang quickly introduced it and said with a smile, "My game is Happy Landlord. The rules are as follows." "No, you just copied it?" After listening to Zhao Hailiang's introduction, an adventurer couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Hailiang didn't notice that the expressions of the other adventurers had also changed. He explained to himself, "It can't be said to be copied. How can the Dungeon Lord's story be said to be copied? It's all borrowed." 20 adventurers looked at each other. After a long time, they smiled at each other. The adventurers suddenly became enthusiastic. "It seems okay. It's very well copied, with a little bit of Lord Chen's influence. Since everyone has the same opinion, let's sit down and have some fun. Lord Zhao, where are the chips?" The adventurers found a place to sit down and began to urge Zhao Hailiang. "Here they are. These are the initial 100 chips. Keep them safe." 6 tables started playing at the same time. Zhao Hailiang was immediately extremely busy. There was not a single servant in his territory, and he had to do everything himself. The main reason was that the previous god's punishment of destruction did not require any manpower, so Zhao Hailiang thought that he could save as much as possible. Soon, the sound of landlords was heard in the dungeon. These adventurers had all been to Happy Chess and cards, so they were very familiar with the rules, and not long after, the first adventurer lost all his chips. Zhao Hailiang's eyes lit up. He immediately came over and said, "How about this, dear guest, would you like to refill your happy coins? Our underground city has just opened, and there are discounts. You can exchange for 100 happy coins at a time." The adventurer clicked his tongue twice and nodded slightly. Of course. These words made Zhao Hailiang happy. In the end, I only heard his next sentence, but I always feel like there's something missing. Chapter 100. This time I got screwed. If there is something missing, please tell me, sir. Whether this dungeon can be built depends on these adventurers, so Zhao Hailiang attaches great importance to it. I only heard the adventurer say, "I know, it lacks popularity."
Ha! Zhao Hailiang was stunned. What do you mean?
Unfortunately, Zhao Hailiang didn't know that the adventurer in front of him was named by Xiao Bai, and was a loyal fan of the great Xia city that never sleeps. He thought that this was really an enthusiastic adventurer who thought for him. Bai Xiao Bai said, I think 20 people are too few to play. You should upgrade the dungeon to at least 80 people, right? Zhao Hailiang was stunned, but what? Bai Xiao Bai frowned, expanding to level 80 is not that easy. We just need to build two 2-level dungeons. But the problem is, what, you still have a problem? You won't fail, will you? Bai Xiao Bai looked at him with a questioning look. You don't even have a 2-level castle, do you? If so, we'd be a little worried about coming to your place to play and buy your happy coins. Bai Xiao Bai's best friends and other adventurers also echoed, yes, Lord Zhao. It's not fun without people. It's more lively when there are more people. Don't be obsessed with the consumption of this little bit of soul crystals. Look at how many people are queuing outside. As long as you expand, people will come. If everyone has fun, won't they make a lot of soul crystals? That's what I mean. If you don't invest, your underground city will never be built. Seeing that Zhao Hailiang was still hesitating and struggling, another adventurer added fuel to the fire. Oh, forget it, it's not fun here, let's go. I am reluctant to invest even a little bit, and I am planning to open a chess and card dungeon. It's boring. It's really boring. Seeing that all 20 adventurers were about to leave, I've been busy for a long time, but isn't it all in vain? Zhao Hailiang gritted his teeth in anxiety. Okay. He said, just wait, I will go back and expand the underground city right now, and more people will be there soon. After saying, Zhao Hailiang went back in a hurry. Not long after, the underground city suddenly expanded, and the population increased from 20 to 80. This move. He spent all of Zhao Hailiang's remaining soul crystals, a total of 500 pieces. Not long after, Zhao Hailiang came back. Guests, look, the population has now expanded to 80, and the number of people is gradually increasing. It's time to use up our frequency. Zhao Hailiang said to the first 20 adventurers. As a result, the 20 adventurers smiled at each other. One of them said contemptuously, You want us to die? Are you worthy of plagiarism? No, didn't you just say? Zhao Hailiang was stunned. I was just teasing you, you really believed it. Bai Xiao Bai continued, Do you really think we would take care of a plagiarist's business? If we really want to spend our lives, we'll go to the great Xia city that never sleeps. If we spend our money here, am I not sick? Daxia city that never sleeps is our Tide Town's hope for prosperity. Why don't we support it? But you? I really don't know what you are thinking. If you build the dungeon properly, we will still support you, but if you always want to take shortcuts, don't blame us. In fact, when they become wealthy, adventurers don't mind helping some dungeon lords who are serious about the game, but those who just want to make money by riding on the popularity of others are all standing on the same path. It's true that God of Destruction copied the game, but he copied it from a foreign server, so we can't do anything about it. But I can't stand you doing this. We didn't have a choice before, but now we only want to support those lords who actually run dungeons. You are not even as good as Lord Chen, and you still have the nerve to run a chess and card dungeon here. If you don't go bankrupt, who will? After dozens of adventurers continued to taunt. So I quit the game. Looking at the empty underground city, Zhao Hailiang was completely stunned. It took me a long time to react. Grass. My 600 soul crystals. In the underground city, a wailing sound was heard from Zhao Hailiang. On the forum, this incident was also posted by enthusiastic adventurers. At the same time, some bloggers spoke out. I call on everyone to resist this trend of plagiarism, so that lords who really want to build dungeons can have the opportunity to create fun dungeons. Daxia city that never sleeps can lead us to prosperity, but we must not forget our roots. We can't let opportunists take advantage of loopholes. They must be taught a lesson. Voices like this were heard repeatedly on the forum and became a hot topic. This also meant that Zhao Hailiang's happy chess and cards game had been online for a whole day, but he didn't find a single soul crystal. Although people kept going in, they all went in to entertain him. On the other hand, at the Liar's Tavern, the queue had reached thousands, and it was impossible to get a number. The time came to evening. At the dining table, there are only Chen Yu and Chen Yuxuan. Chen Yu asked,
Curiously, where are the two of them? Chen Yuxuan was eating eel rice, enjoying the joy of delicious food, while answering, "They are still working hard inside." "Then you have to eat." Chen Yuxuan said nonchalantly, "It's okay, wait until they faint from hunger and I'll go in and carry them out." Chen Yu shook his head and laughed, "So you look so relaxed, have you already understood it?" "Certainly." Chen Yuxuan snorted twice, his tone full of pride. Chen Yu was amused. "Looking at your arrogant expression, the quality of your comprehension is not low, right? It's just SOSO, probably orange quality." Chen Yuxuan's lips curled up slightly, even harder to suppress than AK.T virus fatal weakness. After being activated, all attributes will be increased by 30%. During long-range attacks, the enemy's weaknesses will be seen. Sanity will be lost at a very fast rate, and after losing sanity, one will mutate into a zombie. This is the T-virus skill that Chen Yuxuan has mastered. Although the attribute improvement is not any better than the green quality, the weakness insight has a significant effect. As long as she hits the weak spot, the damage will be off the charts. Moreover, compared with other primary talent skills of the same quality in the encyclopedia, the attribute improvement is not bad. The only side effect is that you lose your sanity quickly and can't keep it turned on for too long, but it doesn't matter, just die.